West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. It's going to be a good one today. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza, Seth
Pope
C.
Zaza, yes. Pope Zaza. I was reading Philippines 149 this morning, as I tend to do, you know, mostly just because CJ spoke about it.
Get your mind right,
charity event.
Like CJ.
Yeah. Pope Zaza, this is where I'll diverge from CJ. I think the first Pope Zaza product's going to have to be like a tequila or something.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
St. Arnold's does the beer.
Sure, yeah.
I feel like Pope Zaza needs to move into the hard spirit, the spirits of somewhere else.
Maybe. Maybe some sort of Greek yogurt or natural peanut butter.
That's true. That's true.
You're in a bit of a
I haven't had
kick.
tequila outside of a margarita in about 20 years.
Yeah, like I see you more than most people do. So I think a nice Pope Zaza Greek yogurt to go with some like a peanut butter and a wheat bread or something.
I'm going to go talk to our guy Lenny Ambrose over there at St. Arnold.
St. Arnold's.
See if I can get a joint venture with a Pope Zaza something or other. Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah, that would be good. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I feel great. Do
you? Because I don't.
I'm
feel
annoyed
so
by the
good.
Rockets.
Yeah.
Everybody's annoyed by the Rockets.
I don't feel so good.
They're in a tough spot right now.
Here's something I learned. I don't need to be doing. So the game. I didn't realize the game started at 8:30 last night until
I did.
Until 7 o'clock when I went to turn it on, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This doesn't start for another hour and a half." So, and I told myself I'm going to stay up and watch most of this game. And it's the Jazz, so you knew you probably, hopefully, weren't going to have to stay up and watch most of it. So it was a score, like margin-wise, it was a rout pretty early on. But the Rockets could not stop turning the ball over.
Yeah.
And the realization was, boy, this is a really bad Jazz team. If they're trying to lose, they're doing a hell of a job at it right now. And two, like there was nothing about this game last night, including the final margin. They won by 20. It makes me feel better about this team. This is the thing I know that I don't need to do, and you're partially culpable in this.
I know.
Well, I typically get up at least once in the middle of the night, go to the bathroom, and come back. And for somebody my age to only do it once is a God blessing. You know, like a lot of guys are getting up every hour to go to that. I just get up once, about 2:30 in the morning, and I come back. I go back to sleep for a couple hours. The problem that I have is that I bring my phone with me at 2:30 in the morning because I'm an addict and I can't go anywhere without my phone. So I checked the Rockets' final score. I went to bed 3 quarters into the game. At that point, they were up by 25 and had committed 20 turnovers in the game. So I opened up my phone. I knew they had won probably, but I'm like, maybe they went through the fourth quarter without all these turnovers, right? Nope, 6 more turnovers in the fourth quarter. So I got agitated, and I had one text waiting for me. It was from Seth C. Payne, and I said, You know what? Seth will probably send me something here that'll get me feeling a little bit better about life in general. And it was and I know you didn't do this to intentionally mess me up at 2:30 in the morning. You were sending it to me because it would be funny to use on the show. But I click on the link you sent from NBCSports.com. It was like a fantasy site. And it was citing a Cleveland.com article from Mary Kay Cabot.
Oh, yeah. I forgot I had sent that.
That was reporting about the Browns possibly being in on Malik Willis in free agency and Ty Simpson in the draft. And that's not the news that got me agitated. The reporting that got me agitated.
And to be clear, it wasn't Mary Cabot
Right.
that did this reporting. Yeah, this
It was
is a
aggregated.
write-up from Roto World.
Yeah, Roto World, that's what it was. So
Which we expect more from Roto World.
We do.
This is about to be some...
I expect more of them from a fourth grader.
Yeah.
This was the first, and this is all I'm going to read, people. We're going to get back to the Rockets, I promise. But this is my PSA to not bring your phone to the bathroom when you get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Because the salve on the wound of my 26 turnover Rocket performance was this first sentence of the aggregation of Mary Kay Cabot's report that they're in on the quarterback market in both free agency and the draft.
Yeah.
With 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks already on the roster in Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, it's hard to imagine the Browns wanting to add even more to an already loaded QB room.
Yeah, that a loaded QB room.
I should start up my own fantasy site.
I think
this
honestly,
is Roto World.
I saw somebody say, "Gosh, I hope this is AI."
It's got to be, right?
I guess, but I wonder. Do you really hope it's AI? Because that just tells you what we've already known is that, man, a lot of publications out there are leaning really heavily into AI, and it just spits out trash.
Yeah.
That I don't. Oh, you can't really. I don't hope that it's AI because not that there aren't a bunch of stupid writers out there as well. It's just that this stuff goes unchecked. It just gets spit out there to the point where, and then other AI engines aggregate that.
Right.
And I don't know. You know what? I'm okay with it because we got so many humans out there that are spitting lies just brazenly and not caring about whether or not it's true or not, that at least a computer is doing it without an agenda.
Well, and
they're got it wrong.
It's not
they got
a
it
lie.
Right, technically.
It's not a lie. Yeah, I mean, they are 2 former Pro Bowl quarterbacks.
Well,
although when
they got the part where it's hard to imagine them wanting.
That's an opinion, though. That's not. Yeah, that's an opinion. That's not. That's not a factual. Yeah. Although that's as close to fact as you can get. It's very easy to imagine the Browns. Anyway, so we're not going to go deep on this Roto World first sentence of the article, but I say all that to say people just leave. If you need to check what time it is on your phone, if that's your clock, check what time it is, put it down, go to the bathroom, come back to bed. Don't look at anything.
Invest in like a $4 Walmart clock if you need a clock in your room.
Yes, just glance at it.
Where you don't look at your phone.
Yeah, man. So that was, and it took me a solid 30 minutes to go back to sleep after that. I'm like, man, this Roto World, and this Rockets with the turnovers, and Alperen Şengün being a black hole of turnovers down in the post, and blah.
Real quick life hack for you.
Yeah.
Because I have a hard time. My entire life I've had a hard time when I wake up at like 2 a.m. going back to sleep. Mm-hmm. Mind starts racing and everything.
Yes.
Just controlled breathing. You don't have to meditate. You don't have to do anything else like that. Just controlled breathing. I do like a 7 count in, inhale and then a 7-count exhale.
Okay.
And other people do like a box breathing where you do 4 inhale, hold for 4, exhale for 4.
Find out trial and error what's right for you.
Yeah. So what it does is what you don't realize is that physiologically, sometimes when you wake up at 2 a.m., it's not just that your mind is racing. Your body is actually kind of amped up.
Yeah.
Your heart rate is elevated. And just controlling that and getting the cortisol levels down, you start drifting off to sleep without even realizing it. Okay. Without trying to count sheep or meditate or anything else like that. You just tone it down. Because the one thing that you'll learn, Sean, or at least I did, was the first time I tried this tip, I couldn't do it because I didn't realize I was as amped up as I was. So I was having a hard time even exhaling because I was getting out of breath.
Yeah.
So you realize when you do that, you're like, oh, okay, my body just needs to calm down a little bit.
You figured it out.
And it does. So you go through a few cycles of it, and once you realize, oh, okay, I can actually hold my breath for 8 seconds, and I'm back on track.
And you found that this works really well for you.
Like a charm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great, man. Okay. Good life hack. I'm glad we got that out there. I could have used that last night as I was reading about Pro Bowl Brown quarterbacks and dude, I don't know how you feel about the Rockets. I'm watching this game last night, and it's almost like I'm not even looking at the score because of who they're playing. They're up by 30 at one point in this game, and I'm upset with this team because the turnovers are so bad, and there were 9. They got off to a rip-roaring start. They had 9 turnovers in the first quarter, and they were up by 16 at the end of the first quarter. Mm-hmm. So they're winning all night. The Jazz. This is a really bad basketball. They're horrible. They're a horrible basketball team. 26 turnovers in this game. And my biggest takeaway from it, Seth, is that a lot of these turnovers, man, I know we've pinned some of this on, hey, they just don't have a point guard. And, boy, this is really the front office's fault. They should have gone and gotten a ball handler at the trade deadline. They should have done something about this. Ime Udoka sucks as an offensive coach. I'm just kind of reiterating all the things we see. Some of these turnovers, the lack of Fred VanVleet is no excuse for Amen Thompson to just dribble into traffic and have 3 guys rip the ball from him. It's no excuse for Alperen Şengün to eat up 18 seconds of a shot clock and then be forced into a situation where he's got to make something happen in a double or triple team. Like, some of these turnovers have zero to do with Fred VanVleet not being out there. Some of these turnovers are just freaking stupid.
It's just
stupidity, sloppy, yes.
Well, and even even as we twist a positive into a negative, because it's impossible not to do here, even their 3-point shooting last night, great, they take 43s. They make 45% of them, but with each made 3, you're like, all right, good luck with doing this versus good teams.
Exactly.
43s is just a little bit above the league average. The Rockets are second to last in 3-point attempts. I don't want Amen jacking up a bunch of 3s, or half these guys jacking up a bunch of 3s against good opponents. You're not going to be shooting. You're not going to be shooting 45% from the 3-point line with this crew. And
Jabari's not going to do it. Jabari was unconscious last night. He was a big reason why they shot the way they did as a team from 3. You're absolutely right. The overall sentiment is the big one, which is if they had played, they won by 20 last night. If they had played that exact same game against any of the good teams in the NBA. They lose by double digits. They lose by double digits. And some of you will say, what are you talking about, Sean? A 30-point swing because they've turned the ball over a few more times than average? No, it's several more times than the league average. And, yes, the Jazz are that bad, and the teams you're trying to take down ultimately in April, May, and June are that much better.
The biggest thing, and we talked about this a bunch yesterday, it's all a lot of people are talking about, is just flat out why does Udoka seemingly hate Reed Sheppard? The way, pick various other coaches in the past that would pick their guy that they hate. The Astros.
Yiner. Dusty with Yiner.
Yeah, Dusty with Yiner.
Yeah.
And the problem becomes, all right, the front office decided not to go out and just get a mediocre veteran point guard at the trade deadline. What's your option then? You have Reed Sheppard. Okay, I understand why Udoka might not trust him in the fourth quarter. I get it. But he's the guy you have, and he's your best hope in elevating this offense somehow and having a genuine point guard out there. He's not going to get any better in clutch moments or in the fourth quarter by not being played in the fourth quarter against these good opponents like a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
So everybody's stuck. Everybody right now in the Rockets fan base is stuck looking at this product on offense and wondering, what are you guys doing to fix this? other than just the same old thing every single night. The old definition of insanity.
Well, I mean, but and the trade deadline's come and gone. And unless there's a buyout of some sort in the NBA of a veteran guy, there's no help walking through that door at this point. I
thought you said the trade deadline is coming on. And I thought, boy, I am really out of whack this morning.
No,
Wow.
Come and gone.
How did I mess that up by weeks?
Yeah. No. Trade deadline came and went.
Come and gone, yeah.
Came and went. And I mean, Reed got 24 minutes last night, and he was 5 of 9 from 3. Yeah, I mean, they've got to roll with it. I'm fine, and I'm fine with Reed coming off the bench if that's what they want to do. But he's got to get minutes that are comparable to the guys that are in your starting rotation right now. And I think too, we made this point yesterday. I think with Reed Sheppard out there, you get a better version of Amen Thompson. You get the version of Amen Thompson to do what he was put on this earth to do, which is be a complete beast on the wing, be that guy that sits in that dunk spot and on the side of the lane right there, and on defense just gets after it like a ferocious monster.
Harass people.
Yes,
it's kind of like in in football when a linebacker has to go from maybe playing will linebacker. We saw this with Christian Harris, remember? When the Mike linebacker who wears the green dot makes all the calls and everything, usually. When you have a guy like Christian Harris have to go and play the mic and be the green dot guy and make all the calls and everything, he can't play free and loose and instinctive.
Toa this year.
And you see the worst vision of Henry Toa.
Yeah.
Exactly. Henry Toa. And, I think that there's that dynamic going on with Amen Thompson. It doesn't mean that he can't become that guy.
Right.
It's just that right now your best option for being a competitive team in the playoffs would seemingly – I feel like most people agree with me, including the really smart basketball people. Yeah. The best option to get this offense to somewhere or get this team to somewhere where it's not right now is if Reed Sheppard can come along. But Udoka seems to just not trust him whatsoever.
No.
And I get not trusting him. But you gotta go through some of that. You gotta go through some of the pain and get him there.
Well, and it's a lesser of the evils that are out there too. It's what are your other solutions right now? For example, this text comes in, Base Power text line early here on the show. Reed can't dribble either and can't handle ball pressure. Reed isn't the answer at point guard. He's not optimal at doing those things. But again, you've pigeonholed yourself into a series of bad solutions to be your floor general right now.
What is your right? Okay, so you're not allowed to say, this is a rule. You're not allowed to say this guy isn't the option without telling me what the alternative is.
That's exactly right.
I need this. I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
Yep.
Okay? Tell me. Whenever you tell me that somebody's not the answer or this guy isn't it, we're not living in a world of, over the next 3 years or whatever. We're talking about what can you do in the next few months. So tell me, what is the option other than, like, Udoka turning into some kind of offensive mind that he is not?
Yep.
And that you have some elegant version of atypical basketball, which we're not seeing that either. So that's not the answer. Tell me what the answer is. I'm out of answers.
Reed Sheppard sucks guy is still texting us.
I know.
Reed is a terrible passer. It's the one guy. Reed is a terrible passer. I disagree he's a terrible passer. I mean, he's not Jason Kidd, but he makes more stuff happen than the other guys they've got generating offense out on the floor. Too small. Okay, well, he can't do anything about that. Can't handle ball pressure. I think he's gotten better. He needs to just focus on scoring. Yeah, I do like his scoring. I don't know what y'all are watching. We got that from that guy as well.
Right. What the hell? Like, everything that you've said isn't anything that I completely disagree with. I'm asking you, and I'll give you time here, tell me what your alternative is right now, other than going back in time and trading for a viable point guard, a veteran. And that's where, again, the disconnect must be that Dana might see something more in Reed Sheppard than Udoka. Rafael Stone might see something more in Reed Sheppard right now and expect Udoka to do something with it in the second half of the season. Or he expects Amen Thompson to develop by leaps and bounds. But this is where, man, I tried to give Rafael Stone the benefit of the doubt when he said after the trade deadline, we thought at one point that maybe this isn't just our year.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because he was talking about his thought process. Yeah. But even in saying that out loud, if that was your thought process and then you didn't go and grab somebody that could run an offense, then I have I can't give you the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Nope.
You guys just punted on this season.
Yep.
And Udoka, if you're punting on the season, then why the hell are you not trying to get Reed Sheppard developed as much as you can?
Yep. They don't have an answer. That's the problem. That's attack. Look, the texter who was really going in on Reed Sheppard, I think we're on the same side of a lot of this, as Seth was just pointing out. But you can't just sit here and shake your fists and go, Reed sucks, you can't put him out there, blah, 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 without saying, okay, what's a better solution right now? Because this whole running the offense through Şengün, the Şengün possessions are a disaster right now.
Yeah.
A disaster. That's not working right now.
And this timidity that he shows, the loss. I mean, he's just he's doing these fadeaways and crap, and instead of just attacking.
Yeah. Some of the shot selection may as well be turnovers.
3 nights ago. Yeah.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, we will circle over to the Astros. Dana Brown was on Sirius XM. And had some interesting things to say about lineup juggling, including, I think, having the same inkling that I had mentioned yesterday about what is going to have to give if they're going to get their best offensive team or best offensive lineup out there. We'll hear from the Astros GM. We'll hit a little Astros coming up next.
Just as it is in basketball, sometimes with your finances, you need somebody running point for you. It doesn't.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Text message, base power text line. First time listening since the loss. I missed you guys.
Oh,
the texter just refers to the loss. Are we to assume? I'm guessing that's what the loss to the Patriots in the playoffs. Probably.
Yeah, that's got to be the. Yeah, a lot of people checked out after that.
Yeah,
and that kind of jibes with what I'm seeing on my YouTube channel. A lot of people just flat out done with it. Nope. Sorry, Seth. I'll see you next September. And
they're back.
They're slowly filtering.
They're coming back.
Yeah. It took a period of getting over the anger and disgust and everything else like that. Now is the point with the combine coming up, with the draft, with free agency, where we start to delude ourselves again.
Yeah.
People are ready to delude themselves again and feeling overly optimistic.
You know who's going to get us feeling better about CJ Stroud at the top of the hour? Bryce Young. Bryce Young, of all people.
Right.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Yeah,
Bryce.
We're doing better, Bryce. Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Caserio speaks at the combine today, too.
11 o'clock.
He doesn't necessarily inspire as much. He's not as inspiring necessarily as Bryce Young.
No.
No offense to Nick.
Yeah. But he is going to get asked about CJ Stroud today. That is a virtual lock because that is other than a few people who are up there from Houston, it's a different group of reporters than Nick has been seeing over his last few appearances in front of the media or on this show.
Well, I wonder, somebody will probably ask him about just point blank. So are you guys thinking about trading CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
And people will say it's a stupid question, but it might yield an interesting answer.
Yeah. Well,
it's never a stupid question if it yields an interesting answer.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's it's a stupid
People get angry at the question.
It's not. It's a stupid question in so much as they're not trading C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a relevant question in that there have been some pretty big voices out there saying that they're going to get phone calls about C.J. Stroud. So I think asking that is perfectly appropriate. Speaking of general managers, Dana Brown was on Sirius XM Baseball yesterday, and was asked about. It might have been 2 days ago, but at any rate, still applicable today. Asked about the lineup juggling and what he's looking for. And this first cut right here, he alludes to something that I think is going to be a bigger thing than maybe Joe Espada is making it out to be. This is Dana Brown being asked about looking for a lefty bat.
We're loaded in the infield, and so I think Joe, with the age of some of our players, is going to be able to find some playing time. Get Alvarez in left. You open up the DH for Paredes. So, he's going to have to juggle that a little bit. And anything could happen too. We're still talking to other clubs. Maybe we get a trade done for a left-hand bat or something like that if it makes sense. But it has to make sense, and we don't want to weaken our team right now. So right now we can roll with the way we have it.
Okay, so the thing I'm referring to, Seth, just that little drive-by he did at the beginning of that cut.
Yeah.
Where he says you can use Jordan in left field and open up the DH for Paredes. I think that's the tipping point for this team. I think if they trot every day a lineup out there where Zach Cole is in left field or somebody else is in left field and Isaac Paredes is sitting on the bench, they're not putting they're not putting their best offensive lineup out there. Isaac Paredes is a better offensive player, quite honestly, than most of the guys on this team, just given his discipline at the plate and all those other things. And if they struggle as a team, look, if they're winning games, they'll keep doing what they're doing. If they're struggling to win games and offense is the reason, and they've always got one good bat just sitting on the bench because Joe Espada is doing all this shuffling to accommodate everybody, I think eventually you need to cave on this whole notion of Jordan Alvarez being a DH 90% of the time.
Right. Yeah, and Jordan himself wants to play left field. I mean,
that's right.
There's enough of a sample size now that it's kind of the splits are pretty amazing that he's a better batter when he's out there in left field.
Yeah.
And I know you worry about his wear and tear and everything over time. And he's he's going to be a liability compared to Zach Cole, most likely defensively, but what he makes up for offensively, et cetera, et cetera. It's awkward right now. And, Frank, it's really just a matter of this mess that they've gotten into with their roster construction. Dana still has time to trade his way out of it. Or maybe an injury in the infield ends up just making it a moot point, whatever. It's
anything like the last 2 years, that's what will happen probably.
It's a long season, and there's still a lot of avenues out of this. If they start off with an actually good start to the season, something we're not accustomed to as of late around here, and they're winning games, then it's an annoyance, and it's not necessarily that big a deal.
Right.
And I guess maybe I'm just a schmuck that thinks like, well, what if Zach Cole and Cam Smith end up, being really good at the plate this year? Am I a schmuck for just wanting for that or hoping for that? At least one of them to turn into something?
You're not a schmuck for hoping for it at all.
Yeah.
You would be a schmuck if you were still penciling Zach Cole in at left field in August and he has an OPS of 612 or something like that.
If I'm depending on it.
Yeah.
I can't depend on it right now.
Right. So I don't think so at all. Here's one more from Dana Brown talking a little more specifically about the surplus in the infield.
Too many players, too many pitchers is a good thing. That's always a good thing. So, look, ultimately, I think there's a lot of playing time. Correa is going to get some time off. We got to give Pena some days off, so Correa may have to play short a couple games. So there's some time off in that infield, particularly with 3 veteran players in Correa, Altuve, and Walker. So you're going to have to rest those guys. If you can get those guys playing anywhere between 125 and 145, depending on what the body feels like, I think Joe's going to have to really juggle that and pay attention to how these guys are feeling. So last year we kind of, we went through all those injuries and we were running guys into the ground because we had to. We had used 60 men to get through the season. Usually you got a 40-man roster. So we were 20 over to 40, so it was really difficult. So, but having the depth is very welcome.
That with all the injuries that the Astros had last year, one of the things that worked out for you, but annoyingly too well, was that Altuve was so healthy. But he and I know he wants to play more than 150 games again this year. He doesn't have to, and I think they'll maybe try to gently coax him into taking some more days off, and you might see a better version of Altuve, and yet that curse becomes a blessing with that crowded infield if Espada just manages it well.
I'm anxious. I'm guessing that Paredes is going to get some time at second base in one of these spring training games here at some point pretty soon. There are still some things. I mean, we're only 2 games into spring training. I don't think they played yesterday. So there's still a bunch of things that we're looking forward to seeing we haven't seen yet. Are they going to get Paredes time at second base? We haven't seen Imai yet pitch against opposing hitters. We saw Burrows on Sunday, and that was really good. That was encouraging. Burrows was excellent against the Cardinals on Sunday. So there's still some really intriguing things I'm looking forward to seeing here with the Astros. Carlos Correa did an interview a couple days ago, and this got to be a kind of a fun spring training for Carlos. He got traded here in the middle of the season last year. So this is his first spring training with the Astros since the season after COVID in 2021.
And hopefully, if you feel like there was a lack of veteran leadership in the clubhouse last year, Carlos Correa getting there midseason can only do so much in, kind of changing the culture.
Yep.
And you never want to put that on one guy or anything, but it stands to reason, hopefully, that, Correa being there through spring training, working with the younger players, all of that, can really have that benefit above and beyond just whatever his stats are. The old Alex Bregman effect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, and they missed Bregman last year, to your point. So, he brings some of that. He said it's surreal being back with these guys in spring training.
It's still surreal to me. I never thought I would be back. I'm so happy that I'm back here with the team that, I grew up and became a great player with, this organization that taught me so much and that I'll always be grateful for. So just to be back here in spring training, West Palm Beach, having a great time with the boys that I played for with a long time and the new players that are coming up that are going to be superstars in the future, it's a great feeling.
I know we give Dana some flack for, you made this trade for Correa and now you've got this logjam in the infield and you got to figure this thing out. Correa is one that I feel like there were definitely Jim Crane fingerprints on this deal. I think Carlos Correa makes a salary it was a salary situation where Jim Crane probably had to get involved and say, hey, look, we need Minnesota to pick up this much of the tab to stay under the competitive balance tax or whatever. The reason I bring that up is because I'm guessing, look, they're not dummies. They knew that Isaac Paredes was still on the team. He was just injured when they went and got Correa. They went and got Correa, I think, in part for the short term last year because they needed a third baseman. They needed a bat because Paredes was hurt. But they knew that after the season was over that both these guys are going to be on the team. And I think there's probably an element like, look, Carlos brings enough to the clubhouse leadership-wise that we've got to make this trade, not worry about the logjam, and we'll figure the rest out later.
Yeah.
You know, he brings enough to the table inside the clubhouse as opposed to on the field. And he brings plenty on the field as well. So we just got to do this deal. You know?
I think that Jim Crane and some of the deals that he has his fingerprints on, including when he was the actual GM of the team, I feel like that's the best motivator for the GMs to go ahead and be aggressive. Because it's always, we've had this dynamic where with the last couple of GMs, it feels like Jim Crane pushing and prodding the GMs to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
They got to know that, hey, listen, you better do it, or he's going to go out and make a Rafael Montero type of deal. So go ahead and be aggressive and get this done before we go sign some aging veteran power hitter that's no good no more.
Do you want Jose Abreu back at first base? Do you?
Right.
Do you?
Because I'll do it.
Shaken by the lapels. Do you? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, we got a lot to get to. We'll get to some Texans and some NFL at the top of the hour. Combine, Nick Caserio meets with the media today at 11 a.m. Headlines coming up next. Rockets win last night, but did they really? Got some NFL news on the franchise tag as well as some competition committee stuff. We got a lot to get to in headlines, so let's do that coming up next. Stay there.
You've got a lot to get to if you want to make some picks and win some money on Underdog.
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to today's headlines. Powered by the Men's Tea Clinic, of course. Let's start with the Rockets, who they win last night, but it was a sloppy win, 125-105. And if those of you who didn't see it are going to be like, really, you guys are going to be belly aching over a win by 20 points? Well, it was over the worst team in basketball, and the Rockets turned the ball over 26 times. They did enough things in this game to where I feel like, Seth, that what they did last night still is not good enough to beat good teams in the NBA.
Right. No, it's it's the complete and total example of, okay, you've got enough talented people out there that you're gonna steamroll the bad teams. And it doesn't matter how sloppy you are, it doesn't matter how janky the offense is, all of that. They shot 45% from three, and they took 43-point attempts, which is rare for the Rockets. That's not the stuff that they do versus good teams. So, yeah, it's okay to be agitated about that win last night.
Yeah. I was thinking about the Open. You and I talked about the Rockets for about 15 minutes, and I was thinking, man, if someone just got dropped into the middle of that segment and didn't know the result of the game, was just listening to us, they'd have been like, my God, how much did the Rockets lose by last night? No, They won by 20, but, I mean, it's late February. They've got to start looking like a team that can win a 7-game series in April and May.
It was against the team that is creating more pressure than ever for the NBA to do something about tanking basketball teams. Yes. This is a team that's trying to lose so aggressively that they're finally going to try to do something about it in the NBA. That's how bad the Utah Jazz are.
They were fined $500,000 for not trying a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
that's who we're talking about. So now the good, Jabari Smith was great. He's had a really honestly. Ever since Burnergate, Jabari Smith has played some of the best basketball of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows? Maybe the burner account, saying mean things about Jabari lit a fire under him. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So there's that.
That's just old school parenting right there.
That's right.
Talk smack on your burner account about your child and have it go public, then they'll learn.
Yes. Good job, Pops Durant. Way to go. And, Kevin Durant's been great. Hit a bunch of assists last night. Reed Sheppard shot the ball really well. That was good to see. But just the sloppiness is they've got to fix that. These are not – the turnovers have crossed over into an area where it's not a Fred VanVleet issue anymore. The only issue is Fred VanVleet's not there to handle the ball instead of these people. But the nature of the turnovers, like if you could rate turnovers, if certain turnovers only counted as one turnover, but really sloppy ones counted as like 3 turnovers, the Rockets would have had like 62 turnovers last night.
The beautiful thing about turnovers is this is why you're agitated this morning. For anybody who didn't watch the game, and you're wondering why you guys could be so agitated over a healthy win over an NBA opponent, it's the watchability of a team that turns the ball over all the time.
Yeah,
it's hard enough to watch when they can't get their offense going in the fourth quarter. And all of that, those conventional reasons. But every turnover feels like a kick to your groin.
Yes.
And they're doing it. They're taking their long, lanky, 7-foot-tall limbs and kneeing and shinning you right in the groin.
Yes, because the turnovers are so dumb. They're so dumb. All right, let's move on. NFL. George Pickens and Kyle Pitts, Seth, both getting the franchise tag, or at least reports that they will be getting the franchise tag. Pickens with the Cowboys, 1 year, about $28 million, which is a bargain for what George Pickens gave them last year.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy.
Very anxious to see how that goes. Exactly.
I haven't seen any reports about it or anything,
no.
But we'll see. We'll see. Jerry Jones is on record as saying, well, he can. To paraphrase, he causes a lot of problems off the field, but it's what he does on the field.
He was great. He might have been the best receiver in football last year.
But that was a quote from the owner.
Yeah.
That was the gist of what the owner said. That sounds like the kind of guy that you try to get one good year out of, but then you maybe want to try to keep him on a year-by-year basis as much as possible.
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes. If I know Jerry Jones, this will not be resolved until early September.
Yes, the day before week 1.
Well, no, but it has to be because they have to come to a long-term deal.
July 15th.
By July 15th.
Yep, we remember that.
That's when it could get really interesting.
Yeah, we remember that.
Because then if George Pickens wants to hold out or not sign his contract, then how long until Jerry makes a trade, et cetera.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a key distinction. By the way, Kyle Pitts, franchise tag 1 year, about $15 million with the Falcons. That's a key thing to note is that George Pickens can now skip everything until literally the week before the first game and not get fined.
Right, he's not under contract.
Yeah. So
and even if he didn't play week 1, he's just not getting paid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
The quality analogy I saw about this, Daniel Jeremiah, on how it feels when prospective free agents get tagged by their teams. Because you're out there, you're thinking, ooh, maybe you're a team that needs receivers. And you're like, oh, maybe George Pickens.
Yeah.
This is what he said. I remember going to Blockbuster to rent movies as a kid. You'd see the cardboard movie shell and get so excited, only to realize there wasn't a VHS behind it. Yeah. That's how I view free agency after franchise tags get announced.
Yeah, man, I remember that feeling. Oh my God, look. And a new movie would come out, and they'd have 30 copies of it. Still gone on a Friday night. They wouldn't have any of them.
As an adult now, in modern times, that's the Sudafed phenomenon, where you go to the drugstore and you're like, I'm going to cook up some meth or something, get some Sudafed. You're like, oh, I got to go to the counter? Give him my driver's license?
I was wondering where that was going. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, they won't give you the ephedrine just right off the counter anymore.
Really?
You got to go talk to an adult about it.
Yeah.
Give them your license.
And this is a big problem for you, it sounds like.
Yeah, I want to cook some meth.
I don't blame you, man. Hey, we got a lot of free time in the afternoons.
There is every now and then. I'm like, you know what I need for this next week? I got a busy week. I'm gonna pretend I got a sinus infection. And now that I got to talk to an adult about it, I don't know. I feel kind of like a dirtbag.
Yeah. That's your analogy for the franchise tag. Sudafed at the pharmacy. Competition committee is talking this week. Rich McKay, who's the co-chairman of the competition committee, a committee which now includes Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans, says and this doesn't surprise me. I got this sense midway through the season. There isn't a ton of chatter about banning the tush push. There was a ton of it at the beginning of the year, especially when the Eagles in particular were running it, and we were getting that down the line of scrimmage view on the camera and seeing guards jump early and things like that.
Seeing how hard it is to officiate.
Yeah. It became less of a safety issue, which is what the anti-tush push people were leaning on before, and became more of an officiating issue. I'm not surprised at this, only because the Texans seem to be one of the teams that have figured out the old theory, if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah. And I think a lot of teams are running their version of it now, and there's probably more teams that are okay with it. You only need 9 teams to be okay with it for it to stay as a legal play, right? But you need 24 votes to ban it.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams out there right now that think, well, we can't run the ball to save our lives in short yardage, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Then, hey, we can use this.
Cade Stover.
We don't actually have to coach or get better. We can just do this.
Yeah.
I still don't like it because I think it's a boring play.
I do too. I'm with you.
Do you ban something because it's a boring play? I would have expected that as more teams started doing it and having success with it, people wouldn't feel bad about singling out the Eagles. That's what I felt bad about last year was I don't like it because it's a boring play, but I would have had a hard time voting against it. Just because, okay, what am I going to do? Punish the Super Bowl champion team because they were using a legal play? It just felt wrong.
Yeah.
Now that more teams are doing it and the Eagles aren't as good, I feel like this is the time to actually ban a really boring play.
Yeah. I guess the counterpoint to that would be, okay, on a short yardage situation, is it super exciting to hand the ball to a running back up the middle to get a yard? Is it,
It can at least explode into something at times that can bounce out.
That's true.
More likelihood of a fumble being caused. And it's a faster, even if he gets stonewalled, it's a high speed collision.
There's more action in it for sure. There's more action in everything. Aside from the tush push.
There's more potential for a pass in that situation.
Yeah.
If you're handing it off to a running back on 3rd and 1, there's also potential for play action there. So there's just it's a more exciting play.
It is. Although there are teams that have figured out some plays off of it that are, there is that. I'm not trying to argue for the tush push. I'm just trying to think of what the chances are that the thing actually does get banned. I'm feeling like it's sticking around now based on this news item here. Cougs lose last night. 69-56 to Kansas in Lawrence. The historical significance of that is 3rd loss in a row. First time in nearly a decade that a Kelvin Sampson coach team has lost 3 in a row. And we knew going into this was going to be a gauntlet. It was Iowa State, it was Arizona, and it was Kansas, 2 of those 3 on the road. And I think the hope was, I think Coug fans would be like, I'd sign up for 2-1 in those 3 games, 0-3 in those 3 games. So that's not going to help come seeding time for the NCAA tournament. And by the way, if you're up for a Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, it's going to be on Netflix in September. If you're looking for a 49-year-old versus a 47-year-old on Netflix, September 19th, circle the date. All right, be listening next hour for your shot at 4 tickets to see Creed on March 11th.
Humphrey?
Creed.
Apollo,
yeah, I knew Ben. Yeah, no, just the band, Creed. They will take you higher on March 11th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. All right, up next, CJ encouragement from I won't say unlikely source, but a bit of a surprising source. We've got that. We'll hit a lot of football coming up here, and we'll do the mock draft injection at 7:45. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
The Drive with Stoerner. at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. CJ Stroud's been a big topic around here and around the league in the offseason so far. I think a lot of people anxious to see what year 4 looks like for CJ Stroud. Before we get to the Bryce Young audio, there was footage that surfaced of CJ over the weekend, I guess, at a charity event here in Houston where his mom and his foundation were getting honored. And CJ went up after the acknowledgement, after CJ's mom and the foundation were given their accolades. He went up and did a little bit of an impromptu, about 3 or 4 minute speech. It was very well received in the room there. But the big thing for me, Seth, this was the first public appearance that I've seen of CJ Stroud at an event of note with the new look, the new haircut.
Yeah, looks good.
I thought it looked good.
I thought he looked, especially in that tuxedo. Okay, this is a man that commands respect.
I think it looked good. I think it looked like he commanded respect. I don't know if this is confirmation bias or not by me, but I felt like his speech, I felt like he was a little bit more had a little bit higher notch of energy to the speech, and he was a little more I don't know. There was a different vibe to him given that speech to me.
I didn't have that. I mean, I think especially speaking about what he was speaking about, because he cited a Bible verse and spoke about that for a little while and his faith and everything. I didn't think it was necessarily any different than what he typically does. I think we see him in a press conference, which is a different environment, and it's certainly not usually wearing a tuxedo at press conferences.
Right.
And after games and everything.
Yeah, and that may, that's a good point. That could be it. Because in a lot of
even though he was speaking impromptu, it's still a formal speaking environment.
Sure, and admittedly, even playing on a good team, a lot of his press conferences looked like hostage video type stuff this year. He didn't look super excited to be at a lot of the press conferences this year, as he has in years past.
Right.
So you may be right about that. It could be the environment that he was in. Either way, I was very impressed. I was impressed with the speech. I like the look, and that has me. If it's pushing me one way or the other, it's got me more excited for next season.
The audio from the TV that we saw online wasn't that great to play on air, but he had referenced Philippines 1, verse 49, and he spoke for a while about actual real-world suffering and everything and the value of suffering. So this isn't like some football player getting up there and saying, yeah, I've suffered just the same as anybody. He was speaking about serious topics. But then he said, as another example, of course, the last game didn't go the way I wanted to.
Yep.
Of course, I wish I had plays back, but I'm okay with suffering in front of people because I know somebody's going to see how I respond.
Yeah.
We're all going to go through bad days. We're all going to have bad moments. I'm going to have bad plays. I'm going to have bad games. But my response needs to be humility and enjoy and gratitude.
I like where his head's at, man. I like where his head's at. That event, the message combined with the haircut, I'm ready for OTAs, man.
Yeah, he's already taken responsibility for having a horrendously bad game against the Patriots.
Yeah,
I feel like some people, depending on what their agenda is, are either ignoring the Steelers game completely, or in terms of his bad performance. There's a few people out there. The CJ haters are ignoring any of the positive stuff that happened in the regular season. The CJ lovers are ignoring the Steelers game when they're excusing the playoff performance as saying it was just one bad game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah, it was 2 bad performances, but it was different. It was a different variety of bad than we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, yep. So taking up for CJ Stroud, this was Bryce Young. Bryce Young, who goes back a long way with CJ, admittedly. They're both from Southern California. They played against each other in basketball in high school. I know
and this is on the pivot, and it's interesting because a couple of years ago it was CJ Stroud on the pivot taking up for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Now it's Bryce Young on the pivot taking up for CJ Stroud.
Circle of life. Yeah, here it is. Here's Bryce.
I don't know why people act like they haven't watched him go and dominate this league. We've all seen it. And also one thing, quarterback position in general, this is one of the rare sports. You can't call ISO on
every snap
in the NFL. It takes 11 on one side of the ball, 11 on the other. We all sign up for that criticism. We all sign up for the credit. You know, we all want to take the bullet for the team. That's, you know, that's our job. But at the end of the day, like, we can't control everything. We know what he can do. We know what he does. We've watched him do such crazy things in this league. And, like, that's who he is. Like, don't get that twisted, like, ever. That's who he is. Media wants to make things, you know, fans, that's part of the thing. You know, going to be up and down, whatever it is. I know who he is as a player. I know who he is as a leader, as a person. He knows that, too. I know that as well. So it's like, I'm excited to watch what he does.
Okay. So I tend to agree I think if you're a Texan fan, I'm not saying that you should shape your opinion based on what Bryce Young is saying right there. I'm saying that if you're a Texan fan who one of your goals is to enjoy the upcoming season and get excited about it, you're going to have to love the one you're with.
I think when it comes to the way other players feel about CJ, I think that's the interesting thing is that the league and defensive players, guys on his own team, they still talk about CJ in a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
You know, there's and like Bryce Young doesn't count as much as other defensive players, but it's the hardest thing about evaluating the quarterback position is, okay, just exactly how do you separate the quarterback from everything else on the offense? Yeah. And just how do you separate it? You don't want to make excuses for him, but you also have to take these things into account. And that's where during the regular season it was a lot easier to just say, all right, look, he's dealing with imperfect circumstances here, but he's also doing a good job of leaning on the defense, and I think he's doing some things in terms of learning how to manage the game as a veteran quarterback. I thought he was doing some really good things.
Yeah.
If the Texans, we're in a weird place where if the Texans had missed the playoffs, I think we'd feel better about CJ Stroud right now, or at least a lot of people would feel about CJ Stroud right now than going through the playoffs and seeing what happened the way it happened.
That's an interesting notion. If they had gone 11-6 and lost a tiebreaker to somebody, if they'd missed the playoffs and gone 8-9, I would tend to disagree, just because CJ probably would have, with that defense, if they would have gone 8-9, it meant CJ played. But if they'd gone 11-6, let's say, and you lose a tiebreaker, I don't want to get into it. They probably would have won the tiebreakers with LA and Buffalo.
Let's say they start off 0-4, but then have that same, incredible climb back, but they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's going to be things to criticize CJ for like
sure.
there is, just about every quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah,
but
the very elite. Probably nothing that pushes him so far out of the contract extension conversation.
Right. It was the way all of those good things that he did on the margins just flew out the window in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It just changed the perception of everything. That's where, and it's hard because I look at Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was atrocious in the playoffs his first 7 years in the NFL.
Yep.
But he was also much more impressive in the regular season.
He was a literal MVP.
Yeah. But there was that dynamic was an extreme one where he was incredible in the regular season, and then he was atrocious in closeout. They're all elimination games, but the games in which the Colts got eliminated in the playoffs,
games,
he was atrocious.
Yeah.
Threw 4 interceptions against the Patriots.
That's right.
In the playoffs, that kind of bad. So there were a lot of people at the time that thought this guy just doesn't have it. He's just he folds up in the playoffs. So I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. I had texted you yesterday, about one guy whose name doesn't get brought up enough. I think when we talk about players who remind you that hey, you got to wait more than a few years. It takes more than 3 years sometimes for guys to really.
This was a good one by you. Yes.
Eli Manning comes up a lot.
Yep.
Sam Darnold obviously is coming up a lot.
Yep.
People will bring up Baker Mayfield. Geno Smith is an extreme example of a guy who took forever to just actually even do anything.
Yeah.
Alex Smith. I don't know why Alex Smith isn't mentioned more, because Alex Smith spent the first 5 years of his career in quarterback hell and didn't do much impressive at all.
Yeah.
And then I think it was his 6th year when Harbaugh shows up and it's off to the races.
It was,
and he became a very good, not what you hope CJ's ceiling is, but he became a very good NFL and competitive NFL quarterback in a way that he hadn't looked at all like that in his first few years.
Yeah, I would say, he was drafted in 2005, and Harbaugh got there in 2011, so whatever, 6-7 years, something like that.
He had one missed season due to injury,
Yep.
so it was, his first 5 or 6 seasons, he didn't do anything.
But a long time. Your point's a good one, a long time. I'll answer your question with just a guess as to why maybe Alex Smith doesn't get mentioned with those guys. One, he never won a Super Bowl. Those guys you named did win Super Bowls. The two Mannings and Darnold both won. They all won Super Bowls. The other thing is he was eventually replaced by Mahomes. Kansas City eventually said to themselves, "This guy's just not good enough to get us over the hump."
Yeah, and that's what I'm just I'm not saying that that's the ceiling or that's what you hope for, but in terms of just the actual how long it takes and what the circumstances need to be for a guy that went from being a perennial 2,300-yard passer, starting half the games and everything, to all of a sudden a guy who's every other year or so a Pro Bowler.
I'll back up your point. If Alex Smith, whatever the aggregate of what Alex Smith was with Harbaugh and with Andy Reid, if the Texans had gotten that in the postseason, they probably win the Super Bowl or at least get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I think it's from that standpoint, I definitely think it's a valid one to bring up. You brought up CJ and how he's viewed by his peers as opposed to how fans view him. I think the fan view on him right now is still, especially here, is still down just based on the playoffs. CJ's first 2 seasons, after his rookie year, and it's weird to go back and remember this time and place. After CJ's rookie year, he was number 20 in the NFL Top 100. It's voted on by his peers. Not all of them, but several players, hundreds of players vote on this thing. He was number 20 in the NFL Top 100 after his awesome rookie year. Goes backwards a little bit in 2024.
Yeah.
But still rated number 39 in the NFL Top 100. Do you think that CJ Stroud makes the NFL Top 100 this year?
Oh, that's a good question. I doubt it.
So he goes from 20 to 39 to all the way out.
There was a residual glow from that first year where
for the number 39.
Yeah, I think when guys are and especially I think guys probably only put so many quarterbacks in when they're doing their rankings and everything. I wonder if there's just a natural kind of cutoff point where maybe they don't put him in the top 10 anymore.
Right.
And okay, that's a great one. I wonder if the over-under is. What would you set the over-under on?
I think he's not going to make it.
You don't think he's going to make it?
I don't think he's going to make it. I think that playoff performance, I think that we're 2 years removed now from the Rookie of the Year campaign. I mean, look, we saw he was the punch. He was a punchline after that Patriots game. He was a meme. And there were actual players talking about that performance, you know? And so I don't think that was necessarily fair. I'm not using that as a justification to not vote for the guy.
Yeah, but this is a
I'm not a voter.
Vote that people are making, and the primetime games matter, and then the big-time games. Just like after the Texans lost to the Chiefs in 2024, a lot of people were heaping a bunch of praise on the Texans' defense, even though they lost. Because, and I think a lot of defensive players felt like the Texans' defense really got screwed in that game with a couple of those unnecessary roughnesses. But also there were also people praising CJ Stroud for the first 3 quarters of work, and then everything fell apart in the fourth quarter when the pass protection just broke down completely. I think when I see other players talk about it, when you talk to the Texans players themselves, their sentiment about CJ Stroud as a leader and everything is way higher than I think the public perception is.
Totally.
And again, because of whatever you read into on body language during the playoffs or anything else like that, I get it, and it makes sense. You got Troy Aikman, making the comments he did. I don't worry that the players on the team feel the same way that a lot of the people in the media do.
Totally agree. Totally agree with you on that. I just think, I think at large, your question was, what would your over-under be on where he's going to be ranked? I think the prop bet is actually, does he make it, yes or no? And I think yes is plus 120 or something like that.
I was looking for some quotes on what defensive players are saying about CJ Stroud recently, and I see this quote. I see this headline: ex-Texans player raises concerning red flag about CJ Stroud. And I go to it and I'm scrolling down, and had just an ex-Texans defender raises red flag about CJ Stroud.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Seth Payne.
No way.
Yeah. On heavy.com.
The best would have been if your thought was, I can't see what this dip bleep has to say.
Yeah. It was basically something I'd said in our show. They pulled it off of, but it was what you and I have talked about, that he seemed to operate differently after he came back from his concussion.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that he didn't have good moments in those games. It was there were specific moments in some of those games where I felt like he didn't handle the rush as well as he had been before that. But mostly it was his reluctance to run.
Yeah.
And at times when, man, the easy yardage is there were he made some nice throws, but that were dangerous throws at times, where the smarter decision would have been just to run for the easy yardage.
Yeah.
Going to the Chiefs game, he made some really nice plays where he was under pressure and he was running towards the line of scrimmage. There was one he made to Dalton Schultz, I can remember, where, man, it was a nice throw, but that was a risky throw, and you had 7 or 8 yards of easy yardage in front of you that you could have run for on it.
Dude, there was a video that popped up yesterday on my timeline. I think NFL.com put it together. It was the top 10 plays from the Texans season this year, and there ended up being like 13 because for whatever reason they had a couple of them that were tied for 7th and a couple of them tied, so it ended up being about a dozen or so plays, and a few of them are throws where you're like, oh, it's still in there somewhere. That Kansas City game, CJ had one of those throws in that game that we saw him and Nico connect on so often their first 2 years together, where CJ gets flushed from the pocket, he rolls right, he starts running towards the line of scrimmage, and then he throws it back across his body to the middle of the field, and you're like, no. And Nico's right there with nobody near him, catches it, turns it upfield, and turns it into a 50-plus yard gain.
Yeah.
He's still in there, man.
It's still in there. It's just a matter of the consistency. And as all the old quarterbacks say, it's not as much about the great plays you do make. It's also the bad plays that you don't make. And that was what just reared its ugly head in the playoffs so much. This was, along those lines, former Texans player Seth Payne had said this in this article from the incredibly well-respected Heavy.com.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't take that away from where CJ's ceiling is. He has the ability to really make some great plays in clutch moments. The fact is that he just ran so minimally after his concussion, and then the fact that in both the Steelers game and the Patriots game, he just did not look comfortable when pressured in the pocket. And some of the pressing, some of the turnovers he made in those games were, like Ross Tucker said, every turnover tells its own story.
Oh, yeah, Ross
Tucker paraphrased Brock Osweiler.
Right.
And then was quoted by Seth Payne.
Yes. So you're kind of complicit in Ross Tucker stealing Brock Osweiler's key material.
Yeah, and he still made some great he made some great plays under pressure even in that Patriots game. I'm not saying he didn't do anything good after the concussions came back. It's just there were more moments where he started staring at the rush.
Yep.
He just looked a little bit more flustered and hurried than he had earlier in the season.
Dude, and I think that's a lot of what came back to roost in that Steelers game was him paying attention to the rush before the snap. With his eyes coming up and taking his eye off the ball and things. I think that had a lot to do with why he fumbled the ball 5 times in that game. That Seth Payne guy made a lot of good points in that Heavy.com article, man.
I'm not going to read the comments. I don't like that. A couple of the headlines and the bylines basically made my takes look a lot harsher than they are.
Oh, really?
You know how it goes.
Are you looking at the comments now and you don't want to read them on air?
No, I'm not going to read the comments.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I see something where I can tell, including when our own, sometimes our web people do a really good job of putting a sensationalistic headline on it. And that
we signed up for it.
People's opinions about what you said are already formed by the headlines.
Right.
I'm like, nope, I'm not going to look at the comments because they're going to be fuming about something that I didn't actually say because they didn't read the article, and that's fine.
Okay. I'll forward them to you so that you.
Yeah, thanks.
No worries. No worries.
No, I realize I'm going to get taken out of context these days a lot, and I try to, when I see that that's happened, I don't fight it, but I also just don't look at people raging against something that I didn't say.
Yep.
I don't need that.
No.
Because then you got to, what am I going to do, write a letter to 2,900 different people about what I actually said?
Dude, it's empty calories, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. So how did you feel yesterday, Seth, when you saw the report from Tom Pelissero that the Colts are beginning negotiations on a multi-year deal with Daniel Jones.
I got so excited.
I did too.
Oh,
I'm so happy for Colts fans.
Yes. Oh, I hope it breaks records. I hope they have the guts. Do you hear me? Irsay family, do you have the guts to give him $500 million guaranteed? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you'll uphold the family legacy and actually do something that takes some cojones.
Yep.
But probably not. I don't think you've got the nerve.
Your dad would have done it. Your dad would hold up the legacy, girls, ladies. Yes. Yeah.
And I think you should find a way to figure out a way to trade away even more of your first-round picks.
Yeah.
Somehow include a traded first-round pick in the renegotiation.
There's only one more they can trade away. You can only trade away 3 of them.
We gave Daniel Jones $200 million guaranteed, and we gave him a first-round pick to do with whatever he wants with it. Yeah.
They're in a rough spot, man. And that was the bit of Colts news I saw yesterday. As we'll kind of take a look around the AFC South for a minute here. I like that news. You and I are of like mind on that one. Sign Daniel Jones for as long as you want to sign him. He was starting to play and look like the old Daniel Jones before the Achilles injury. They started 7-1. They were 8-4 in the game that he got hurt against Jacksonville. I think they were playing Jacksonville in that game. The game before was the Texans game where he was kind of hindered by a calf. But he had lost 3 of 4 going into that game where he tore the Achilles. Like he was starting to starting to erode. He was starting to show signs of, okay, I mean, maybe Shane Steichen got the absolute most out of this guy for 8 games.
They also played a ridiculously easy schedule early in the season.
Great point.
They were stacking up. Kudos to them for racking up a bunch of points against inferior opponents and defenses. But when they got down to crunch time, he just didn't look as good. No. And then he got injured, and he's coming off an Achilles. So, yeah, I hope they throw as much money at him as possible. The
Colts will reportedly, if they have to, Seth, franchise tag Alec Pierce, which I think would be really smart for them. You know, the Cowboys, it's reported, are going to franchise tag, or they may already have, franchise tag George Pickens, 1 year, $28 million. That feels like something that could blow up in the Cowboys' face. Franchise tag, 1 year, $28 million for Alec Pierce is a good deal for the Indianapolis Colts. I have no idea Alec Pierce. The only reason I'm saying that about Pickens is we've got evidence that Pickens can be a bit of a live wire. Yeah. He has a personality that's a little bit combustible. I don't know what the deal is with Alec Pierce, if he's just a go-along to get along guy, if he's cool with 1 year, guaranteed $28 million. You know, he's a second-round pick back in the day. You know, so was Pickens. So they haven't made the super-duper life-changing money. So is Alec Pierce cool with that? Would he want to trade? All those things. I just know that I want him the hell out of the division. I'm so much more frightened of him than I am any of the other weapons on that team. Maybe even including Jonathan Taylor, because the Texans, by and large, do a pretty good job of bottling up Jonathan Taylor. Alec Pierce, the Texans do a pretty good job of bottling up Jonathan Taylor. You know what they don't do a good job of? Preventing big plays down the field.
That's the thing that's where they made a lot of improvements in 2025 over 2024. 2024, they just allowed way too many huge chunk plays. Last year, they improved a lot. They still weren't. That was the one area of the defense that just wasn't stellar, was how many explosive plays they allowed. It seemingly shows up against the Colts no matter who the quarterback is. Whether it's Riley Leonard or Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones, that's the annoying thing.
Yes. Yeah. Didn't matter who it was.
Daniel Jones' last 4 games, he was 1-3.
Yep. What did his numbers look like?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 1-4. Apologies.
Well, the fourth one was the one he left the Achilles.
Yeah,
the
so
Achilles injury.
How early? Relatively early in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just say 1-3.
Yeah. What were his counting numbers in those games?
You want me to sort it out here?
No. I'm just did the numbers look good, or did they look? Was he a big reason why they went 1-3?
Over the course of those that 4 and 1 quarter games,
yes,
he threw 6 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. He had a quarterback rating of 84.2.
That's not good in this day and age. No.
His completion percentage was 62.4%.
Okay, that's whatever. Yeah,
that's whatever these days.
Yeah.
So no, I guess the
not
telling
great.
one is 6 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Yeah. No, he had started to. That's why I love seeing them buy into him. You know, like, oh, this is your guy? Okay. And understanding that, you know, they say multi-year deal. That could be a 2-year deal. You know, the multi-year, I doubt they're giving him 5 years, $220 million or anything like that.
I hope they've got the guts to give him a record-breaking contract.
I'm with you. Yeah, no, we should challenge
them
to
put up
that.
or shut up.
That's
you guys
right.
have gone long enough without an incredible generational talent at quarterback, and I think it's time you lock him down, Colts, if you got the cojones.
How do you feel about DeMeco not going to the Combine?
I'm cool with it. I think because he hasn't gone for like 3 years, has he?
No, he's gone, I think.
He went last year? Okay.
I think he's gone. I think generally speaking, he's been at the Combine the last few years.
So the Rams tree, the Shanahan-McVay tree seems to be cool with that. Shanahan at times hasn't gone to the Combine. I don't know if it's every year. McVay and both McVay and Les Snead, the GM, don't go to the Combine.
Yep.
The Jaguars this year, their GM and head coach are not going to the Combine. The GM comes from the Rams, obviously.
Yeah.
So there's that influence on it. And then, I think DeMeco being in that same boat of probably figuring it's more time efficient in some ways. And two, I think what a lot of coaches and scouts worry about is that you read too much into 15-minute interviews that are done in non-ideal situations.
Yeah.
And it starts, you worry that your own biases are going to start to seep in just because one guy told a funny joke that sticks in your brain.
Yeah.
Or maybe one guy was having you're the last interview of the day, so you don't get the best version of that guy. And you're reading into this artificial environment of a 15-minute interview that you're better served just by sitting at home and watching film.
Maybe. Sitting home watching film. Here's the other thing. And by the way, he was there last year. I'm looking at the YouTube of him being there a year ago. So
it was the first year. Remember the first year he didn't go, I think, when he was on kind of an accelerated timeline.
Maybe. I don't remember. I just remember he was there last year. And everybody I've seen that covers the Combine for the Texans made this feel somewhat unique that he wasn't going. So I'm just going off of what I'm feeling from it. I think too, Seth, first of all, we know how Nick feels about the drills at the Combine. He thinks that I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's very dismissive of the actual drills that get run at the Combine.
Yeah.
They're there to kind of vet the swarminess of guys, I feel like. And there's nothing stopping you. They record those interviews. So if you got a few guys that you feel are on the fence and you want DeMeco to watch the interview, or you can bring him in on Zoom if you want to ask a couple questions and watch the interview. They did that with Nick Caley last year at the Combine. They brought him in on Zoom. So I'm with you on that. You got your top 30 player visits where you can get some of that stuff done as well. You got pro days where you can go see guys. There's enough opportunities to see guys. I'm curious why. I mean, I wonder if somebody asked Nick about that today. Like why this year?
I think we've asked Nick about it. We've talked about it before, and he's just kind of given that. Nick, a few times when we've talked about this type of stuff, is guys that are trying to be cognizant of, man, sometimes the in-person experience, you end up overvaluing it versus some other guys that maybe you didn't get a chance to speak to or something, that they feel like you're not getting as much out of the interview as you feel like you're getting out of the interview. So your biases start to creep in.
Yeah.
But coaches who don't attend to the Combine, there might be some sketchiness here. But this actually jibes with a lot of, again, the Shanahan-McVay tree.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh has skipped the event.
He's there this year, by the way. Saleh
right,
is.
But he skipped it in the past. Yep. Kyle Shanahan hasn't attended since 2022. Sean McVay we talked about.
Yep.
Mike McDonald didn't go last year. Gerard Mayo, for whatever that's worth. Kevin O'Connell is not going to attend the 2026 Combine.
Okay.
So, again, a lot of the Shanahan-McVay tree guys in there.
I think it probably indicates maybe a level of trust, too, with Nick and his staff, that they can go do that vetting at the Combine, that DeMeco doesn't need to necessarily be there for that. And it probably says something, too, about now they're 4 years in with each other, or they're heading into their fourth year together, that there's maybe a trust level that they know, Nick and DeMeco both know. They're kind of looking through the same prism at things now,
You can get – the other thing, too, is that you just – in terms of efficiency and everything, you can just get a lot more work done when you're at your office and you're getting all the video fed to you and everything versus all of the hoopla that goes around at the Combine. And, let's be honest, how many stories do we have to hear about various coaches and GMs being seen drunk at St. Elmo's at 1 a.m. or whatever to realize, a lot of these guys aren't treating this like they're in the crucible here, and this is what's going to decide their season. I could see a lot of coaches being like, listen, what do I'm going to go get cornered by some drunk jerk I got to go listen to – I got to get into a conversation with drunk Gruden or something out on the streets or whatever. No, I want to work on football.
They're not even good drunk stories either.
Yeah.
They're just stories like, yeah, we had a lot of wine flowing that night. No, that shrimp. If I have to hear one more time about the damn shrimp cocktail in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Landlocked Indianapolis having this incredible shrimp cocktail.
Yeah. The best story last year actually came at a Starbucks when Jordan Schultz rolled up on Ian Rappaport and got right up in his grill. In fact, Rappaport was on Andrew Marchand, who's a media writer, who's on his podcast. This is a year ago to the day. Rappaport getting with Jordan Schultz, Nugget hussies rolling up on each other at the Starbucks at the Marriott.
Have you ever had anybody yell like 1 inch from your face? It's very strange. And so I'm just kind of like standing there. This is day like 5 and I'm tired. I'm drinking coffee. And he comes screaming in my face about, we need to talk. I'm like, why do we need to talk? He's like, we need to talk right now. I'm like, why do we need to talk? And he's like, you've been telling people that I've been giving players Uber stock for scoops, which is just a totally hilarious thing. Like, I'm sure if I had heard that, I probably would have told everyone, but I hadn't heard that because it's so ridiculous. Like, who, pays for scoops, especially Uber stock. It's weird. But he was like, if this ever happens again, we're going to have a problem, and threatening me. And I'm like, oh, this is weird.
Okay. I would have liked that. That would have been one I would have liked to have been in the lobby for that one.
I was, and then he talked about how immediately afterwards he's like, I got to call HR about this and everything because it's going to be a thing. And I tried to put myself in Rappaport's position where you just get ambushed at whatever time in the morning it was, and you haven't had your coffee yet. When somebody just comes up and just starts sounding like you all but grabbed him by the lapels, how do you respond in that moment? I don't know if I'd be at my I don't know if I could see that thing happening to me and then me being really pissed at myself for not firing back just because I was caught so off guard.
Yes.
So where you're kind of standing around, you're like, wait, what the hell just happened? And then you start thinking of all the things you could have said, but you just weren't prepared for it.
Yeah. Jordan Schultz is an interesting character. He's the son of the founder of Starbucks, right? Like, isn't he?
That's right. Yeah, that was what made it even more ironic.
That it happened at a Starbucks.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing his family is somehow involved in Uber.
There's that guy, my daddy's store.
Right.
Oh, he comes into my daddy's store.
Yeah.
With that disrespect?
Daddy's store, number 642.
You know what we used to do back in the day? I'd stick his hand in a coffee grinder.
Yeah.
That's what I'd do. You're going to stick his thumbs. I see what you've been tweeting about me. I'm going to stick your thumbs in a coffee grinder.
That's what Jordan Schultz mob justice looks like, sticking the thumbs in a coffee grinder.
By the way, also, LaFleur didn't attend last year either.
Okay. So
NFL could, yeah.
So we've got attendance squared away for the combine. Schultz is he's the Starbucks son of the founder of Starbucks. He was on Fox. I don't even remember this, Seth. Last year, like he had signed on. It looked like with Fox, and they were treating him the way that the NFL Network treats Rappaport, the way that ESPN treats Schefter. He was sitting on that couch on the Cowherd show doing interviews on Cowherd, and then all of a sudden something went sour with Fox, and he just wasn't on there anymore.
Yeah.
He had like a brief fleeting moment of being treated like one of the top insiders. He still does stuff. He does the biggest thing he does now, Draymond Green's podcast, he's his co-host.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Schultz hosts which would be kind of fun, hosting a podcast with Draymond Green, I would think.
Howard Schultz, the dad, wasn't the founder of Starbucks, but he was the CEO.
CEO, okay, yeah. Gotcha, yeah.
He started working at Starbucks in 1982.
Okay, yeah. So Schultz has that Starbucks money. He's got, and apparently a lot of Uber stock, according to the rumors.
Who are the sons of incredibly rich people who work in the NFL or in NFL media? Arthur Smith
is a big one, yeah.
The founder of FedEx?
Yeah.
Or at the very least, a bigwig at FedEx?
Yeah.
And then Jordan Schultz.
Schultz.
The various Nepo babies who are coaches now, I suppose.
I would say, the Nepo babies who are coaches. I would say, I don't know, like Nepo, if we're not talking billionaire, if we're just talking clout, like Joe Buck's dad, Jack Buck, is iconic.
Yeah.
And so there's it's a different type of equity, but I think Joe Buck's good at his job.
Joe Buck, even if you don't like his personality, is good at his job.
Very good.
Versus Collinsworth's kid, who that's
Jack
ultra
Collinsworth.
Nepo baby.
Yes.
Yeah. I can see Joe Buck, you think, okay, the guy, whatever, maybe he got some extra opportunities or whatever, but he, A, you can see that he has a talent for it,
No
and
doubt.
B, probably worked at it as he was growing up, was exposed to it earlier. Collinsworth kid, it feels like Collinsworth's kid might have just never thought of even being a broadcaster until all of a sudden one day his dad called him up and said, like, hey, why don't I throw you on NBC in primetime?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sounds like a good idea, right?
Well, and he was doing play-by-play for Notre Dame for a couple of years. That was rough, dude. That was rough. And he's still on the broadcast. He's on like the secondary stadium crew for Sunday Night Football. They got the one that's in the actual studio, and then they've got the three of them that are Rodney Harrison, Tony Dungy, and Collinsworth kid that are on the sideline at all the games.
They were at Alcatraz before the Super Bowl this year.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Did you see any of that?
We watched the one part because what's his name had an issue with Dungy.
Rodney Harrison.
Rodney Harrison
That's
had an
right.
issue with Dungy.
Oh, about Belichick.
He flat out told him that he got the voting wrong for
Yeah.
not getting Belichick into the Hall of Fame.
Yep,
Or that
that's
you
right.
guys got it wrong.
Yep. Yeah, he pointed at him.
Yeah.
When you point at somebody, that's like double the force. Noah, I just asked ChatGPT, who are the Nepo babies in football broadcasting? Jack Collinsworth comes up. Joe Buck comes up, but I disagree. Joe Buck's good at his job. Noah Eagle's name comes up, but Noah Eagle, I think, is good. Ian Eagle's kid.
Yeah.
Works for NBC. He's very good, I think. I think he's excellent. Someone said Kay Adams. Oh, Kay Adams, not a Nepo baby, no famous parents. People sometimes assume that she's a Nepo baby.
That's messed up.
That's
Boy,
messed up,
That might be the
ChatGPT.
biggest insult.
Yeah.
Like, would your dad get you this job?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's yeah. You clearly didn't get this job on your own merits.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You can be a Nepo baby, but then there's Nepo babies who get a pass because they're genuinely good at what they do.
Right.
You can still acknowledge. Usually, the Nepo babies who are good at what they do will still acknowledge. Oh yeah, I probably got some breaks here or there or whatever, and I did. What am I gonna cry you a river about it? But at the very least, if they're actually good at what they do, then you acknowledge that.
I respect it even more.
The Nepo babies, I feel like there should be that should at the very least be like a Nepo young adult or something.
Yeah.
A Nepo baby should be somebody who sucks at their job.
Yeah.
And only got their job, and they're only retaining their job because of who their parents were.
I like that disclaimer. All right, mock draft injection time. We do it each and every day. We do it at 7:45 during draft season. Who does Gennaro Felice of NFL.com, noted Italian NFL draft expert, I guess. Who do they have the Texans taking? This is one player we have not had a chance to break down yet on a mock draft injection, and it's on the defensive side of the ball. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. If you're looking to get your quality of life back, if you are somebody who's
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, you and I got a text to our phones from a good friend of the show. I'm not going to put his business out there because it involves one of his kids.
Yeah.
But one of his kids had gotten an interview set up for an internship of some sort at a pretty prestigious place here in Houston through a family member. Yeah. And is not taking the interview because he or she does not want to be viewed as a Nepo baby. And I've volunteered to our friend to say, look, if the kid needs a talking to, Seth and I will give it to her to say why you shouldn't feel that way and you should take every opportunity that you can and then take whatever pressure you're feeling from the Nepo baby aspect of this and just make sure you're great, like Noah Eagle does or Joe Buck, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Admire their sense of justice and pride. But at the same time, gotta
get ahead, man.
This kid.
Yeah. It's
a hard. I don't know. I struggle to give advice in those. Boy, there's nothing more stressful to me than giving advice to teenagers.
Yeah.
Because you feel like, boy, if I botch this. They just end up going down the wrong road in life. Who knows how many lives I've destroyed with bad advice or not the perfect advice for teenagers.
Going to speak to those freshmen and sophomores at U of H and Rice sometimes and things like that, and then you just give them one big collective pat on the butt and say, get on out there and do it, kid.
Speaking to a group of kids collectively, I feel great doing that. Okay. Because you can give blanket advice.
Yeah.
But in specific situations when a kid is trying to decide which school to go to or something, I don't want to go totally like how I genuinely feel, which is like, listen, man, flip a coin. Yeah. It really it doesn't. Ultimately, you don't have as much. You don't have as much control over this situation as you think you do in any given situation. I want to tell them to flip a coin, but that feels like I'm lazing my way out.
I get it. I get it. All right, let's get to this mock draft. Gennaro Felice of NFL.com, editor at large is his title, and he's got a mock draft. One of several on NFL.com. Mel Kiper has his out, by the way. We'll do his tomorrow. He's got Mel Kiper, the godfather of the mock draft, has his latest one out. We'll do that one tomorrow. But for now, let's do this one. And there's some certain things about this mock draft that bother me. I'll start with, this doesn't bother me necessarily, but we always get to the Texans pick first because that's what you guys are waiting for. So, with the 28th pick in the Gennaro Felice NFL.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Caleb Banks, defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Florida. Missed a lot of his season with a foot injury, but had a great Senior Bowl, and he is a first guy off the bus guy.
He's a striking specimen.
6'6", 330 with big, long 35-inch arms.
Yeah. It's almost everything about him that almost fits the prototype of, wait a second, he's 6'6", 335, and his highlight reel looks incredible. How come he's not a top 10 pick in the draft?
Yeah.
A lot of it just boils down to inconsistency, I think, and the fact that, man, some of his highlight plays are really, really impressive. There's other times where a 6'6" defensive tackle, his height can work against him.
Yeah.
If he's not playing with great pad level, he'll kind of get blocked out or washed on the line of scrimmage. But when he does make really good plays, it's really, really impressive. I think my biggest questions here when the Texans are evaluating him is if DeMeco's looking at just the highlight reels of Caleb Banks, he's going to absolutely love him. When you look at the plays where he's not playing as well, is it something that can be coached for him to do better, or is it that he just doesn't want to be better? And that's only something that, the reports from the coaches and everything else will give you. I would say the upside of him is the thing I get really encouraged by big guys like this are some of his really good plays. He's hitting like 3 pass rush moves. His hands are really active. He's doing all the stuff with his hands and his long arms that some guys it seems like a simple thing to coach, but they just never get a knack for it. He's already got a knack for that.
He's coming in with that.
Yeah, and he is just at times physically dominating. You got to get to the bottom of, okay, why isn't he as consistent? And as long as it's just something where he just needs more experience or more coaching, I really trust Rod Wright, the Texans defensive line coach, to get the most out of him.
That's a great point.
For anybody angry about the fact that the Texans are drafting a defensive tackle, remember, this is all going to happen after free agency.
Right.
So we don't know what the offensive line or some of the other position groups are going to look like after free agency and potential trades are through. Maybe the Texans have already added a couple of offensive linemen to their group. But the big thing about Caleb Banks that really got me thinking DeMeco might be intrigued by him is here's Rand Carthon, who's on a podcast on CBS, former GM of the Titans, but spent time in the 49ers front office, knows DeMeco.
Yep.
This is the comp that he made for him.
To me, I saw a little bit of DeForest Buckner in there, like for big men who have size, who have power, who have speed and quickness. Now, for me, Deion Walker was more of the smooth athlete. You could see a little bit of basketball in Deion Walker's game, just the smoothness and fluidity of it. I didn't see a twitchy, explosive, just powerful guy that had pop. Like all those things I just mentioned, like Caleb Banks has it. He has pop. Mm-hmm. He has twitch. You can see the strength in his body when he moves. So my comp for him, if he maximizes what he is and what he has in his body, is more DeForest Buckner.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Sign me up.
He looks a little thicker than DeForest Buckner, but whatever. I don't want to split hairs on this. DeForest Buckner is that same kind of guy where, wow, he's kind of taller, and sometimes that can be a liability.
Long arms.
But he makes up for it in a lot of and he figured out how to play at that body type. So I could see DeMeco being really intrigued by him.
I love that. The mock draft consensus website actually has Caleb Banks as the player most often mocked to the 11%, so it's not a big number, but he's the one most often mocked to the Texans on the sanctioned mock drafts out there.
And he's been going right around there, like around 25 or 26.
Yep.
So
yep.
Eric Armstead, I say, like the Texans tried to draft tried to trade for Eric Armstead at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And he's another guy he's skinnier than this, but he's 6'7", longer guy. I think DeMeco probably really likes their ability to get their hands up in passing lanes and all of that.
Might be a cap casualty too, Eric Armstead. Might be this offseason, so we'll see. Maybe he winds up here. Who knows? But Caleb Banks is interesting. The thing I did not like about this mock draft, Jeremiah Love, 4th to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
I do not want him in the division. If he's not going to be a Houston Texan, I at least want to be able to root for Jeremiah Love because he's amazing, and I like him, and I think he's going to be a really good player. I need him. If he's not with the Texans, I need him over in the NFC somewhere. We see him once every 4 years. That's it. Tennessee, twice a year, Jeremiah Love. I'm getting Derrick Henry vibes all over again.
I was watching Jeremiah Love just do position drills. I sent that clip to you this morning.
Yeah, I watched it.
And, obviously his highlights are impressive and everything, but he's got that Tank Dell quality to him where when you watch him just doing drills or running routes on air, you think the video's been doctored?
It's computer generated, yes.
Yeah, I really did. I had to watch it a few times and check the source to be sure that as he was just running through bags, that's what Tank Dell looks like when he's doing position drills out on the field. You're like, that doesn't look right.
No.
I don't think that's a human being.
So 4th to Tennessee.
Daniel Jeremiah thinks we don't have time to play the audio, but he's it sounds like Daniel Jeremiah is pretty convinced he'll go in the top 10.
I don't think.
I don't think the Texans are going to have a crack.
I don't know. Well, unless you really want to trade up, you can do anything you want to if you want to give up enough to get it.
Yeah.
But I think what you're saying is
aggressively for a running back.
Yeah.
There's this hesitancy to draft running backs in the first round unless they're really special.
Yeah.
But even then, to trade up for a running back, people are really hesitant to do that.
Yeah. Well, if they didn't need anything else and you had all these picks, then it would make sense. But you got a lot of other needs. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I'm sure we'll get to Daniel Jeremiah talking about him at some point because Jeremiah Love will always be a topic on this show.
I'm trying to feed you as much Jeremiah Love stuff as possible.
I know. It's a short segment. We just didn't get to it.
To make you feel awful about the Texans not getting him too.
Thank you. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets because nothing says Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo quite like Creed. Hell yeah. You always have one or two of those shows that are non-country. This is going to be a good one, man. They're going to rock NRG Stadium. If you want to go, call now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. 4 tickets to see Creed live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 11th. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. We'll do it again in the final hour of the show. Keep listening all day to win tickets to see Creed at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We'll do it again in the 9 o'clock hour. 713 572-4610. Up next, Pettycast. Who's petty? Why are they petty? Are you petty? Let's get to it. Send in your petties. 713-572-4610 to the Base Power text line. But right now I want to tell you about Prize Picks.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to the Pettycast. We do the Pettycast each and every Tuesday at 8 a.m. Pettiest audio out there on the pettiest show on the Houston airwaves. This is a eruption of petty that we're about to experience. Text yours in, 713-572-4610. Boy, there sure are people petty about the Texans potentially taking a defensive tackle in the first round. I will say that.
I just remember, we don't know. We haven't seen free agency yet.
Right.
If they go out and sign or trade for 3 veteran offensive linemen in free agency, then it changes everything.
Yes.
So you got to remember, free agency exists.
There's a lot of work to do, man.
And it happens before the draft.
It does. Yeah, it happens in a couple weeks, man. March 11th. March 9th is the day. That's a Monday. That's the day they can start legally tampering with guys.
You look at the Bears. The Bears, they bolstered their offensive line really aggressively during free agency.
Huge.
Right?
Well, they traded for Tooney and then gave him a big extension. They signed Drew Dahlman, the center from Atlanta in free agency, and then they traded for Jonah Jackson from.
They got 3 veterans during free agency before you ever entered the draft. So if the Texans did something similar, then the draft needs are different.
Yeah, they only signed 1 in free agency, but they gave big money. They spent a lot of money in draft capital to get those guys, and they gave Tooney an extension. All right, Pettycast time. Let's start with this. This was after the Rockets lost to the Knicks on Saturday night. Karl Anthony Towns had a really nice game. He was on with the guys on Inside the NBA afterwards, and this was a strange exchange with Karl Anthony Towns and Shaquille O'Neal on the studio show. Shaq went beyond just interviewing him. Shaq was essentially telling Karl Anthony Towns he needs to step his game up. Basically.
We're from Jersey, so I always keep it real. At the beginning of the game, I said you were playing soft because I've seen you at times where you play great. And what you must understand in New York, you need to be great for you guys to win the championship. It's high aspirations. Yeah. If you guys win the championship, of course they're going to talk about Brunson, but it's you and your play. You have to be dominant. You responded very, very well. You played well. You played in the paint. That's how you should play. You should always play great. Being from Jersey, good ain't good enough. You had a great game tonight. I'm proud of you.
For sure. But what you said, too, is if we win a championship, they could talk about anybody as long as we all get a ring. That's the most important thing. I don't care. I don't care about none of that.
No, but you got to play great. 1-2 punch, and you part of that 1-2 punch.
Hell yeah. Right. But, I want to make sure we all understand the biggest goal and the main goal here is to win. It don't matter about who gets the credit or whatever.
I just want to be part of the ring. Nope, you got to play great to get the credit.
I hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Legend, I agree with you.
All right.
I agree with you.
I got your jersey, baby.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't think I was all that petty until Shaq just kept
hammering away.
I felt like they were arguing. I felt like Shaq was arguing against something that Karl Anthony Towns wasn't necessarily saying.
I got a reason why this is petty.
Yeah.
We know that Shaq and Kobe didn't get along great, even though they were winning championships.
Yeah.
And there was probably a degree of who deserves the most credit for those championships. I feel like Shaq is always in that dynamic when there's a big man.
Yeah.
And there's we'll call it a wing, or in the case of Brunson, he's a point guard, a smaller player.
Yeah.
Shaq is going to want the big man to dominate. And so I feel like some of Shaq's old pettiness with Kobe is kind of shining through right there.
It was, what it was also, whenever you hear about Shaq being petty with a big man, my bar is Dwight Howard. And anything below Dwight Howard doesn't feel quite
doesn't register.
All that petty.
That's understandable. That was because that was some pettiness back in the day.
Yeah.
That was really good. This was the follow-up to this was kind of interesting. The follow-up conversation between Barkley and Shaq on the set to that exchange you just heard with Shaq and Karl Anthony Towns.
Let me tell you what Kenny was great. You was jumping on me. I was getting swept in the finals, right? Kenny told me in the game, y'all better stop doubling me, because his mentality said, you keep doubling me and leaving me open, I'm going to hit the shot. It's about, I'm not saying be me and all that. It's about mentality. When I tell you got to do this and do that, don't respond by saying, oh, I'm trying to look out for it. No. Now, you got to be great. No.
Shaq, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying we all don't have the same mental makeup.
Okay.
And listen, Karl-Anthony Towns is a very good player, terrific player. He's just a nice guy. He ain't no killer. We can't make him no killer. Like, he don't have no killer like you. Like, you're dangerous.
You're dangerous. I feel like there's more than just basketball to that last part right there.
Yeah, I'm in the position of taking up for Karl-Anthony Towns, which I think is not that I feel a particular way about him, but I'm like, all right, I don't know. What's the appropriate response there? Shaq told him what he thought, and it was actually ended up being kind of constructive criticism.
Yep.
And Karl-Anthony Towns said, I appreciate that. Yeah. He took the constructive criticism, and then also I think tried to add into it that, hey, I don't want to make this about me or anything.
Team guy. He's a team guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there was no response that Karl-Anthony Towns could have given that Shaq was going to be pleased with it.
Well, and if he
I'm
gave
feeling
one,
petty towards Shaq's pettiness.
If he gave one that pleased Shaq, then it would have made more headlines. Because Karl-Anthony Towns. Yeah, you're right. I do need to take over and be the alpha on this team. Here's one more from Barkley. I think this was might have been the same night, or might have been. It was after a Lakers game. Where Inside the NBA had the studio show. And take a listen to Charles Barkley and envision him saying all these things about the Lakers while Austin Reeves of the Lakers is on the headset waiting to be interviewed by the crew on Inside the NBA.
If they're 6, 7, and 8 and they have to play Denver, Houston, or OKC, they're not going to beat those teams. I'm not even sure they can beat San Antonio. Well, let me rephrase it. They can't beat San Antonio.
They can beat the Rockets?
I do not think they can beat the Rockets.
Okay. You think they can beat Denver?
I do not.
Do you think they can beat Minnesota?
I do not.
Okay, so you think they're mediocre?
No, well, that's
no. Okay.
That's interesting fodder. Is Austin Reeves has the headset on in Los Angeles, and I don't know if you're able to hear the conversation that was just being had here. Did you, Austin?
Yeah, I heard a little bit.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Okay. So he was just basically sitting there on the headset listening to Charles rip them to pieces on what their postseason chances are.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. If he would you prefer that he had just jumped in and just in defense of everything they had just said?
Who, Austin Reeves, waving at the camera, like waving to the producer, going, "Hey, put me on, put me on."
Yeah, and ideal world. Well, I'm thinking of Brandon Beane, the GM for the Bills.
Yeah.
He was listening. He was waiting to come on, and he was listening as
radio hosts.
The hosts up in Buffalo were talking about how bad the Bills had been at getting wide receivers and everything. And he came on on the warpath.
Oh, dude, he came out hot.
Yeah, and then 2 years later,
they were
wide
right.
receivers still an issue.
2 years later, yada, yada, yada. The big rumor is they're trying to get A.J. Brown.
Hasn't aged well for Brandon Beane.
No.
Oh, although he did get elevated to president and czar of all football.
Yeah, I would say it's gone okay for him personally. For Josh Allen trying to find somebody to throw to, not as
I'm looking forward to this next one because it's got a Houston angle to it.
It does. Yeah, have you listened to this one yet?
I haven't listened to it yet.
Okay, it's good audio.
I saw the headline, but that's it.
So Jeff Kent wound up on the Giants broadcast of a spring training game on over the weekend. And you can hear John Miller is the legendary play-by-play voice for the Giants. You can hear him on this call, I believe. And they're just having a conversation, and the conversation veers towards Alex Rodriguez, who at one point was responsible for a knee injury to Jeff Kent. And Jeff Kent, of all people, keeps receipts.
A-Rod, he was your size, and he came in hard on you. And you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit. I think
he was on the deal for a little bit. Yeah, I did. He tore my knee up. He slid and rolled his fat ass past the base, the son of a bitch, and put me out for a little while. I was not happy about that because he was a middle infielder, and we were beating him up pretty good. He didn't need to be doing that.
So, not that you've thought about it much since then, but
that's half empty right there, John.
But that was the one time I do remember that a guy really came in hard on you. But anyway, and
I would throw the ball. I would literally throw the ball between their eyes. If they came in and they weren't ducking down, I was throwing the ball right between their eyes. They better get down.
And that's the way it got taught.
That part too. That is true. I mean, you say that last part there. It sounds Jeff Kent's going to say it as bluntly as possible,
right?
I think a lot of other guys might say you just throw it at him. I get it, but he was genuinely hoping that he was
more
gonna hit
Jeff Kent.
Does Jeff Kent have a podcast? Because I feel like
he should.
I would be up for a Jeff Kent podcast where he talks about anything and everything that irritates him.
Yes.
It could be 10 minutes a day of what irritates. He could be kind of like a Mickey Rooney for our generation.
Yeah.
Because he gets agitated and stays agitated.
Oh, my God.
And petty, most of all.
Yeah, I mean, that had to be 20 years ago, right? He's still like, that son of a bitch.
Well, I got to go back and,
fat ass? He called him a fat ass.
The big thing with the Giants was Barry Bonds versus Jeff Kent.
Oh,
and the locker room was kind of divided into Barry Bonds guys and Jeff Kent guys.
Hey.
He did not mince words, and if he thought somebody was getting special treatment or anything else, like I'm sure Jeff Kent was probably not a huge fan of Barry Bonds having his own section of the locker room and all that.
No. And I would tend to say neither of them have any Karl Anthony Towns in them.
Right. Yeah.
No
Barry
laid
Bonds
back
and Jeff Kent? No.
Yeah, no, zero. Either of those two guys. All right, this was Stephen A. Smith. This was yesterday on First Take. I don't know how they arrived at this, but Stephen A. Smith, not happy. Oh, I know how they did, because they showed footage of LeBron in the locker room after their loss to the Celtics, and LeBron had on like a jean jacket and a bucket hat, and by Stephen A. Smith's estimates, the sartorial aspect of LeBron James just did not measure up to what a global icon should look like.
They say when I dress and ABC will put the camera on me or ESPN will put the camera on me doing the walk from the loading dock area and stuff like that, because that's where I rolled in. People were saying he walking in like he one of the players. And I said, no, totally false. I'm not on their level. I'm walking in like I'm the best dressed dude in the arena. That's what I was walking in like. I said the players needed to take notes, and now here we are. Now here we are this year, and I'm still telling the players they need to take notes. All that damn money LeBron and them making, you can't dress better than that? I'm so happy Pat Riley brought that up. He getting got a statue outside of the state arena, and he letting everybody know there should be a dress code, at least for the coaches. You damn right, all this money y'all get made. Dressing like y'all shopping at Target or something. They need to get it together.
Okay, there's a few things to unpack here. First, that was why Target, Stephen A? Why the drive-by
on a shot at Target?
Poor old Target, which
they could still look dapper. Or at least, they could look neat and tidied up while wearing Target
Target's
gear.
got some good stuff. Their T-shirts are incredible. We've talked about that on this show. Now, as far as the crux of what he was saying there and the dress codes and Stephen A. being the best-dressed guy there and whatnot, the thing he was referring to with Pat Riley is they put a statue up of Pat Riley outside the arena recently, and he did a press conference. And one of the things Pat Riley brought up is, and you would understand it coming from Pat Riley, who was always like the best-dressed coach when he was a head coach back in the day, he doesn't like the trend, which started during COVID, where coaches are wearing – and look at Ime Udoka. Ime Udoka wears like a long-sleeve workout shirt with some kind of some of those like tight athleisure gear type pants. Yeah. And that's become the norm now for NBA head coaches. Pat Riley doesn't like that. I will say this, Seth. I agree with him. I like coaches wearing suits.
Right. But what about players? What about the players?
I don't care what they walk into dude.
Well, remember when they had the dress code and guys were like, you'd have to wear a suit everywhere you go, which I thought was ridiculous.
Yes.
For basketball players that are a lot of times getting on the airplane at 2 or 3 in the morning and everything, that you got to be dressed in a suit. I thought that was stupid.
Yep.
I disagree with Stephen A. Smith on the player side of things.
Yep.
The coaches side of things, I'm with you. Hockey coaches. One thing a lot of people noticed during the Olympics. Wow, these hockey coaches, they just look put together, man. There's something about a guy just sitting there in a suit, and they've always got great posture.
Yes.
They look dignified.
It's a perception thing. And I think, too, in the NBA, to me, when I see a coach in an NBA game and they're wearing sweats, basically wearing a sweatsuit, it gives a feel like you're at a scrimmage or a practice or something like that. It's just a little fraction of a thing that makes it feel more important.
You know what?
The coach is wearing a suit.
Boy, I would not think I was going to agree with this when you started in on this road. But there is something to, especially at an NBA game, the presentation matters a lot. There's a lot about being there in that environment and everything where you want it to feel special. Like, oh, I'm at a freaking NBA game.
Yep.
Look at those Giants down there on the court. There is something about the coach wearing a suit that lends to it more so than in other sports, I think.
I'm a little surprised. I thought you were going to push back on this one. I'm surprised you're agreeing with me as well. I'm happy
I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. Dress codes for all. To all a good night.
I mean, I'm happy you agree. And
I'm petty about these slovenly dressed NBA coaches.
Yes, that's the main thing, is we're petty about the slovenly dressed coaches. All right, let's get
some pride and respect.
Let's get to this one real quick. This is old audio, but it's going somewhere. This is Tom Brady. We played this before, I believe, during a Pettycast, where Tom Brady tells Logan Paul that his brand of entertainment, Logan Paul, WWE, is, quote, cute.
I'm told that I'm being flown out to Saudi Arabia to compete in a Fanatics flag football game with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little worried for you because I know
for me.
Well, you're a good athlete, but you're like
no.
These guys are another level.
I am the highest level. I am the level.
No, you're not the level.
I am the level.
You're a good athlete, but honestly, when I'm thinking of Saquon Barkley and I'm thinking of like
can Saquon
Odell
Barkley
Beckham and Justin Jefferson,
a flip off the top rope?
Have you not
180
seen him
moonsault
jump
off the top
over
rope
someone's head? It's cute. It's a great. I love WWE. It's very cute. But honestly, this is like real football. This is real competition.
I was an all-state linebacker. I rushed for 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns my senior year.
Well, let's see what you can still bring it. Okay. I mean, look, we're
good. We got the cute part in. That's the part we need.
Elite pettiness by Tom Brady, who is also just going in on being a little bit of a heel there, right? Knowing that WWE fans were going to be livid with it, but selling it by promoting it. So he was playing along. I thought Logan Paul was doing all right until he brought up his high school stats.
Yeah, that was probably a bad chess move, I would say. It was sitting with the greatest player who ever played the sport.
When you're trying to but when you're trying to compare yourself to Saquon Barkley, especially.
Yeah.
There's lots of guys that had that same stat line that didn't become Saquon Barkley.
Right. So the reason I replay that is because Randy Orton, WWE is heavy, or I'm sorry, ESPN and WWE, but ESPN in particular is heavy promoting the Elimination Chamber card on Saturday in Chicago. They have CM Punk is on Get Up this morning. Randy Orton was on First Take yesterday. It was on Get Up. Peter Schrager was hosting yesterday in place of Greenberg. They had Randy Orton on, and Randy Orton, WWE superstar, and Peter Schrager asked him this.
You have RKO'd some of the greatest WWE stars of all time, along with some famous celebrities and athletes. Who haven't you RKO'd yet that you would like to?
Well, I did see a recent podcast Logan Paul put on. He had Tom Brady on, and Tom Brady had a few things to say about pro wrestling. I think he called it, quote unquote, cute. Cute was the term. So I've never met him, but I'd love to meet Tom and hit him with an RKO.
Oh,
I'd say he'd be at the top of the list.
Dude, if Tom would take the paycheck to take an RKO, that would go hella viral.
What happens in an RKO?
So it's almost like an out-of-nowhere move. Like a guy, Randy Orton, will grab a guy's head. If you're looking on YouTube, the guy is behind him. He grabs his head and puts it on the top of his shoulder, and then just drops his body to the ground. But jumping drop, forceful. Yeah. I'll send you video of it.
Is the guy whose head he's grabbing, is he facing towards him or away from him?
He's facing towards him. He's facing towards, so his stomach is facing Randy Orton's back.
Okay.
I'll send you, there are a ton of videos out there. They call it it always the big thing about the RKO is it comes out of nowhere.
Oh.
He just hits it on you. And so
I appreciate any professional wrestler's pettiness. The whole thing about this that I didn't like with Brady, I like that Brady went there and just he was doing some WWE style promotion and saying that it's cute and everything. It is that Tom Brady was one of the, other than hand-eye coordination, one of the least athletic guys on the football field at any point that he was out there. That part of it, I felt like Logan Paul should have really leaned into that part of it instead of trying to compare himself to Saquon Barkley. There's Tom Brady is the last guy you'd want as a flag football quarterback.
Paul.
Those guys are ridiculous. The flag football quarterbacks are ridiculously athletic.
Oh yeah, all right.
Brady would be the worst. Brady might be the worst flag football quarterback of the last 20 years.
That's right. All right, I just sent you a YouTube. Randy Orton's greatest RKOs out of nowhere. WWE Top 10. So you can watch one or two of them and you get a feel for it. The crowd pops huge for it, man. They love it. They would love it if he did it to Brady.
If Tom Brady started doing that, just like showing up at events and getting his butt kicked, that would be huge.
That would be huge.
That would be really huge. Do you think he has it in him to be the butt of the joke?
No,
like that?
I don't. Actually,
he would have to be kind of like what's his name? The old comedian from the 70s that wrestled women.
Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman, who would go into Memphis and make fun of Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee.
He was completely the heel.
Oh, he's great.
And it was huge.
He's great. And he'd wrestle women.
He'd wrestle women and beat the crap out of them.
Yeah.
And then talk about how superior he was to Memphis, Tennessee. I feel I don't think Tom Brady has it in him.
I don't
to
either.
Go all Andy Kaufman.
I do not either.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Bill Barnwell puts the free agents on ESPN.com in the NFL on the offensive side into tiers. How hard is it going to be for the Texans to improve their offensive line through free agency? I think we get a view of it coming up next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be? Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you. Seth and I are just trying to figure out how to take over the world during the break. Hey, quick correction.
Yeah.
This is an important one because you and I spent about 10 minutes talking about it earlier. I've got a correction from about as high up as you can get in football in the city of Houston here, that DeMeco Ryans is indeed at the Combine.
I'm feeling petty. We should have added this to the Pettycast of whoever reported that DeMeco Ryans wasn't going to go to the Combine.
Yeah. So that was out there.
We misinformed people based on that.
Right.
We apologize for it.
It doesn't appear as though he is doing a press conference at the Combine because we got zero notification on that. And by the way, Nick Caserio, 11 o'clock this morning, is scheduled to do his press conference. We know how that goes sometimes. You know, it can get pushed back a little bit, but that's the target time. But DeMeco is indeed at the Combine, which has been the norm since he got here. So I feel slightly better about that. Like, I know I felt like we spent that segment trying to come up with all the reasons why it made sense that he wasn't there and this and that. At the end of the day, if they're going to interview a bunch of players in a room, I like DeMeco to be in that room with them.
Well, okay, for one, because I see a lot of people, and I could not sympathize with people who are doing this more. People really criticizing the Jaguars for neither the head coach or the GM attending the Combine. This feels like another instance of James Gladstone trying to be smarter than everybody else.
Yep.
Except that he learned it from the Rams, who have done pretty well at
it turns out might be smarter than everybody else.
Right, yeah, they've drafted pretty damn well, and their GM and their head coach don't attend the Combine.
Right.
So I'm cool with it. I think the biggest thing with DeMeco is always that I do think one of his biggest strengths as a talent evaluator is, at least on defense, he really has a knack for identifying the guys who are swarm type of players.
Yes.
Basically guys who are like him. Like how he was as a player. So usually most people overvalue their ability to figure out who somebody is from an interview. Like most people, there's all kinds of studies showing that like how haphazard it is actually identifying talent in an interview process. I do think, like anything else in life, there are probably some people, a small part of the bell curve, that are genuinely really good at it.
Yeah.
And I think DeMeco might be one of those people.
Yep.
So that was my one reservation if he ever chose not to go to the Combine, is that, all right, I do think DeMeco might be that rare individual that does actually glean a lot of relevant information from an interview.
And maybe what it is they're looking to find out are things that are easily gleaned through an interview. You know, there's very specific things they're looking for in their interview. So anyways, we'll correct it again. DeMeco Ryans is with Nick Caserio in Indianapolis at the Combine. Bill Barnwell has a long article about free agency in the NFL this year. I like the way he lays this out. It's just for the offensive side of the ball. I'm assuming there's a defensive article coming pretty soon as well. But it's for each offensive position, and it separates the free agents, Seth, into tiers, tier 1, tier 2, et cetera, all the way to tier 6. And I skipped straight down to offensive linemen because I think that's the aisle that the Texans are going to be shopping in probably for at least one player, if not more. Couple things from this that I think are very relevant to the Texans. There is only one tier 1, and tier 1 is franchise player at that position. Among all the offensive linemen, tackles, guards, centers, there is one tier 1 franchise-level player, and it is Tyler Linderbaum, who we went deep on yesterday.
I did a video on Tyler Linderbaum yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I think that should be who the Texans really zero their sights in on.
Yeah.
And I'd be comfortable overpaying for Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep.
Just because he's that good. I mean, it's like that, to use a dated comp, Jermani Dawson for the Steelers was a guy that could do a lot of things. Probably, I'd have to go back and watch the film, but probably better than any other center who's ever lived. But could do things, block defensive tackles who are at a 3 technique from the center position. All this stuff that is really rare that centers are able to do it well.
You played against him, right?
Yeah, I played against Jermani Dawson. It sucked. The only good thing about playing against Jermani Dawson was that you were basically given a free pass that, like, listen, he's going to really get it. He's really going to there's going to be a few plays in this game that you're not going to be happy about. Right. Don't worry about those plays. You just still got to play aggressively, but he's really going to make you look like an idiot.
You got mulligans because it's Dermontti Dawson.
No matter who you were, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's a little element of that with Linderbaum. But with me, I feel like the original sin in how they've handled CJ Stroud is, the offensive line for the entire 3 years that CJ's been the quarterback, but especially in year one, when the plan going in was to have a rookie center snapping the ball to a rookie quarterback while the plays are being called by a rookie offensive coordinator.
Yep.
That's just too much rookie in there. There's too much green in there.
Too much Peter principle. Man.
Yeah, and a veteran center, a smart center, and then just a really good center makes I don't want to use the point guard analogy because that's not 100% right, but somewhat like a point guard makes everybody else around him better by managing the show, he makes the guards better than they actually are, and then by some of the play calls that you can make in the run game, because Tyler Linderbaum can do all these things, it makes everybody else that much better. And that's why, even though center isn't considered a high-dollar position, it's kind of like safety. Like nobody thinks safeties are all that great, but when you've got a really, really good one, it makes a difference.
Sure does.
And likewise with centers, okay, great. Lots of guys can play center. But when you've got a really, really good one, that guy's different. It's almost like he's playing a different position.
Yeah, well, Barnwell's projected average annual salary for Linderbaum, $20 million's the low end.
Do it.
20 to 26 million, he says.
26 million. Well, that's too much.
That's a lot. That's a lot for a center.
With all my highfalutin talk about.
You just said 26 million for a center? The other interesting thing about this, and look, it's free agency is a few weeks away. We're going to be circling back to a lot of this. Obviously, there's not even anybody in Tier 2. It says Tier 2 is Pro Bowl caliber starters. Linderbaum's unique status makes him the only Pro Bowl or better caliber lineman to hit free agency. So Barnwell's got one guy in Tier 1. He's got nobody in Tier 2. Tier 3, capable starters. Okay, here's where you start to see some of the names that we've kicked around on this show. Joel Bitonio, Wyatt Teller, Elijah Vera Tucker, guys like that. He has cap casualties in here. We mentioned Elston Jenkins from the Packers yesterday. That's in here. I thought, and we'll end up talking about these guys at some point, I'm sure, multiple times over the next few weeks. But the one that's interesting to me is Ed Ingram, who's all the way down in Tier 5. Ooh. Backups likely to get guaranteed money. So Ed Ingram, who started every game for the Houston Texans. He was not banged up for a couple. When he was healthy, he started. He was your starting right guard. When he was healthy, he was your starting right guard. I don't know how many games he played, 13, 14, whatever it was. Had a really good Pro Football Focus grade. Played well. Played better than what you gave up to get him. I mean, that was a win for Nick Caserio, a 6th-round pick for what Ed Ingram gave you this year. He is viewed by Bill Barnwell as a backup likely to net guaranteed money, which puts his price range in the $2 to $4 million a year range.
Yeah, I think with Ed Ingram, the big thing is that last year was such a stark difference from what he had been previously in his career. And I guess them calling him a backup, I mean, he was a starter in Minnesota until that last year when he was benched. So he's been a starter. There's two things about him. One is, was last year just an outlier? But then two, it's that he was really good in the run game. He had some bad moments in pass protection. So that's where my Linderbaum part comes back into play. Yeah. Like I said, I think really good centers make the guards better. Mm-hmm. They sort things out. They handle the games on the interior. Mm-hmm. Really, that's one thing Linderbaum does. Because people will say that Linderbaum's not that great a pass protector. Screw that. If you need him as a center to be one-on-one all the time versus defensive tackles, he's not your guy necessarily. But you don't need him to be that. You need him to be a guy who can direct traffic, pick up games, help set the protections, all of that. And he can do all that, and it makes the guards better. Where I am with Ed Ingram is, look, I agree. I think he's probably overvalued in some respects because of his PFF grade and all of that. But he is a competent starter. I disagree with Barnwell. I think he's a competent starter who's familiar with the system. So I don't want the Texans to break the bank to sign him, I don't want them to be giving him like bona fide, hey, this guy's been a 3-time Pro Bowler type of money. But I'm cool with them paying him a starter's salary because then that leaves you've got a competent starter at right guard, and then you've got 2 other positions on the offensive line that you can be aggressive with.
Yeah.
Either in free agency, trade, or the draft, that you can get a Linderbaum and then one of these other free agents perhaps, or maybe you take an interior offensive lineman or one of those tackles in the first round. And then you've got 5 respectable guys on the offensive line.
I think it's starting to feel like with Linderbaum that you brought this up yesterday that, Linderbaum, that the Texans would be a good place. Like if I were a free agent, I'm looking at the Texans, that would be a place I'd like to play. DeMeco Ryans feels like a head coach you'd like to play for. The team is obviously good. A few more tweaks, which would include you, Linderbaum, yourself, and, maybe this offense gets moving in the right direction. I'm starting to feel like the Texans, though, will probably have to be like maybe high man on the pay scale for Linderbaum just because they're going to have to pay more than Baltimore, obviously. It seems like that would be a spot he could go back to. And the John Harbaugh dynamic in New York is a very interesting one to me. How does he view – the Giants are clearly a worse team than the Texans, but how does he view playing for John Harbaugh, the upside of Jackson Dart? The defense has some good pieces on it. Playing in New York versus, playing in Houston, that kind of thing.
And one more quick note about Linderbaum. And I maybe some Texans fans might not be as high on Linderbaum because it's not like he – jumped off the screen in the Texans game. The Baltimore offense didn't do a damn thing against the Texans until it didn't matter.
Yep.
I credit to the Texans' defensive tackles. They made it really difficult for Linderbaum. Linderbaum didn't have – it's not like he had a bad game, but the defensive tackles played really well in that game.
They did.
Like Tim Settle jumped out a few times as having some really good reps versus Linderbaum. Which goes to the old other side of, okay, are they going to bring back Sheldon Rankins? Are they going to bring back Tim Settle?
Yeah.
How much does all of that cost?
Yep. No doubt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we had some news in the NFL during that segment that I want to get to. Quarterback news and coaching news that we will get. There is going to be a new name on the market quarterback-wise, and we'll tell you who that's going to be coming up next. But first, I'll give you a name, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a couple quick news items that came down during our last segment. Didn't feel we had to break into the middle of the segment for either of these, but I think they're interesting and we're talking about. Kirk Cousins is going to get released by the Atlanta Falcons on the first day of the league year. So I'm sure there's something administrative as to why they're not doing it right now, this very day right here. But on March 11th, the first day of the league year, according to sources, Kirk Cousins will be out there as a potential signing. And we'll see. As bad as it went in Minnesota last year with J.J. McCarthy, there's talk of Kirk Cousins going back there and playing for Kevin O'Connell, where he had some good seasons there under.
Maybe, and he can tutor the 9,
Yeah. He can make sure that 9 switch is on all the time.
For those of you who have been living under a rock, you might not realize that superstar quarterback J.J. McCarthy has an alter ego
called 9.
He simply calls 9.
9.
Release the 9.
9. Yeah, N-I-N-E. So Cousins is out there, and we'll see. Cleveland is another place that he could land if they're not in on Shador. Cleveland becomes a really interesting quarterback spot just because they've got all that draft capital. They don't really have a ton of cap money, but I suppose you can. They've got Deshaun there still. Cleveland's really interesting from that
Cleveland's
standpoint.
just soaking up so many roster spots to quarterbacks potentially again this year. There's so many things about that. I can't imagine being a defensive player on that team.
Yeah.
They are
mess.
I told you before, when you're on a good defense and the offense isn't good, you try not to hold a grudge against the offense. But the guys on the defense, they could hold a grudge against the entire organization.
Sure.
They were one of the best defenses in the league last year.
Absolutely.
They came apart at the seams, and they weren't as good on the back half of the season as they were. But if they had any kind of an offense on the other side of them, they were potentially as good as the Texans defensively.
Yes.
They just got zero support from the offense.
Zero.
And now it looks like it's like they're gonna tear everything down and have a reset year or a continued tank of a year.
Yeah.
Well, the defense still remains a lot of the same guys.
Well, it's a good segue because the other move that just got made in the last segment involves a former head coach of yours. And Seth, I would venture to say he was a head coach in a situation that you're referring to right there. The really good defense and not so good offense. Dom Capers is joining the Cleveland Browns as a senior defensive assistant.
Yeah, he's 75 years old. I talked to him after the Panthers game, and if you had told me, like if I had done the math in my head, I would have realized he was 75.
Yeah.
But if you had asked me immediately after I talked to him how old he was, I would have been like, I don't know, like 63 or something. I don't know. He is youthful.
They played in the preseason last year when they played him. I'm like, God.
Yeah, he was with the Panthers. Sorry.
Yeah.
He was kind of Evero there, the defense coordinator. He was kind of a mentor for Evero.
No, sorry. If I had a confused look on my face, I'm like, God, they played the only time they faced Bryce Young was that game back in their rookie year. But they were the home game this year in the preseason. Got you.
This is, and for Browns fans, I would say, I don't know if Browns fans ever have a unanimously positive thing about anybody. I would say the majority of Browns fans I saw in the comments are not super stoked about Dom Capers joining the staff.
Oh, you've already looked.
Right, yeah. He's an advisor. He's helping out Mike Rutenberg, the defensive coordinator.
Yes.
But Browns fans have reason for trepidation because Jim Schwartz was the defensive coordinator who did an awesome job with that defense. He ends up leaving in a hissy fit after they don't hire him to be the head coach.
Not an exaggeration.
So I get people's skepticism over Dom Capers. Just trust me. Dom's got a lot to offer in terms of advice and guidance and just, being an extra a set of eyeballs.
Yeah.
He's not going to be calling plays for him.
No. You loved playing for him, right?
No, I think he's one of my favorite people I've ever met or been around in football.
Yep.
He's a very decent human being.
Yep. Kendrick Perkins, I'm not going to go. Kendrick Perkins, not a decent human being. I won't segue that way. Although he does have some weird opinions on things, including the one where he said that Wemby's a lot like him. Take-a-mania. I don't think this is going to be a take-a-mania take, though, honestly. This is Kendrick Perkins. Now, buckle up. This is about a minute and a half long. But Kendrick Perkins, who had been one of the biggest fans of the Rockets coming into the season, he was picking them for all sorts of glory this year.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they've greatly disappointed Kendrick Perkins, who now thinks the Rockets are going to be one and done in the postseason.
The Rockets are going home in the first round. Number one, they lack high basketball IQ. Number two, they've lost their identity defensively. They used to be a defensive-minded team. I don't know what the hell happened. Number three, they play individual, selfish basketball. They play my-turn basketball offensively. If you watch the Rockets play, that's what Coach Ime Udoka was alluding to. It's times where you just watch Amen Thompson. He want to go one-on-one, show the world that he could go get a bucket. No structure to their offense. The same with Şengün. Here's the bigger thing, and this is what pisses me off. The Rockets had the audacity and the nerve at the trade deadline to not pick up the phone and call the Milwaukee Bucks to try to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. They had the audacity not to pick up the phone. They had the audacity to say that all of their young guys are untouchable. Have they lost their damn mind? When you talk about being able to get an all-time great that's in the middle of his prime and Giannis Antetokounmpo and pair him alongside Kevin Durant, and we're looking at a Western Conference that is wide open right now because a lot of teams are dealing with injuries, and all of a sudden you look at this routine, this pattern of behavior of dropping games by being up double figures in the fourth quarter. This is disturbing. They'll be sent home in the first round.
Okay.
I guarantee you that.
Guarantee they're going home in the first round.
I guess the question I have there is, there's obviously a bigger issue with the Rockets right now than just simple talent level. The talent level, like if you just take raw talent.
If you just if you could quantify talent and add up a talent score, it's one of the most talented teams in the NBA.
Yeah, I guess for everything, whether it's basketball IQ, their defensive ethos, the fact that they just kind of revert back to iso ball all too quickly and all too easily.
Yeah.
Does Antetokounmpo, with the absence of whichever young players you trade away, does it elevate them to a championship caliber basketball
I don't
team?
think so, because I don't think it solves the floor general offensive initiation. Now, I guess the big variable in all that is what is Fred VanVleet's ACL looking like right now?
Right. Yeah, Fred VanVleet all of a sudden came back and could play his way into shape over the course of the last month of the season. That's a whole different story.
Changes a lot of things.
It's more chances than not that that's not the case.
Right.
So I get – and plus, we don't know if they actually picked up the phone or not. Bingo.
Yeah.
Like they had the audacity to what? Do something that wasn't reported.
Right.
All we know is that it wasn't reported. They may have had conversations.
Sure.
The vast majority of conversations about potential trades go unreported.
That's right.
We just end up.
There's
we end up
a million
lot.
of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So we don't know if they didn't pick up the phone or not.
Right.
I just don't think that, given all of the issues you see with the Rockets right now, it's really hard for me to believe that just having two superstars on the team is gonna take them to a championship caliber team.
Yeah.
I can't, with Udoka and his seemingly limited either adjustments or ideas or methods of fixing the offense.
Yeah.
I think it just goes deeper than that.
I don't think it changes anything unless Fred VanVleet comes back, and I would say that I'm just as willing to see what it looks like with Fred VanVleet with this group.
Right.
As I am with Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think getting Fred VanVleet back does a couple of things. Kind of like what I've said with Reed Sheppard being on the floor with Amen, and then Amen doesn't need to be a point guard anymore because I don't think that's his strong suit.
Yeah.
I think getting Fred VanVleet also makes it so you don't have to run so much stuff through Alperen Şengün. Alperen Şengün is not making a good case for the Giannis trade being a bad idea lately. Alperen Şengün's been bad lately.
And again, though, that's where there's two ways you can look at the absence of Fred VanVleet. One, it's the actual overall performance of the offense, and it's obvious that it's struggling. But two, it's that you are taking that young core that you'd like to be able to – you'd like all of those guys to be showing improvement, but you're adding a level of difficulty to that by the way they have to operate.
Yeah.
Running the offense through Şengün over time, and if you develop that naturally and organically, that's something that I could see him doing. But when it becomes something that needs to be a focal point or that good teams can focus on defensively, it's just too much for him right now.
Yep. That's
so. The absence of Fred VanVleet hurts you in the short term, yes, but it is also hurting the ability of guys like Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün, every other young guy out there, to really amplify their strengths right now.
Yep. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We mentioned this yesterday in Acknowledge Me. I want to touch on it again just because I think the Pro Football Focus came out with their top 101 players. 5 of the Texans made it. They're all in the top 55. Who are the biggest snubs, and what does this mean to CJ Stroud? We will have that coming up next.
Easy. Honda always wants to make it easy for you, but especially
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We'll get to the Texans here in just a second. Adam Schefter just tweeted this within the last hour or so. We talked about how the NFL, Seth, is no longer discussing a ban of the tush push.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's going to survive for at least another year. And I think a lot of that has to do with teams adapting and creating their own version of it, quite honestly. Adam Schefter says two things. The UFL, which is the
United Football League.
The United Football League, that's the combo of the USFL and the old XFL. They announced today that they are eliminating the tush push.
Oh.
I don't know if this is done as sort of a counter to the NFL. I thought that the two were kind of working together at some point. This is interesting, though, and I'm curious if you would like the NFL to apply this rule, especially now that field goal kickers have gotten so good. The UFL is announcing that a field goal from 60-plus yards will be worth 4 points.
Ooh, yeah. Well, they're not owned by the NFL, the UFL, but they're affiliated with them. And
right.
The idea is that the UFL can kind of be a developmental league with is a pipeline to the NFL, but I think also they can kind of experiment with some things.
Yeah, like a petri dish for rules.
Right,
yeah.
right. And I don't think people don't care about field goal and extra point records nearly as much as they do about the other football stuff. So I don't know. Maybe they'll see how that works out. Maybe that could someday come to the NFL.
Dude,
I don't think we don't want that, do we?
I don't know. I mean, you want rally scoring. That's more radical than adding a point to a 60-yard field goal.
But rally scoring is rewarding the defense. It rewards the defense for stopping the offense, but it also incentivizes the offense to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah,
to not kick field goals.
Not
to attempt long field goals. So I feel like they're actually in the opposite direction. If you have to give up 2 points as an offense to punt, or if you don't kick a field, if you don't score, you're going to give up 2 points to the defense.
Yeah.
Then there's a much more greater chance that you're not going to try to kick that 58-yard field goal.
Yeah, now that's true. What would be interesting, or what will be interesting, because the UFL is going to use this. Yeah. If you've got a team that's, it's third and long, and they're at a line of scrimmage where the field goal would be like, say, 56 yards.
Yeah.
Are they having their quarterback run backwards 5 yards and take a knee
to get to the
to get to it? So it's a 60-yard field goal attempt.
Yeah. If you're down 4 at the end of the game, especially.
Yeah. Well, especially that. Then you do it. Yeah. I mean, then you've got to do it. But I'm talking even because the philosophy in the NBA, that was Daryl Morey's philosophy. Like, well, I'd rather step a few feet back and shoot a 3 than shoot a mid-range jumper.
Yeah.
Do NFL teams start to view the 54-yard field goal as the mid-range jumper in all this? Not NFL, because the NFL's not. UFL is the one that's using it. But if it were to get adapted by the NFL, I think it's super interesting, and it certainly makes late-game strategy. It adds another layer to it for sure, and it makes comebacks a little easier. In the end of the day, I'm not for things that are accentuating field goals more. I'm just not.
Doesn't the Big Three have a 4-point line?
I don't know.
Or did at one point?
I know the celebrity game always has like little spots on the floor that you can shoot from. Like it's like a flame or whatever, and you can shoot.
I'm not a fan of 4-point field goals.
I'm not either. I would say no. If they did it, I would be super intrigued by it. But if I were on the competition committee, I would vote it down.
It makes for potentially more down to the wire. It makes the ends of games more interesting.
Yeah.
If you could actually win it with a really long field goal or tie it with a really long field goal.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, the math on comebacks at the end of games becomes really intriguing.
So, I think kickers would love it.
They become more valuable.
The pay scale for kickers goes way up.
Cam Little, that's who the big winner in all that.
I'm so tired of that guy already. I do not need to see the little field goal graphic on the 50-yard line anymore in my life.
Right.
Tired of it.
So you just hate him because he's good at his job.
I hate him because it made it that much more stressful in the Jaguars game when the Jaguars had the ball in those last couple drives, and you're looking at the field goal. The field goal line to make is at the 50-yard line.
It's midfield.
It messed me up, man. It shook me.
I get it. I totally get it. Will Anderson saved us. poked the ball free. Sheldon Rankins grabs it, took it to the house. Speaking of Will Anderson, he is the 5th-rated player on the Pro Football Focus 101, the top 101 players in the sport of football. Will Anderson Jr. is the 5th best player. These are the only players, Seth, that in the free world are thought to be better at football than Will Anderson Jr. Are you ready? These 4. Starting at number 4, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Good at football, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Panay.
Good job on the pronunciation.
Panay Sewell. On Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, take that, Drewski. Number 3, Panay Sewell. Does that pass the eye test? Panay Sewell, yeah.
Panay Sewell, which makes it that much more impressive that Daniil Hunter a couple of years ago had one of the sickest spin moves I've ever seen against anybody. It was against Panay Sewell, who's one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL.
Puka Nacua, number 2 on the list.
Yeah.
Who was really good. Number 1, Will Anderson's workout partner, Myles Garrett, is the number 1 player in football, according to PFF, for the season of 2025.
Yeah, it really it was impressive this year that there was no drama at all to the defensive MVP, that it was going to be Myles Garrett, and Will Anderson was right behind him, despite having a really, really good year. But it was just, that was how good Myles Garrett was this year. I love that Will Anderson works out with Myles Garrett.
I do too.
As opposed to other offseason pairings we've had. I don't know, CJ Stroud and Micah Parsons. I wasn't as much a fan of that.
No.
Wasn't as much a fan of that offseason pairing.
God, no. So Will Anderson, 5. The other ones that made it are Daniil Hunter, 26th overall, Jalen Petrie, 35th overall, and I'll point out that neither of them even made the Pro Bowl as alternates, but they both got, look, Jalen Petrie got a bunch of All-Pro votes. Daniil Hunter was actual second-team All-Pro. Both of them scored in the top 35 overall players on PFF, yet neither made the Pro Bowl. You suck, Pro Bowl. Nico Collins, 50. Kamari Lassiter, 55. Is there a conversation to be had over who is just flat out the best cornerback on the Houston Texans? Derek Stingley Jr. is the one with the accolades. He's the one that's the first-team All-Pro. He's obvious. Yeah. He's got the big contract, but that's because he's an older player. Is Kamari Lassiter a better player than Derek Stingley Jr.?
Well, no, I think they're different types of cornerbacks, and it's nice that they're that way. I think that Kamari Lassiter is how do I put this? I think that Stingley is more versatile, and if they wanted to use him as a guy that was just was playing press man a bunch, or if you had to have him track the best receiver all over the field all the time, I think that's the guy that you would want to do it still. But Kamari Lassiter is really, really good at his style of play, and they kind of offset or they complement each other in a lot of ways.
Right.
So I don't know if I think it's you could have a debate about it, and it's a much tougher debate right now than it would have been at the beginning of the season. Obviously.
And I think, and you and I have talked about this, and I feel strongly about this, is that barring injury, obviously, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley are both going to be on this team for several years. I mean, Stingley's contract extension doesn't kick in until next year.
Yeah.
And Kamari Lassiter is not going anywhere. They're going to move heaven and earth to make sure Kamari Lassiter stays on this football team, assuming that he remains healthy. And that's the caveat for everybody. I think it's a lock Will Anderson Jr. is going to be here. It is a lock Kamari Lassiter is going to be here. Beyond that, and CJ is almost on a separate burner than these guys because of the position that he plays. But I feel strongly about that Lassiter is going to be around.
So I guess the big question for the offseason that's relevant to this is, okay, how much money is Will Anderson going to make? And Nick's made a habit of pretty much just saying, okay, we see where the market's going.
Yep.
And we'll pay him that. And doesn't necessarily think a whole lot about it.
Yep.
With the idea, I think with Will Anderson, the thing that I feel good about is that there's zero worry in my mind that somehow his play is going to dip, and I'm really, really confident his play is actually going to improve over the next few years because he's made improvements every single year, and you can set your watch by it. Whatever he talks about in the offseason that he's going to improve, that's the specific skill that he actually gets better at that season. Like this year, he talked in the offseason about how finishing at the top of a route, getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand, all of those things. It's exactly what he was working on, and you go ahead and turn on the Patriots film.
Dude, the Patriots film.
He's taking the ball off of the quarterback's hand.
Yes. Yeah, he's doing exactly that. You're 100% right. Will Anderson Jr. is going to make a ton of money. Micah Parsons, I'm just going to keep it simple and do average annual value and not get caught up in years and guaranteed money and this and that, just to keep it radio friendly. Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in football at $47 million a year on his extension. I'll put that as the over-under. Does he get more or less than Micah Parsons in average annual value?
How much is Myles Garrett making?
$47 million a year.
Well, how much? They're both making 47. I asked how much is Myles Garrett making.
Oh, Myles Garrett. I thought you said Micah Parsons. My bad. Myles Garrett, $40 million a year.
Oh, wow, that's a big difference.
But he got in, but it's all about when you get in.
I know.
Yeah. When Myles got to,
I'll tell you, I mean, I would feel so much better about giving Will Anderson $47 million than giving Myles Garrett $47 million.
Yeah.
I can't even describe how much different the feeling is.
Just based on age.
Yeah. I want to give Will Anderson $47 million just because I want to make him happy.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with football or anything. I would like the look of joy on his face.
Will Anderson is a more accomplished player 3 years into his career than Derek Stingley Jr. was.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley Jr. had injury issues galore his first year and a half in the league. And Derek Stingley Jr., Nick Caserio made him the highest paid cornerback by average annual value. I think Will Anderson's going to get $47.5 million a year. I can't come up with a good reason why he shouldn't.
Yeah.
He's younger than all these guys. He's better than all of them but Myles Garrett right now. And he's everything you would look for on and off the field in a football player. Like if Will Anderson gets less than $47 million a year, he's doing the Texans a solid in some way.
Right.
Right? I mean, it's
which should we start trying to put pressure on him to do him a solid? If he asks for anything more than $15 million a year, he's a greedy SOB.
Right.
You heard it here.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need to be that show.
Yes. I look forward to his extension just because then we get all of the people who still treat it like this is a rags to riches story or something. That when a guy gets his first big extension, people still ask them the same questions or talk about it like when they're rookies and they genuinely didn't have any money.
They were destitute.
Now Will Anderson's got a $35 million guaranteed contract right now.
Dude.
Hey, what's the first thing you're gonna buy? Like, I don't know how much. What do you ask somebody who's made $35 million and you ask them, hey, what's the first thing you're gonna buy with that money?
Yeah.
There's no correct answer there. Because it's either other than like I'm going to go out to McDonald's or something. People love that, like
like
look at that.
Some
he
cute
maintained
answer.
His roots, yeah.
Did you ever? Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Because it's like, all right, if it's going to be a notable purchase, it means you blew the $35 million.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly right. Did you ever see? There's a YouTube video out there that Will Anderson did. It's probably about 7 or 8 minutes long. I'll send it to you if you haven't seen it. It's what did. I forget what outlet does this, but they do it with multiple entertainers and athletes. What did you spend your first $1 million on?
Yeah.
And Will Anderson lays out with stacks of money each of the things that he spent to get to $1 million.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's really
cool.
interesting. Like he was talking about things he bought for his family. Like I bought blah, blah, blah for my sisters. That was $100,000, and he stacks like 3 big stacks of money, and they show a ka-ching graphic with $100,000. The big one was I believe he paid off his parents' house.
Oh, that's a good one.
Which is several $100,000. Yeah. So that was good.
I tried to do that with my parents, but my stepfather, being the annoying accountant that he is, explained to them.
Oh,
the tax benefits of having the mortgage and everything. So I gave him the cash equivalent. That was.
I really like that mortgage interest.
In installments over multiple years, so he didn't have to pay the taxes.
That's your stepfather.
Well, he's awesome though. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, it was cool. No, it was a really good education for me.
Yeah.
It was about like, oh, okay. He didn't act like, I can't believe you're inconveniencing me with this.
That's funny. Yeah. That's funny. Hopefully, CJ Stroud is throwing this onto his bulletin board of motivation that he deserves to be in the top 101. I say that because at the bottom of it here are guys like Justin Herbert and Sam Darnold. Guys that CJ's Darnold.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know. I'm always torn on that. Like, at the end of the day, it's like players will tell you up and down all over the place. All right, screw PFF scores. They're not an accurate indicator.
Yeah.
So I don't like people using a PFF score as some kind of a barometer for whether they're actually a good football player or
Would
not.
you rather be 40th on PFF overall or 40th on the NFL's top 100?
Well, PFF...
You're disgusted by both of these metrics.
For all of its failings, no, because PFF, it's complicated. There's a lot of value, and teams pay PFF for their data.
Yeah.
The score, when you use the scores as a comparison of players, it really falls apart. Because it doesn't... the scheme that you play in matters, like all of these other things matter. But at the very least, the PFF grade... it's objective, at least somewhat objective. They're basing it on their grades and everything. It's not an opinion. Whereas with the players, it's 100% their opinions, and most of them are not watching nearly as much film as like the conglomerate of the people at PFF.
And yet, see, you're worried about the integrity of the score. I would much rather be in the NFL top 100, knowing that my peers are putting me in that ranking.
Part of it, for how would it feel? That'd be cool. I would say using either of them as a benchmark for your goals or anything, that's a dicey proposition.
What about me, where I would use both of them as benchmarks? You know how I work.
Inaccurate external validation. That's what I'm looking for in life.
I feel like
if it's inaccurate and it's external, that's what's meaningful.
That's what I want. Those are the awards that I want and I need, quite honestly. All right, we'll keep it moving here in the 9 o'clock hour. Up next, Dana Brown, Astros GM, spoke to SiriusXM about some of the topics we've been hitting here. And I think he hints at something that I think is going to be a bigger deal for the Astros than is being let on right now by the Astros. We will get to that coming up next. Oh, I was just out at Houston Powder Coaters yesterday. My guy Flavio, who's
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, be listening this segment because we're giving away rodeo tickets. People asking on the text page, man, y'all are into the rodeo tickets. Yes, we're giving some away shortly, so be on the lookout. We are giving away Creed tickets. March 11th is when Creed is going to be at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Astros continue out at spring training. Dana Brown was on Sirius XM radio and was asked about the lineup juggling, the infield surplus, trying to find a lefty bat. Here's Dana Brown talking about some of the ways they can maneuver given their glut of infielders right now.
We're loaded in the infield, and so I think Joe, with the age of some of our players, is going to be able to find some playing time. You know, get Alvarez in left, you open up the DH for Paredes. So, you know, he's going to have to juggle that a little bit, and anything could happen, too. You know, we're still talking to other clubs. Maybe we get a trade done for a left-hand bat or something like that if it makes sense. But it has to make sense, and we don't want to weaken our team right now. So right now we can roll with the way we have it.
Of all the things that have been said in the preseason here in spring training, leading up to spring training, Seth, about the Astros and how they're set up at certain positions, both within the pitching staff and within the everyday lineup, of all the things that I think are going to wind up being false, it's going to be that Yordan Alvarez is going to be the almost everyday DH for this team. I think ultimately this team is going to need to get their best offensive lineup out there more than they think, and I think he's going to do something that he wants to do, which I don't think is something that's completely unsafe if he plays the position the right way, which is play left field instead of DH. You play Yordan in left field, and now you got the DH available to throw Altuve there and put Paredes at second base, or throw Paredes at the DH, leave Altuve out there. You've got a little flexibility with first base and Christian Walker if you want to DH him and put Paredes at first base one day. They're going to have to play Yordan in the outfield way more than I think they want, unless Paredes all of a sudden learns how to play left field. But they're going to have to play Yordan in left field, I think, a whole lot more than they anticipate playing him.
And we just quietly, and apparently we'll never talk about it again, that Altuve was going to be a left fielder.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, I know. It's pretty much one of those things.
Again? That's right, Jose. Yeah,
we'll never talk about it.
Seth's out here talking these falsehoods.
It never actually happened. But now somehow the idea of Paredes playing second base is the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Yeah,
he can't play second base,
dude.
No,
right, exactly.
Great, all right,
exactly. I get so triggered watching the Astros game on Saturday.
Yeah.
There was a foul ball down the left field line, and it landed in that little grassy area down there along the, between third base and the foul pole.
Yeah.
And I get triggered watching that because I remember back to that day last year when you and I were there, and Jose Altuve was playing left field for the first time ever in a game.
Yeah.
And I stood out there in that grassy field in the sun, didn't move for six innings.
No sunscreen on your scalp?
For 6 innings.
Yeah.
Probably not. You know what? For purposes of this story, no sunscreen on my scalp. And I stood out there, and, man, that guy did not get one ball hit to him the entire day.
Yeah.
He
stayed out there long past when they would have expected him to, because he was just waiting to field something.
He probably would have left after like the third or fourth inning. He played, I think, at least 6, if not 7 innings in that game.
Yeah, so we'll never talk about that again.
Yep.
The one part about this that I'm nervous isn't the right word, I guess. I'm just kind of intrigued by it is the fact that Paredes seems to be on 24/7 trade watch, and he knows it. And that you add that dynamic to it, too, that there doesn't seem to necessarily be bad blood about it or anything, but he's in kind of a tenuous position.
Yeah.
And knowing that he's going to be going out there and playing multiple different positions potentially and somewhat sporadically, while also knowing that this team really wants to get rid of you.
Yeah.
If they can, hey, we love you, Isak.
Yeah.
Hey, all those home runs in the Crawford box is cool, bro.
Yeah.
But we are also trying to get rid of you on a day-by-day basis.
He knows the deal, I think.
I know he knows the deal.
Yeah.
It's just it's bad juju, man.
Yep. Well, he also, he needs, I believe, I think he's got one more year of, no, that's right. He signed that contract.
That option, yeah.
They got him that option year. That's right. I just looked at it. Okay, so he's got a little bit of safety built in there as a club option. The club still knows he's a good player. Yeah, it's a little messy right now. It's a little messy right now. You know what else is popping up on social?
It's like working out of a hotel room, where you just can't. You're not yourself.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You got to go spend 2 weeks in a hotel. In your mind, you're like, oh, I'm going to have all this time to accomplish all these activities and everything.
Yeah.
And you get like 5 days into it, and you're like, what the hell's going on with me? I just can't find my bearings. I don't know. And then, no. It's even worse. You're working out of a hotel room, but there's construction at the hotel.
Oh.
And every day they call, and they're like, sir, we're going to have you
We're going
to have to have you move rooms.
Yeah.
Like that.
That would suck.
You can't find any stable footing.
That would suck. You know what's been happening lately on my my Twitter timeline? There's this Twitter account out there, and I'm not going to give out the name of it because I will tell you the videos, some of them are depressing me a little bit. Mm-hmm. These are videos that people are doing where they're taking old lineups of teams and going, man, this team was stacked.
Oh, yeah.
And they show, like they did one for the Texans, and they showed the 2011 Texans. And they go through the player introductions on like a Sunday night game that year where it's Arian Foster, running back, Tennessee. And they do the whole thing for both sides of the ball. And you're like, wow, that team really was stacked. Now I'm depressed because I feel like that team could have won a Super Bowl if Matt Schaub had stayed healthy.
Right.
The one that's really depressing for me that I saw was someone put one up about the 2019 Astros, which might have been the best baseball team that I've ever rooted for in my lifetime. Ironically, the two best Astro teams I think I ever rooted for in my lifetime were the 1998 Astros with Randy Johnson that won 102 games and got knocked out in the divisional round of the playoffs, and then the 2019 Astros. Mm-hmm. Greg Amsinger, this is not the video that I'm talking about. This is just the video that I'm talking about. The lineup of that team was just one reminder. But Greg Amsinger, who's an analyst on MLB TV, did a segment. He does something called Greg's List. And his list was the 9 best regular season teams of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Like the 1927 Yankees were number one. This isn't like the best team since free agency started or the expansion era. Check out, he gives his criteria and then says who's number 7.
My criteria here is I put together this Greg's list of the best regular season teams ever, number of wins that they had during the regular season, the historical impact that season actually had on the sport, and what type of talent did you have on that roster? Hall of Famers, how many All-Stars? That's my criteria. At number 7, the 2019 Astros. Why? Talent all over the field. But you had Greinke, Verlander, Garrett Cole, Yordan Alvarez was Rookie of the Year. Jose Altuve, a star. Alex Bregman finished second in AL MVP. This team was fully loaded.
Yeah.
Number 7 on Greg's list.
And if they could win one game at home in the World Series, we would be talking about 3 titles in 6 seasons.
Yeah.
2 and 6 is great. 2 and 6 seasons is awesome. There are fans across baseball that would give their left arm to have that.
If you go with the 2019 Astros, if you just look, tell me how
you're looking at the lineup right now, aren't you?
I'm going to start with the number 5 batter, Sean. Okay. And let's say if you just started off, if this was your top 5 in a lineup.
Okay.
Starting with the 5th batter. If you're number 1, you go new age and have Yordan Alvarez lead off. Then followed by Yuli Gurriel, then Carlos Correa, then Kyle Tucker would be your 4th batter.
He wasn't great back then, but yeah,
and then Martin Maldonado. Then you've got some issues. If Martin Maldonado is your 5th batter, then you're a little bit.
That's crazy. Though.
They had 2 full lineups basically.
That's incredible. That's incredible, and you can nitpick and go, well, that was the year Correa had the rib injury, so he was banged up that year, so that's why he was 7th. And Tucker was still a young player.
We're going completely surface level here.
No, just the names. And who are the now really depress me and tell me 1 through. Let me guess 1 through 4. Springer, Altuve. Well, Springer, Bregman, Altuve, and I'm missing somebody.
Brantley.
Oh, Michael Brantley. Oh, my God.
That's how easily you forget Michael Brantley.
Brantley's like
That's
the 8th
how unassuming he is.
Brantley, if you throw the
Your Christmas card in 2019 was you, Amy, and Brantley.
No, it wasn't. He never made the Christmas. Trust me. Amy took a picture with him that didn't have me in it.
Oh.
But she likes that picture, I tells you. Pops up on her feed every now and again. Man, what a lineup. What a team. That was crazy. Probably the one weakness they had was Roberto Osuna the closer of that team? You don't have it in front of you anymore.
Oh no, sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to figure out throwing in that lineup. They're trying to put the biggest names in there. But I was trying to remember how many actual games Kyle Tucker played that year. Yeah, that's bogus throwing Kyle Tucker in there.
No, I feel like Josh Reddick might have still been on the team in 2019.
That's a purely a clickability graphic right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only played 22 games in 2019.
Yeah. I feel like Josh Reddick was still there in 2019. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets here. Let's give away some tickets to Creed. Caller number 5. 4 tickets to see Creed, 713-572-4610 at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. March 11th, that is a Wednesday. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Creed's going to rock the house on March 11th. In the Loop and the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley are going to have more Creed tickets. You can never have too many Creed tickets at the rodeo. So that's what we're giving away all day today. Keep listening to win tickets. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Some people willing to give Will Anderson the 47 milli, Seth. Some not willing to give him the 47 milli now.
Because they want to pay him $57 million.
Someone said give him 50 because we know CJ's not getting an extension. Okay. All right, we'll see. And we'll hear from CJ in the final segment. Combine is today. Nick Caserio meets with the media at 11 o'clock today. What questions do we want to hear Nick Caserio get asked today at the Combine? Because we know we're going to have some national media in that scrum. We'll hit that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Ruben Mendoza and the team out of
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh man, someone just sent in a text. The Astros 2019 average lineup 1 through 9. The average player in that lineup, according to this texter, mind you, so this feels right. 288 batting average, 27 home runs, 81 RBIs. Starting pitching 1 through 5, average player was 14-5 with a 3.24 ERA and a WHIP barely over 1. Boy, that feels right.
The average pitcher had a WHIP just over 1.
That feels right.
Yeah.
The starting rotation.
We're so spoiled.
Oh my God,
we're
we?
Spoiled bastards.
Yeah. Good times, man.
The last couple of years, especially because of the injuries, it's understandable that we've come back down to earth. But even as we were winding to a close on the golden era, people were still largely. They assumed that, a good starting pitcher has a 2.5 ERA.
Right.
Like the concept of a starting pitcher with a 4 ERA, to some people, especially maybe people who are newcomers to the sport or something, thought that, that's trash. That's trash.
No.
You would tell them, no, the average starter in Major League Baseball has about a 4.0 ERA. No.
There were a bunch of 8th graders running around Houston a couple years ago talking about what trash an ERA over 4 is.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So Nick Caserio meets with the media at the Combine today at 11 o'clock. And what do we want to hear from him, Seth? Like, what national question would you like to hear Nick ask that either he's been asked here locally or maybe hasn't been, and it's something that's come up since, like the CJ, I'm answering the question I just asked you, sorry.
Yeah.
But like the whole Nugget Hussey CJ Stroud dynamic of teams should be calling the Texans is something that's popped up since we last heard from Nick.
So when we get into situations like this, I think the question is going to be the question. A lot of the questions you're going to figure, okay, the GM's not going to give you a straight answer on that. Sometimes the type of non-answer you get, it can be either telling or at least easy to read too much into.
Yeah.
And I think if somebody asks, have you received any calls about CJ Stroud? That would be the interesting one. Because, obviously, if somebody asks, are you going to trade CJ Stroud? He's not going to, he might say emphatically, no, there's not a chance in hell.
Yeah.
Or he gives a non-answer.
Right.
If somebody asks him, have you received any calls inquiring about trading C.J. Stroud, maybe he feels loose enough to give an answer on that. And maybe he says it in generality to say, look, we get calls on players all the time, and sure, we've gotten calls like that.
Yeah, can't control who calls me.
That'll be an interesting one, if only because then we can speculate about which teams have actually called Nick Caserio.
Okay, so that's a good way to look at this. Like, what is the thing that Nick could get asked? And more importantly, what's the answer he could give that would generate the most content for us tomorrow?
Yeah. If he's asked, has anybody called you inquiring about C.J. Stroud, if he gives anything other than flat out no, then that's going to be discussion fodder.
Yeah.
People will start talking about it and speculating and everything. Yeah.
I think I'm not ready to power rank which I think generates the most content. I have a few in my head that I know would be great. Honestly, I think what would be great for content would be if he came out, if he was asked about CJ's future or, people calling him or whatever, and he emphatically said, CJ Stroud is our quarterback.
Yeah.
That would be, because that would then lead to discussion of, okay, look, 2 weeks from now, he can give C.J. Stroud a contract extension if he wants to. How much is he your quarterback? Is he your quarterback for 2026? Is he your future quarterback? Is he your forever quarterback? To what degree is he your quarterback? So that's one that I would have pretty high up the list if he publicly backed C.J. Stroud strongly like that.
Right, to an extreme degree, and said we're 100% committed to him. I guess the closest we've come to that is, I think, two things. One, I guess DeMeco after the season talked a lot about how he didn't even think of benching C.J. Stroud. They love him and all of that, or DeMeco loves him. It wasn't the same as saying, he's our quarterback unless he's injured for the next 5 years or anything.
Right.
Nick has pointed out kind of, aggressively that, hey, he's played a lot of good football.
Yes.
He's pointed out. Nick was very blunt. Without blaming CJ directly for that Patriots game, he flat out said multiple times, you can't turn the ball over that much. You can't turn the ball over that much. It's a pretty easy leap to say, okay, your quarterback was responsible for 4 of the 5 turnovers in that game.
Yeah.
So but he also pointed out in that press conference and in the conversation with us, I believe, right? Just that CJ has played a lot of good football in his career.
He did. I pointed out in both places for sure.
And you don't want to use just one small sliver to define how you feel about a player.
That's right.
Okay, so we want to know, has anybody called you inquiring about a trade?
Yep.
And we hope he gives an appropriately vague answer to the point where people can speculate.
Yeah, you and I asked him about contracts, for extensions. Yeah. I got to imagine that somebody's going to ask a Will Anderson contract extension question, given the fact that Will Anderson, as you and I just discussed 2 segments ago, has a chance to reset the market for non-quarterbacks.
If I remember correctly, when he was asked about Nico Collins at the Combine, he gave an answer that we read into as it sounded like, they are totally going to try to extend him.
Like 2 years ago when Nico was up for a deal.
Go back through the archives. It's impossible to find files on your Apple computer.
Right.
But maybe if I just do it manually and scroll down to that date,
or I'll just take your word for it. It sounds right to me that I feel.
No. I remember after the way he answered it about Nico Collins, it sounded we kind of handicapped it and said it sounded like he's definitely going to give him a contract.
Yeah. Yep. Joe Mixon will get asked about, I would imagine, today, right?
So we might find out whether they've had that meeting with Joe Mixon that Nick talked to you and I about.
That's right.
He said that Nick basically said, no updates, guys, but we're going to have a meeting with him at some point here in the future.
Yep.
And we'll see if there's any progress or updates or whatever.
He's been working hard. He's been trying to get back, et cetera, et cetera. Here was Bryce Young. He was on the Pivot podcast this week, and he actually took up for CJ Stroud, which is interesting. Seth pointed this out earlier. CJ Stroud was on the Pivot podcast 2 years ago after their respective rookie years, him and Bryce, and was taken up for Bryce Young. Now here's the flip side of Bryce taking up for CJ Stroud.
I don't know why people act like they haven't watched him go and dominate this league. We've all seen it. And also one thing, quarterback position in general, this is one of the rare sports. You can't call ISO on every snap in the NFL. It takes 11 on one side of the ball, 11 on the other. We all sign up for that criticism. We all sign up for the credit. We all want to take the bullet for the team. That's our job. But at the end of the day, we can't control everything. We know what he can do. We know what he does. We've watched him do such crazy things in this league. And that's who he is. Don't get that twisted, ever. That's who he is. Media wants to make things, fans, that's part of the thing, it'll be up and down, whatever it is. I know who he is as a player. I know who he is as a leader, as a person. He knows that too. I know that as well. So it's I'm excited to watch what he does.
Yeah, it said when it kind of hit home when he said we can't call ISO on every snap. I was like, tell that to Amon Thompson. That's
tell that to Şengün.
Where are you pointing? Where is this beautiful version of basketball where the fans want ISO every single
Name a quarterback who does not have NBA League Pass.
Yeah,
Bryce Young. Oh man, that's funny. Honestly, as we listened to that a second time, and I watched the video of it yesterday, my biggest takeaway from that Bryce Young cut about C.J. Stroud has nothing to do with C.J. Stroud. It's that Bryce Young has actually played himself back to a level where the Pivot podcast wants to have him on as a guest.
Oh, no, yeah, the recency bias is huge. Because if you look at the sum total of what Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud have done over the first 3 years, C.J. Stroud is light years ahead.
Absolutely.
It's just that Bryce Young, to his credit, he did what you'd hope you'd do with your second year with a new coordinator and everything, and he came along in the second half of the season, and he showed some potential there. So it's a much more even discussion than it was 2 years ago, for sure.
No doubt about that at all. And CJ had his first public appearance yesterday. We've had several people bring that up since getting his haircut.
And it looks really good.
It looked tight. It looked good.
I don't know how much you have to now Photoshop that look, but in workout gear instead of in a tuxedo.
Yeah.
Because the tuxedo makes everybody look a little bit better.
Yeah.
As long as it's appropriately fitted.
Look good,
Not
man.
the ones we rented in high school.
Yeah, no, God, no.
Remember how bad those fit?
Yeah.
I had no idea. You know, you're a kid. You don't know how clothes are supposed to fit. And you're like, yeah, I got a tux. And like after you get older and you actually have some suits fitted and everything,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking back to every time I've had to wear a rented tux, just how horrific it looks.
My rented tux, my senior year, might have been my junior prom or senior prom, I can't remember, but it was like 1985, 1986. You know what show was very popular back then that had a lot of style attached to it? Miami Vice.
Oh, did you have a tux with the sleeves rolled up?
I did.
I
think I did. Yeah.
Don Johnson look?
Yeah. Now I
with,
didn't have a T-shirt on underneath it or anything. I went with the shirt and the cummerbund and the bow tie. But yes, it was when it was not a black, it was a gray jacket with the black pants and the sleeves rolled up like 2 rolls. Yeah.
My dad gave me some money to go buy a suit once at Sears, and I came home with a Don Johnson suit.
Yeah, man.
And my mom didn't know it. My dad gave me the money. You know, my parents were divorced, and my dad would just whatever. Yeah. My dad was a great divorced dad. He was basically like, "Oh, you're here for a weekend, huh? Here's some money. Here, see ya." I'll see you in 2 weeks. I'll see you next time you visit. So I go to Sears because he knew I needed a suit for this wedding I was going to. So the morning of the wedding, I was going to the wedding with my mom. It's for my uncle.
Right.
And I come out of my bedroom wearing my Don Johnson suit with like my white coat, and I had like a pastel polo shirt underneath and everything. She flipped the hell out. She was
no tie.
No tie. And she was adamant there was no way in hell. Meanwhile, this was for my Uncle Bob. You know, consummate bachelor. He was getting married at the age of 50 or something for the first time.
Dude.
Awesome dude. Was in flip-flops all the time, rarely with a shirt on or something. But my mom decides that I'm like making a huge faux pas by showing up in this Don Johnson
Whatever.
suit.
You went home with one of the bridesmaids in that
Uncle
thing,
Bob
man.
was stoked when he saw me.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There goes old Sethers with one of the bridesmaids. No, make that 2 of the bridesmaids.
I was like 12.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a them problem.
I'll have to send you that picture.
Oh, that was my next question.
Yeah, I'll have to. My mom's definitely got the picture. I'll just send me a picture and I'll post it to the socials later
my
on.
God. I got to see that. I've got to see that. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here.
Howdy.
What up? I got to listen in on that amazing story. That is tremendous.
Oh, okay, another quick story. Because I told you a couple days ago I had to tell this before I forget. So my in-laws, they have a Zoom camera or whatever. What's the
ring? The ring.
The ring. They've
Yeah.
got a ring.
Oh yeah.
Camera. You know they're out in the wilds on their farm. But they get a notification the other day that there was a brown pig near the front door, and what had happened was their little poodle has gotten so fat. Remy, their little poodle, because my father-in-law has started, they're trying to eat at home to be healthier, but meanwhile my father-in-law is feeding him table scraps. So my father-in-law is getting healthier, but but Remy the dog is getting fat as hell. Little miniature poodle, you know. He was identified as a brown pig.
Okay.
There's a brown pig near the front door.
I've never had a Ring doorbell before. Was it recognized by a human being or by AI?
By AI, but I like to think about AI wrestling with itself. Or maybe there was a panel of experts back in home. They'd be like, is that a dog?
Yes.
No, they
AI.
can't. That's way too. That is a brown pig.
Yes. AI's got a 9-man committee voting. A 9-man committee of farmers voting on it.
It might have been people. You know, that's the various different AI things. Like Waymo, apparently, it was understood that they actually have people overseas watching some of these videos when the Waymo gets stuck and getting it out, like remoting in.
That's a customer service job I think I could get behind.
I like the thought that someone in Indonesia popped up on the Ring camera and was like, nope, fat pig.
Those classic upstate New York brown pigs.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So I did a deep dive on, I went into a rabbit hole over all of that because I was like, brown, okay, how common are brown pigs? And I thought, because it would have maybe called it a wild boar if it was a brown pig and it was outside your front door.
Right.
So I've always wondered, why do wild boars look so much different than pigs, than domestic pigs? Because I thought they're different species or something.
Like a skin
Lopez, you
disease.
probably already know this. they are. It's the same species. They immediately, as soon as they're out in the wild, they start their genes expressed differently.
They morph differently.
And the change of their snout changes
and the
everything.
hair.
Their coat changes to handle the different environments and everything.
Yeah, they actually grow more hair.
That is Darwinism right there.
Yeah.
And it happens the first. So like if a farm pig escaped, it'll happen somewhat. But then the next generation, they look like like a wild boar.
Yeah.
I never understood that.
I had a
part of
nightmare
wild boredom.
about a wild boar the other night because we went and saw Send Help.
That's a great nightmare.
Do you know the movie Send Help that's out right now? It's Rachel McAdams stars in it.
I saw the preview.
And the plane crashes. It's good. It was a solid. It's under 2 hours, which is a big criteria for Sean T. Pendergast.
That's such a problem nowadays.
Yeah, it's got to be under 2 hours for me. But the wild boars on the island are. I don't want to spoil it, but they're kind of a big deal.
You want to not watch something if you want to sleep well?
Sure.
Have you watched True Detective Season 4, the Jodie Foster one?
No.
It is freaking me out.
Really?
I haven't slept well. We're binge watching this thing just so I can get through it and get a good night's sleep. It is freaky. Jodie Foster nails it, man.
Does she? Oh, okay, good.
And she nails a lot of guys. She's very promiscuous in this.
Her. She's a little older now. I like that. She's getting after it. Yeah.
She nails it over and over again.
Yeah, nails them. And
her character is really interesting, and she gives an incredible performance.
Yeah. And horny, it sounds like.
Yes.
Is it just freaky or is it scary, right? Because I don't do recreational fear. I decided that that's not something I enjoy.
Okay. It's a classic. Well, like in True Detective, they throw like 19 mysteries at you per minute.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to figure everything out in your head. But there's also that, how they do it in True Detective where they make it feel like, is this supernatural or is this just like the actual work of a psycho or something? And it's hard to figure it out.
I bailed after season 1 was amazing. That was the Woody Harrelson, Matthew McConaughey season. Season 2 was ironically with Rachel McAdams. Was in season 2 of that with Vince Vaughn and a couple others. I'm trying to remember who else was in it, but that one just didn't do it for me, and I haven't watched it
I didn't
since.
like 2 and 3. I didn't like 2 and 3 to the point where I didn't watch season 4.
Okay.
And I kind of stumbled into it. And this one takes place in above the Arctic Circle in Alaska when it's perpetual night.
Yeah.
And it is. There's
that's heavy.
It's freaking me out, man.
Do you like it though? I mean, it's freaking.
I
you
like
out.
it a lot. Yeah, it's really good.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, you are listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Congratulations to Brent in the Heights for winning the Creed tickets.
He was really excited. He messaged on the text board.
He did. Did he really?
Yeah.
Okay, good job. Way to go. Way to go, Brent. Brent in the Heights is a regular texter.
Yes, he is.
Okay, good. I'm glad we get some of the regulars rewarded there. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez are here in the loop, starting basically now. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So, fellas, what is the question of the day?
I guess you saw the Pacquiao Mayweather thing.
Yeah, we hit it in headlines. There wasn't much more to dive into. I'm not here to.
Well, we're diving in.
Okay,
we're diving in. What's something you have no business doing anymore, but you still try?
This is my kind of dive in. That's the dive in.
You've got no business doing it.
Okay, I will. Do you have one, Seth?
Well, yeah. Do you guys remember when I challenged Clint Stoerner to race in a mile?
Yes.
A while back? Yeah, I started a training regimen for that.
That's right.
And it lasted Sean, how long did it last? About 10 days?
Yeah, I was going to say 1 to 2 weeks.
I was a mess for like 2 months afterwards. I was limping around.
Yeah.
It looked like, I looked like I was Jodie Foster after one of her romantic interludes, walking around bow-legged up in the press box after I tried to run like that.
It's much more fun to get bow-legged the way she did than the way you did.
I've been rode hard and put away wet.
Mine's probably a simple one. Amy and I like to go out.
Mm-hmm.
I like to. The day going out that I do, I can handle just fine. But usually, when Amy and I go out, and it's probably once every 2 weeks this happens, usually on a Friday, is I just go. I go after it like I drink way too hard, man.
Mm-hmm.
We go out to dinner, and then she's always like, well, you want to just go home and watch such and such, and then it doesn't take much to talk her into, hey, let's go to this place, which leads us to that place. She drives. She's very responsible.
Yeah.
I would not be very responsible. I would. I just wouldn't, I'd Uber, I wouldn't drink. So she drives, which doesn't help me very much at all. and there are probably every third Saturday morning, I wake up at like 9:30, which is really late for me, disoriented, forgetting that, oh, my God, like half the time I'm waking up going, oh, my God, I'm late for work.
I'm glad you said that because when you told us we were landing from San Francisco.
Yeah.
And you said, Amy and I are going to go to a bar. It was midnight.
Yeah, it was midnight.
It was midnight.
Yeah, when we got back here to Houston.
I think, I don't know if it was Reggie or somebody. I turned to him, I said, like, there is no way.
Yeah, we did.
There is 0%
we closed Lizards that night.
Yeah, Lopez. I can't even tell you how many times Brandy and I look at each other in disgust when Sean tells me what they did last night or something, and meanwhile we're sitting on the couch watching True
exactly.
Season 4.
He goes, it's only midnight.
That's okay. Well, now
only
Seth,
midnight.
Seth,
I'm like, hey, Brandy, Jody, she's older than you and she's pretty horny. What do you think? That's the height of our excitement.
Well, take solace, and this whole story should make you feel better. Just know that about 1 out of every 4 times that I do that type of thing, I wind up miserable the next day.
Yes.
So
only 25%. That's a pretty good percentage.
Price I pay. Well, I was 100%. I was a 0% back in the day, man. I could go.
The drinking is not the issue for me. It's like I got to stop drinking at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. No, I keep going.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's Sean. Honestly, Sean is when it comes to sucking the marrow out of life, Sean is a shining star.
Thank you.
Like he does a morning radio show.
I know,
which is fun.
Everything I tell you about, I would have the perfect excuse if you did midday or an afternoon show. I'm like, well, he's got time to recover and everything. We're like, nope, he's getting up at the exact same time I am.
I would look like I did in that picture I sent you after I caught that 100-pound tuna.
So every night that I go out super late is basically like catching a 100-pound tuna for you.
I think that's going to be the euphemism now. So, were you out catching 100-pound tuna?
I remember you and Amy last night catching that 100-pound tuna.
Yeah. The big test at our age, after you've tied one on, is does your phone recognize you in the morning?
Oh, yes.
You had a good night.
At times, no.
Try again.
You can't unlock your phone with your facial recognition.
You hold open your eyes.
Dude, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be a good one. So what stuff that you do and
you have no business doing.
No business doing.
But you still try.
You still try, yeah. My first answer to you guys was, when we were talking about in there, was threesomes. But
I would try.
I didn't bring that one onto the air. Oh, wait, are we still on the air right now?
I don't know. I'm not certain, honestly.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, Amy, if you're listening, as you know. All right.
Unless you're into it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
That is the necessary tag on
Shoot
the
me a
back end of
text,
that.
you know?
Nelly reference in there, yeah.
There's my power rankings of our third. Yeah. All right.
That's so on brand, the power rankings. So on brand. Oh, man.
Yeah.
We are done. We're out of time.
Yes.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a feral pig to you.
Thank you very much. I thought for sure a threesome was coming to me right there. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
A fair question is probably like taking the crosstalk, it's 10 minutes deep, but I'm going to do it every day. It's
every time. I'm always here for it.
Always
here for it.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to do that. Thanks to the fellas themselves. Let's get going here. On a Tuesday, it feels like a Wednesday already here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I don't know. It really and truly does, but we're getting going here on a Combine week in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Get involved with the program on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam injury lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. We always appreciate that interaction with you guys, and I'm very intrigued in that today, especially because we're going to get to see some input from the general manager Nick Caserio from Indianapolis during Combine Week. This is the time of year where Nick Caserio steps very strongly into the spotlight, and we have some level of evaluation for him. And I think one of the biggest criticisms that could be levied at this general manager is his history with offensive line, and yet this is an offensive line draft. This is an offensive line offseason, I imagine, for the Texans. And so maybe we're skipping to the end in some ways, but if you don't end up with the plug-and-play answer, what do you do?
Yeah, what do you do? This is one of those when you look at all the all the mock drafts and analysts and all, but even scouts that are out there, retired scouts, analysts of the NFL draft. This is one of the deepest offensive line drafts in a long, long time. I can't say in history. Time will tell on that. But at least going into the draft, this is one of the best. There, you can almost throw a dart in the first round and hit an offensive lineman that should be plug and play.
And that's tackles, but then also guys that maybe could play guard. There's a few of those at the top of this, right? I feel like I mentioned Ben Solak having an interesting piece about where depth lies this offseason, whether it's interior or outside an offensive tackle. And this is a good year, according to Ben Solak, for tackles that maybe are a little bit of projects. Per se, right? Guys that you maybe want to be a starter in 2027 as opposed to like a starter right out the gate. Maybe there's some of those projects. But on the interior, there's also the opportunity for guys that can, plug and play, especially at a high level. But, even if you're not necessarily looking for a center, but there's definitely a lot at the very least. Talk less of the quality of those guys. There's a lot of guys that you should be able to add in to your, to your core, to your line.
I saw one, that I trust. The Draft Buzz one is always been pretty good, pretty accurate. The multiple, quote, first-round tackles in this draft. And went on to say multiple second- and third-round starters in this draft. So it did lead me to a question. And we talk about, if you can't come out with a tackle, plug-and-play tackle in this draft, what do you do? And that led me to this question. How long until you can fairly judge? Because it's relatively unfair, halfway into the season or even after going into the second season or whatever, to say, boy, he really hit on that or he really missed on that. But when you have 6 drafts, this is going to be, believe it or not, seems like it was just yesterday.
Right.
This is going to be Nick Caserio's 6th NFL draft. And he's hit one tackle, one offensive lineman?
Yeah, this is a pivotal offseason for Nick Caserio when it comes to that narrative on offensive line. And that's not to say that he can entirely dismantle it, but he can get to a place where it's fully enshrined in bronze as his legacy as a talent acquirer, for lack of a better way of saying that. This is one of those things where the last hope that I'm holding out is maybe you have had issues with the development side of the acquisition, because as much as we talk about the draft, it is, at least I subscribe to the idea that you are kind of, each pick is a lottery, is a lottery pick in some ways. You're throwing a dart at the board and seeing if they'll be successful. But the other side of this is you get talent and you need to make sure that you develop them to reach their fullest potential. And maybe you can make the argument that you did not have the personnel in place,
right?
Whether it was through the transient time periods of coaching staffs or when you had an offensive line coach that seemed like he was disinterested and disinvested and was on his way out in Chris Strasser. Right now you are reaching a place where we have been told and we've been sold on the idea that you have guys that can develop. And it seems like, at least early on, you've seen some of the development prowess. A rookie coming in and immediately being not just a starter, but a starter at one of the most difficult positions at left tackle. You saw Ed Ingram come and revitalize himself. You've seen guys that had not played a lot of football look effective in Jake Andrews, right? You've seen that. Now, how much of that is an anomaly if you bring in another class of guys, whether it's free agency, which of course is probably maybe less of a statement, but more of whatever your draft class is. And if they show up, that's cool. And maybe that gives you a little bit of, you could push some of the bad answers on offensive line to the side. But if it comes in and early on, it starts looking bad, I think that it crystallizes all of the thoughts when it comes to offensive line. And this ends up being something that you have to contend with if you're the ownership of this team with this guy who has done a lot of good things in Nick Caserio to build this team.
That's the quandary.
But this is a foundational piece. I like saying the cliche that the game at its most simple, right, at its core is about blocking and tackling. And one of those has been really, really poor when it comes to the talent acquisition portion.
And that is the quandary, and that is the tough decision that Cal McNair is going to have to make, perhaps at some point. Because you talk about Jake Andrews, well, he got steamrolled a lot of times. You talk about Ed Ingram showing some promise, and then he didn't. He faded at the end. And there are so many free agents that were just flat-out misses. Trent Brown was not until, if he could stay on the field. But the draft itself, I'm with you. I think, midway through the season, 3/4 of the way through the season, if it's pretty evident you missed, then there is no more can he draft an offensive lineman. You start to look at Ursary like almost like an outlier. So then you brought up this. How do you delegate some? You let go of Chris Strasser, who as bad as the line was when he was here and the offensive line coach. He is a proven offensive line coach in this league. He's had success and has been respected. But you replaced him with Cole Popovich. I think Cole Popovich, who did as best he could, they were serviceable with this offensive line, has this Patriot style, this Patriots blocking scheme down. I think Cole Popovich has to have a much bigger say. I think that's where you have to go.
And I wouldn't doubt that he has that. Remember when at the Senior Bowl, he was one of those guys that was there. Him and Frank Ross were there. And I got to imagine that a good amount of the reason for that is to be able to have his insight and his input as a dude who is on the ground level of dealing with offensive linemen on what the potential next addition or additions are to this offensive line. I think that is the natural way of doing things. And if you are so inclined, which I know you are to some degree, to view this as a level of an ecosystem that they're building, right? With guys that have similar histories and similar mindsets. I think that's the benefit of it, right? When we talk about hiring in the NFL, and we could talk about the nepotism that exists, not just with family, but also with people that are just in your circle. The supposed upside of that is that you have people that you trust and that you have a level of familiarity with. I think that would be the instance here where you go, the Cole Popovich is hopefully a guy that has enough of an understanding of what the general idea is of what they want from the system. And so they could trust him. They could trust his eyes. They could trust his thoughts with this. And, I think that would absolutely be something that you do. And maybe that's going to be, or maybe that's already shown itself to be part of the reason why we've seen small changes in the positive when it comes to offensive line play here.
But then there's the other part, and I called it a quandary because, how do you play this? If it doesn't work out, if it does work out, we know the answer. But how do you play this? Because from the ownership perspective, they really they love, Nick Caserio. They love what he's done. But at the same time, you can't let another window close, man.
That's the biggest thing.
You can't let another window close. You've got the quarterback. Some would argue that, I think fairly. But you have the defense that should have been in the Super Bowl this year. You have some weapons. You have a weapon coming back in Tank Dell. So the window is open if you get it right up front and you can fix CJ Stroud. From an ownership perspective, if we're into November and we're like, ooh, these linemen are just not doing it, including the free agents, that is a tough call because that's one of the most important things for the window.
Yeah, and you say all that, and just to reiterate, also just the contractual circumstances, the way that the salary cap is built, a lot of the big money is starting to roll in on all of the things that you've gotten right? Again, to give Nick Caserio his credit in building this team. When it comes to free agent acquisitions, right, a lot of that money is going up in some ways, right? When you're talking about the guys that you have drafted and developed, those guys, you're dealing with extensions and the money is starting to hit. It's imperative that you really do right, especially on what is the cost control portion of this, of drafting players, and make those right, because otherwise, if it's just going to be the expensive players that you have right, that's not a tenable way. That this league isn't built to be like that. The whole reason of the salary cap is to force you to have to do things in other ways outside of just paying your way to good teams. And so, no, this is imperative. Like, this is super important for this team not to waste the timeline that you've established. And now that you have expectations, this is part of it, right? Up to this point, you have been walking your way closer to expectation. And that was why the offseason, or rather the end of the season this past year, was so frustrating, is that this was the first time that you had real expectations, that it felt like you had a tangible way of getting to them. And
well, let me ask you this. What is your trust level right now? Because, we can talk about Cole Popovich being at the Senior Bowl, perhaps having a bigger say, but one guy makes the call. One guy ultimately, takes in all the information from whether it's Popovich, the pro scouting staff, the college scouting staff. It's ultimately Nick Caserio who pulls the trigger. What is your trust level right now on him getting it right with this draft?
I mean, I'm cautiously optimistic, and I know I'm on the more of a hopium side, because I know there's a lot of people in this fan base that don't believe in his capability of selecting offensive linemen, and they will reserve that skepticism up until they are shown demonstrably that he has gotten better at it, or that this is, that whatever that was some anomaly, if you want to choose it that way. I am cautiously optimistic that there is some level of turning the corner because of what we've seen, right? We've seen Ariante Ursary land and we've seen a better development side of fundamentals from Cole Popovich. So I'm cautiously optimistic with the idea of there's dudes out here that you can acquire, right? There's dudes that at least for the people that do this on a 365 days a year basis, and there's dudes to be mined and to be utilized that could deliver. And so the idea that the possibility of answers are out there, there seem to be some level of changes in the way that they operate. I'm cautiously optimistic, but again, I recognize I'm on the most optimistic side.
I am optimistic about the draft simply because I think there's a good selection there. You can almost fall into in the first round. Now, if he gets cute and moves back and doesn't draft a tackle in the first round, then we'll have another answer. But I think there's going to be a quality tackle or interior lineman there. One thing I'm watching is because they will sign some free agents as well. And that to me was a big swing and miss, by and large last year. So that's the part where, he's got to get it right in the free agents too.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, mind you, as in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours, there will be a chance for 4 packs of tickets to see Creed at Rodeo Houston. So keep it locked to the station for that. But coming up next, let's talk about that game versus the Jazz. We'll talk about that at large if we want to, but I think Tari Eason requires our attention because he might have ended a career. What does it mean for his own? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather
610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say? Off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. Hey! Oh, we're doing this.
How about
I'm
that?
Reginald Atatula. And, of course, Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of Figgy Fig. I think Fig should be back tomorrow.
All right.
I think.
Weather permitting.
Weather permitting, absolutely. We'll
Is there
see.
a little northeaster going through right now or something?
I've definitely seen videos that Fig has posted on his social media where there's snow. It does not look like them videos from New York where they got everything piled in. I saw somebody who got snowed in to where his door up to probably like his chest just had snow. And I was like, why are you shoveling? Why are you shoveling? You're just inside for today. That's what God told you. You are inside for today. We were talking a little bit about one of the big things that's happening in the world of sports this week, Combine, where a lot of decision makers are talking today, including Nick Caserio. He will be speaking. We'll kind of let you know what we hear from Indianapolis when we see things. But we were talking about the offensive line and some of those answers. From the 2A1, I thought this was an interesting point. On the defensive side of the ball, clearly you have DeMeco, you have Matt Burke helping Nick Caserio find talent. I imagine that it works that way, also with scouts and things like that. Who is that coach on the offensive side of the ball? And that did make me think of the fact that at least last year, you did not have Nick Caley in a position to actually help. I mean, this is early on in his hiring process. You don't know what the offense is. I mean, even conceptually, you don't know what the offense is.
I think he was just happy to be here.
Right? It was very, very early. He's figuring out himself. Now that he has a year under his belt, at least a football season under his belt, I do wonder if maybe he adds to this. And I'm not saying that that's the ultimate ace in the hole or what have you, but maybe that adds to the perspective of now you have somebody that has an understanding of what they're trying to do, at least in the basics, and can add into the, okay, this player would help, that player would help.
Yeah, I get the concept. I don't think it's necessarily wrong in a perfect world. The more and more I look at this offense, I think it's Nick Caserio's offense. And he's making all the calls, which I think ends up putting more pressure on this whole offensive line thing. Because the other part about, you have DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke on the defensive side. DeMeco Ryans is the head coach.
Correct.
And so, his voice is, multiplied times 10 if he says, I really like this guy. Why don't we look at this deal, whatever it might be,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Whose offense scored 125 points last night at Toyota Center versus the Utah Jazz? Because the Rockets, 125-105 was the score, and in which Jabari Smith Jr. led all scorers. I think that is something notable, especially with the
he's hitting everything.
The way that he's been playing of late, it's worth noting. I think we should dig into that. But I think one of the more notable things that also happened with this was an injury to Vince Williams Jr. In the course of the game, where Tyree Easton is running down the court with him, kind of looks back and does what I can only describe as like a shoulder check into him. Williams kind of takes a tumble as he's going and takes a step that it's stuck in my head and I don't really know how to describe it. Just kind of the leg bends outward in a way that it's not supposed to.
Yeah.
And there's already people talking about this as potentially a career-ending type injury, the way that his knee blew out.
Well, it's already been reported as an ACL injury, but here's the other part, and the reason we talk about Tari Eason might have ended a career. Vince Williams Jr. was kind of scraping just to stay in the league anyway.
Young guy.
Guy, trying, up and down moments, here and there, it isn't with the Jazz very long. And starting to gain minutes. And
he just came over in a trade from Memphis that sent Jaren Jackson Jr. there as well.
Right. So I mean, it's by itself, the injury is going to impact next season. But when you consider he's a guy that's still trying to, gain traction in the NBA, and, who knows, how good he's going to end up being, you're affecting his career. You might have changed his entire career path, if not outright ended it, with a cheap shot. Well, I mean, look, we can cheer for the Rockets. We can talk about, it's a physical game and all that other stuff. That's all fair and that's all fine. But that was a cheap shot, man. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. He kind of slowed down even a little bit and shoulder checked him and sent him to the sideline. And I just on the surface, what are you doing? Because you're already shorthanded on the bench. Had another injury yesterday that Ime was talking about. It's going to be 4 to 6 weeks. Dorian Finney-Smith, and now you're going to perhaps be suspended. So just on the surface alone, what are you doing? But even beyond that, you're not in a position. You're a tone setter kind of guy, all that stuff. But you're not. That's not something that should even be thought of. So I don't know what led up to it, but that was a cheap shot, man.
I'm interested actually in what led up to it, and to the point of I just didn't think that was necessary in the moment, right? It looked more like something that I would expect clearly in hockey, maybe in soccer. It didn't feel like something that needed to happen in that place on the basketball court. But in the question of why you're doing that, I do wonder if Tari Eason feels like he needs to carry the burden of bringing intensity back.
Yeah, the tone setter, like I said.
I do wonder if that is what inspires that, because he is that, right?
And you're behind the play.
He is a catalyst. He's behind the play, and that guy is behind you in the way that he's coming up the court. But I think that he might view himself as needing to be a tone setter, and only God knows whether that was kind of something that was asked of him, not that specifically, but being a tone setter was asked of him by the coaching staff. And so I understand the exuberance to some degree. I hated the play, and I wonder what that says about where this team is, right? That Tari Eason felt it necessary to apply, because it didn't. I don't know that it came from a place of malice. I won't do that by any means. But it was one of those things that was just like, that felt like you were trying to be physical for the sake of being physical.
Yes.
And I wonder if that is them grasping at and recognizing that this team is not what it was last year, and they're trying to grasp at how can we get ourselves to play in such a way where we get that feeling, where we restore that feeling of someone like Dylan Brooks. I can see Dylan Brooks doing something like that.
I absolutely was going to say that. What would Dylan Brooks do? Do I need to kind of be that guy? Yes, it'd be nice, but not like that. I mean, that was really bad. That was really bad for the team. It was really bad in a way for Tari Eason. I mean, he had an opportunity here, and now
you said had. Do you think that this?
I think it's going to be a little suspension. I don't know, maybe a game, but I think there's going to be a suspension for that, if nothing else, just because of the injury itself and the fact that he was behind the play. Those two things right there, I think the NBA is going to crack down on. And you're already thin, so you're not really helping your team, in any way whatsoever. And they were really, in a weird way. Let me ask you the question. I was going to say it, but let me ask you: could this be a blessing in disguise in terms of what they do offensively?
You think that this forces the hand on Reed Sheppard? Yep. Because he is kind of one of the I guess guards, so to say, that you had. Jayshawn Tate is who you were talking about earlier.
Oh, Jayshawn Tate.
He's 4 to 6 weeks with an injury, and I thought that you saw more Josh Okogie there. I don't know. I wonder if Josh Okogie gets even more minutes, or if this ends up being Aaron Holiday. It does feel like that stubbornness, and I will call it that, from Ime Udoka. I don't know that this shifts it. And again, I think that this might be like an Aaron Holiday, because in the course of that same game, and I don't say this just to disparage Reed Sheppard, because I have come along with the idea of I think he just needs more minutes. Generally, he was floating a lot on defense, not just getting driven by and being less than stellar on defense. He was doing the thing that feels like an irredeemable sin when it comes to basketball, which is just not being on an assignment, assuming that the assignment wasn't just float a little bit, right? But I think that's a fair assumption that the coaches would just be like, hey, float a little bit, because it feels like that breaks any level of system. Being less than good defensively, that's something where people can help over. And if you're just out of place, that's something that breaks down the entire defensive system. And I felt the frustration watching the game from Reed in that game, just on that little way. And I wonder if those aren't the things that Ime just continually harps on. Whether or not he should is another thing. But I do wonder if those things aren't something that just remains, and he goes, well, let's get Aaron Holiday up off the bench because we know that he'll step in and do the things that I ask.
Well, whether or not he should, you're right, because it ultimately comes down with this team. We've talked about it multiple times. Just the offense. One thing Reed Sheppard does is you have to balance how much does he help the offense, whether it's pick and rolls or finding the open man or hitting the open shot versus the occasional lapses on defense. That's a different topic. But I do think maybe it'll give him a chance to play some more. The other thing with this squad and the Tari Eason thing last night is you've played the kind of game where you had such a good lead that you could just kind of cruise to the win down the stretch. That's not going to be the case the rest of the way. This is one of those stretches where you need all hands on deck and you need everybody to be at their best, and it's just not going to happen.
Well, we'll see if the league ends up coming down on Tari Eason. Tari Eason, remember, like he's coming up on where you need to make a decision on him. I don't know that this play impacts the larger aspect of it. I will say I did see a lot of social media of Tari Eason as a dirty player, which I don't subscribe.
It was a dirty play.
I don't subscribe to that theory on Tari Eason, but I do wonder what that changes for him, especially as a dude who, depending on how the Rockets decide to go about this, could be out here openly in the market. If that changes anything for him.
He's also not the kind of player. I say this with respect because he's a good player, but he's not good enough to get the benefit of the doubt on that stuff. If it continues to be a little extra here, not a dirty play per se, but a little extra here. They're showing Draymond Green on the screen right now. He hasn't. He's not good enough to be able to get those calls, so he's going to be targeted some.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by a fight that I don't think anybody was asking for, at least in the year of our Lord 2026. Mayweather-Pacquiao. Again, the rematch is coming. And so with that, what's something that you have no business doing anymore, but you still try? Text in 713-572-4610, and we'll talk about it next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year? The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with Jim Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, jump in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, with your response to the question of the day. What's something that you have no business doing anymore, but you still try? Let us know, because it feels like the world of boxing is getting something that that these two gentlemen should absolutely be done with. And those gentlemen are Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao, who have agreed to a rematch of their big fight from, what is it, like
11 years ago.
A decade ago? 11 years ago.
11 years ago.
They'll be fighting at the Sphere in Las Vegas in September. Leading up to that, mind you, Mayweather has an exhibition with Mike Tyson. Talk less of this. But this is one of those where I remember vividly, like you mentioned, 11 years ago, talking about that matchup being made and being like, damn, this kind of sucks because they waited.
They're late in their career.
They waited 2 or 3 years too long to make that fight then when you wanted to see them at the heights of their powers, a couple of pound-for-pound greats at boxing, and they made that fight a little late. It ended up being somewhat interesting, although, people do not like the style of fighting that Mayweather has, so it was not the explosive, kind of fight that you were hoping. But that was then 11 years ago. 49-year-old Floyd Mayweather and 47-year-old Manny Pacquiao getting in a ring together. Buddy, why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this?
Like, maybe I could get the answer on Manny Pacquiao because he had issues with the taxes and stuff. Like, maybe that's ultimately what's happening here. Mayweather, Floyd, what is did you gamble it all the way?
Well, he was a big gambler. He was a big. How many punches are going to be thrown? 12? I mean,
that is a really good question. Pacquiao's been fighting. I mean, he's been retired for like 4 years, but he's had some fights relatively recently, right? 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it's relatively recently. Mayweather,
very relative.
I don't know, man. I know that he's a defensive fighter generally. I do wonder if this is just going to look atrocious. This is just going to be terrible.
Oh, it is. It is. I don't really have much interest in doing it, but there they are. They're going to get paid. There will be a lot of people watching it.
Are you watching it?
I don't know. I'm not, it doesn't do much for me. You talked about 11 years ago. We watched that fight, and it was kind of like,
I lied through my teeth. I was like, I'm not watching this. They waited too long.
Oh, yeah.
And then I watched it. I'm going to see if my willpower holds up.
But it wasn't.
I want to not watch this.
Yeah, but it wasn't like.
Just on the principle of it.
Yeah, just on the principle alone. So what's something you do, you still try to do, and you have no business doing it? You know what's sad? What's really, really sad? Like my easy answer is, I think I've said it a few times here on the show. I used to just love to go on nice, easy jogs, just for a good 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Sometimes.
Get the blood moving, get some fresh air.
It just clears your head. Yeah, getting some fresh air. I wasn't breaking any records, but I used to just love going on jogs. Well, that's been out the window for several years now. I do the walk jog thing, but mainly because of my
just
back.
Walk, but you pump your arms.
No,
Make
no,
it
no.
Feel like
I walk and then I jog, like a quarter mile.
I thought you were talking about the thing that everybody does on the crosswalk when a car is waiting for you.
I'm not that
to make it seem like you're hustling, but you're not moving any faster.
You're moving your arms.
It's power walking.
No, I don't do that.
You need to do some power walking. Come on now.
No way in hell. I'll walk for like a quarter mile, half a mile, then I'll jog for like a quarter mile, half a mile. That's about the most I can do. But that's not the one I'm talking about. What's really sad, I think I mentioned this a few months ago. I found a gym, and I just love basketball to death. And I found a gym that was open in the evenings, and you could just go and just shoot around. I said, I'm not going to play basketball. I mean, those days are long gone of actual pickup basketball.
You want to be the old guy in the gym just putting up free throws?
But it was cool because I was by myself. It was a cool wood floor, air conditioned gym.
Nice.
It was good rims.
Ooh.
Yeah, good rims. And I would just grab a ball and just go over there and shoot for about 20, 30 minutes. And what was incredibly sad is, like, the first time I did it, I understood it. But then the second and the third time, even just doing little baby jump shots, the next morning, I couldn't stand up. My back was just crying.
Oh no!
I was like, this is the saddest thing in the world.
That is sad.
I will never tell anybody about this, but I did. I just did. I'm like, I can't even do like half an hour, 45 minutes of just jump shots without hurting.
Reggie, John would be the kind of guy that sees all the other people playing pickup. He goes up to like, look, You're doing it wrong. Listen, you got to do this.
Start coaching in the gym.
I will do that.
Hey, let me give you a tip, young man.
I'm as good at that as I ever been. But no, like I actually told myself, well, I'm not telling anybody about this because this is really sad.
Thank you for bringing it to the program. There's someone that's with you from the 281. No business hooping at a gym with these young cats. 44, and it's an injury waiting to happen.
Yes.
Sad reality.
Yes.
No, without that caveat of with these young cats. Oh yeah, man, they're doing things that you have no business doing. Also, less of the physical aspect of it. You're just gonna make yourself insane because when you call that travel off of that step through after they done hop stepped and pivoted, they're just gonna be like, no, that's not a travel. And you're like, back when I was, and then you're gonna feel, oh, just don't do it. It's not worth the time. I was gonna put basketball in there, but that's not true. I actually
you
feel
still
like
hoop some, yeah.
You know what? Speaking of sad, what a sad answer is, I'm still in that age range where I'm soaring with youthful naivete at times, and I still will do dairy even though I'm starting to see the signs.
Somebody texted that.
I'm starting to see the signs of this don't sit all as well with your stomach in the ways that it should, and I'm like, I still want to do this ice cream. Still want to do it.
Thankfully, that's never, and I'm a lot older than you. That's never been a problem for. I still eat, I like a lot of yogurt and ice cream and milk, and that's never been an issue. But it's already hitting you.
Yeah, it's starting to hit.
Get them bones strong.
Yeah. I have had to go to the lactate light milk now on a regular basis. But it's when you're seeing something dairy that's like, ooh, there's a lot of dairy in that. I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
I'm still doing it because I refuse to accept defeat in this way. As this person from the 346 is, which I think that you're right here. This is the full spirit of the question of the day, which is what's something you have no business doing anymore that you should still try. 346 said, challenge my 22 and 28-year-olds to do push-ups. Still win, but sore as hell. Yeah, no, you gotta remind them.
No,
you have to keep them in their place.
But you have the old man strength, but push-ups is not one. It's like old man strength is like if your kid comes up to you, you can just push them down.
Yoke them up.
You can just push them down. But that's like once. You can't do 28 push-ups or whatever it is, 30 push-ups.
Yeah, you can. You can if it's just willpower, and then you got to go to your room away from where they can see you, and then grimace as hard as you've ever grimaced before. But now you got to keep them in their place. Now the 28-year-old. You can let that one go. The 22-year-old, he's still in that place where you got to humble him a little bit. I think that, but I like what you're doing there. Somebody said neither one of Pacquiao or Mayweather stand up to pee anymore. Maybe I am astonished that they want to do this fight.
I am stunned. I'm stunned that it's. Well, I shouldn't be stunned. I shouldn't be surprised at all. They're going to make millions.
That's the thing that upsets,
they'll make millions.
That's the thing that upsets me the most is that we've gotten to a place where the sport of boxing is being made to be a joke because it's all spectacle, it's all sizzle, no substance. Because here comes, and it's on our TV, Mayweather, Pacquiao, to get out here and do what is like it's not the height of boxing, man.
Hell, Mayweather's going to make millions on an exhibition with Tyson, and we know how bad Tyson looks because he just had another bad exhibition. And the people, he's going to make a lot of money on that. It's bizarre. Back to the question of the day. Sometimes you do something knowing that it's going to hurt. That you're not going to be able to get up. But it's the pride thing. And what I'm thinking of is we had a buddy down in Aransas Pass that was putting in a deck. And I'm like, well, I'll help dig those post holes. And I had the little post hole digger.
Oh, no.
I did like 2, and I went, done. I'm done. You're on your own.
Technically, you did help.
I did 2 post holes. Of course, he needed about 8, but I only did 2.
Oh, shout out to the 832 trying to run a mile under 7 minutes at 60 years old. Shout out to you.
Well, he didn't say that he did it.
Well, even the attempt.
I can try to run a mile under 7 minutes. It'll just take 27.
Even the actual attempt, I think, deserves a shout out. More power to you. Somebody said one thing I should no longer be doing is pay-per-view boxing matches of has-beens. Yeah, that's one of those, and I'm probably still going to end up there. Although the pay part of pay-per-view, we'll see how viable that actually is for me. Less than legal means might be the way that I go about this one if I do watch it. But if you're talking boxing, did you watch any like the real boxing? Did you see Clarissa Shields on Sunday?
We talked about it yesterday, or maybe it was off air. We talked about it yesterday. I didn't see it live, but I actually did get into some of the stuff after I saw what happened.
See, that's the boxing I'm trying to see. Yeah. They were in there throwing like rock'em sock'em robots.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It's one of those things that you rarely see fighters just unleash the hands in the way that they did, unless it's like tiny, like the little fighters, with all due respect to them.
Yeah,
because
the flyweights.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, we're not worried about actually throwing crazy heavy punches, so we're just gonna throw a whole bunch of them. That's what it felt like watching them ladies fight, and I was like, yeah, this is what I want to see. Just tire yourselves out for 2 or 3 minutes, and then circle back around and do it again. I love it.
Round 2.
3-minute break. Good to go again. Yeah.
Shout out to all the people that are running. Oh, and then just generally, I won't try this anymore, or actually I still do. Just wearing long sleeves in the Houston summer.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that, I shouldn't do.
That's never going to work out, man.
Well, when you're young, it doesn't matter. I vividly remember being a kid in Sugar Land, Texas, playing basketball in 100-degree heat with jeans on.
Yeah.
Like a sicko. And I'll still be out here walking in long sleeves during the summer, and I need to stop that. I need to stop doing
Depends on the shirt, too. Those dry fits are sometimes better. The little light dry fits.
I don't know about better. They might be okay. I don't agree with better.
Reggie,
there.
you must have been balling, man. Jeans in 100-degree weather?
Well,
My
that had
goodness.
nothing to do with the quality.
That's old school.
It was just a thing to do.
That's old school.
It's just a thing that children do because I don't think children feel the effects of like life. Just drinking water from anywhere. Just all sorts of decisions that should have taken us out if we're talking about the ramifications of this. But all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we're already getting some trickle from the NFL Combine, and this player says he deserves to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league. Do you agree with him? We'll do all that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Watch across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. The question of the day was, what's something that you have no business doing anymore, but you still try and do? And a few extra incredible questions or answers rather came in through the end of that segment. Which shout out first and foremost to a 63-year-old who's doing 150 push-ups a day for the last year. You are a better man than me, without question. From the 281, ignore my check tire light, or just check engine light, or just when you're supposed to do your oil change. Yeah. You get to a certain age and you're like, that is young person stuff when they don't understand that the cost of doing your oil change or whatever, whether it's time or just money, is significantly cheaper than knocks starting to happen in your engine, right? That is a great answer. Another one said, I need to stop buying skins on Warzone. Yeah, just spending that money on them games, probably not the best way to go. And from the 281, this is my favorite one. They said, I got no business lifting the couch and taking it down the stairs when they're moving, but pride says I'm lifting that thing if it's the last thing I do. And, buddy, I have never related to anything more in my life.
It's the worst. And when it's family, my kid, my oldest son recently moved. And
you got a truck, so I know you get roped into
all of that stuff. And you got to do it, and you're like, hate it, but you're like, ugh, it's the worst.
Yes.
What'd you say you want enough money to?
Yes. There are certain things that motivate me in life, and they're atypical, and they're stupid in some ways, and I recognize that. One of those is I want to have a certain level of fame, not for fame's sake, because I kind of hate it, but just so I can play in a celebrity all-star game, right? But also, I want to have enough money to where if I ever need to move, I not only pay for movers, but I pay for them to pack them and unpack. I want to
put them on the shelves.
Yes, I want to show up in a new place and be like, look, my stuff's here. That's how I want to live.
That's right.
That's the kind of money that I hope to have. Yeah. Not for really any other reasons. Yeah. I just want to never have to worry about packing or lifting or organizing. Unpacking really is the thing that kills your spirit.
It takes months
doesn't it? It takes forever.
Yeah, it does.
You'll be packing up and you'll be like, damn, I never opened this box.
Yeah. I was low-key wondering, is it packing everything that takes longer or
it's unpacking? It's without question unpacking.
I feel that too.
Packing has an actual deadline.
Yeah.
Right? You better have it all packed up or else the truck ain't taking it. You know? Unpacking, it's just like, I'll get to it.
There.
You get lazy.
I know it's in that box.
Yeah. All right, let's get going. By the way, it is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, so we will be giving away in this hour a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed on March 11th at Rodeo Houston at NRG Stadium. But let's go around the NFL now. Are you familiar with Jackson Smith-Njigba?
Yeah, that guy's pretty good.
Yes, very good, in fact. Yeah. Looked really good this season. Looked maybe even better the year before. He said that he believes that he deserves to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league. He's looking for an extension right now. He was the offensive player of the year this year. And, if he becomes the highest paid wide receiver, you're talking about something that is in excess of $40 million on average when it comes to rather new money on average. He says he's not pressed right now to get it done. He knows his time is coming, and when they get it done, it's going to be a great deal. Do you believe that he should be the highest paid wide receiver in football? And maybe said another way, do you think that he is on the precipice, if not the best wide receiver in football?
Yes and yes. I think he absolutely proved that this year, back-to-back, of course, incredible years. And not like these other guys are necessarily sliding or anything. I think he's just been that good. The highest paid. And by the way, they should do this sooner rather than later because he's not going anywhere. It's a classic story. I think he is the best receiver in the game and should be paid as such.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. I feel like sooner rather than later is the thing that you have to take into account when a guy is bona fide, when he has bona fides verified, which I think that you're very much in that place with Jackson Smith-Njigba. It also feels like he's on the precipice of what the trend is. You remember when we were talking to Matt Harmon at Super Bowl Radio Row of Yahoo Sports and Perception, it does feel like these guys that you can move around very easily and play on the outside, but also be able to do things in the slot and over the middle. That feels like that is, if not the most valuable thing that you can get in a wide receiver, the second most valuable, with the first being just a big body dude that you could throw it up to no matter what and catch it, which What's happening, Nico? I hope you're doing all right, buddy. That does feel like that's the type of thing where who else would we talk about as the best? Like Jamar Chase right now?
That was the only
maybe
one I
Justin
thought of.
Jefferson if you want to go there. It does feel like Jackson Smith and Jigba is absolutely falling in line with those types of dudes. And maybe it's the offense that Clint Kubiak ran. It just felt like he had so much viability in a way that he has an offense that fits him incredibly well as well.
I think what you said earlier is actually it's more important to have the guy that can go inside and outside than the big body. I really do. I think especially with the trends in today's offenses, and he's helping set that. I think that's another reason why he should be and will be paid.
Yeah, so that's one of those things. You wonder if that at all changes the way that that they handle the other free agent circumstance, or maybe not free agent, but the other big thing that you're looking at if you're looking at the Seattle Seahawks, which is how they handle Kenneth Walker III and his impending free agency. We'll continue to watch that space as we go. Did you see yesterday that the Atlanta Falcons use their franchise tag? One of the earlier instances, or at least it is said that they will use their franchise tag on tight end Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts, who was the second most productive tight end last year after Trey McBride, who just got his big time extension that set the market in that space. This feels like this is the easiest decision that one can make, is keeping Kyle Pitts around, at least with the franchise tag.
Yes, and what a great story he is too. I think a guy that sort of kind of came in with a lot of hoopla, but then kind of came into the league with a whimper, and now is going to be able. Well, he's getting franchise tagged, but he's going to be able to make a lot of money. Ultimately, I think this is a no-brainer for them, especially with the transition they're having in Atlanta, et cetera.
Now, I always wonder, when teams use the franchise tag, is this one of these delaying the inevitable, or are they actually going to be able to get a deal done? I wonder if this is the former rather than the latter. I think that this is going to be, the franchise tag is somewhere in the $16, $17 million range, if memory serves. He operates more like a wide receiver. Compare that to the number we were just talking about with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
40.
Right?
Yeah.
If you operate, and this is something that goes back, do you remember Jimmy Graham was trying to be classified as a wide receiver back then?
Yeah.
I do feel bad for tight ends in this way, especially the ones that are very much more pass catchers, to not be able to tap into that market. So he's going to be underpaid, and I think that's why it just makes sense, is even if you can't get to a deal, franchise tag him and keep him, because it's not prohibitive. But I do wonder if that causes more animosity.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going. Normally, and you've heard me say this, if I'm a player and you're kind of betting on your health too.
Yes.
But I've always embraced the franchise tag at a lot of positions. Because let's say you're a wide receiver and they franchise tag you. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then you're still going to, if you stay healthy, you're still going to get the big contract. At tight end, I don't think that way. Because at tight end, you talk about, what is it, $16.5 million the franchise tag? That's dirt cheap compared to what you could be getting and what his contract will probably be. His contract's going to be more than 16 a year, because he's going to kind of they're always resetting the market. So most positions, I wouldn't mind the franchise tag ultimately, but at the tight end position, I think they're kind of the Falcons are keeping the payroll low with it.
Yeah, I mean, Trey McBride's average annual value was in the 19.
That's what I'm saying. They're jacking him.
It feels like if we're doing the thing where next man up, you get around that same market, a franchise tag of 16 and change is $3 million off on average annual value, which is a big amount of money.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that ultimately plays out. Good for the Atlanta Falcons, at least for one more year, to have that talented player, but they're going to have to really consider the way that they move forward in this season. Some other things around the NFL. Baltimore Ravens GM Eric DeCosta. You were actually out in Costa Rica enjoying yourself and the wind and the beauty and all of that. Okay, well, very good. That's why you went, right?
That's
no
wind.
Right,
yeah.
And while during that, we played on this program a little bit of audio from Eric DeCosta on a podcast talking about. He was talking about just the roster and how it looks in the year prior. And I found it very interesting the way that he had talked about the offense. He was just naming off guys, obviously Lamar and the wide receivers and everything. And he started and he names off, we got to get a deal done with Tyler Linderbaum, and he just goes on talking about the guards. And it felt very much like a matter of fact, he's going to be a part of this team. It's just this little thing we've got to get over. in his contract. Well, today it feels like that feeling was vindicated because, at the Combine where various different people are speaking, and Nick Caserio probably should be speaking around this moment right now, Eric DeCosta said that they have offered Tyler Linderbaum a, quote, market-setting offer.
Yeah.
And that very much feels like he's not going to make it to true free agency.
I wish he would, boy. Well, I say that. I don't know what the Texans would be thinking, but you're not going to find a better player at the center position than him. This is crucial for Lamar Jackson, crucial for their offense, the new staff that they have offensively. Absolutely crucial that they pay him. And what is the market setting value? What do you think that might be for him?
Well, I mean, I think that if memory serves, and let me double check to make sure that I'm not telling you something incorrect. I think that we're probably around like the 20 range there, maybe a little bit more than that. And let me make sure I get the market here on,
because it's going
centers.
to be massive.
Yeah, currently when we're talking about average annual value, Creed Humphrey is the highest paid at 18.
Okay.
And to set the market, now we're talking about 19, 20, and I wonder how far they're going to push it for him in order to, fend off the possibility of true free agency. They want him back. It does feel like Tyler probably would enjoy being there, although I imagine
he's 25 years old still.
Yes, he's very young. There's going to be another bite at the apple. This offseason could not have fallen better for a Tyler Linderbaum if you wanted to. You go to the draft where there's just not a ton of centers, especially at the highest level of things. And then there are, count them, 3 center free agents that are out there of any note, right? It's Linderbaum, it's Connor McGovern from the Bills, and then it is Cade Mays from the Panthers. Those are kind of the 3 that we're talking about in all reality, and he is clearly the best of those. He's the only one that I think most people talk about as a true impact center in the league. So everybody wants him. Obviously, the Texans are one of those teams, but there's a number of others that are in the vying. But it does feel like they're going to get a deal done. And I think that the Eric DeCosta, it sounds like he knows that with the market setting rhetoric. Although that could be him also setting this up to make it seem like Tyler Linderbaum.
We tried.
We did what we could.
Yeah, right.
He was ungrateful to not take our offer.
No, that happens a lot. But market value right now, according to Spot Rack, is just under $18 million. So we're talking $19 million, $20 if they're setting the market, which, if they can do it, more power to him because he's that crucial to him.
Yeah. So that's happening there.
$20 million for a center, $19 million for a center.
Yeah, but I mean, it's better than because with the franchise tag, they do it based off of all offensive linemen.
Yeah.
So it's better than what it would have been if they tried, or not even the franchise tag, if they tried to use a 5th-year option or even the franchise tag on them, it would have been really exorbitant because then you're getting all of the tackle money, right? Where the average there is, or the highest rather, is 28.5 for Rashawn Slater. Tristan Wirth is over the 28 number. And so if you average the top 5 contracts, we're talking about somewhere in like the 27 range.
There you go.
So even if they end up paying some
20,
22, it's still like, it's better than what we would have ended up with, if we had to do the franchise tag. Now, of course, you would also be making a lot of people around the league very mad by pushing up the average annual value of a center. But, yeah, that is something that is happening there. Some other things around the NFL. Competition committee, I believe that they're meeting in Indianapolis. As, again, the Combine serves as not just an opportunity to get these dudes out here in underwear and work out, but meetings between general managers and now also the competition committee. Apparently, the NFL is considering allowing replay officials to flag non-football acts unpenalized on the field. So the idea, it was Troy Vincent, who was the Vice President of Football Operations. He said it yesterday that the conversation centered on non-football acts that were unpenalized by on-field officials. So, something like that being, Stephon Diggs during Super Bowl and Derek Hall stepping on a player. Things like that would be something that they're thinking about opening up to being penalized.
I thought they were already. What are we talking about? Something that they miss and they can drop the flag late, like an intentional grounding?
Yes.
That would be
replay officials coming in after and being like, actually, they didn't call that. You missed that. I'm going to be able to drop that.
I like it, but it also sort of opens up, in terms of, they see this, but they don't see that. They call this, but they don't call that. I do like it, though, in general, that you can do that.
Is there anything else that you'd be looking for the committee to possibly look at
Well, they're not apparently going to really talk about the tush push.
They aren't.
Yeah.
Which is funny because the UFL decided to make this about themselves by jumping up and like, well, the NFL's not going to, we'll ban the tush push.
Look what we're doing.
Look at us. We're banning the tush push, which, hey, calm down, UFL. You're looking real greedy right now.
They're like, in America, we don't have the tush push.
In the UFL, apparently 60-yard field goals are going to be at least worth 4 points.
Yes, they're adding the 4-pointer. We're turning this into Rock'em Sock'em, or what is it?
The what?
I done forgot where I went to because I went to Rock'em Sock'em Robots again, which is not what I was looking. Was it Rock and Jock? Is that what it was? Is that what I'm looking for?
No, you got me on that one.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, you got me on that one.
Well, you swing and a miss at times. Another thing the NFL is apparently considering in their offseason, they're going to study shoulder pad requirements after the rise of shoulder injuries, which kind of makes sense considering we went from back in the 80s where it looked like dudes were going to fly away like Dumbo with their pads.
Yeah.
To basically looking like these dudes are just wearing shirts.
Offensive linemen always amazes me. They have like these little bitty shoulder pads. I'm like, how do they survive doing that? It's incredible. That, on the other hand, I don't think that's going to pass. I don't think that's going to. I think the Players Association, the backroom, discussions is going to be. Players like to be sleek and fast. They want to be as fast as they can.
They want to feel like they're not wearing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yes, and that I do think they need to sort of cut down on the short shorts, but that's just me personally. But the shoulder pads, I don't think that's going to change. I think they like it.
Yeah, but
I don't know how they do it.
Also, this feels like they're trying to do player safety stuff, but sometimes I wonder how much they are willing to do player safety stuff at the, and begrudge what the players actually want, or what the cost of the comfort of the players. Because I know that they want player safety, but they also have to negotiate with these players all the time.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much they want to do that. But we'll see. We'll see what ultimately comes of that. That's going to be an interesting thing that you also watch when it comes to this week at the Combine. What actual, maybe not rule changes, but what kind of emphases maybe come out of this from the NFL league side of things. But there you go. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're already getting some things trickling in when it comes to Nick Caserio talking at the Combine, apparently saying that speculation about CJ Stroud is, quote, moronic. And he insisted that the team is, quote, not trading CJ.
All right.
We'll dig into that more as we go along.
No
in this
John
program.
McClain.
No, thank God. Honestly, really and truly, John.
Maybe that's what ultimately decided. Maybe they were kind of contemplating it, and they're like, oh, no, McClain's going to go? No, we ain't doing that.
Ain't no way. And McClain did say he would do it at Kirby. Like, I feel like this might have gone a little differently if McClain said he's going to do it on Main Street or something.
They can look out their windows.
He's like, hey, man, I want to see that. Don't nobody want to see that, John. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, which Houston sports fans are the most authentic, do you think? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Give me a break.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Nick Caserio is at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, talking to the assembled media, and he gave an update on CJ Stroud. He finally answered all the speculation, and you want to know what he said?
I do.
It's earth-shattering. It's mountain-moving. He called all the speculation moronic.
Moronic.
He said CJ Stroud is not going anywhere.
Oh, come on, man. I should have hit the breaking news sounder.
No, I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to do that to the people because I find that people get real mad if you do the breaking news sounder, and it feels like something that was not befitting of the breaking news sounder. But we kind of knew that was, not even kind of, we knew that was going to be the perspective that they were going to take here.
Of course. They maybe are wavering on just how much confidence they have in him. They may be wondering if he's going to come back, as we've talked about. I've mentioned, humbled and being able to embrace the off. That's all fair. That doesn't mean you're trading him.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that as we go along in this program. But I just wanted to make sure that people know that CJ Stroud is going to be the quarterback of the Texans. Moronic is the word. He getting a little spicy with it.
I like Frisky Nick.
Getting a little spicy with it.
I like it.
All right, so which Houston sports fans are the most authentic? That's the question that I have for you. Answer in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, because there is a quote in baseball going around that's got people a little, speaking of frisky, got people feeling a little bit type of way.
Dodgers fans are hot.
They'll be all right.
Yeah, they'll be
back-to-back.
I think they will, by the way.
Back-to-back World Series. They'll be okay.
They got World Series champions. They got the best player in the world. They can handle it. They'll be fine.
I'm telling you, in L.A., they're in their local media, I think it was local TV, talking about the possibility of when was the last time there was a three-peat and all these in baseball. Should. I mean,
look at their roster. Look what they're adding.
Just don't show it to me, though.
Okay.
That's what I'm mad about. Why did I have to see this? But no, they're in that place.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I saw this. It was Pete Crow Armstrong, real game like Dodgers fans to take pictures or whatever. They are paying attention. They care. And, of course, Dodgers fans are going nuts on this.
I think they have a case. Don't let them hear that I told them that I said that, though.
Yeah.
But I think that they have a case. There's a lot of Dodgers fans that really care. Yeah. The problem is also when have we had an opportunity for that to be on full display? Because it's not like they've been atrocious anytime recently.
Right. And I think there's an aspect of this that is sort of financially driven. It's a very expensive ticket.
Yes.
It's a very expensive ticket. It's the beautiful people.
In a particular place where going to the Dodgers game is a thing to do. Not to say that there aren't a trillion things to do in L.A., but if you are somewhat sports inclined, but you're not dogged or diehard, going to the Dodgers game is still a luxury item for you, especially if you get a chance to sit in one of them places where the TV might catch your
shot. Yeah, but it did get me thinking because, the prices of the tickets, the authenticity of the fans, which is what we're talking about here, about Houston fans, because you look at some of these games and you start seeing fans that don't go to any games. They watch them all on TV. Those are the quote real fans that can't afford to to get to tickets. So it got me thinking about the stadiums that we go to that we watch.
Okay, the environments that we're talking about.
Who are the most authentic fans? Not the Pete Crow Armstrong fans, not the Dodgers fans. When it comes to Rockets, Astros, and Texans, I kind of think you can make a case for all three. But
without question, you can.
I do have an answer. I'm curious where you would lean if you're like the fans that go to those games in whether it's Daikin Park or wherever. Those are the most authentic fans in our city.
Ooh, this is tough because we're also talking about who's in the building. Because my immediate thought was thinking.
I'm not talking sitting at home. I'm talking about fans in the building.
No, I was thinking about yesterday's game where the Rockets play the Jazz, and I'm watching the broadcast. There's one point where was it Jabari who hits the bench or hits the first row courtside seats is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Where it's a whole row that's empty, and he basically takes out the row, and it doesn't matter because no one's there. I mean, of course, it's the Utah Jazz coming to town on a Monday night. That's not getting anybody inspired.
Yeah.
But how much do we have to factor in whether or not the stadium actually even fills up to the
That's up to you.
authenticity? Because that's the people that show up for Rockets games care about Rockets games, but I feel like I'd be hard-pressed to call it number one. I'd be very hard-pressed to call it number one. And I know that we've got a lot of people that love the Rockets in this city, but I'd be hard-pressed to say that the Rockets fans are the most dogged, the most quote-unquote authentic fans.
Real fans in the stands.
In the city.
Yeah.
This gets tough because if you wanted to make the negative argument, which I apologize seeing that that's the way my brain works, but that's the way I'm trying to make it. You would talk about Texans fans, you go, you can't even get in the building before the game starts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? You can't, as much as we got people out there, but the people that get in there, it'll get loud, it'll get riled up, but how much can you say that if you're not getting there in time where it feels like the baseball fans are probably I might go Astros 1, Texans 2, Rockets 3. How are you feeling on this?
It's interesting because my first thought was Astros, but you go and I don't really go to the Astros games anymore to go to the press box. I'm always in the stands at Astros games, so I get a real feel for it. Well, there are so many fans that are just not even paying attention to the game, and I'm not trying to be old guy on the porch. I'm just saying they're on the concourse, they're walking around, they're in left field or whatever, just chatting and not really. And I'm not saying everybody. I'm not talking to you specifically, fan that pays attention and cares.
No, he is,
and brings your scorecard.
I'm personally offended.
I'm talking about just in general, like in the stadium. I think there's a lot of Astros fans that go because the Astros have been good.
That's a fair point.
You know what I mean? Like kind of like the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, the Astros game? Yeah, I'll go. That'll be fun. They've won a couple World Series. They're good every year and everything.
You know what's funny though? Yeah. I think that my priors might be impacting this because. And I've been saying this a lot recently. I should probably stop pointing this out. I was recently in Dallas before I got a chance to come home here to Houston. And I find it fascinating because this is one place where I will actually use the Rangers fans. I vividly remember prominent people talking about, man, it feels like Rangers fans don't know baseball in the way that like Astros fans do when they know the moments that are big and they make sure that they get up and they clap when there's, when there's 2 strikes and there's an opportunity to strike a guy out or something like that, right? Moments where the knowledgeable baseball fan knows, hey, this is the time to get excited. I've seen Rangers fans like lament that they don't have that Houston has. So maybe that is continually the context that I help form this feeling of, the Astros fans are tapped in, but also you're right, like there's a level of winning that is induced to that, and how much does that still exist, and how much of what you were talking about of like folks being maybe not as tapped in is just baseball is kind of that sport where it's a little more leisurely.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more like, hey, we're just going to go out to the ball game and hang out.
I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is, I think a lot of people in this city, they go to Astros games because it's cool to go to an Astros game. I think a lot of Rockets fans go, there's a really good hardcore core group of Rockets fans. This is going to sound weird. I think the truest fans in the stands, even though they don't show up on time very often, is the Texans fans. I'm looking at their schedule. What was the game? Was it the Broncos game? No, there was a game.
Let me check my notes because I'm sure I've took a note about
where it was the Buffalo game, the Thursday night Buffalo game.
Oh, the Buffalo game was electric.
But it was half Buffalo fans or damn near half Buffalo fans. And that's the day where I went, man, these Texans fans. Remember how loud it was down the stretch?
Yes.
When Josh Allen was making that crazy play and all that other stuff. And I'm like, they might be outnumbered. They might arrive late. But the Texans fans in the stadium that night, I was like, this is impressive. It was as loud as you could get, and it was not even, the majority. Well, the majority was Texans fans, but it wasn't all Texans fans there. I think the people that show up to Texans games and spend their money and go, I think they're really very authentic.
And then how much of that is just also you got to be in order to get over the hurdles that
they've also been burned.
Yes,
yeah.
There is that. We've seen that in this postseason.
Yeah,
where the same old Texans mantra is only just around the corner, and still people feel the need to traverse getting into NRG Park and getting into the building and all the things that happen. How much of this do you also have to add some level of accounting for? There's fewer games for football.
A texter says that. A texter says that you're comparing 8 or 9 home games to 50 or 82 or whatever it may be. No, I get it, but I'm talking about like on a day-to-day basis, going to the game, you look around the crowd, because every game is independent of the other 82 or 50 or 8 or 9. You know, like if you're in the stadium for that particular game, whether it's the Jazz last night or Astros and Mariners, or well, that's not a good example, Astros and Milwaukee or something, you know, that particular game, you're getting a good gauge of what how engaged the fans are with that particular game, and et cetera. I think Texans fans, because they've been beat up, the ones that go are the ones that are just like legit, authentic. I'm here to support the Texans.
Could it be as simple as what the 713 throws up here? The idea that it's Texans fans just because they're still rabid and rambunctious and never won no championship and really haven't been close, compared to Rockets fans who have seen, well, you got to be a little older, but have seen their championship, and Astros fans who've seen a couple of championships very recently, relatively recently.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, because that's another way of saying they've been burned so much, and yet here they are. You know, those are the guys that I'm coming to the game.
Yeah, but at least, thankfully, I think that there's a case that can be made for all these major teams in Houston, and I think that matters. I think that's ultimately a good thing, is that you look at, I mean, even Rockets fans, what do people talk about? Rockets fans on Twitter are just crazy people. I think that is another metric that you could possibly use about it. We care about our sports. Now, we could be seen as fair weather at times, but we care about these sports to a great degree. And so it's one of the reasons why it's imperative that these teams make sure that they do right by us, man. Go ahead and get these championships, win games, go for it, right? Really push for it, because that also helps push that forward. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, in which two Houston basketball teams played last night. They were on divergent paths. We'll talk about that more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would.
Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's wrong, Reggie?
Why would you do that to me? Just taking a bite of barbecue. Don't worry about that. Getting in the rodeo season, you know.
What a rookie.
Getting into the vibes.
Wearing a white shirt while eating barbecue, that's also a rookie.
Is it still white, though?
It is still white.
Still white, though?
Yes.
I won't be wearing a white shirt come the weekend when cook-off really gets going.
Shout out
here.
to Houston Rodeo, man.
Yeah, man. Houston Rodeo getting going. I mean, cook-off starts, what, Thursday?
Yep.
So we're there, baby. We are there with that time of year here in the great city of Houston. And you can enjoy that. Stick along. We got a 4-pack of tickets to give away to see Creed. And I know some people are really exuberant and some people are like, I'll call in on Thursday. And I appreciate both sides. I understand what you're doing there. Yeah. But we'll do that in this hour and then also in the 1 o'clock hour. A couple of basketball games happened yesterday. Obviously, the Rockets played last night, handled up on the Utah Jazz, which they should. That is a deeply unserious team when you're watching it. 125-105. The big news, Jabari Smith Jr., what got into you, big dog?
Yeah, man, he was all over and just knocking everything down. This was it was a fun game to watch. Look, we spent a lot of time talking about some of the shortcomings and all that. This was a fun one to watch. They did have a lot of turnovers, though, and that came a lot in the second half, which was still somewhat problematic. But they built such a good lead that they could just cruise on in.
It was such a weird game in which it felt like it was never in doubt, really, because the first half they did such a good job offensively. It's the thing that's been a weird dichotomy for me in the last handful of games since they've come back from the All-Star break, which is I've seen the little things, the little adjustments that will make for a better offense than what they've been putting up since the turn of the calendar into 2026. Getting the ball out early, really moving the basketball. It was Joe Lunardi on ESPN, actually, interestingly enough, talking about the other game that we need to talk about, Kansas and University of Houston, talking about Kansas and their best player, Darren Peterson. How when they don't try and focus in on Darren Peterson and just get him the basketball and make him the entirety of the offense, when they move the ball and let the energy of the basketball find other players, they play their best style of basketball. I feel very similarly, and of course the reason why I tie these together is because they were on two screens right next to each other last night. I feel very similarly about the Rockets. When Kevin Durant operated as a facilitator and just got the ball out quickly, and the ball jumps around, and now they're finding open shots or finding Jabari Smith Jr. in space to knock down 6 of 11 three-pointers, this offense works. The thing about it is I can watch in the first half and know when the fourth quarter comes that's not going to be the case because they're going to try and go isolation basketball, which makes sense just in an abstract because you have Kevin Durant. Give him the basketball, let him score when you need points, except that's not what happens unless they do something like they did in this game and have a huge lead going into the final frame.
It was good to see, but also frustrating because we as you just pointed out, we know what's coming down the stretch. You know, you look at the flow of the offense, how guys are getting open. Now, to be fair, they were really knocking down a lot of shots too, and you're going to win a lot of games like that.
45% from three.
Yeah,
you can't bank on that all the time, but when you get it, buddy,
just ride it.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's
very
pretty dang good. But at the same time, you're looking at it and you're like, okay, there it is. That's what they need to do, and then they don't, and that's the frustration part.
Yeah. But shout out to Jabari Smith Jr., who deserves a lot of credit. You see it on defense. The confidence with which he is shooting is really interesting. And over the last 10 games, he's been really good. This feels like a fair expectation. Maybe not that last game specifically, 31-9 and 3 steals, 3 blocks as well, right? Maybe that's not a fair expectation just in that game, but the last stretch of 10, 12 games feels like a fair expectation to have of Jabari Smith Jr. with this team, especially being a 3rd overall pick. Be that guy that's solid, really good, help defensively, good defensively, knocks down shots from time to time, can be a finisher. I think that these are the things that end up being really nice for Jabari Smith Jr. And if you do this, I think that you're going to have a much better basketball team if Jabari Smith Jr. keeps playing in this style.
Yeah, they just need to be able to figure out how to close games and against better teams. As you said it, I mean, Utah was just not good. And we talked about this earlier. But the Tari Eason thing, the cheap shot he took is going to affect this team, especially when you have a thin bench. I expect at least a small suspension coming but maybe not. But that's another thing that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and if that does come, that'll be a little tough. Aaron Holiday gets in late in this game. I think that you could maybe see some more minutes from him, maybe a return of more Josh Okogie minutes, who already was getting some minutes with Jayshawn Tate. That's a little bit of news as well. Before this game, Jayshawn Tate, who had kind of made his way into the lineup, he was one of the additional guys that got into that uber athletic lineup that you saw against Charlotte. He's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with that injury that befell him in New York. And so that's another guy in that stay ready crew that you like being able to interject at times, because he gives you exactly what you expect. Nothing that a coach appreciates more than a dude who I pull up off the bench and I know exactly what I'm going to get out of him.
You can predict what he's getting, and it's not a crapshoot.
Yeah, so we'll see. Can I give you one more criticism that I had?
Sure.
Of Ime Udoka in this game? And, of course, as soon as I was going to go to it, I forgot what it was. I'll see if it returns to me, because that is where my brain is. Because I really want to get to the University of Houston Cougars falling to the Kansas Jayhawks at Fertitta Center last night. This was a game that, it was a huge game. We were talking about the most authentic fans. If we get into the college ranks of it, it's Cougars basketball in 100%. The city of Houston, 100%.
Yeah, the people are just buying in as fans, not as like the place to be, Yeah,
and now, of course, it's a smaller venue. The Cougs are really good, so whatever you want to do there. But they fall, and I don't even know if the score really tells the full story. A 13-point loss, 69-56 to the Cougars. This was just one of those games where it was evident that the offense is not what it needs to be, and we need something right now, and we don't have anywhere to go. They depend so much on their outside shooting, and they shot 21% from three. This was a doomed effort.
It was a doomed effort, and I think part of it was that. Simply because, we mentioned this yesterday, they do need some help on the inside. They don't have a true predictable, as you were just talking about, scorer or threat on the inside that they can just consistently rely on. I think the other thing is Big 12 basketball, man. They had a 3-game stretch that was just, they looked like a team that ran out of gas or, it caught up to them,
yes.
However you want to put it.
You definitely could see the weak legs in this one, right, where guys aren't able to get enough under it. Guys aren't able to stay in front of defenders that maybe you would anticipate. I thought Emmanuel Sharp, it was rough for him defensively, and I think that he's usually a much better defender than that. I think that some of that fatigue.
They are better defenders.
Yes, Chris Sinak, he missed his first 5 shots, and then you could see him get timid. It was just one of those really rough games. I think that a 1 seed is entirely out of the question at this point. I don't think that's as much of a problem for the Cougs this year. But what's the real problem is if this type of offensive performance where you can be just listless and have no real way to go is a possibility, getting to the Elite Eight, I'm not super scared about. It's what do you do in the Elite Eight, the Final Four, the championship game if you get that far. These are the questions that I think are popping up for the Cougars in this stretch of playing really, 3 top, at least 25, top 10, I think, games in back-to-back-to-back succession.
Here's where it does
sorry, that game was at Kansas. Apologies. That was at Fall Gallon, which is another issue, right? You're playing on the road at one of the most difficult away plays. Thank you, Texas.
Here's where it does get a little interesting for the Cougars. The number 1 seed, playing in Houston could be enormous for them once they get to the region final. And as a number 2 seed, they can still be bracketed to this region. In fact, the NCAA will probably want them to be, but not if another Big 12 team is the number 1 seed in that region.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to do that to a number 1 seed, like let's say whatever, Iowa State or something, Arizona, whatever, because they don't want to have the number 1 seed play basically a road game when they get to the region final. So I would expect they need to get some wins in. They could still come to Houston and have that advantage, but it's looking less likely.
And a thing that you also can consider, the Big 12 tournament is still going to be something that can help their resume to some degree as well. And you know that they can be competitive against all these teams, even though they've lost these last 3 in a row. And what speaks volumes is after this game, Bill Self, in a game where his players played incredible, his team did everything, what he took time to do in his postgame was to lobby an angle for Kelvin Sampson's place in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
So
that says a lot about
better basketball coach in America,
without question.
That's Bill Self saying that. So yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. We'll talk about this a little bit more. Nick Caserio talking at the combine said not more than an hour ago, CJ Stroud is absolutely going to be the quarterback of this team, and that anything to the contrary is, quote, moronic.
Yes, I love that. I love Frisky Nick when he gets going like that. But he said a lot of stuff.
We'll get to that here.
Yeah, we'll get to it here at the top of the hour.
Yeah, but I thought that one was notable without question. Astros playing another Grapefruit League game here. I think they're playing against the Mets at the Mets facility here at 12:10, I believe, is when first pitch is. You'll see Jeremy Pena again leading off. Joe Loperfido will play in right, and you'll get a little bit of Cam Smith in center field. So that's one of those things that we were looking forward to.
We didn't mention Loperfido yesterday.
No, we didn't.
And he's in there.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll be
I believe it's his second game thus far.
Yeah, it'll be as big of a spring training as it is for Cam Smith. It's also going to be just as big, if not bigger, for Loperfido.
Yeah, without question, right? Any of these outfielders, Zach Cole is also in this lineup.
Yeah.
That's your outfield for this game. And again, you can't make too much out of spring training, but I know for me
individually, it's going to matter.
Yes, seeing which of these guys are able to stand, or hopefully all of them, able to stand up to the scrutiny of spring training and demonstrate themselves to be capable, because it's going to be rough even if they are playing pretty well, recognizing the youth that they have in the outfield, and that's going to be a tough thing. In fact, I believe Dana Brown was talking about it. Joe Espada have talked about just the imbalance that is there when it comes to the talent in the infield versus the outfield. Those guys have a lot of responsibility ahead of them here, and so it'll be interesting, or at least it'll be some level of calming if they can step and answer some of the call that continues with the Astros in Grapefruit League play.
Yeah, the other part about the Grapefruit League play is obviously the pitching staff we kind of sort of know. But individually, we're talking about some of the things that you have to do individually to set yourself apart and set yourself up for the 2026 season. Bullpen is still, I think the bullpen is still in a lot of flux.
Huge, very good question. Yeah. Because, Hader's playing toss, but he's still not throwing off of a mound at this point. That's going to be a thing that I don't think I'm going to be comfortable with until I see him throwing. And so it'll be interesting to see what some of the other relievers that they're working in here, what they look like, because if Brian Abreu has to start the season as a closer, that thins it out even more early on. And you know that the schedule is pretty dense relatively early on. It's why Joe Espada has talked about having to use a 6-man rotation early on into this as well. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch. All right. And salute to Cam Smith, the real Cam Smith, not the golfer? No, the real one, the baseball player, because he also had his jersey retired at Palm Beach Central High where he went. So that's a cool thing to have.
That's very cool. Absolutely. Very cool. Good for him.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we did mention this. Nick Caserio in Indianapolis at the scouting combine. You know CJ Stroud is going to be the quarterback, but there were some other things that he talked about. Did we get an update on Joe Mixon? How does he feel about the offensive line? So on and so forth. There's a few updates that we got from Nick Caserio, and we'll go through those next. But before that, let's give something away. How about some rodeo tickets to see Creed, none other than the Creed, on March 11th at NRG Stadium, because it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. So caller number 7 right now to 713-
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 214. Reggie, you forgot to do the Creed voice. No, I didn't.
Nope, he knew it.
I'm like, I ain't in Creed and I ain't got it for you. But we are still giving away Creed tickets on this Rodeo ticket Tuesday, if I do not forget. We got it in. Under the buzzer, but we got it in. 1 o'clock hour is your next chance to win. Obviously, we're giving away tickets all Thursday long because we love to support the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Let me hear your best Creed impression.
Yeah, you got to give us a
No, I don't.
taste.
The only thing I got to do is stay black and die.
A little taste.
I don't got to do none of that. But you can do that all you want. Again, rock with us as we're giving away Creed tickets today. One of the big things that's happening today is that Nick Caserio talked at the Scouting Combine. This is a day where not just Nick Caserio, a lot of other important people are out at the Combine talking. In fact, on top of Nick Caserio being there, we thought because of the media availability for him and not DeMeco Ryans, DeMeco would not be out there. He is in Indianapolis, we've heard. Now, he isn't going to be there all week, I don't believe. But he is there because now he's a part of the competition committee. So
they got meetings.
Yes, he's got meetings. He's got responsibilities out there. But we talked about yesterday the possibility of him not being there, and I thought that would be really strange, especially because for him, he's kind of set up as such a good judge of character, even in those 15-minute meetings, that I thought that he'd be useful. It seems like he will be a part of some of those meetings at the very least.
I think they're doing some today, so he will be, or is he going to get there tomorrow? Either way, he's going to be there one day. It seems like, but all those interviews are videotaped and there'll be notes and everything else.
Yeah, maybe, but I feel like there's something different between watching a recording, or maybe they've just gotten so good as a staff, as a record label and a crew that they can all, that they understand what their MO is of questions, and they know what the right prompts are to at least get the insight that they're looking for. Maybe that's the case. That's something that you hope. But we'll talk about that as we continue. But Nick Caserio, there's a few things that have kind of come out from his meeting with the media at the Combine, and the first one is the talk of the town. We got Ryan Fitzpatrick, we got Todd McShay talking about the possibility of CJ Stroud being traded. And so, Nick Caserio, we need you to address, is CJ Stroud going to be the quarterback of the Texans next year?
Yeah, he's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that DeMeco and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's no team that's undefeated unless I miss something this year. So that's not going to happen. You know, by and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. Going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays. You're going to have some bad plays. You're going to have some good games. You're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
You know what? I don't think I thought about this, but I should have. This should have been something I thought of way earlier. Nick Caserio is a money guy. He listens to like finance podcasts and things of that nature.
I didn't know the stock market. I got to check stuff.
I should have. Well, yes, that's also a good point. As you could tell, I definitely don't have nearly the investments that I probably should. But I should have known that he would view this from a stock market perspective. Why the hell would I sell low on CJ Stroud?
Well, no. In terms of selling low, selling high, it's a little different than the stock market because feelings are involved. Well, I guess a lot of people have feelings on that too. But in terms of the perspective from within the NRG Stadium and their offices. I said this earlier, and I firmly believe it. I do think they are wondering about CJ Stroud. I do think they're wondering if he's going to come back and be able to embrace everything that this offense is, that this team is, et cetera. I think those are all valid, and I think they're actually happening. But none of that means you think about trading him. Not now.
Well, the only thing that I would say to that, at the risk of furthering a conversation that is dead and that Nick Caserio has termed moronic.
I did like that.
But if you did have any level of questions and you're like, I'm not sure, I think the only thing that you think about is next year after after you would get to a place where you don't control it, right? You would not get any get back if you decided that you wanted to move off of him, which is not the worst thing in the world when it comes to a quarterback. At least you're not in the place where you're beholden.
Yeah.
But you would not get the get back from having a quarterback that is somewhat desired, at least actually a lot desired. I think it's fair to say with the number of kind of conversations that have had. But other than that, I think that this makes all the sense in the world. But I'm not entirely disagreeing with you on the idea of them having some concerns, because I wanted to hear the tone and tenor.
I mean, they better, right?
Yeah, well, yes, that's fair. I wanted to hear the tone and tenor that he took, because you remember what the exit interview, I guess for lack of a better term, what his final press conference was with the assembled media here in Houston was. When they talked about CJ Stroud, him and DeMeco actually, they weren't glowing. They weren't throwing him under the bus by any means, but they weren't glowing in the way they talked about him. And I'm sure that they were just as mad as everybody else about how poorly CJ had played.
Sure.
But they weren't going to throw him under the bus. But they weren't glowing. This also wasn't fully glowing. Like, he's clearly going to be the quarterback. You have good games, bad games. How you respond to it was the thing that I found to be interesting.
And you should.
Because that is not I could easily see a world in which Nick Caserio says, we know he will respond well. That's not what he says here. It's how, and now I'm parsing.
No, I don't think you are.
Really, really small things, and I get that. But I could easily see a world where Nick Caserio goes, we have the full confidence that he's going to bounce back from that. And that's not quite what he said here. It's how you respond, which is a little bit of a challenge, which, of course, CJ Stroud is accepting. You've seen him talk, what was it, at that award show or whatever, or that gala where he was talking about the nature of struggle and how he embraces that. It seems like that is very much the conversation that they're having around CJ, and they're not shying away from that.
Yeah.
That don't mean that he's going somewhere.
Yeah, and that's exactly what my point is. I think not only should they, I think they are, questioning, wondering, whatever it may be. And I don't think it was an accident that he said, instead of saying we have all the confidence, he's our guy. Well, he kind of said that, but I'm like, we know he's going to bounce back. He says it's how you bounce back. He's kind of putting it out there for CJ to react.
Yeah. So that popped up, although, and I don't know that we have. Well, let's ask this, because this is cut 3, because somebody is thrown up from the 713. Well, Nick has also showed a lot of confidence in Joe Mixon coming back. Caserio is just a liar. Well, I hear your point there. I don't know that he's showed like straight up confidence there either, because the conversation that we had previously gotten was we'll at some point get a chance to talk to him and see him and see what he ultimately looks like. And that is not full confidence. It is still leaving a door open that I think it might be worthwhile to just go ahead and say that we're moving on from. But
he was just evasive.
Yes, that's really that has been the MO when it comes to Joe Mixon in general. So Nick Caserio was asked at the Combine about the state of the running back room for the Texans, which I hope would include Joe Mixon. No?
Well, I mean, Nick's a free agent, so we got 3 guys under contract right now. We got Woody, coming back. He had a good year. He's our leading rusher, so for a rookie, that's pretty good. Jawar Jordan's under contract. Brady's under contract. Dari's a free agent. Nick Chubb's a free agent. So, I mean, we only got 3 guys that are on the team currently. We're probably going to have more than 3 players on the team. So, where did that player come from? Free agency could be one mechanism. Draft could be another mechanism. Is there a trade market for somebody out there? So that's kind of where we are for today.
Yeah, and not only is it's where they are, I mean, he flat out said it. We're going to have more guys. They need more guys. It is interesting, mentioning Mixon. He got, after the podium, kind of get pulled to the side and talk to some reporters here and there. He was asked about Joe Mixon, and he said, I think he had surgery. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I think he had surgery at some point this offseason. I think?
What that mean?
You're the general manager.
Hey, Nick, what that mean?
It means he hadn't seen a lot of Joe Mixon. That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, apparently Aaron Wilson has this as we've talked to Joe. Honestly, it's day-to-day. I think he had a surgery this offseason. We'll see what the prognosis is for the season and try to figure out what ultimately makes sense. Huh?
Wow.
So they have had we've talked to Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had the supposed meeting or if that is the meeting. Again, trying to figure out with language that isn't always necessarily exact.
Yeah.
That is disconcerting.
That is very disconcerting.
Because we're still in we'll see what the prognosis is.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're just going to leave that as an open door. Because he did say, they have 3 under contract and they're going to take in more than 3. That's basically what he's saying there.
Yeah.
He left open all the avenues. Free agency and draft. Yeah, maybe even a trade. And the maybe even the trade kind of got interesting to me because I don't know. Are you doing the maybe even the trade on a low level, just adding to the room guy?
Or maybe a trade of draft picks?
Maybe you could say, I guess that's fair. I was like, maybe you could say free agency that's possible that you go get a low level free agent, although we're all very interested in the top of the market. Maybe you could even say draft is, hey, late round, or day 2, day 3 draft pick just to add into the room. We're all relatively interested in earlier situations there as well. The trade thing made it seem like, okay, it's possible that they try and address this where they actually just operate as if Joe Mixon isn't returning, and then if he does, now we're in
as if
Brady
they
mode.
are. I mean, let's be honest. When he says, I think this, now who knows what the discussion is that he had with him, but I think he had surgery. We'll find out, whatever. It sounds as if they're operating, they'll be moving forward without Joe Mixon.
And I'm going to be honest. That's the way that I hope, or at least it very much sounds like they're not counting that chicken.
Yes, 100%.
Right, they're not counting that Joe Mixon is going to be back, and I surely and really truly hope that is what is happening here. I would much rather you get to the 2026 season and you go, oops, we have 2 really good running backs, and now Woody Marks kind of loses some time.
Yeah.
I'm willing to sacrifice that. Sorry, Woody, love you a lot. But I'm willing to sacrifice that year of carries and possible development for him to make sure that you have a running back that can get this done. Maybe if you have a 2-headed running back, it's even better. Running back,
and who's to say you're not? I mean, it could be Woody. Yeah,
right. So I think that I'd rather that where here Joe Mixon actually worked out than to go in and depend on Joe Mixon again and then end up left with you know what in your hand. I'm sorry, I tried to find a better way to say it. I couldn't.
I agree.
I really and truly couldn't. All right, so those are some of the things that we hear from Nick Caserio. How about this? What about Jalen Noel? Because Jalen Noel is a really interesting piece. I think that of all the rookies, most all of them got an opportunity to really contribute in their stated position outside of Jalen Noel, who kind of had this blockage from a Christian Kirk that was brought in that did not live up to expectation. This was Nick Caserio talking about the now second-year wide receiver Jalen Noel.
We've been in a weight room training. I mean, we've had probably 10 to 12 guys that haven't stopped working out since the season has ended. So Jay Noel's got a great attitude. He's going to be a good player in this league. Our players are going to earn their opportunity with their performance. So the better you are, the more opportunities you get, the more you do with them, the more you're going to receive. So love Jay Noel. Glad he's on the team. Really helped us as a returner. And then when he had opportunities offensively, he was productive with those touches. So I think between him and Higg, and we got another group of young players as well. I mean, going from year 1 to year 2, the investment improvement that you make in your preparation and the work, getting yourself ready for that second season, that's where you can make a lot of gains.
It is really, really weird, really bizarre how it all played out for Jalen Noel. They just seem to like him. They say all the right things, and yet, you know, he didn't get the reps that we thought he might get on the field other than the special teams.
Am I wrong to be triggered by something that he said there? 713-572-4610. You got to earn your opportunities with performance. In a vacuum, I love that. I think we all want to live in a meritocracy where what you do ultimately affects.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to live in something that's not a meritocracy if it benefits me personally.
Yeah, just
if I'm
give
being
it to me.
entirely honest. But I think we would all, just generally speaking, would say that. Except it doesn't feel like that was the case this past year.
That's what I'm saying. It was just bizarre. You know, every time we saw him, there was evidence that maybe he was earning more reps, and then he didn't. You know?
Yeah. So maybe this is a way of he doesn't want to really talk about, because he said we've got a couple of young guys, him and Higgins, and maybe he didn't want to talk about the Christian Kirk of the circumstance there. I really do hope that they utilize Jalen Noel, because one of the things that you've got a lot of dudes in that room. I think to the point where if you do add to that room, you'd have to look at it sideways as to how you're utilizing your assets.
What they really believe.
But no, you'd have to look. I think I would look at it sideways if they're drafting or if they're adding more wide receivers to this room. And I say this as the person who was like, oh, Jalen Waddle's out there. Is that something you think about? But the reality of the situation is you've added a lot in that wide receiver room. Maybe you could talk about that at tight end, right? If you're adding to your pass catching core that way because of the the lack of control over really guys that you have going forward, so on and so forth. But I'd have to look at it sideways, and that's because you would have to anticipate more growth and development. But in order to get that growth and development out of someone like Jalen Noel, who also has shown to be explosive, is you got to give him time. And the idea of you earn opportunities with performance, it either says that has not fully lived up, you've not fully lived up to that, or that they felt like that his performance wasn't there last year. And that feels like that's antithetical to what we saw in the short moments, the small moments that we saw. Yeah. Barrio's got more PT than Noel. You got to a game in a division. Sorry, I got loud real quick. Divisional round game where you're on the road, and Braxton Berrios, who had been a healthy scratch a number of times, now that he is active, he gets on the he's on the field.
That's why I said it was so bizarre. What he said there is just bizarre, because he's like, we love him, glad he's going to be a good player in the league, all that stuff, and that meritocracy, et cetera, and then he does some things, but it doesn't translate. Very bizarre.
Yeah. There's a lot more that Nick Caserio talked about. We'll get into more of that as we continue to go here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 281. Or sorry, not the 28. Yeah, one of the 281s. Mixon signing was a bust. 12 out of 36 games. Because
I don't know if I would go that far. When he delivered, he delivered. When he was on the field, he delivered.
I think he was necessary. You're not making the playoffs in 2024.
I think you're right.
Without Joe Mixon, I wouldn't say that. Well, it's not just about making the playoffs in 2024, right? But that was super necessary. I'm a lot closer to saying yes than I thought I would be.
Really? I thought he was huge year before last. It just
if I'm just
hurt. Yeah, and then that hip drop tackle, and then he didn't play this year with the bizarre nature of the injury. Which, even speaking of bizarre,
we still don't.
They still don't even really know if he even had surgery. I think he had surgery.
Well, that would indicate, because I think Nick Caserio at least knows what the thing is.
Yeah,
right. Enough to say that it's not like he was skydiving or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that we could say that maybe this tells us that this is something that would need surgery. This is something that has to do in that way that would need surgery. What does that actually give us? I don't know.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
I don't know. I find it so hard to believe that they go in with Joe Mixon as plan number one.
No, I do too.
It's February 24th, and he's still talking like he don't know stuff.
Bearing down on March.
He's talking like he don't know stuff about it.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Yes, Mick. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That is insane. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this right now. March Madness coming to the Toyota Center.
your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Reggie, I know you're going to have a thought on this, but for me,
You don't know me.
My confession.
You don't know my life.
I think I finally sort of figured out what worries me the most about the Rockets this year.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a number of things that we can talk about and have talked about. But I came across this number earlier this morning.
Is it 26 turnovers?
Well, that's one, but that's
Okay.
not the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
Players aged 30 or over in the NBA this year. The second most minutes played is by one Kevin Durant. That bothers me. Not because, I mean, good for him. What bothers me is I hate to use the word wasting, but you're getting a great Kevin Durant. You're getting a healthy Kevin Durant who's had his issues here and there, like all players, with missing games, et cetera. I remember when the Rockets signed him, I was thinking, like, well, he's not going to play more than about 70 games because he's always going to have to sit out somebody. But he's been playing consistently. Not only he's been playing.
Tried to told you.
He's playing, was it 35 minutes a game plus?
Yeah.
You're getting a great version of Kevin Durant, and there is no guarantee you're going to get that next year.
Okay, so I say you don't know me, and apparently you do. But no, this has been a thing that's been frustrating. One of the things that I actually have as a frustration with Ime Udoka is that you constantly say, hey, we want to keep him to around, around 31 to 33 minutes. You know who controls the rotation and how much he plays?
It would be Ime Udoka.
And it feels like there's not been adjustments made to keep him under that unless they do what they did last night and blow out a team to where you're not playing guys a majority of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Outside of that, there haven't been adjustments made to keep him under that number. And so that's been another frustration that I don't know how much has been discussed, not to say that it hasn't, because I'm not seeing everything. That'd be absurd for me to pretend like I see everything and thus I know. But that's been a frustration for me with Ime on the coaching side is you control this.
Yes.
I understand that you kind of need KD to get victories to some degree, but also you decide what the importance of some of these things are. And if you view that to be so important of keeping him well rested or, keeping him to a certain number of minutes, that is the rotation that you set. And you need to do something to make sure that that is the case. And
man, I'm looking at it now, updated. He is averaging about as many minutes per game as his age.
Yeah, he's top.
That is wild.
He's top 3, right? He's top 3 in minutes played.
He's third right now in minutes played with 36.7. He's 37 years old.
Yeah, minutes per game he's up there.
And my thing is, like, I don't know if he's gonna he's gonna be 38 next year.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is I am encouraged by Kevin Durant. This actually dovetails together. He said that he wants to play on the Olympic team in 2028.
Sure, I saw that. Yeah,
and this isn't just him saying stuff, because I feel like anybody could say anything, right? But he sincerely wants to play Olympic basketball, and that's above just the regular responsibilities of.
But it's still a question if he can get there.
It is. Yeah. It is. But I feel confident that a dude of his caliber having that kind of plan, that encourages me on. You're going to get the best version of him, at least for the next 2 seasons until we get to 28.
Well, I
didn't really doubt that. I don't think that he was going to intentionally slow down, but this gave me a little bit more of a boost on that dude is going to bust his ass to make sure that he is at the right level because it means something to him.
Look, I have no doubt about his 1-2 and his ability to get his body right and all that, but that still doesn't preclude age and injuries.
Right.
And I just kind of went, man, that's why I'm so frustrated. There's a lot of things that we can talk about that have been frustrating with this team, but it's like you're getting the great Kevin Durant, and it's just not working.
Yeah, it's funny because that was going to be my confession. Like you jumped right into it. Is I very much am encouraged by that portion of it, but there is a level of frustration, and so at the risk of continuing in the Rockets' confessions, these are my confessions. I am so frustrated. That's not. I guess that's not revelatory because we've already been in that frustration. But I'm particularly frustrated about what was a Rockets Jazz game that was entirely a conundrum. This was a game in which your offense has looked probably about as best as it's looked in the last few weeks, while also having the most turnovers that you've had this year. 26 of them things.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I don't think you can shake them. I don't think you can shake the turnovers.
Yeah.
But I've seen them play a style of basketball even earlier in this game where it felt like they were not going to turn the ball over. But they're doing things like Jabari passing the ball to Amen when a Jazz player is already shooting the gap, and I'm like, "Are y'all stupid?
Are you stupid?"
It's the type of thing where you say that to your friend, and you're like, "Damn, I don't mean it," but also, are you?
I mean it in a loving way.
I love you, but also,
are you stupid?
What is happening in your brain?
Stupid or something?
Yes, thank you, little girl. Just the turnovers are insane, and yet and still, I see it's frustrating because there's that right where good offense. A lot of turnovers. There's also I see them finding small answers that if you string them together.
Was here or not, and minutes at those spots. I was watching this game last night, and I was like, well, that's a lot. I hadn't really been keeping track of the numbers. So, bro, it seems like they're having a lot of turnovers. They're winning. They're looking okay, but a lot of turnovers.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I always kind of roll my eyes when things like this happen. And I got to confess, we're so excited about, what the Texans have got going on the field. Now they're having some big news off the field. I believe tomorrow they're going to, maybe give us some more clarity on the new sports and entertainment facility and entertainment center they're doing out in Bridgeland and all that. But every time I see the economic impact number, I just go, how? How in the world? I know they were going to, well, this formula said this, and these jobs, and this construction, and, they said, I get, it's going to be probably in the billions ultimately, the economic impact of their new facility. Dude, they said $34 billion. $34 billion economic impact, that new facility out there. I gotta tell you, love you. Calling BS.
Yeah.
I'm calling BS.
We actually, myself and Paul were talking about this last week.
Yeah.
Economic impact is one of those phrases in sports or just in general that drives me up a wall because, again, how? And the impetus for me doing that was, you see what happened with Sacramento State? They're jumping up to FCS. They're trying to get a new building built and everything. And they're purporting that this move and everything that they do along with it is supposed to create $1 billion of economic impact in Sacramento. Joining the MAC? Joining the MAC?
I actually believe that more than $34 billion.
I don't. So we're getting Miami of Ohio coming to Sacramento, and that's going to generate all this money. Word.
That's bull jive.
Yeah, which is funny because there's actually, in the same way that you're saying, with the Sacramento State thing, we were just talking about this earlier this morning, Colin. It sounds like the people who actually did the economic impact study were like, they were mischaracterizing our work. I don't know where they got these numbers from.
It's an article written by Richard Johnson on CEOsports.com. You can check it out. But basically, the CEO of Collegiate Consulting, Russell Wright, basically said, that's a mischaracterization. And they said the $675 million national broadcast evaluation, he said, I don't think that's right. That's not anywhere in our report, so I 100% question that.
Sometimes I wonder if, and not just the Texans, just in general, but this is a huge $34 billion. That is an enormous number for one facility to have an impact in Bridgeland, Texas. But sometimes I think they do this.
That is a growing area, though.
$34 billion? Yeah. I think they sit in a room sometimes and they're like, so what do you want to put the economic impact number at? $18 billion. No, we got to go higher than that. $25 billion? Yeah, that's pretty good.
35. Nah, that's 2 rounds.
It sounds too, yes.
34.
Let's go with 34.
Actually, 36.7. Or 33.7, rather. We'll round it up to 34. Bingo. We got it.
And by the way, they said 17,000 jobs. I'll believe 17,000 jobs more than $34 billion. just because of hotels and restaurants.
It's the type of thing that always annoys me.
Construction.
It's the type of thing that always annoys me. Like when the Super Bowl host is like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna." I'm like, "No,
$10 billion."
I'm more on a 36.7.
I like what you're doing there.
6'7".
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Rodeo is fast approaching, and I gotta admit, I'm real disappointed in a celebrity from Houston.
Really?
Are you familiar with Hillary Duff?
Of course.
Okay, I don't know.
What'd she do?
She was a Disney.
No.
star.
I meant I know who she was.
Oh, let's make sure. I don't know who all knows Hillary Duff. I recognize
Everyone knows
Hillary Duff ain't really just a common person in the sports landscape.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
Disclosure, I didn't know she was from Houston.
Oh yeah.
She's from Houston. For some reason, she was doing some level of podcast or video with her son because they LA people now for real. It's like she's from here. This is her talking about rodeo with her son.
He's never been to a rodeo, you guys. What am I even doing? Why would I go to a rodeo? I mean, I grew up going to rodeos. That's where I'm from. But you're an LA boy, so what do you just watch bulls or what? Yeah, you watch people. I mean, it's really sad. I think it's sad now. But try to stay on the bull and wrangle calves and stuff. It's really sad. And my parents used to feed me.
Go ahead, stop that there. I just needed the first part here. I was sickened that if you grew up in Houston going to rodeos, that at least your son don't even understand what a rodeo is.
Got to.
That you didn't make it happen once just to get the feel of it. And that was a really terrible explanation of what a rodeo is as well. I was like, come on, Hillary, you better than that.
Talk about mutton busting or something.
Yeah, I was like, that was a terrible ad for. I don't know if she was trying to advertise, but it was a terrible ad for the Houston Livestock
Testimonial,
Show.
I guess.
Yeah, it was awful. I was like, come on, man. I could understand if somebody who grew up in Texas but not in Houston said that. If you grew up in Houston and you went to rodeo, you don't even have to like rodeo. It's an experience that's kind of unique.
You
to
don't even
place.
have to go into the building. To just you can just go around to all the animals around the stadium, the stock shows. What I was thinking of, the carnival and all that. That's the rodeo. That's part of it. Yeah.
I was just severely disappointed. I'm like, you a Houstonian, man, act like it.
832 says, what are your sources for $34 billion, John?
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
34. I saw that. I was in Costa Rica and I was like, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's $34 billion, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder who's counting. who's counting the money?
Not me. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's do a little draft on a Tuesday. That's
Dote.
Okay, dote is where we're going with there. How about we do a little bit of a draft, a mock draft check-in. One Mel Kiper Jr., who likes to view himself as the grandfather of the mock draft, has a very interesting selection for the Texans at 28. I want to run it by you next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? PC's got high. Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you didn't know, I'm a sicko. I don't have the two laptops set up today, so I don't have the second
What's wrong with
laptop. I don't know. I was trying to cut back, and look where it got me. I don't have the Astros baseball game in front of me.
Then you get in panic mode.
It's not even on today. It's on TV.
Well, it's on MLB.TV. There's ways to watch it.
No, it's like not broadcast.
Oh, it's just the radio?
Yeah.
Broadcast? Okay, well, looking at the box score, Jason Alexander, a little bit of a rough 2/3 of an inning, didn't even make it through an inning. Seemed like he got hit pretty well. Gave up 4 earned runs.
Ooh.
Only God knows what he was working on.
He's working on that cutter.
But he also is kind of in that class of pitcher where I wonder how much he's working on stuff and how much he's
got to make something.
Getting hit.
Yeah, got to make something happen.
Pena with the hit today. Cam Smith with a walk. So some good things in there. But yeah, it's spring training. How much can you actually make of any of this? I don't know, but just generally. Good outcomes are always better than bad outcomes, right?
Of course.
All right, let's do some draft on a Tuesday as we continue to gear ourselves up. The draft combine is this week. A lot of the important people are talking today. Nick Caserio has talked today. In fact, we'll play that in full for you here at the top of the hour so you can hear all of the answers that Nick Caserio gave to various different questions.
Mm-hmm.
But, we'll have medicals done. We'll get meetings and stuff, and then we'll get testing started on Thursday, and that'll lead throughout the weekend. But we still got mock drafts.
Yeah.
We're still doing that portion of this. And I think mock drafts over this week will get more and more interesting just off of everybody being in Indianapolis and getting some insight and conversations.
They're talking about what he's seen and they've seen and because the players have begun reporting as of yesterday. So the players are reporting. There's interviews going on. There's certain things that might influence some of these mock drafts, and so we're going to do dote. I'm doting on a player.
Okay, I like that. It's not how it's spelled, but I appreciate that. Mel Kiper Jr., the dude who's given maybe too much credit on mock drafts, he put out his 2.0 for first round mock draft, and I mean, it already gets crazy at pick number 2 where he has the New York Jets taking safety Caleb Downs.
What?
That are
great player.
That is high.
There are people talking about Caleb Downs like the best player in this draft.
Yeah, no, like I said, really good player. Safety number 2 overall.
Yeah, that's typically a position where you don't use them at one of those priority positions. Not a ton of safeties in this draft. If memory serves, I'll have to check into that even more. But Caleb Downs is one of those guys that people are looking at as one of the dudes who could possibly be this new class of safety that kind of does it all.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of box safeties.
Number
in this
2
draft
overall,
anyways.
though, you have to be a perennial Pro Bowler.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. It would be the highest slot that a safety went since 1991.
Who was that?
Eric Turner.
Okay. Where'd he go?
Buddy, I don't know. I'm reading off the sheet. I was not born in 1991. You have to give me a little leeway here, big dog.
God, that's crazy.
But yes,
you weren't born in
like that. That's the. Well, I thought you were talking about the Caleb Downs.
No,
still.
that's the crazier thing than Caleb Downs number 2. You weren't born in 91.
Not too much. Big
He just
dog.
had the damn.
Damn.
Yeah, not too much, big dog. But yes, that's some of the stuff. He has the Titans taking Arvell Reese, the linebacker, who has incredible instincts, those types of things. Of course, I can give you more and more of that type of stuff. I know what you want to hear.
I want to hear it.
Number 28. Mel Kiper's mock draft has the Houston Texans selecting running back from Notre Dame, Jadarian Price.
Jeremiah Love.
Jadarian Price. You thought Jeremiah Love was making it to 28? That's cute. He's got Jeremiah Love going at 9 to Kansas City.
That's about where we've all seen it.
On the mock drafts, it just feels like that's constant. I do wonder if he does make it past Kansas City, how long he would stay. But I just want to stop down and ask you, how would you feel about running back at 28 for the Houston Texans?
Look, I think we talked about this a little bit off air. I really, really will be disappointed if the Texans don't draft a tackle at 28 or move up for a tackle if there's one they really, really like that happens to fall. I want a tackle. I want an offensive lineman. In the first round, let's do it. That said, the number 2, priority is running back. So, boy, you better be right on your later picks on the offensive line if you take Price. I wouldn't mind him, but that's not what I want, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
I also wonder if that might be incumbent upon Jadarian Price having really good testing. I think he is largely viewed as running back number 2 in what is a pretty shallow running back draft class, at least. There's obviously free agents. We've talked about that to a great degree, I should say. I wonder if 28 is, or somewhere in that low first round is where people expect him to go, or if that's when he looks really good here this week, then it'll be all front of mind. Or if a running back like Jadarian Price is actually going to be that early, or if it's going to be maybe early second round or whatever. I don't know. I think I'm having to try and get comfortable with the idea of possibly taking Jadarian Price. It would fit the idea of what you need of I think he plays a running back 1 type style of play.
No. Again, it would be great to get a running back in the first round and understand that you've got your guy. He's going to be plugged in, and we'll see, your 1-2 punch, and maybe he can be something really special. I just want an offensive lineman. Enough of this nonsense.
You know what this does feel a little bit like, and maybe I'm extrapolating and stretching this too far. If you look at the Texans and you go, they are not thinking tackle. They're thinking of Titus Howard as a tackle, which is a fair thing to say. He plays tackle at right tackle really well.
That's why I changed mine to offensive line, but I think tackle is where they're going to end up going. But go ahead.
Right, you could go. You have him as a right tackle. You have Ariante as a left tackle. You have your starting tackles. You have Blake Fisher, depending on how you feel, as a possibility for a swing tackle. And I think that it would be pretty easy to return Trent Brown as your extra right tackle. I don't know if he will really swing, but at least you have a little bit of depth. That's 4 tackles. Talk less of whatever else you add in a lesser kind of place for the offseason.
I think
if you look at it and you go, we could handle running back, and then guards are probably going to be more available in second round of drafting, where you get a guy who you feel comfortable with. And there's a lot of free agent guards also available. Do you think that could be where they go, we can address this running back thing for a young guy where we can really apply all of that, all that mileage without worrying about what the previous mileage is at a reasonable cost? Do that in the first round, and we can address guard in a way that feels reasonable in the second round, and we can address guard in a way that feels reasonable in free agency that won't break the bank as well.
No, I think that's a logical way to go if you already have your swing tackle in place. And that's why I'm so adamant about an offensive lineman in the first round. I'm not even sure Blake Fisher's going to be on this squad, and he was one of your swing tackles last year.
Well, I think he'll definitely make it to camp at the very least.
He'll make it to camp, but I'm not sure he's going to make this squad. Trent Brown, sure, he could. He had a good year when he was healthy, but he's getting older and he's been unhealthy. He's been unable to stay on the field. Like right now, you have Ursery and maybe Titus Howard at tackle, because they might want him to stay at guard. We don't know. So you really don't know anything about your tackles for sure right now.
Well, they've treated him like a tackle more often than not. The only reason I thought, all right, you could stay at guard. He played guard in a really good way. I think guard is one of those positions that I think you can age pretty well at. And then I thought that it allows you to possibly get a tackle, which it feels like there's a lot of, at least at the top of this draft. And also it gives you the flexibility if you get a tackle, especially one of these guys that people are looking at where he played tackle in college, but he might need to move to guard in the pros. You can get a guy where you go, if he works a tackle, he works, and if you need to move him into guard, you can do that with the flexibility that Titus Howard gives you as a starting player at both of those positions.
Well, that's one of the reasons I think they should go that way. Yeah, whether it's a tackle pure or a guy that can maybe play guard or whatever, and then you use Titus Howard. Because right now, I don't have any confidence in Blake Fisher. They didn't really. No. I mean, they used him as a tight end.
When Titus needed, when Titus needed him to go and play guard, I was like, ooh, is Blake Fisher going to step in? Trent Brown came in after, and they were working on getting him back healthy at that point. So, I think I would agree with that thought process. I just don't know that you're drafting for a swing position, but maybe so. I'm still open to the tackle. I know some people aren't, but I'm trying to be fair with the way that I look about this. So you're in on the possibility of a Jadarian Price who Mel Kiper, I'm always interested also in the ways that folks describe some of these players. Described him as a powerful runner, plays one cut and go brand of football. Also talks about the ball security concerns as he lost 4 fumbles. Lost fumbles over the 3 seasons in Notre Dame. I'm still working on it, but I think I'm talking myself into a place where I think I could be comfortable with the late first-round running back.
All right, again, I could be comfortable with it. It is not by any stretch my priority. The other thing about this that's so funny is, we're going to hear the same old thing about, we're just drafting the best player available. Come on, man. Come on. You're not this year. Let's not even say that. It's going to be a tackle or a running back. It's got to be.
Real quick, on a draft on a Tuesday, just to give that full feeling of it, some other talk that was happening in Indianapolis. Jason Spytek, the Las Vegas Raiders general manager, he said in his availability that he expects Max Crosby to be back with the Raiders this season. How much are you buying into this one?
Not a whole lot. Did you see? And I'm trying to find if this was legit. It looked as if it was legit. Max Crosby in Chicago, not only in Chicago, but at the airport with Caleb Williams. Did you see that making the round?
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. One thing to go to Chicago, it's quite another when Caleb Williams is there.
Are you sure it's not AI generated?
That's why I'm trying to find out. But it seems as if, because it's trending all over the place right now, so I could be speaking out of turn, but it sure does seem like something's happening there.
Yeah, so
is he's a free agent or is he
trade? It would be trade.
He has been agitating for a new place to be, and I couldn't blame him with the way that the Raiders have moved of late. But the confidence with which Spytek says that makes me wonder. But I also know that Max is fairly headstrong, and if he's done there, that he's done. I have a hard time believing that. I guess he says expects. That's one of those things that there's a lot of wiggle room on. Also, this is not draft necessarily related, but this does affect this mock draft that you've seen, Janarian Price. Maybe you're more willing to do this as so there's a little bit of reporting out there that came out earlier this hour that Breece Hall is to be tagged if he's not extended before free agency. So
okay,
you might be in a place where
knock that one off the board.
Yeah, tangibly. Like unless it's a transition tag where it ends up being you put in an offer sheet, the Jets have an opportunity to match, but just utilization of any tag would indicate that they have all intent to keep him there. So that feels like that's another running back off of the free agent board, and it gets a little slimmer. Does that at all give you more insight or investment, rather, on the idea of drafting a running back this year?
Not really. I feel like there's still some running backs on the free agent market that you can maybe target, but I think it's definitely on the board. They're going to draft a running back. I prefer a tackle in the first round.
All right. So that's a little draft on a Tuesday. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes out on various different things, especially as we go through the week of the Combine and more mock drafts and things of that nature that are interesting relating to the draft. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caserio talked at the Combine. We were talking about that. Let's play that in full. I want you to hear the entirety of his answers when it comes to Nick Caserio, whether it's Joe Mixon or offensive line, Jake Andrews in specific, whether he's willing to upgrade that. He had answers for all those, and we'll hear them next.
All right, let's talk about Synergen X and Low T Center, guys.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed on March 11th during this hour. But right now, we take you to audio of Nick Caserio answering questions and talking to the media in Indianapolis earlier today.
How we doing? Go ahead. Who wants to fire first question away there? Go ahead.
Now, this offseason, of course, you got Will Anderson Jr., CJ Stroud, and potential contract extensions. How are you kind of looking to handle that situation?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't typically talked publicly about contracts in anybody's particular situation. I would say those two players are really good players. They've helped our program win a number of football games. So we'll kind of take it one day at a time and just try to piece the team together and, try to do ultimately what we feel makes the most sense for our team and the organization. So no timetable on anything, but, we'll kind of handle business as business is being done.
With guys kind of double dipping last year in the draft with wide receiver, do you speak to maybe how that helped young quarterback in their development?
Yeah, I'd say those two, it's probably more happenstance more than anything else. We don't go into the draft and say we're going to draft X, Y, and Z. Try to grade the players, try to take them off the board as they come. In that particular situation, those are two players that we really like. So, this program's not about one player. It's not about helping one position group. It's not about helping one individual. It's about how do we put together a good, consistent team on a year-to-year basis. And we feel that we've been able to do that, and that'll be the goal here this offseason as well. So those two guys are, I think are going to be two pretty good young players in Jay Noel and Higgs. I'm sure there's some other players that are here this week that we're going to have an opportunity to bring in our building, and, hopefully they can help our program in some capacity.
Nick, in saying that, in your offensive line, you need to shore up your offensive line, I would say. Would you say if you had somebody that presented themselves at a different position, like the best in that position, got them so late, would you say you guys were leaning more towards an offensive lineman or somebody who's the best available at that time?
Yeah, we're typically taking the best players. I would say as it pertains to the offensive line, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film, but, we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us and, try to put together a good team.
How do you play that close game for the Jaguars this year? What's stood out with the way they were able to do that?
Yeah, I'd say they got a great program. What, Liam and James and honestly Tony Baselli have done kind of building the program. Going into the season, we felt that this was going to be a much improved team, or at least I thought that, and it kind of came to fruition. They're tough, they're physical, they play the right way, they're well coached, they're disciplined. Anytime you win 13 games in this league, it says a lot about where your program is. So, they earned the AFC South this year with their performance. I think our division overall is going to be probably as competitive as any in the league next year. You mentioned the Jaguars. They're defending division champs, made the playoffs. The Colts, they're a good team. I think Tennessee is going to be much improved, but we got a lot of respect for Jacksonville and their program and what they did, and we understand the challenges that what it's going to take. You're going to have to play a good brand of football on a weekly basis to beat the Jaguars. So a lot of credit to them and a lot of respect for their program.
How do you evaluate tackling a college prospect, and with so little tackling done in practice, do you still see guys improving tackling in the NFL?
The short answer is yes, and I'll give you one illustrative example. So when we drafted Petrie in 22, really good player. So his rookie year, it wasn't great, and he'll tell you that. I think he led the league in missed tackles. He had 150 some odd tackles, but he also led the league in missed tackles. I'd say fast forward here, he's probably one of the best tacklers that we have on a team. So it's a skill that you can improve. I think it goes back to coaching. Our defensive staff does a great job of focusing on certain fundamentals and techniques, and then you see that transfer over into our play. So it absolutely is a skill that you can improve. Tackling is really about a mindset, and tackling can be taught a lot of different ways. You can approach the ball carrier, break down. You can shoot your shot, go to the near hip. I mean, it all depends on what your philosophy is. But as long as you have the right mentality and the right mindset, you can improve any skill that you're deficient in, which I would say tackling certainly qualifies.
Obviously running this position, but in terms of trying to evaluate college quarterbacks, what's the toughest thing now, given how things have changed in college quarterbacks?
Yeah, the big thing is, what are they being coached to do? What are they being asked to do? And how much of the system with which they play in can transfer over into our league? I mean, this league is really, the situational element is probably more magnified and more pronounced. Third down, red area, it's end of game, end of half situations. Those happen more in our league than they do in college football. I mean, you can go look for them in college football, but a quarterback a lot of times isn't really put in those situations. But if you have the ability to evaluate them and through that lens, then that's certainly valuable. But there's a certain level of retraining how you play the position. And look, the reality is, I mean, the quarterbacks are going to play under center in our league. So in college, I don't know what the percentages are. I'm sure there's a bunch of data out there, but the majority of them are playing not under center. They're playing from the gun. So there's a little bit of a transition there that takes place. Some can handle that. And again, there's technique, there's footwork that's involved. I mean, how do you position your feet, your stance? How do you get away from center? I mean, those are all relevant. It might seem like minor things, but those are absolutely, relevant to playing quarterback in this league. So there's an adjustment period. Look, I've said this publicly. It's the hardest position to play in sports. And it's not like, well, what you did in college is automatically going to translate over. There's certain skills that are going to translate over, but it's not always just, one for one. I think there was a question over here. Yep.
Yeah, it seems like every year at the combine, there are fewer prospects who participate in the full workout drills. I think last year 61% of players ran 40, whereas 10 years ago it was about 80%. Does that matter to you as an evaluator if you're going to see them run later at the drill day? Does it matter if they're doing it here?
You'll probably get a different answer from everybody. It doesn't matter to me. Honestly, whatever they do here, they do. It doesn't really matter. So eventually, like to have a time. Okay, like how relevant is that time? I mean, let's go back to Lassiter, how many years ago, right? He ran, what was his time? I don't know, 4.65. I mean, he's not a 4.65. The guy plays 4.5 or below. And he's a football player. He's one of our best players. So if we're so caught up in, well, the guy ran this, okay, well, it's a data point. All right, does it affect their play? If they choose not to do something here, ultimately it's a player's prerogative. So our job is to understand the thought process, the rationale behind why they do or not do something. Okay, and then figure out, all right, does this player fit in our building or not? And then ultimately when they walk in our building, they're all kind of starting from scratch. And so we're going to teach them and train them and provide them the resources that they need to be successful. So whatever they decide to do here, no, I'd say sometimes they listen to the wrong people because they're getting misinformation. So you kind of have to balance that off here a little bit. So our job is to understand it, not to make a judgment about it, and ultimately make a good decision that we feel is in the best interests of our team and organization.
So what does matter to you here? We got a growing number of teams that are taking this week off because they don't want to take their process or anything the guide. What do you make of that approach?
Yeah, I'd say a couple. Just speaking of that, I think just the timing and the scheduling kind of leads to these wide gaps. So I think everybody has to look at it. Okay, how can we be most efficient with our times? And I think when you look at the league, there's 10 new head coaches, right? Separate from that, there's another, 10 to 12 coordinators that have turned over, right? So you're talking about massive coaching turnover. So this is probably a good opportunity for those teams to kind of spend together as a staff and kind of go through self-scout, look at the team, what happened this year, who are the players coming back. So it's all about resource and time allocation. I say specific for the Texans, we try to maximize our opportunity to kind of spend one-on-one time with the player. A lot of times it's our first introduction with the player, meeting them on a personal level. We're trying to get to know them personally, and then the more time and the more touch points that we have for them, it's just going to help us make a good decision. So I think every team has to go about their business however they see fit, and you certainly understand why some teams are here, why some teams are not here. In the end, you got to do what they feel is best for themselves. We try to be as efficient with our time and resources as possible, which is why DeMeco and I are here. I'll speak for both of us. None of us are going to be here starting, Friday when the workouts actually start. So, we can watch them on TV and kind of go into the question a little bit earlier. If we watch them, we watch them. If we don't, we don't. Eventually going to get the information. But I think that interpersonal element, I'd say that's a big thing for us here over these next 3 to 4 days.
The economic framework of the league suggests if you have a good young quarterback on a rookie contract, surrounding him with the money is a good way to win on that quarterback rookie contract. Yet nobody's done it. have any ideas as to why that hasn't happened?
Yeah, I think that whole concept gets a little bit overblown. So, I mean, again, everybody's got a salary cap. Everybody has parameters that they have to operate in. You have to look at your team, and you're going to allocate resources across the team. Where's that money going? Some positions are going to have a little bit more money than others, all right? Then eventually it's going to shift to a different position. So, again, I think the most important thing is how do you put together the best team? So, I mean, let's go back and look at the Super Bowl. I would say when you look at the teams that were in the Super Bowl or even the teams kind of in the championship games, and what are the things that stand out? Run defense, taking the ball away, playing good situational football. So, I mean, quarterback's a part of that. So, but okay, I mean, but that's why those teams won, or that's why those teams were in that position. So, again, I think you kind of see different trends throughout the league, and the league kind of goes a little bit in cycles. So, again, I think that whole concept, I think it gets talked about a lot. Honestly, I think it gets overblown because, I mean, I'm not sure any of us really understand what it really means. You draft players, you add them to the team. At some point, you're going to keep certain players. Other players are going to move on. So how do we put together the best team? And the goal is to try to keep it as consistent and competitive as possible over a long period of time so you don't have any lapses.
How is it IO impacted into late rounds? And is it a positive or a negative? And can you take positives and / negatives out?
No, it's a great question. I think what the college kids are going through, and some that put their names in for an evaluation, let's say they come back as a 4th to 6th round pick, right? Okay, then they look and say, all right, here's a signing bonus and the contract associated with that. All right, if they have the opportunity to maybe receive that same amount in college, maybe they feel the best thing for them is to go back and to play more football. So I think one of the areas where it's probably helped is you've seen some players play a lot of football. They're more prepared to come into our league and potentially make a contribution. You have some players, 45, 50, 60 games played. The more you play, the more you do something, the better you're going to get. So it kind of works both ways. And to kind of an earlier question, whatever they decide, we don't penalize a player because, okay, he received X amount of dollars in NIL. It's what's the rationale, what's the understanding. Our job is to understand it, not to pass judgment. So I think you've seen a shift from the number of underclassmen. I think going back however many years, it's like $125, almost 130. Now we're at 65, 70. So it got cut in half. So a lot of those players are choosing to stay, and that's okay. So we can evaluate who's available, and then we've probably evaluated the player going back to school. Maybe a year later, we're ahead in our process because we've done the work. Go ahead.
Can you now judge them from a character or maturity standpoint because they do get X amount of dollars rather than spend the money on the front end if they have the cash?
For sure. Now, what are they all doing with that money? I mean, that's another way to look at it. Does the guy have 8 cars, or does he actually have a financial advisor and he puts it into an S&P stock index because he's trying to grow his portfolio? I mean, you got probably a different thought process that goes into it. I know what I would do. I mean, nobody was giving me any NIL money, and I wasn't good enough. But again, it's just understand their thought process. I think you do see a certain level of maturity, and you're seeing more players. I mean, there's a number of players. We're talking to players 24, 25, 26 years old. And then it's like, well, are they too far along? You're not going to be able to develop them, and you're like worried about the second contract. Like, we don't care about any of that. Like, what's a player? What's a profile? How does he fit? This is a player that we think is going to be an asset to our program. Great, then we'll add him to the team. If he's not, then we'll move on to another one.
What are you guys getting to see out of Jalen Noel this offseason coming up next year? Maybe see more of you.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great attitude. He's actually been in a weight room training. I mean, we've had probably 10 to 12 guys that haven't stopped working out since the season has ended. So Jay Noel's got a great attitude. He's going to be a good player in this league. Our players are going to earn their opportunity with their performance. So the better you are, the more opportunities you get, the more you do with them, the more you're going to receive. So love Jay Noel. Glad he's on the team. Really helped us as a returner. And then when he had opportunities offensively, he was productive with those touches. So I think between him and Higg, and we got another group of young players as well. I mean, going from year 1 to year 2, the investment that you make in your preparation and the work, getting yourself ready for that second season, that's where you can make a lot of gains.
I think you have confidence in the players. Curious up to CJ's performance in the playoffs. Just curious, confidence in that even a little bit. Like you mentioned, the stock market, we go down even a point.
He's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that DeMeco and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's no team that's undefeated unless I miss something this year. So that's not going to happen. By and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays, you're going to have some bad plays, you're going to have some good games, you're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback. Go ahead.
How much do you watch their movement skills? Theoretically, like if I was 40, but it's kind of running like a shotgun, like a football player. How much do you kind of evaluate that? It's like overall evaluation of their movement skills to get the job done versus doing it.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I mean, it's really what are you going to ask that player to do? What's their skill set specific to the position that they play? So with corners, it's not just running in a straight line. It's your awareness, your eyes, your level of instinctiveness, your ability to process information at a high rate of speed, breaking on the ball, breaking on the throw. And you got to be able to delineate between time speed and track speed and game speed. Like in the end, how fast does the player play? Sometimes guys play their time speed. Sometimes they don't play to their time speed, and then what's the rationale behind that? So again, it's specific to the position. I mean, I've stood up here and said this. I mean, the whole offensive line running to 40 times is asinine. Like, they're never going to run 40 yards. So they're going to move into short space. Can they bend their knees? Can they move the line of scrimmage? Can they play with good technique? I would say, you know, not allow them to play with good technique. So we have to coach them to play with better technique, to move bodies and move the line of scrimmage. So we're going to look at everything. There's certain skills that are going to be transferable based on a position, but we factor everything in. And sometimes there's a correlation between, well, if the guy has these metrics and these measurables, it potentially could lead to this result. Not all the time, but again, speed is speed. I mean, it's not, I'm going to say it's not important, but it's just one data point. And how does that affect? I mean, look, you guys can go back through and look at like some of the fastest times in the history of the combine. The list of players that have actually been worth a lick, I mean, it's a pretty short list, right? It doesn't mean that every fast guy is a bad player. It just means you got to take it sometimes with a grain of salt, and there's more to it than what the guy does out there with his shorts on that he's been training basically for 6 weeks, hasn't done anything else. So you got to take all that into consideration. Well, I think the main thing is the location. There's not a better location to have something like this than Indianapolis. So it's logistically works on a lot of levels. It's kind of centrally located. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about moving a combine, but I mean, what Jeff Foster and his staff do is incredible. It's a great location. You got access. You got everything you need. You got the hotels. You got the dome. You got the medical center. You got everything. So logistically, this is a good spot. From a scheduling standpoint, some of the other things, I mean, look, it's made for TV, let's be honest, right? I mean, that's what the focus is. So I would say we're less worried about the TV component and more worried about just understanding the player, getting to know the players a little bit. So whatever the schedule is, I mean, the one thing about football, people in general, for the most part, pretty flexible. So whatever it is, like, we'll adjust, we'll adapt, and we'll figure it out and make it work. I mean, that's how we approach it. That's how DeMeco and I think. So whatever it is, like, we'll be there and we'll be ready to go.
What's some of the biggest characteristics that you look for just in handling players, both mentally or physically?
Yeah, mindset, selflessness. I mean, our program is about team first and doing the right thing for the team, maybe when everything isn't perfect for you. Look, our defense is about violence and physicality. So if you don't have that, you're probably not going to work here. I mean, it's just the reality of it. I mean, you can go play somewhere else, no problem. But we're looking for players with a certain mentality and a certain mindset. Honestly, not just on defense, but offensively as well. So we're trying to build a strong, fast, big, physical team that can compete on a week-to-week basis regardless of the circumstances or conditions. So who are the players that have those qualities that, okay, are going to be able to go out there and handle that on a week-to-week basis?
You have one DT on the contract past this season. How important is it to look not just the next season, but 2 years down the line where the contract situation is kind of balancing long-term-ish moves and short-term?
It's twofold, Landry. You know, you're trying to take, you know, like you said, we got a number of net free agents this year. All right, probably going to lose some of them. Maybe we'll get some of them back. I'd say Tommy Togiai is an example of a player where, you know, we felt like, again, that he was going to be competitive. Try to get ahead of that there a little bit. So, again, some of it is what's the willingness or openness on the other side. there's two parties that are involved here in negotiation. So we'll have dialogue at any point, any time. I think people know how we operate. I'm kind of to the point, get to the bottom line, and if it's going to work, it's going to work. If it's not, no problem. We understand that, and then we can kind of plan accordingly. So not going to rule anything. We're never going to rule anything out, but some years it's going to look a little bit different relative to others.
Big week, the last one here, y'all done. Ed Ingram was one of your three. How did you think about it played? And about potential?
Yeah, Ed had a great year. Honestly, he probably had the best year of his career. For the most part, he was out there. He missed a couple games there with injuries, but he's a good kid. He's strong. He's physical. He plays violent in the running game. You saw that on tape quite a bit. Pretty good in pass protection. So we're working through that process, right now. So we'll have discussion with him and his representatives, and kind of see how free agency goes. But I'm glad he was here. He's a player that we feel benefited from our program, and honestly, sometimes a change of scenery is good. Probably worked out for him and kind of worked out for us as well. But glad Ed was on the team here this year. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go, Nick Caserio. These were his comments from the NCAA, the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. That last part there where he was talking about Ed Ingram, and I understand that, he's saying for this year, but using was in that context, it's hard to not go, oh, does that mean that sayonara to Ed Ingram, understanding that maybe the
because he loved the offensive line this year.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. He felt that they had the highest improvement year over year, compared maybe only second to the Bears.
The Bears,
hey, that's also because he started really really low. But hey, a lot of interesting things in there. That was Nick Caserio talking, but we'll dive back into that before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But coming up next, typically the time where we do the mixtape, and in this edition of this mixtape, which I believe should be my final edition of the mixtape before Figgy Fig returns.
He's been in the lab.
You know my feelings on the Amber Alert and how that comes through.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've seen something that might have changed my mind a little bit on how I feel about the Amber Alert. I'll tell you about that next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. No Figgy Fig, I think for the final time this week.
How about that?
I think so.
Get the band back together.
Yeah.
No offense.
No offense to who? To me or to Colin?
Hey.
I was like, who are we? Because I'm the one who's handling the mixtape here, and I have been.
And doing a bang-up job.
You're just saying that.
I am.
Wow.
Appreciation.
He's been back only 2 days. And he's still firing.
That's what I expect. That's exactly what I expect. Nothing less. So I appreciate it. And you know what I have to say about that comment? I just have to appreciate that it is what it is.
Yeah, of course.
You know what my general thought process is when it comes to the Amber Alerts?
Much like mine.
I was always confused as to why we do this. Like, I get it in theory, but in all reality, you think I'm going to remember the license plate and the description that is sent, and then I'm just going to drive, get out my house and just start looking for
blue
people.
Kia with the NKS whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna commit that to memory when I don't even remember I don't remember anybody's phone number but my mama's.
Do you know your license plate number?
I think so.
I
am 93% sure that I can get my license plate number on first try. 93%. Not a single percentage more.
I know the first three letters because I always do like a little word, so make a word out of it.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's a WDS.
Okay, we got that.
Yeah.
We just got to ask for the numbers later.
Write that down.
Ask for the numbers later, and we'll have it. So I always found it to be somewhat silly, but I had to eat crow somewhat. With this story that came out of the general Phoenix area, I actually take you to CBS 5 in Phoenix for this story where I have to eat crow. The Amber Alert works.
It's just before 7 on Sunday morning as employees at Camelback Moving are getting some coffee and food to start their day when this pickup truck pulls into the back of Quick Trip.
The Amber Alert system works.
President of Camelback Moving, Chad Olson, says the security guard at this QT recognized the toddler and the suspect, 23-year-old Marina Noriega, from this Amber Alert, and asked some of his truckers to help figure out which vehicle they were in.
And the thing is that the lady's wearing like pink hats. The Amber Alert that went out yesterday? Never? Yesterday? That one. Oh, what? Yeah. Should I block the truck? Huh? Should I block them? Should block them.
As that security guard called 911, the moving trucks moved into place.
We're good Samaritans, do the right thing. I mean, we have core values about community and being proactive.
While multiple Camelback Moving trucks blocked the pickup truck, the employees started looking up the Amber Alert pictures themselves.
Oh my God, that's her. Yeah. Is it really? Yeah, that's her.
At one point, you can see what appears to be Noriega look out her driver's door towards the employees blocking them in. Minutes later,
look, here comes the puppos right here.
The moving trucks move out of the way as several Phoenix police officers come in to find the toddler and arrest Noriega.
Okay, well, I mean, it worked.
And it worked in not even just in the way of, they found her.
Mm-hmm.
No, they were like
Amber Alert.
You remember the Amber Alert?
Yeah.
That looked like her.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
yeah.
So I'm just the issue personally.
No, I think
I'm the issue in that my brain does not think to catalog this information for further usage later.
How often does it work, do you think? You got to put a percentage on it.
I don't know, but not to like sidestep your question.
Yeah.
I feel like if it's a non-0% chance, then it's worth it, right?
Sure, you're saving people, yeah.
Any baby that you find that was that might not have been found before because you do this thing is a good thing. And so I just have to go ahead and put up with these alerts that pop up in weird times and weird circumstances because maybe, just maybe, there might be some movers in the parking lot of a Quick Trip who box in a truck.
Well, my thing with the Amber Alert has been in that particular, whatever, 100-mile, 50-mile radius, absolutely. But, you know, when I
get the one
like,
from
Amarillo, I'm like, dude, I'm
what
in
you want
Houston,
me to do about this, man?
You want me to get on the road and start driving to Amarillo?
That's what you're supposed to do, John.
I don't mind, you know, if somebody says, you know, greater Houston area, blah, 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 yeah, of course. And maybe it might even stick a little better, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do wonder, though. What was going through old boy's mind? You done already called the cops. Like, should I box him in? Yeah,
box him
in.
Yeah, you should.
Box him in.
Yeah. You don't do all this work and just be like, well, leaving now.
Yeah.
But shout out to them. Like,
that was great.
Shout out to the security guard for actually remembering, and then shout out to the folks who jumped in. Man, it doesn't take too much to be a good Samaritan. So shout out to was it Brian Escobedo yesterday, and now now these movers.
That's right.
I did appreciate though because you heard the story from the news station in Phoenix. Shout out to the to the owner of the moving company, trying to make it seem like it's because the company was there. It's like, you know, we have values and morals.
I did kind of roll my eyes a little bit.
Like, all right, so when you hire folks, this is a part of it. Part of the training
when you move with Camelback Moving, we save lives.
I mean, you gotta try and play it up though, right?
Exactly.
Right. He definitely made sure when he did this interview, he was like, and make sure that you put the logo on there.
Exactly, right
and
behind
this is
it.
the number.
With the phone number.
They were going to move a truck that didn't have a logo, and they said, no, get the other one.
Do you think that somebody will choose this moving company? Just off the strength of it?
Yes, 100%. Not somebody's. I think a lot of people will.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then secondary question, you think buddies who were actually in the moving truck on that day got anything in reward for that? Not to say that they needed to, right? The greatest reward is that you saw somebody and you did something good and you
it's
ended
a good question, though.
Saving a 3-year-old from kidnapping.
I mean, depending on what the family circumstance is, maybe the family did something, maybe it wasn't necessarily a Crime Stoppers type moment, but maybe Crime Stoppers did something along those lines. Yeah.
Maybe a third question. Do you still think that moving companies are scams?
Oh.
Wait, who said the moving companies were scams?
Moving. Like we were talking about this literally the last week with Luke, I thought. Or no, it was me and Luke and Paul. Luke was saying something about how moving companies they charge you extravagant money.
Well, they can.
And it's worth it.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, hating ass Luke. I'm usually really good with his hate. I feel like this hate is misplaced. I feel like moving companies are doing a great job. Yes, it's a lot of money, but you want to know why? Because we don't want to carry that sofa.
That's exactly right, because they can.
Do you tip them?
Oh, yeah, you have to. Yeah,
Do you?
Yeah, you have to.
I try and make sure that I take care of the dudes doing it. Like here, making sure that they got drinks and stuff. I don't know if I got here's cash.
Yeah, you have to, because the company's making most of the money.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They're not doing the heavy lifting.
No, that's the thing, and that's what I ultimately came back to, right?
Yeah.
They work off of a little bit of tips, and in this instance, they saved a baby. I wonder if the owner was like, all right, we'll give you a little bit of a bigger percentage on this move
something
here.
for the effort.
I sure hope
Bonuses.
so.
Yeah.
You know what? This should count as a referral fee for all the times that people are going to see on the news. Oh, Camelback Movers. Those are people that
it's
saved
advertising
the baby.
dollars.
Yeah, they better get a cut of that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm taking back my move. It's a mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. John, you're a gambling man, are you not?
I am. Occasionally. I'm not like Sean Pendergast.
Wow, that was
sick.
nasty. You didn't have to say it like that.
Hey,
He's
firing. He's firing on all cylinders today.
But the thing about both of you is that you gamble responsibly.
Yes.
All right. How would you know that you had gone too far?
Oh, I've had moments where I'm like, all right, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. How would I know when it's something that I'm not? My gambling habit is this. If there's a game that I want to watch on TV, usually football, I do a little bit of basketball, very, very, very rarely baseball, and college basketball. Let's say Kansas UH.
Yes.
All right, last night. Well, I'm gonna bet on that game at some point, just because I know I'm gonna watch it, and it kind of keeps you more engaged.
Yeah, just raise the stakes on already having
But if I'm
interest.
betting, this is where I'm going. If I'm betting North Dakota State against Wyoming, and it starts at 9:30 at night, and I'm gambling on it, I got a problem.
Got you. Okay, so you will not be joining in on this new online betting game that's appeared that utilizes real-world CCTV footage. It's called CCTV Rush Hour, and players are able to place bets on the number of cars they think will pass through street traffic before the light turns red.
Well, you don't know me very well. That's exactly the kind of weird bet.
Really?
I'm the guy that bets on a safety.
This
and
is
anytime
sick.
safety. I always do one weird bet just because if it hits, it's cool. You know, like you've seen me. I did it at a Texans game. I did it at the Super Bowl. I bet on an anytime safety. Not a lot, just for the novelty of it.
So I might have increased. I might have added to your gambling repertoire.
Yeah.
You're with me, right, Colin? This is insane behavior.
This is a little crazy, to be honest with you.
But you're watching. This is watching the traffic
$10.
cam. You know when you're watching the
10,
news and they show you the traffic cam, and this is what it looks like on the West Loop.
See,
you're watching that and being like 1, 2, 3.
See,
I hit the over.
I thought you were gonna get into like over under on like accidents or whatever. I'm like,
No, they're not that craven. I hope. Also, accidents don't happen frequently enough for apparently this. It's every time the light turns red, they're like, all right. You got 10 cars through that one. That hit the under, or that was under the 12.5 cars.
That's in my wheelhouse right there. Now again, $5, $10, just for the fun of it. I used to.
You wouldn't put $20,000 down?
I used to bet at airports whenever I was traveling all the time. If I had a buddy there, that was traveling with me, we would sit. Airport people watching is always fun.
Without question. Honestly, I was sad that we didn't get to do more people watching when we went to San Fran.
I would bet to see how many people passed us. Kind of almost the exact same thing.
That is really what this is.
Yeah, passed us, in 30 seconds
you
or whatever.
sick human being.
$2. We're betting $2, $5, whatever.
But you wouldn't do 20,000 though, right?
No, God, no.
Well,
somebody do 20,000?
Apparently, during a live stream, a streamer whose name is Exposed with an X, Exposed.
Yeah.
Turned that $20,000 into $363,971 by betting on how many cars would go through traffic lights. His bet consisted of guessing whether 11 or 14 cars would go through Public Square in Watertown, Massachusetts before the light turned red. Watertown, Massachusetts.
Oh, I know that place.
Yeah. That's a suburb, isn't that where after the Boston Marathon bombing, they caught the guy in Watertown?
Is that where?
I think they caught him in Watertown.
Well,
I don't know why I remember that.
I was being sarcastic, not gonna lie.
No, it was around there. I know I'll have to look that up. But
can you imagine if it's just like, do you think there will be 10 cars in this intersection in Richmond, Texas? That's what's happening here.
Yes. But it wouldn't be 11 or 14. It'd be 75 or 90.
So yeah, that's a thing that's happening out here that apparently Lopez. Is that what you're typing in right now? I see you typing.
I
in
am.
You're gonna go start betting right now.
Holy smokes! How many times have I told you the little crap that I remember is amazing, and I'm not bragging because I can't remember the most basic stuff sometimes. On Franklin Street in Watertown, Massachusetts. Zokhar Tsarnaev was found. Dude, this is the most bizarre, mental, game.
And he will use this prowess to bet on how many people get through the intersection.
I should have bet on that. I bet it was Watertown where they caught him.
I wouldn't have taken it, I tell you that. But there you go. That's the mixtape here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday at this time. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. And I think it might be some time to give some tickets away.
It is time.
A 4-pack of tickets to go see Creed on March 11th at Rodeo, Houston. All you got to be is caller number, let's go 8. Does that sound good? Caller number 8 right here, 713-572-4610 will win that 4-pack of tickets to see Creed at Rodeo, Houston. Go ahead and call in now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. How many Texans do you think are on the PFF top 101 players of the 2025 season? We'll figure that out as well next.
What up, y'all? It's Vicky Fig holding it down. So many events going on, and
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun show here on a Tuesday, In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rolling with us. Hope that you had a chance to win. If not, don't worry. The drive comes through with more Rodeo Ticket Tuesday for you, as they will give away some tickets. I don't even know which concerts they're giving.
It'll be Creed again.
Oh, it's Creed all day, huh?
Creed all day, baby.
Very good. I know some people are ecstatic about that, and again, some people, not their cup of tea.
Let's go there.
I think they're lying.
What, not liking Creed?
Yeah, people did, because it's like it was a fad, to kind of mock Creed, so now everybody does it.
It's a very particular style. I can understand if somebody's like, yeah, that's not for me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Reggie, Nickelback or Creed?
No, thank you.
Either?
I don't know what you want me to say here.
Yeah, neither?
I just thought you would choose one or the other, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
I'd probably go Creed.
I'm more of a Nickelback guy.
Okay, very good.
All right,
I'm glad. 713-572-4610. Nickelback or Creed is the question that's being asked.
Yes.
No, the Pro Football Focus, rather, is the name of the thing. They put out their top 101 players from the 2025 NFL season.
Okay. I love the guessing games. You know
so
that.
With that, I thought there were some interesting things within that. And, of course, we start locally with how many Houston Texans players do you believe were top 101 in the National Football League this past season?
All right. This is me thinking. I'm going to
This is me. This is the sound of me considering.
This is me thinking. I'm going to say top 101.
Yes.
I'm going to say a whopping 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colin, would you care to guess, or are you going to?
What's the question again?
Don't worry about it at this point.
I'm going to say 6 or 7.
Okay, very good. 6, 7. I understand why you did that.
Yes.
Just so we did that, I'll give you the hand motion as well.
Thank you very
for your
much,
benefit.
sir.
You're welcome. John, you nailed it.
I nailed it.
5
Let's see if I
Texans
can
players.
Let me tell you who I was thinking of.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you to do.
Yeah. Daniil Hunter.
Yes.
Will Anderson.
Yes.
Kamari Lassiter.
Yes.
Derek Stingley.
Yes. Wait. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I believe that is not the case.
Well, my other.
I just got used to saying, yes, Derek Stingley is not top 101 according to this.
What?
Really?
Yes.
Come on.
There's someone there. He does have a defensive backmate that you have not named yet.
Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
Yeah. So those were going to be my 5.
No Stingley in there, actually.
So who is the 5th on that?
Well, you had them.
Okay.
Will, Daniil, Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, and wait a minute.
He didn't guess the other one, I don't think.
You didn't guess the last one?
My other one was Stingley. So.
Oh, yeah, no. There's one more that you did not have. Apologies.
Who is it?
Nico Collins.
Oh. Well, I guess I should have thought of that one.
Yeah, see, I thought that you just had it already.
Yeah.
Is that the biggest issue with this? The idea that
Yes.
Before you even start, Derek Stingley not being top 101.
The best or second best cornerback in the NFL? Yes, that's an issue.
Yeah, I think the reason why this happens is an inherent issue that Pro Football Focus has, where it's a grading site, but how do you grade when there's not a lot to work off of? And Derek Stingley was a player that did not get a lot of burn because people were like, yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah.
People just decided, let's not do that. Somehow, though, you need to be able to adjust for that. The highest graded of your Houston Texans, you will not be surprised, is Will Anderson, Jr. Do you want to guess about where he lands?
7.
5.
Oh, I was going to say 5. I really was.
He is 5th.
I really was.
I mean, highest graded defensive player in the NFL according to the Pro Football Focus. Again, take that for what you will. But this was an incredible season for him that did show a level of growth. And the thing with Will Anderson Jr. that I think about is, do you think he's reached his pinnacle?
No. He's absolutely still ascending. In fact, I guess, was it? I saw the odds earlier, and I'm trying to look for him as I'm talking, which is not a good thing to do. But
what, Defensive Player of the Year for next year?
For next year, I think he was the favorite, and I'll try to find that. I think he's the favorite for next year to be Defensive Player of the Year.
I can see that because the number 1 player on this Pro Football Focus ranking, Myles Garrett, best player again because he had done this He finished second last year, and the year prior he was the best player
Mhm.
on the Pro Football Focus rating.
Here it is. He's second behind Myles Garrett.
That makes sense. Myles Garrett seems perpetually like that type of dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's reason to argue that if Myles Garrett does not put up literally a record-breaking season,
Will Anderson will be there.
Will could have won it this year, Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, didn't he get all the second-place votes, or most all?
Yeah.
Right behind Myles Garrett. Yeah, if it wasn't for the sacks record, he would have been right there, and it would have been a split vote.
Do you agree with this on the 713? And this is why you absolutely must get a contract done with Will Anderson Jr. right now, right this moment.
I think they're working on it. It was funny because I think that was one of the first questions that Nick Caserio was asking. Well, we don't really publicly talk about,
Correct.
Which I get. That's fine, but we all, at least I know, they have to be. They have to be doing that contract right now because they're already kicking the can down the road with CJ Stroud. And so they need to get Will Anderson locked up, know what they're looking at next year.
I think that makes sense sooner rather than later, and especially to get the numbers right, or because I need to go back and see how many edges are coming up to the table, especially edges of a premium quality, because that's the only thing that you risk at this point with Will Anderson Jr. I think Will Anderson Jr. gets hurt and you still sign him. The only thing that you're risking is what does the number go to if somebody else jumps into the line and gets another contract? Are they capable of pushing the number further above where it was with Max Crosby and Myles Garrett? You know what I mean? Like that's the only question that I have. Returning to this Pro Football Focus Top 100, the lowest ranked of the 101 is Kamari Lassiter at 55.
That's high.
It is.
Yeah.
But I do find that interesting is the gap that, again, Pro Football Focus, not the most objective metric to use here, but the gap between 55 to 101 they view as no Texans at all in it, which I find to be interesting. That almost intimates that when it comes to the Texans, you have this small class of really, really good players, and then after that it falls off. Again, Stingley I would very much put in that place. They don't. But I find that to be interesting. So Kamari Lassiter at 55, Nico Collins at 50, and then Jalen Petrie at 35, which I found to be appreciated. Because
But Petrie had, to your point about it's more based on a grading system, and you have to have a body of work to grade. Jalen Petrie had a lot of that, which is kind of weird that Kalen Bullock didn't get some because he had he had a lot of reps, so to speak, that could be graded. And I'm not saying he'd necessarily be in the top 101, but possibly.
I also wonder how much of this is. I wonder if Pro Football Focus has done any adjusting with the current way that people are talking around about football and how important the nickel, particularly that big nickel, has become. He was incredible at doing that, and I wonder if that then stuck out in the way that they did this. Danielle Hunter came in at 26, one spot above George Kittle, mind you, and one spot behind Drake May, interestingly enough. Drake was fantastic this year, though, so you can't knock him for that. And then, of course, as we talked about, Will Anderson Jr. at 5. So those are the Texans that are on here. I mentioned Myles Garrett is 1. Puka Nacua ranked as the second best last year at 2. Panay Sewell at 3, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba rounding out the top 5 with Will at 5. So there you go. That was what Pro Football Focus did in ranking the players for the 2025 season. I'm actually a lot more interested in where the top 100 is when we start getting there in August. The things that you would think that serve as a little bit of spinning this forward, I think, are the things that I'm looking forward to. But there you go. A little bit of that. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. An appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for offering us the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas that drive. It's Clint. It's Ron. How's it going, man?
How y'all doing?
Great.
Doing great.
Did you get
you want to talk about college basketball?
Congratulatory text?
No, I didn't get nothing. Yeah, man.
I thought you didn't want me to text them.
No, we figured out what kind of guy you are. Got you last night. You know, I can't wait to see your text today, Champ Slice, who kept going.
Oh, he was talking big. He's a Cougars guy, so he was talking big, wasn't he?
BTA. I kept seeing that going up and down last night. Kept seeing that yesterday over there on that old base powered text line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what he's saying that the Cougs were going to do?
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, it was a BTA.
It was.
It was that.
It was.
But to be fair, the Cougs looked like they'd played 3 great teams in a row in the second half. They were a little dead.
That's been the Big 12 play recently, though.
We got Arizona Saturday.
Dude,
that one's not going to be fun.
It's incredible right now, the late season run that the Big 12 is on.
It's one of these situations, and I know Clint and you guys will understand. like in college football, like, can we just get away from the SEC for a little bit? Can we go? Let what it look like to play a Pac-12 team? Like it's getting into that spot. Can we? Well, I'd like to see an SEC team.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to. Can we just get a break? Just for a bit.
Yeah.
The top of the Big 12. It's not as deep a conference as maybe the
top
SEC
heavy,
was
baby.
last year, but. Like when you got DeBonza and BYU, and they had a tough injury to Richie Saunders, and they got some, like, they're the 6th seed. They're 8-6 in the conference. Like it's nuts.
Yeah.
That top 6 is crazy. The Big 12.
Have you looked at any? I'm just going to start looking at some of the projections. You know, the madness, the bracket. How many Big 12 teams are going to get in?
I was looking at it. I think 7.
Joe Lunardi just put out some new bracketology.
I haven't started with it yet. It's probably this week.
7,
yeah.
West Virginia. I think UCF gets in after those Big 6, after those top ones, and then I think UCF gets in. West Virginia's flirting. Cincinnati, they're weird. They just went into Allen Fieldhouse and won by 16. They got a win over Iowa State, but they're 15-12. So so they've got. I think they've got a good 6 or 7 that are good, and then maybe a couple of others.
Joe Lunardi has 8 in his latest bracketology, which would be tied for third most.
And we need to expand why?
Money.
Oh, is that what it is?
More games and money. No, I look, 68 is already a lot. It's enough. We get enough to have the first weekend and just have all the madness, and then eventually we get to what are really good matchups when we get to Elite Eight and things. I think that it works the way that it currently is.
Speaking of field to 68, field to 68, Rob Doster. He's going to join us today. Talk a little college hoops. And,
love it.
I'm sure he'll make Ron feel good about his Kansas squad.
She should.
There's a few things I want to hear. I want to hear like this U of H team. And maybe I'm off. This feels like the most talented team that Kelvin has had.
Yes.
Now, maybe not bet, but talent.
Correct.
Like, I don't know that he's ever had 2 bona fide first-rounders.
Right. He hasn't.
Like he has.
Like, you can flat out say that. He hasn't.
He's not had that. And that's not Sharp or Milos. By the way, what's happened to him?
Yeah. His defense is problematic.
What the hell is offense? I mean, I don't know. I mean, he was bordering the second
what
half
was
of
his
the
shooting?
Year last year. He scored 7 at about 10 minutes. With about 10 minutes left in the first half, and then he could have gone ahead and got on the bus.
Yeah,
it really feels like he needs to be on ball to make this work the way he wants to. Yet I would very much want Kingston Fleming's on ball more.
It's not there, but I don't know, boy. That is, I know that was a gauntlet. That was a tough stretch. They ain't supposed to go 0-3 in it.
Well,
I think it's style of play at this point.
I think their inside game is going to haunt them.
Oh hell yeah!
Or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
It's weird though. I don't know. It is. They're deep. I don't know.
Yeah.
They got Master P's son.
Who played a little bit more. Shout out to Ocho. I know Ocho's been clamoring for Mercy Mill to get more.
We talked about this a little bit. How many more does he have? Mercy's got to be it, right? How many? I'm just saying, do you remember how Romeo played with O.J. Mayo?
Correct.
And he's still running kids out?
Yes.
He won. How long ago was Romeo?
Hey, man.
How long ago was that?
It's a machine.
It's got to be a decade. It's got to be a decade and a half.
This is what's going to be with Phil, isn't it? Phil's got a kid that just has committed to NC State.
Yeah, yesterday.
We're going to be 20 years from here, and Phil's got another kid.
Rivers is.
Phil.
People not going to remember what Phil Rivers did.
Yeah.
They're just going to be like, damn.
Yeah.
All the Rivers. There's a lot of these. Where did they come from?
Every Rivers you see, is that Philip's son?
Yeah.
Is that one of them Philip Rivers?
That's going to happen.
And you get a picture and you're like,
Phil gonna have one.
I don't think so, but I'm still not sure actually.
I got to see him with his helmet off.
Phil gonna have a kid in the league, double-digit years, and another one entering college.
And a commit.
Yeah. Said Houston had tired legs. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They were shooting like they had tired legs, but that's probably problematic if it requires you to shoot that well.
Had no tired legs in that first quarter. I watched the first quarter before I kicked over them Rockets, and I thought, boy, Ron's crew they don't have work cut out for them today.
Yeah.
I mean, and I saw Ron's tweet. I mean, hell, clearly what I was seeing was real.
Yeah.
I mean, U of H was rolling. They just looked like a better team.
Yeah, tougher, more physical. You had to match that.
Yeah.
Once they matched it, I looked down at my app and said, "Good God!"
That is like, it's not a big deal to lose to Kansas, especially coming off the games that you lost
and at Fall Gallery.
But if I'd have walked in there and I told you that they would be up comfortably 20.
Yeah.
And a putback at the buzzer drops it to 13. And Darren Peterson and Flore Badunga combined for 18 points in the game. Like I that would not have. I would not have seen that as
real.
As they got blown out. Like this was over.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Especially the Big 12 tournament, I think will be illuminating to some degree. But
I ain't gonna talk too much trash to y'all. You know, I'm humble.
Wait till Bijani gets here about 4:30.
Oh yeah, can't wait for that.
Hey,
Bijani was in that window. He was in that window behind y'all, double bird and Ron,
humble,
in the last hour of our show yesterday. 2 different times in that window, double birds.
Goodness.
That's humble,
with
man.
his drop.
I think I could see that.
We just do the best we can.
O'Brien playing his drop, his cougar drop, and while he was shooting them birds at Ron.
42-0, Big Monday, Bill Self and Lawrence.
All right, excited for you guys to get going here. More excited to not hear any more of the humility that Ron is dropping right now. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. Again, I was just happy for everybody's safety out of the game. That's where I was, and everyone was safe out of the game. And, you know, if Kansas were to win, they were to win. That's it. What I had to sit through 2 years ago, Jim Nantz being honored at the half, was a real gut punch, and I had to watch him.
I just got the red carpet.
It was clear yesterday you didn't sit through much of it.
I brought my mom. No, I had to sit through that whole halftime. Brought my mom down. Got those tickets. They were down by 35, sitting there in the second half.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
First game Nicholas had ever gone to. First game.
Yeah, you made him a Coug fan.
He was pissed.
Moved him to Houston, took him to a game where they kicked the hell out of your squad. I mean, there ain't no doubt about it. Nicholas, U of H guy.
He enjoyed the popcorn.
Big U of H guy. I'll send him some gear.
He turned to the popcorn. That's what he did. But, no, man, we'll get into that. But a lot to get to. And our guy Tyler is back. Thank God he is safe and sound. He could have been one of the 20 that had landed in Mexico and had to circle back. He said people had to turn around on the plane to get back here. We are glad that you are safe. I know you tasted that, I want to say tequila, but who's kidding? We know you tasted that old-fashioned. You could taste that old-fashioned on the beach last week, and they took that from you. But we're happy that you're safe.
What part of Mexico were you going to? Let's spend a minute here. What part of Mexico were you going to?
Yeah, I'm happy to be safe, too. I was headed to Punta Mita, Mexico.
Which is where?
Which is where we were going to be landing to get to the resort, was right in the thick of the stuff with the cartel. So very thankful I'm safe. Glad to be here with you guys. Could taste the drink on the beach and some relaxation. Ain't going to happen this time. But it's okay because, like you said, we at least didn't touch down there like some of my wife's employees who
that's
scary, man.
That's a hell of a deal. I mean, you're talking about a drink when I mean, there's some folks are feeling hot steel. Did y'all see that video, by the way?
That's all right, but that's what he was thinking of.
Did y'all see that video, by the way?
I've seen the car stuff.
No, there's a guy that's apparently I didn't get his name, but he's apparently part of the Mexican army or the military unit that went in and got the guy. Buddy literally's got a shell stuck in his chin. Like he got like the bullet must have been just dying because it was literally stuck in his chin. You could see it. Like somebody slid it up underneath the skin. He was videoing, just sitting there holding it. I said, "Boy, you got to be a different mindset there." I wonder if he could taste that Long
Drink.
Island iced tea or that Manhattan or what is it you drink, tea?
It's an old fashioned.
Old fashioned on the
You're
beach.
gonna get there.
Yeah,
I was in the right neighborhood, wasn't I? I'm glad you're here, man. That's some scary. That's some scary stuff.
Yeah, man. We're glad you're safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Glad you're safe. Hopefully you're able to make up that vacation. But even though there's that's why you got to plan. Maybe go to Michigan.
Yeah, northern Michigan.
Maybe I think northern Michigan. That'd be a good place to.
Why not, man? Great golf Mecca.
Oh, Mecca.
Golf
Would
Mecca.
Would love to.
Treetop. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I think that would be a good trip for Tyler to be a part of. I mean, I think that'd be a good reward, man.
Yep. Get right there.
When are we going? June, July?
I think June. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it'd be a good idea. I mean, I think it'd be a good idea if Tyler went out there, captured a little content, maybe help the engineer out a little bit.
They got old fashions. They got tequila. Hell, they even got gin.
Oh yeah,
everything you want.
You can get off in that sauce on the course, man.
That's right.
Tyler, we'll play golf every morning, man. What do you think?
Yeah, right.
Sounds lovely. Count me in.
I don't think you would play. You guys been talking about playing for 6 years.
I think Tyler should go. I think Tyler would enjoy Northern Michigan.
He would. By the way, I know
the sweater that he is, them armpits wouldn't be damp a bit, man. Just kind of Cadillac on
right
through.
there. Stays late.
We can reward him with some weather that he's not going to pit all over every T-shirt he puts on.
You'll be in the golf course till about 10.
Yes, that's right. It's extra daylight.
It is.
Great place. Direct flight as well.
Direct, yeah, right there.
Direct flight.
United. Bam, right there. Not Spirit. Nothing against Spirit. I just won't fly it, but let me get out of that.
What's wrong with the music here? We celebrating you not getting caught in Mexico or what?
That's what we're doing.
Exactly.
That's what he had. By the way, something else that Tyler would love, and he's here today. Today, it's Thursday or Tuesday, and Tuesdays and Thursdays we hook you up with rodeo tickets during rodeo season.
That's right.
And you got a chance to do it 2 times, 3 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, and one of Tyler's favorites, a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. He was ready for this. March 11th on a Wednesday night. You can go right to prayer meeting or Bible study and then bang it right to Creed.
Creed can carry a Wednesday night.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
Creed can carry Creed can carry any night. I mean, but I mean, Tyler, are you going? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm going to be in the house. I don't have the actual tickets yet, but I'm going to be in the house for this show.
Does Creed still bring it? Does Creed still have it?
I don't think Creed when I think pack out a stadium.
Well, I saw Creed just last year in their reunion tour up in the Woodlands at the Pavilion, and it was a hell of a show. Had a great time, and I expect nothing but the best whenever they perform at the rodeo.
Do they bring it the way you expected? Creed to bring it back in the day, like there's no fall off.
Yeah.
Okay.
They came out jamming and didn't stop.
Who's their lead guy?
Scott Stapp.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I knew that name.
Yeah.
I was going to say Chris Daughtry, but that's a different band, isn't it?
Nah, yeah. But he came out last year when I saw Creed, and he had all his bracelets and necklaces and chains going. He was jamming.
What was who was Chris Daughtry the lead singer for before he went Daughtry?
Oh, there was something else first.
I didn't know there
wasn't he the lead singer for a group, and then he branched off.
I just remember from American Idol.
Yeah, he won American Idol.
Maybe I'm doing what you're doing, getting mixed up with old Stapp.
I got mixed up with Stapp.
Yeah, Creed on a Wednesday. Come on, man.
3 o'clock hour and 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets.
Creed on a Wednesday, boy. I mean, Tyler, you're gonna be in the house.
Yeah, one way or the other, I will be there for that show.
Text line said Creed sold out immediately.
I don't doubt it one bit, but I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, it'd have to be a really fun group for me to attend.
That's the only kind of groups I roll with.
Fair. I wouldn't. Yeah, for the record, I was not referring to your group not being there. I'm just saying, generally speaking, boy, I would have to really get excited about the company.
Oh yeah, it's going to take me higher, no doubt about it.
Oh, well played. Well played. That was well.
I almost said F you. Like, for real. That was my first. This freaking guy. All right, coming up 3 o'clock hour, your first opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. All right, Nick Caserio is at the Combine. He's in Indianapolis getting ready for this week, and he spoke, Clint, on a few things that jump out. I think the biggest thing, and glad that he went ahead and got out of the way, sometimes – Clint, we have discussed that Nick can get a little wordy, and he can kind of put you in a space where, like, all right, I don't like what's he saying here? What's he meaning here? What's this? Not as clear. I think he was very clear on his quarterback and CJ Stroud. Since the season has ended, there have been conversations, not just from the fan base, not just locally, Clint, but we have played it for multiple people around the league nationally, talking about C.J. Stroud potentially being traded, potentially being on the move with the Texans move off of their third-year quarterback. Here is the GM on potentially trading C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that DeMeco and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there was no team that was undefeated unless I missed something this year. So that's not going to happen. By and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays. You're going to have some bad plays. You're going to have some good games. You're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
Tyler and Clint, there's no confusion there where he says there. And look, damn it, I know some people don't want to be with that, but at least we know that there at least by that there is no, I don't know, or there's no Davis Mills competition right there. He ain't going nowhere. He is our quarterback. They still believe in CJ Stroud, so we definitely, whether you agree or not, we definitely know where they are on that.
Well, it sounds like it now. I mean, what he's saying, it sounds like they're committed and they're gonna run this thing back with Nick Caley and CJ Stroud, and that just so you move off of that and go to the supporting cast is what you got to focus on, because I agree with you. It sounds like at least what the general manager's saying is that they want CJ Stroud here and they're committed to him being their guy, and we'll see how that all unfolds. I think there's coming up next. There's obviously they've got to the 5th-year option. They got to pick that up, and then we'll see whether they extend him and or Will Anderson this offseason. We'll see how confident they are in their quarterback. We'll see if they're buying more stock while the stock market's down, if they really believe in that investment strategy, or is that just talking around your elbow to get to your mouth from general manager? But he didn't mix the message there.
Well, I'll be damned, Clint, Tyler, if CJ Stroud doesn't get injured and he's not the quarterback, with you being that matter of fact about it, that would be a hell of a thing to come back from. If he is not the guy. Like, I mean, yes, I think that instills confidence in CJ, but clearly behind the scenes, they're not in the space where I think, like, it sounds like they're not even thinking about it.
Well, look, Nick's not going to show his cards. Nick's not going to show his cards. Nick's not going to say, oh, well, yeah, we've been taking calls, and, yeah, we've considered it, but we've decided that we're going to stick with CJ. I mean, he's not going to show his card. They loved Bobby Slowick until they fired his ass. They were stroking the hell out of Laramie Tunsil until they traded his ass. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, but it sounds like, the messaging is, where I lean into what Nick said is how long he talked about it. I mean, Nick is typically one. It'd have been real easy to just say, "Nah, he's our guy, man. We're moving forward as is." But he went into the stock market, when you should buy and when you should invest and when you kind of deal, and he's our guy. So, yeah, I don't doubt that the team right now is committed to CJ Stroud.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. When you hear Nick Caserio and how very clear and cut he is on CJ Stroud and his being the guy, how does that make you feel? Where are your thoughts on that? Somebody texted, it sounds like he's going to get an extension to me. Now, I wouldn't go that far on it. I would not go that far on him saying that. I think he said he's not going anywhere now.
Well,
right now.
Here's the deal is, like, at some point, Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are either going to have to re-up CJ, extend CJ like the great young quarterbacks get re-upped after 3. They're either going to have to re-up him and talk about how much they believe in him, or they're going to have to pick up the 5th-year option, and they're not going to re-up him this year, and you're going to have to explain why you didn't re-up him this year. It's going to get uncomfortable at some point. It's either going to get expensive or uncomfortable, one of the two, when it comes down to Caserio, DeMeco, and CJ. It's either going to get expensive and you're going to pay him $50 to $60 a year. You're going to extend him, and that's where it's going to be. And I'm sure that'll be an easy conversation, but it's going to be an expensive one. Or you're going to want him to play on his 4th year. You're going to want him to play year 4 without an extension, which I believe that he and his representation believe that he's above. And so it's going to get – we'll see how this thing works out when rubber meets the road. But this whole –
clearly right now it ain't got
this easy, comfortable, just kind of floating through, hey, man, that calendar's going to keep moving. And at some point, you either got to put up I would say or shut up, but it's the other way around. You either got to put up some money with an easy conversation, or you gotta close the checkbook and have a real difficult conversation and explain why you're not re-upping your quarterback. I don't think that's one that you can just let fall by the wayside without some kind of communication from the head coach and the general manager. So we'll see. But right now, the word out of the combine from the general manager is pretty positive on the CJ Stroud front.
Yeah, pretty clear. All right, coming up. Again, want to hear your thoughts. You heard from the general manager, Nick Caserio. He couldn't be more clear. He not only said he was our guy, he's not going anywhere, went into depth and detail on why they don't seem to be as just completely out on him because of how his season ended. Some good and some bad. Your thoughts on that. And, hey, the Rockets bounced back yesterday, Clint. Impressed? We'll discuss the Rockets and their performance against the Utah Jazz. That's next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year? accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome into The Drive.
Oh, not much, man. It's all good.
All right, there you go.
Oh,
They're waving. There's waving. There's Tyler waving on YouTube. Those of you on base power text line, 713-572-4610. We hear from you as well, as we just heard, and I wanted to hear some of you all's thoughts. We just heard from the general manager. He said CJ ain't going nowhere. He even called the trade talk moronic. He really, I mean, he was 10, 11, 12 toes down.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit
on this. And he broke it down of why there was no vague confusion on where he stands, at least what he just said on CJ Stroud. And I wanted to get the thoughts of some folks on how they feel when they hear the GM talk about CJ Stroud is a guy that's not going anywhere. Some people on the text line, that sounds like it's an extension to me. Nick is a buy low guy, and he just said it. The dumbass people that think that Stroud should be traded are the same dumbasses that thought Watson was a top 5 quarterback. Mills is trash. I don't know if those all.
Yeah, that was me. I mean, I appreciate you hitting me with the ODA. I mean, that's me. Count me in on that. I think it'd be a good idea to entertain a trade. I do believe that Deshaun Watson, at the peak of his time here in Houston, was a top 5 quarterback, definitely flirting with the top 5 quarterback. And now I do not believe that Davis Mills is trash.
I don't believe Mills is trash. I thought that Deshaun was a top 5 quarterback, and I don't think he should be traded. Nick Caserio never says anything of value. Total word salad. What does the stock market have to do with the draft anyway? Scott in Sugarland.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I don't think that was word salad. I think he really he seemed to be on that one. So that's from the general manager and some of your all's thoughts on him saying, hey, he's good. He's with us. We ain't trading him. He ain't going nowhere. Staying his ass here. Speaking of staying here, hey, the Rockets bounce back. Blowout W.
Good win, man.
They beat the quitting Utah Jazz.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the Rockets, they play the bully. They play the bully really well. I mean, really well. And that was evident last night, beating up on a pissy poor. I didn't even know Kevin Love was still in basketball, I'll be honest.
You didn't know Kevin Love was still out there giving it to
when
him?
I saw Love, and it took me seeing him look dead in the camera for me to believe it. I had to check it on, honest God, I had to check it on my ESPN app. I had no idea Love was still in the game.
Getting minutes, too.
Getting a lot of minutes, looking old as hell. I had no idea that Kevin Love was still in the game, nor did I have any idea that Kevin Love was still getting the run that he was getting. I mean, none.
He's playing. Yeah,
a lot.
He is playing. Yeah, well, they've taken out some of their top guys as well.
Yeah.
To injuries.
Oh, have they? I don't follow Utah, so I wouldn't know. But Kevin Love,
they've been one of the big teams on the tanking. They were
that explains it.
They were in a game a couple weeks ago. They were in a game before they sent some of their top guys to surgery a couple weeks ago. Tight game, third quarter. It just didn't bring any of those other top guys into the game again. They just
set them the whole second half, huh?
Fourth quarter, healthy scratched in the fourth quarter, and then proceeded to get their asses blown out. They kind of made the tanking thing real obvious. Just set marketing, just set them all down.
Yeah.
Just let Kevin Love get them minutes, I guess. But listen. They should kick Utah's ass, and no. Like, that isn't a game that makes me feel like, all right, they're on the right track. That's what they should do to a Utah team. But I will say this isn't just the Utah game. I think maybe this has been something that's been brewing too, and I can't wait to talk to our guy Brandon Scott tomorrow, Rockets Report. But I've been talking about what's up with our guy Şengün. He's been struggling. Well, he did it again. I mean, he is really settling into that 16 points. He had him another 16 last night. But last night was a big Jabari Smith Jr. night. 31 last night. He was hot right off the jump. 31-9, had him a couple steals, 3 steals, 3 blocks. He played really well. And we've talked about how can this team get better after the All-Star break? What can they do? And I don't think we've had the conversation really that much of Jabari Smith Jr. taking a step. And it feels like he is doing that. He's been more of the number 2 option than Şengün has been. And it's not a small sample size. I went back and looked at it, Clint. The last 10 games, 9 of the last 10 games, Jabari Smith Jr. has either been the leading scorer or the second leading scorer.
Mm-hmm.
In every one of the games, 9 of the last 10 games, he has been that. So he has taken the step as being maybe the number 2 guy on this team. Now I don't know if that's how you planned it. I don't know if that means you're at your best, but it does look like he has taken the next step, and maybe his role is expanding right now because he's been bringing more to the table than Şengün has here of late.
Well, look, I know there's a lot of leaning into, and rightfully so. I'm not saying it's not accurate or fair. There's a lot of leaning into Ime Udoka and how the usage of these guys, and I totally agree. Maybe there is schematically or the lack thereof an issue that makes a handful of players regress instead of progress. I mean, I'm just looking at sheer just basketball. Just are they comfortable doing basketball things? And Jabari Smith Jr. is one. I'm glad you brought this up because he's been I told you before the season ever started, he's the one that I would hope his role would expand, and I really enjoy watching him play, and I like him. I got confidence in him. Like, he's a guy that now it all starts with the ability to shoot the ball, and so I think he does threaten a defense or threaten an opponent kind of deal. But he is super confident in what he's doing. When he gets the ball, if he's got a window, he's shooting that joint. He's shooting that sucker. And he's shooting at a high clip. And he just looks comfortable, looks natural, looks like he belongs in that role the entire time. Not just, when he's doing exactly what he can do and what he feels comfortable doing. Like he seems to be a guy that is really comfortable, whether he's spotted up on outside the 3-point line and shooting it, or he's getting to the elbow and shooting it. Last night it looked like he was given a little bit more of the opportunity to catch the ball and create a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say his game. We're still not seeing a lot of. All right, man. Like let's get an ISO or let's get him the ball.
I'm not saying
that's his game yet.
I'm not saying that him ISOing is the game, but making the ball go through him more often instead of letting Şengün get the ball outside the 3-point line and dribble 15 seconds off the shot clock, or watch Amen Thompson put his head down and dribble it off his shin again in the paint. Instead of that, I would like. I mean, I like the thought of the ball going through Jabari Smith a little bit more. To me, it's just as I sit back and watch a game, it looks like he's in control of everything he's doing and confident and comfortable.
He's been their second option the last month. He scored. He was their second option against the Knicks. He was the one. He had 20+ in that game.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, he has to be, right? I mean,
now, yeah. We're continuing the streak of what he's done the last 2 games, which is score over 20 points, 31 last night, over 20 against the Knicks. Since January 28th, that's as many times as Alfred Şengün has scored over 20 points.
Well, that makes if you're Ime Udoka,
January 28th, if I said June.
If you're Ime Udoka, it just makes sense. Now, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I don't know if the ball is just naturally finding him because they're moving it. I don't know if Kevin Durant is. I don't know how it's working. But if you're Ime Udoka and the ball's going through Jabari Smith more often, that is a great response to what we watched in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
And definitely, to your point, it's a really good response to what seems to be a struggling Şengün, not the most effective guy from Amen Thompson on the offensive end of the floor. So it seems like that is a move in the right direction.
Yep. Joe Espada over the weekend gave us another Captain Obvious statement, as he did earlier when he said and then announced that Hunter Brown was going to be the opening day starter. He's given us another one, but I think it gets a little bit more of a conversation after the announcement he made. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, power outages, they can happen anytime, y'all. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. If you live around these parts for any amount of time, you know that is part of what we deal with. And here's the deal. You do not want to end up in a panic when some kind of bad weather's bearing down on us and you're worried about losing electricity and losing power. Get you a free estimate on a Generac Home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. Do it today.
Today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I did want to get to something here with the Astros, but this is just coming across here 1 minute ago from Pro Football Talk. That's Mike Florio and company over there, Clinton Tyler, and they were talking about Joe Mixon. I'm going to read this. The headline: Joe Mixon recently underwent surgery, but his future remains unknown. Joe Mixon didn't play last season due to an off-field injury to his foot. It's an injury that remains a mystery. General Manager Nick Caserio revealed that the running back underwent surgery for his injury this offseason, but would not elaborate on the injury. He didn't do anything off the field, Caserio told Aaron Wilson of KPRC. It wasn't like he was riding a snowmobile or anything like that. I would say it was more of a medical condition or situation that didn't really improve as much as everyone hoped. I'm not trying to evade the question. I think that's the reality of the situation. He didn't jump off of a building. He wasn't cliff diving or anything like that. He wasn't doing anything irresponsible. It was a freak thing. Honestly, I've never seen it. It's just the condition. Caserio has had conversation with Mixon's agent, but the Texans are expected, here, listen to this, expected to release Mixon with a failed physical, per Wilson. Releasing Mixon would save the team $8.5 million. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, I think a lot of that. I wonder how much of that is old conversation that's being pulled back and regurgitated again for the click side of it from PFT. But the part that seems to be pressing is what you ended with. I don't know. I don't recall.
Has that been announced he had surgery, by the way?
Well, I don't recall the exact details of it, and I don't know the timeline behind this. But I know what hadn't been announced is that the plan is that the Texans are going to release Joe Mixon due to a failed physical. And if that's the case, then why wouldn't you go back and recoup some of that money from last year? Which I don't know. I'm sure that ship has sailed. But I don't recall hearing anybody just outright say or be quoted as saying the Texans are expected to cut Joe Mixon on a failed physical premise. But look, if that is the case and he can't go, you got to cut bait and move on. And that is definitely one avenue that is out there for Joe Mixon. Unbelievably unfortunate because this football team past season would have been better. And
this season coming up.
I mean, this season coming up, man, at $8.5 million. I mean, good God, man, that would be a real shot, of just to think you got a guy like Joe Mixon coming back would have been a big plus for this team. But either way, man, you got to move in one direction or the other. And according to that article, it sounds like they're gonna cut bait.
It sounds like it. Yeah, a couple of things out of that. I hadn't seen the reports that he had surgery yet. But Joe Mixon, according to this article, he underwent surgery, and this is something that Aaron Wilson is reporting coming from Nick Caserio, the general manager, and he underwent surgery as well as Clint just alluded to at the end, that apparently conversations from Caserio and Mixon's agent, but the Texans are expected to release Mixon with a failed physical, per Aaron Wilson. Releasing Mixon would save this team $8.5 million. I mean, I don't think if that is the case, that's a surprise that we've gotten here when he didn't play all last year, and you're wondering about the injury, and he could not play, and now we hear he's having surgery. Again, also within this, I do want to keep it fair. It's the way that Caserio is relaying this to Aaron Wilson. This doesn't seem like whatever the injury was anything that he was doing that was irresponsible. Right, that's what he said. This wasn't jumping off a building.
Well, I think the 8.5 that you can save is more of it's money that's not guaranteed, and so it's not about will you can cut him with cause, but the Texans are in a spot where they've got to move some money around any way you slice it.
Yeah, that's big news. Joe Mixon, I think there are people that were holding on to that one. There were people that were.
I was.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you.
Well,
were.
I was hoping and praying. The Texan fan in me really needed this. I'm gonna tell you, Ron. I heard Nick Caserio talking a little earlier. Nick Caserio, when he got to the question about running back and talking about the running back room, and you hold on to your britches, Texans Nation. I mean, when he starts rattling off them running backs, we got Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and British Brooks is your running back room right now in the NFL. I mean, that is. There's got to be aggressive moves made in that room. And boy, I was hoping and holding out hope that Joe Mixon, they felt better about Joe Mixon than the reports would lead us to believe. That maybe with the information obviously that they're privy to, maybe there was conversations had and an understanding that he was in pretty good shape coming back. This report seems like that's not the case, and so I think it sheds a little different light on what exactly that running back room looks like in Houston.
Joe, Aaron Wilson has been wrong more than once. Yeah, but he's been right a lot too. Yeah. And this one, I would think he would. I would think you'd be really checking this one out with the info that he is expressing that he has to be just dead off. This is like we don't get from. He's getting flat quotes from Caserio.
Yeah.
And then the flat quotes from Caserio moves to they're expected to release Mixon with a failed physical. I would imagine all of that happened within a time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, if Aaron happened to be wrong on this one, boy, he would really get a bad tone in that press conference, wouldn't he, when he asked him questions?
Yeah, he better.
He's already on the outskirts.
If he's dead. If he's wrong on this, he may want to. To Traverse City.
I mean, he's going to get what did DeMeco Ryans might pull a what's that old coach's name? That old bald-headed white coach from college basketball that we talked about last week.
Oh,
Nick Cronin.
Mick,
isn't it? Is it Mick?
Mick.
Yeah, Mick Cronin. Yeah, he may. DeMeco may pull a Mick Cronin on him.
Yeah, so that's big news. That's becoming here the news of the day, according to Aaron Wilson, as he sat with Nick Caserio. It looks like. With a failed physical, the Texans are expected to release Joe Mixon, and releasing him would save over $8.5 million. So that is a huge turn of events here, and I do want to, and it's good. I wanted to get into the running back conversation a little bit later on anyway, and this kind of opens the door to that right there. So we did want to get that across to you. All right, Clint, our guy Joe Espada, He came out and expressed this one, Clint. Another surprise here, Tyler. Joe Espada said that Jeremy Pena will be the leadoff hitter this season.
Boy, he's really going out stepping on
a limb on that one. And we all knew that one. But after that, it does get a little hazy. After Jeremy Pena.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, to me, it does get a little weird. I looked at FanGraph, who kind of plays this thing closely, and their projected lineup, they also surprisingly had Jeremy Pena as the leadoff hitter as well, but they had Pena, Yordan Alvarez, Altuve, and Correa as the top four. Walker, Joey Loperfido, Yiner Diaz, Zach Cole, and then Jake Myers rounding it out as what potentially could be the everyday lineup. Obviously, Paredes is not in that right now, and I think they're basing off of a lot of things we've heard where these guys may play. What jumps out to you about the potential of that lineup? I know the number one thing that jumps out to me is Yiner Diaz just can't accept this. Yiner Diaz, Evan, an outfielder, or Joey Loperfido jumping in front of him in the lineup, maybe the other guys, but Yiner Diaz should be a middle-of-the-order bat for this team, and him sitting down there just with Zach Cole as his protection behind him. That's one of the things that jumps out to me.
Well, you said it from jump for me. If Paredes is on this team and he's not in the opening day lineup, something's wrong, number one. Number two, I got to believe once he gets beyond that veteran down there that he's got to show respect for, that Major League Baseball's got to show respect for, which is Christian Walker. I believe it turns into the left, right thought, and get that left-handed bat in there. Squeeze that left-handed bat in there, low profido right there in the middle of it, and then
that would be stupid to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, I'm not a big fan of it either, but that is that's how they operate here.
I mean, I understand the left, but Joey Loperfido, that left bat ain't good enough to me to just – it shouldn't be with what Yiner has – I know he had a down season last year, and some of this has to do with what Yiner showed last year, but damn it, he cannot be a 7-hole hitter for this team. It's God, dog, unless these guys
the other part of that is Jake Myers can't be a 9-hole hitter. I mean, if Jake Myers comes out and he's swinging that bat as well as he did last year, if that was any remotely close to real, that ain't no 9-hole hitter production. But you're going to decide. You're going to put your better hitters up in the lineup, or you're going to go left, right, baby.
You're right. You look at that top 4 and you love it, and then you're like, damn, you got Paredes on the bench.
Can't do it.
And he's not – and
absolutely
he's not
cannot do it.
And he's not in.
Absolutely cannot do it. If Isaac Paredes is on his team on opening day and he's not in the lineup, you are absolutely crushing him. You're trying to piss him off at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, that is like you are. It's one thing to say, man. Even if you're Isaac Paredes, and all things considered, he was your best bat last year, maybe with the exception of Jeremy, for the entire year. Hey, but the history with Los, you bring Los back, his injury, okay, I can understand that. But we gotta at least make an effort to keep me happy. He deserves that. He can't be a guy that's not in an opening day lineup. And I know this is nor here nor there. This has nothing to do with necessarily the Astros decisions, but just what the conversation that comes up is if Isaac Paredes is on his team on opening day and his bat's not in that lineup, you are trying to piss him off. I mean, not quite the way that the Red Sox did. Not the way the Red Sox did with Bregman and what's old buddy's name at third base.
They kept them in the lineup together, though.
Yeah, But they also let old buddy. They let old buddy think he was going to play third base too.
Well, yeah, till Bregman. Yeah, all the way to the end.
Yeah,
they at least still got to hit.
Yeah.
Damn. All right, coming up, we just heard about the news with Joe Mixon and Clint. I am intrigued to kind of hear, because I wanted to talk about the running back position. You were talking about it yesterday. They need to make an aggressive move. Well, we know that Joe Mixon is likely potentially not to be with this team next year, according to reports. And wait till you see what Mel Kiper does. Is this a big enough aggressive swing at running back? We'll do that coming up next.
I love Joe Mixon.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros?
be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. The whole crew is back together as Tyler is back in the building, Clint in the building, myself as well. And it is a little Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, which means you got a chance, and your first opportunity is going to be in this hour. You have a chance to win not one, not a pair, but a 4-pack of tickets to go see one of Tyler's favorites, Creed.
Oh, girl.
Them. There, you could really. You think this one makes the playlist?
Oh, yeah. This is usually what they open up the set with. They come in hard with this.
Oh, I
jam.
forgot. Clint. Tyler's a guy that goes and finds the set list. He finds the set list. I remember you did this for Shania Twain. You wouldn't hunt it down the set list so you knew what was coming.
I was baffled when
I just want to be surprised. I want to get ripped up out my seat.
But how do you know when to go get your next adult beverage?
You just don't. I mean, you got to time. You got to.
That's my main reasoning. A key to experienced concert goers. You look up the set list so you know whenever they're going to get to a tune you don't necessarily want to see live or need to see live, and then you run and refill.
So what's the run and refill drinks on the Creed? What's the set list?
It's tough. They're all bangers. Yeah, I mean, all they do is make hits, so it makes it a little harder. But that's even more reason to know, so you can pick just the very least favorite and go refill your beer whenever those songs are being played. You don't want to miss this one opening up, though.
Yeah. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, this one right here, you got to be there.
Yeah.
No getting drinks here. I think I could find a couple ones where I could step off to go get it.
You think so?
There might be a couple. I know you're right, though. There's some bangers, but I think I might be able to find a couple where I step out.
That's fair.
But many of you got your chance in this hour, so you got to be listening. At some point, you never know. We will jump in there, and we'll give you the cue to call, and you can call, and the phone lines will be open, and Tyler will take care of you, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets. We're also doing that in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned with us for that. All right, Clint, we just heard this news. If you missed this report coming from Pro Football Focus, but this coming from Aaron Wilson, who obviously covers the Texans locally here. It was entitled "Joe Mixon recently underwent surgery," according to Nick Caserio, and his future is unknown. But not just unknown. It was also, Clint reported, that due to a failed physical, it looks like the Texans are going to potentially release Joe Mixon. And if they do release Joe Mixon, Clint, it will save them $8.5 million. And it looks like it is heading towards that space. And I had already wanted to get into a conversation about the running back position based off what Nick Caserio said earlier today. And I still think we should hear what Nick Caserio said earlier today, because it's interesting. Yesterday you were saying this team needs to be aggressive at the running back position. And I remember at some point I'm trying to narrow it down. Well, what absolutely means aggressive? What would be the move? Who would be the type of guy you're looking at? Now that we know potentially Joe Mixon is out of the picture, and let's hear from Nick Caserio. Here was Nick Caserio on the state of the running back room right now for the Texans.
Well, I mean, Nick's a free agent, so we got 3 guys under contract right now. We got Woody, coming back. He had a good year. He's the leading rusher, so for a rookie, that's pretty good. Jawar Jordan's under contract. Brady's under contract. Dara's a free agent. Nick Chubb's a free agent. So, I mean, we only got 3 guys that are on the team currently. We're probably going to have more than 3 players on the team. So, where did that player come from? Free agency could be one mechanism. Draft could be another mechanism. Is there a trade market for somebody out there? So that's kind of where we are for today.
I know you didn't love. I know you didn't love the route he was going there. Obviously, he knows about the Joe Mixon situation right there, and it didn't even really go into that space. But hopefully, now that they know Joe Mixon is out of there, potentially Clint, that they know they've got to make a move. I hope so.
I mean, look, I think it's a sobering reality. If you're a Texans fan and you hear your general manager say that right there, what the hell do you think they need to do? I mean, it makes me feel really good about strongly suggesting that they need to be aggressive at the running back position. It makes me feel really good about, for the last month, talking about, boy, the running back position is the place where they need to upgrade in a big way. The running back position is the quickest way to make your O-line better, your quarterback better, your pass game better. Hell, to be honest with you, your play caller better. A running back is the best way to make your head coach happy, your defensive-minded head coach happy. A running back is the best way to play into your defense being your strength. And so, hell, this makes me feel a lot better about it, because as a Texans fan, when I hear the general manager talk about Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and British Brooks are the running backs right now that are in uniform.
Well, that just can't, that can't be it.
Well, no, hell no, it can't be it.
That can't be the plan.
No.
Not for what they want to do.
No, it can't be it. And it can't be it. I'm not – look, the reason I'm where I'm at with the running back room is I like Woody Marks. Woody Marks is not a lead back. Woody Marks is not a guy that you go into a season with and go, this is our guy. We're going to lean into Woody Marks. We're going to depend on Woody Marks to get our run game going. He's not that guy. Woody Marks is a better third down back. Woody Marks is a better change of pace back. Woody Marks is a better guy that you're going to put in position to pass protect and catch a football out of the backfield. And, I mean, the reality of it is boy, I was hell-bent on them needing to be aggressive, and then when I heard – I'd never really thought about it from a stance of, Nick Chubb's gone, Daria Gumbawale's gone, Joe Mixon, as of today, looks like – the reports are he's going to get cut, and so that's trending to him being out the door. Yep. Man, that running back room is bare, son. For a team with this offensive line and for a team that wants to lean into the run the football, play defense mode of winning – That has to improve significantly immediately.
That's the thing that I think should be exciting is as you said, this is what they want to do. They want to run the football, right? This is a smart group. There is no way they're thinking we're going to run the football and obviously they're going to add another back. You just look at the numbers. They're going to add another back, but I'm assuming, Clint, they're adding another back is not like adding another back with the thought that Woody Marks is the one. Like I would assume that their thoughts is adding another back that maybe is the back that is the one that Woody compliments, right? That has to be the case.
Well,
right?
Nothing's going to surprise me with this group, but that's why. Look, here's the deal. I believe you got to be aggressive. And Nick Caserio just rattled off all the different ways that you can acquire a football player in the game in the NFL, right? You're sitting at 28. There's really not but one running back in this draft that I would say is a plug and play. That's your dude, changes the offense, and that's Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. You're not getting him if you're sitting steady at 28. You're not getting him without giving up some serious draft capital to climb significantly. All right, number one. Number two, you look at the free agent market. We talked about it yesterday. All right, Williams is going back to the Cowboys. It looks like ETN out of Jacksonville is in love with Kansas City. And then you look at today with the combine going on, and general managers talking at the combine. They're hell bent on Breece Hall being a Jet. They're gonna find a way to make it happen, even with the different tags
or deal.
So that leaves Kenneth Walker, ladies and gentlemen. That leaves Kenneth Walker or
Rico.
No, Kenneth Walker. That's it. It stops right there. Kenneth Walker. It stops right there. Kenneth Walker or, like Nick Caserio said, there's what's out there from a trade perspective. I don't like the approach I didn't like it last year. I don't like it this year. I've never been a fan of it. Now, I don't have to deal with a salary cap, so Nick, I get it if you don't like the thought. But I've always hated passing up opportunities to go get running backs or to go get a need position because you can't get there over $1 million or the guy's not a perfect fit or maybe you're not at a spot building this roster where you want to be to go get that particular player. And this is why. You're going to mess around. You're in desperate need of a running back. You don't have a high enough draft pick to necessarily move and shake and pick a guy that is a plug-and-play starter. And all the free agents, with the exception of what I would say was probably, I don't know, was he the best one? I mean, Kenneth Walker. I mean, the best, at least in the top two, is still out there, and he's coming off of a Super Bowl run with Seattle. So I'd imagine they're going to want to bring him back. I mean, you're going to look up, and every option, every avenue that Nick Caserio just laid out there to make this team better at the running back position, 2 of them are going to be gone.
You sound more concerned.
Yeah, it just got real. Yeah, it just got real. Hearing Joe, what I didn't have on my bingo card today, what I did not want to hear during today's show was
Joe Mixon being released. Joe
Mixon is more than likely going to be released because of a failed physical, and it looks like Breece Hall and the Jets are both very content with him being a Jet moving forward. Yeah, those as a Texans fan, those things, options that are coming off the table constantly, consistently, every day for the Texans to get better behind the offensive line, knowing you're going to run it back with the guys that you're going to run it back with. So the mindset's not going to change for the Texans offensively. And for that matter, overall team-wise, the mindset's not going to change. And veteran options at the running back position are flying off the table. There's not many at all, if more than one in the running.
And it does seem like teams are taking the running back position more seriously.
A little bit more
trying
serious.
To keep their own. Yeah. Like Seattle.
Yeah.
They took Williams. Dallas went ahead and took care of that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, as a fan, I sit there and I go, man, I think the quickest way for this offense to get better with the stroke of the pen one time is at the running back position.
Yeah, and we'll see how much of a and
the options are dwindling.
I do the other part is knowing from them how much they feel it's a priority. Right, hearing that, do they feel like, yeah, we'd like to add another punch to what we have here, especially with Woody Marks, but do they believe Woody Marks can be cooked?
There ain't no.
Do they? I don't. You think there's no? I don't think so. I'm just saying.
He's a top 5 back in the league.
I just threw it back out there. I'm just saying, do they believe he's a guy that could be
ain't no way.
a lead back for them?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
As you said, you wouldn't be surprised by anything. I don't think that's the case. You wouldn't be surprised by anything, but that is a wonder because how important they view it, Clint, will let us know if, all right, man, we're going after Kenneth Walker, or we're going after Travis Etienne. We're going after.
I don't think. Here's what I don't think, and I'm gonna hit it later on the 4 o'clock. But yeah, well, I don't know how hard I'm gonna hit it, but I'm gonna try. This
is all we can ask for you to do.
I'm scared. Not of that. I'm scared that the minds, and I don't expect them to voice it, but I would damn sure like to try to read between the lines and feel it as a fan, especially somebody that covers every word out of their mouth over there. I'm scared to death that this is not going to be a, hey man, we got 1, maybe 2 more years of paying our quarterback rookie money. We have got a real we are on the doorstep, man. If we're ever going to make any moves, any risky moves, now's the time. I am scared to death that this is just business as usual. Nick Caserio is programmed like a Bill Belichick robot, and we're going to do more. We're going to constantly do more with less.
Yeah, and running back and offensive line are places I don't love the thought of trying to do more with less with this current offense and how they're running. By the way, speaking of this, and when we say these guys that are connected with their mock drafts, some people like the Daniel Jeremiahs, the Todd McShays, the Mel Kipers, Clint, sometimes I feel like they have obviously their grading scales, but also when they make these mocks, they got some understanding of maybe some hints or some clues to what teams are thinking. And he had his first round mock draft 2.0 today, Clinton Tyler. He has the Texans staying at 28, and I don't know if this meets what you're talking about aggressive. But he has the Texans staying at number 28 and drafting Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price. The other back, and I've seen him a little bit. I've heard our own Sean Pendergast talk about him a little bit as he's watched every Notre Dame game. But this is really the first time I've really seen him move into the first round in people's draft boards. But he was given the thought that the Texans desperately need to get better at that position with the Joe Mixon situation, and Woody Marks seems to be more of a change of pace back, and they would go after Jadarian Price.
Yeah, that doesn't turn me on. I'll be honest with you. Now,
that's not the aggressive thing.
But that's not. I mean, again, I'm not. No, that would definitely be the aggressive thing. But that would also be the Texan thing of you're the smartest guy in the room. Hey, wasn't good enough to be a lead back at Notre Dame. Hell, he wasn't even. I mean, he's the third best back at Notre Dame last year, and in this past season was the second rusher. But I mean, so the point is not whether I agree with the player that you take. But yes, I would say, with the 28th overall pick or somewhere in there, whether you got to move up or down or whatever you do in that first round, taking a running back at that position, yes, would definitely check the box of being aggressive. I don't necessarily have to love the pick. I don't be honest with you, the backup running back at Notre Dame that does not hit my radar.
Maybe the starter was that good.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was. I mean, clearly he was, but I mean, that's I saw that would be the first time that two running backs from one team was taken in the first round since my Razorbacks did it with Darren McFadden and Felix Jones. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that number 2 running back can't touch either one of them, at least from a college running back perspective. But I'll have to ask Sean Pendergast about that.
That was going to say, I think that's the last time that's happened?
Yes.
Two guys in the first round?
Two first-round running backs from the same backfield, yes. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll just have to lean into Sean Pendergast's take, being a Notre Dame guy. But I'll be honest with you, just off the cuff, that doesn't turn me on a lot. But it does check the box of being aggressive. So I can't. I'm not one to sit here and go, well, boy, what the hell are you doing? I hate that guy. No, I mean the effort. I mean I got to trust the work that they're doing, and the information that they're privy to that we're not, and the taking a back that they believe is slated as a first-round back would constitute being aggressive, in my opinion. Yes.
Right now, it does feel like it would be a reach. We'll see what he does at the combine and what he does at his pro workouts to see if he jumps into the first round with most. But it does feel like a reach. You hope it's not a situation where you're like, oh shoot, we're stuck right now.
Yeah.
With Woody Marks, and this is where we are.
Well, you've got some. I mean, they're going to be able to create some money, even more than I thought with the Joe Mixon information, the Joe Mixon news potentially. And again, even if you got to overspend, get out over your skis a little bit, get outside of your comfort zone. I mean, if you're ever going to do it, man, this is the time.
All right, as we continue here, remember, in this hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. Make sure you're listening. We'll give you that cue to call. It can happen at any moment in the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up next, a little real or fake. We say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to sell your home, I'm telling you, there ain't but one way to do it, man. That's Orchard. Go to orchard.com right now to get a free home.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. We appreciate you stopping by. Again, as we said, this is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. You got a chance to win multiple tickets, 4 to be exact, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour and as well in the 5 o'clock hour. But focus on this 3 o'clock hour, 713-572-4610. When we give you that call, it will happen at some point in this 3 o'clock hour. You will have the opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to hear Creed. So stay tuned here with us on that one. All right, let's play a little real or fake. We do this each and every Tuesday. I give a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. You can jump in on the text line on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. And let me know if it's real or fake as well. All right. I'll start with you, Clint. Real or fake? I don't love the fact that DeMeco Ryans isn't actually attending the events of the Combine. Real or fake?
Will forever be real for me. I do not and never will understand why an evaluator at any level would not want to see for themselves, lay eyes on the top players in college football across the board, how they respond among their peers, how they respond to being uncomfortable, how they respond to competing. I don't. There's nothing that would put me in a spot this time of year where I'd go, yeah, man, that right there is more important. Right now, if there's something to do with, hey, he's just not attending the on-field stuff, and it's he's actually in meetings and getting to know these guys that they're more interested in, then so be it. I mean, but the question of not attending, not being in Indianapolis,
yeah, which he's always been there,
right? Well, look, I mean, to me, it's less important right now, I think, for everybody, all hands on deck to be there, given where the Texans are. They're not in the middle of a rebuild. So, I mean, I would argue that if ever they're not going to have every single resource they have, dedicated to the Combine, I mean, I guess I could understand a little bit why. But when you're talking about when you're the head evaluator ultimately, I just can't think of anything this time of year that would be more important than laying your eyes on said players that you may be interested in. Somebody jumps off the screen. Somebody has a moment that changes the trajectory of where they're drafted. And you don't have to trust somebody else. You don't have to trust the film. You're there to see it. Like, there's nothing like being there in person. That'll never change, whether you're talking about practice or games or combines or whatever. So, yeah, to me that's real.
Yeah, reports are he is in Indy for the competition committee. He is not there for the Combine, as it was reported earlier. Real or fake on that one for me? I get that. I do feel like those guys, him and Caserio and crew, now been working together for 3 years now, and I think they've got an understanding of what they're looking for. I think the one part is those interviews. I think those interviews are a big deal, and I think he's really good at kind of depicting on what he wants and the type of guys that he wants. But I'm gonna say fake. It's not as big of a deal as it was the first couple of years to me, because I feel like everybody kind of has an understanding of what they're looking for, and I think Nick has an understanding of what those two are working for. Normally, yes, I'm with you. I would really want to have my eyes on guys, but I do think they'll have an opportunity to do that. I think the first couple of years it was really big to start the really start the program and start the culture building and what exactly you're looking for to see those guys' eyes. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. All right, real or fake, Tyler? I'm gonna start with you. Real or fake? Yordan Alvarez will play 80-plus games this year in left field. Real or fake? This feels like this has changed.
I want to say real, but I'm going to say fake simply because I need to see this guy play 80-plus games in a season period, whether it's in the outfield or DH or whatever. I just need Yordan and his big ass to stay healthy. So I'm going to say fake.
You're going to say fake?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Clint, I would have said fake too. I'm going to say fake, but I think they want to. I think they've changed their tune on how much he's going to play out there. I'm going to say fake because simply, Clint and Tyler, I think he is going to have a stint where he hits the IL, and I'm sorry to say that, but I think he's going to have a stint that he hits the IL, and then at that point, it will potentially be all she wrote for the most part of him playing out there. Now, if he can get through this, if he can get through it, because I think they're sitting here, damn it, we just, like you said earlier, we just cannot sit here and have Isaac Paredes or Altuve, one of the, like, we can't have those guys on the bench.
It's not
we need to
ideal.
have those guys in the lineup. So I think they're going to try to push that forward. But I think the moment he has any kind of a setback or an injury or something like that, and he has to miss 10, 15, I think they will then start to really climb on things and make him that DH.
Do I go with my heart or do I go with my mind that knows better? I'm going to go with my heart. Yordan Alvarez will play 80-plus games. I think it's real. Look, I think he wants to. I do not believe that Isaac Paredes is going to be moved, and I cannot allow myself to believe that the Astros aren't going to do their damnedest to have him have their best line. Look, you're not the best team in the division any longer. You're not the Astros of 4, 5, even 10 years ago. You're not the Astros. You got some problems out on that West Coast in Seattle. You've got a problem, and I think you got to put your best foot forward. And I think Yordan Alvarez in left field is absolutely 100% puts this team in a position where they can put their best lineup out there without a doubt and still be really good defensively. And so, and by the way, get rest for their aging third baseman if they want to, get rest for their aging first baseman if they want to, get rest for their aging second baseman if they want to. Not that they can't get the rest that they need for Yordan as well, but I think the older guys need to be the priority in that rest department. And so, yeah, I think he plays. I think it's real. I think he plays 80 games.
Couple of fakes and a real.
Yep.
Nobody saw that one. No, you said I'm gonna go with my heart.
Finally, I think they're going.
Your heart, didn't you? All right, Tyler. Real or fake? Anthony Richardson will be an NFL starter again. Real or fake?
Oh, I have no reason to believe that is real, so that is fake for me.
All right, you don't think nobody else going to take another spin on that? With that talent, you don't think anybody's going to take a spin on that thing?
Any other guy, maybe so, but whenever you combine the factors working against this guy, whether it's his injury history, whether it's him going MIA, or whenever we saw him check himself out of a game in a very important situation for the Indianapolis Colts, I say hell no. It's fake all day.
Real or fake?
Now, well, I'm going to tell you what. I don't disagree with Tyler, but I believe that he – the question is very cut and clear and concise.
Anthony Richardson
will be an NFL – that means he starts one game. Do I think he'll start another game the rest of his career? Yes. So I believe that. I believe that is real.
Let me take this a little deeper. He will be a starter. He will be a starting quarterback.
I don't think he is. No, I do not believe that Anthony Richardson is going to be a starting quarterback by choice. Do I believe he can go somewhere and be a backup and somebody get injured and he becomes a starting quarterback? Yes. I don't believe that one of 32 is going to take a shot on Anthony Richardson after what he's done with the injuries, with the inexperience, with the lack of development. I just don't think that somebody's going to take a swing and go, this is my starter. So if we're just talking about starting another game before he retires, I think that is very real.
I'm talking about somebody make him a starter.
No. No, then that is fake. Anthony Richardson will be an NFL starter again. I believe that is fake.
I'm going to say real. One, and Clint, you know this as well as anybody, that talent just makes these guys horny.
It's nasty.
That talent will make somebody feel like, all right, I can will at least give him a shot, right? Top 5 draft pick. It will at least give him a shot. And I'm looking at the Malik Willis story in track, and we're starting to see he's still really young. He's still very, very young. I don't think this is happening with the Colts, but I could see him going somewhere and taking the Malik Willis. Because right now, is Malik Willis going to be a starter in the NFL again?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Did you think that did you think that in Tennessee? I didn't think that in Tennessee. Hell, I didn't think that in Green Bay. Hell, I didn't think it last year until now. And I think, what did you read one that you saw something yesterday that had Malik Willis as the number 1 free agent?
Number 1 free agent this year, and they've got it. Dan Orlovsky's out there talking about $40 to $50 million in a contract.
Now, I think the big decision is going to be for him and where he goes next. Right, he better go to one of them reclamation projects. Those places like he did. Malik went to Green Bay. There's San Francisco. There's Minnesota. There's L.A. Like I think it really depends where he goes. But if Malik Willis can do it, and Malik ended up being a 3rd or 4th round pick, and yes, he has a lot of talent too, but not the talent that Anthony Richardson has. If he just shows some signs, I could see the Malik thing happening and a coach looking at that and saying, all right, I got to get
I mean, the key is he's going to go somewhere. He's going to sit behind an established quarterback in an organization that's already a championship caliber, at least a top third of the league caliber supporting cast and offensive play caller. And you're going to have to be willing to go sit for a year. And probably even longer than that. And then you're going to have to hope like hell that guy gets hurt for a month or longer. You get a shot, you put up good numbers, you show progression, and then you hope that you're a free agent that offseason. Like there's a lot of stars that have to align for that to happen. But yeah, I mean it could. He's ridiculously talented. There ain't no doubt. There is zero doubt about that.
Yeah. All right. We'll see about that. I don't think it's happening in Indy, and I'm with you. I think it's a couple to a few years away from it, but I still, I mean, he's still 23, 20 something. Like he's very, very young in this thing. All right, coming up as we continue next segment in the 3 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. You have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. That's coming up in the next segment. We'll do that as we continue right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, I don't know a soul that is excited about feeling old and tired sooner than they thought they would. Right? I know I wouldn't. I'm not like that. I know you wouldn't be like that. So, look, if you've got chronic joint pain that's making you feel like you're older than you are, I got good news. QC Kinetics, they're patients, right? I've met several of them. They're getting relief. They're feeling younger. They're jumping back into life full speed. And the best part,
And switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, you ready? Let's do it right now. Caller number for CJ, who is not going anywhere. Caller number 7. Caller number 7. 713-572-4610. This is the first of 2 today. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. Caller number 7. 713-572-4610. A 4-pack of tickets March 11th, a Wednesday night. As Clint said, they can hold it down now on a Wednesday night. I think
they can.
And Tyler said, come hell or high water, I believe that's how you say it, he is going to be there.
Like Russell Dickerson. I don't think anybody's saying hell or high water, I'm there. I think Creed, I think Tyler is spot on. I think there's a lot of folks, not just in Houston, but around the country that are Creed. Wednesday night, actually. Doesn't matter what night, we'll be there. I think they've got a following that'll fill that joint up. Was that accurate? Somebody said that they actually sold out already.
I saw somebody say that. I don't know if it's accurate. Somebody texted that in that they sold out
the quickest. It would not surprise me one bit.
Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah. No, man, it'll be a big show. One of the ones I think people probably circle. To get to, but you got a chance to do that right now. Caller number 7. Tyler will hold you down. 713-572-4610. Remember, you do have another opportunity at 5, but why wait? Get that right now. 713-572-4610. 4 tickets. That's a nice little package to go take a group with. Hey, man, I got 4 spot, man.
Yeah, you invite 3 folks.
Yeah, 3 folks. Yeah, maybe double date.
Maybe if you're single, you should pick a friend, maybe not so much of a friend, but that's got a wife that's got a hot friend she can bring with her, maybe.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Got an indirect way to get some heat around you.
Yeah, try to.
Creed will do it.
Now maybe Tyler knows.
I mean, you got to get in the presence of it. I mean, you can't just hang out with the same old hard ups and think you're gonna find you one. Now, you got to get amongst it.
Now, does Creed bring out the ladies?
I mean, it depends on which ladies you're interested in.
I mean, I guess that depends. Does Creed bring them out, Tyler?
I mean, if you're
at a Creed concert, like you all said,
35 to 50. If you're into those kind of chicks, Creed.
They're gonna be because, like you said, Luke Bryan, the ladies are gonna come out. Does Creed drag them out? You were at Mitchell Pavilion. You saw them.
Yeah. Thinking back to that Woodlands concert last year, there was some sights. I was just focused on the band jamming up on the stage,
Okay. Good for you.
But yeah. There's attractive.
I just didn't know traditionally did they bring out the ladies? Are the ladies big?
You're telling me you walked into Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion to see Creed,
mm-hmm.
And when you're asked about the scenery in the on the lawn, you said you were focused on the band.
Well, I was 2 rows off the stage, so I wasn't up on the lawn.
Fair,
wow.
Well done, well played. Well, I was waiting for some bull crap. I was waiting to just
good.
That is. Now, if you want to miss the scenery on the lawn, get your second row ticket. You are correct. You got. I mean, that's a different route to your seat. Probably a different parking spot.
Yep.
I mean, you may see something at a concession stand, or maybe when you're walking in, but the opportunities are limited. If you're on that lawn, you can't miss it. I mean, they're either. I mean, it's there.
Yeah, a lot of dark shades of clothes. You might run into some ladies wearing them chokers and such, but as long as you're into that, they are very attractive.
Like a lot of goth stuff with Creed?
A little bit, yeah, just that darker
really?
tone.
I see. I don't have a feel for Creed.
Clearly, I don't either. I wouldn't have seen that.
You wouldn't have thought Joker?
I would. I mean, Metallica and Megadeth and.
Not that level, but yeah, like the choker look, like the I'm
choker look
mysterious.
when that was a thing. I was really into it.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, it's a move now. It's a move, no question. Oh, yeah. I got to think that Creed brings them out.
Okay.
I got to believe that NRG Stadium, and again, 35 to 40, buckle up. Creed's going to bring them out on a Wednesday. Now, the problem with 35s to 40 is they probably got to go to work on Thursday, so you're not – I mean, you got to work quick.
Yeah, they probably do on Thursday, yeah. Well, I don't know.
I mean, then
they're still athletic.
Then again, they some of them don't care.
Tyler, I wanted to bring this up with you today because you weren't here yesterday, and I on purpose didn't go deeper into this because I felt like this was a conversation that you needed to be here for. We've learned a lot about each other around here since we've been doing this show together. You all believe I smack when I eat?
No, we don't believe it. Your wife confirmed it.
Okay, listen, dude.
I'm just saying. You got to set it up. Set it up right.
I'm setting it up. You don't have to jump in. All right. Like we've learned that Tyler doesn't like bone-in wings. This is very strange.
That's the only kind of wings I eat are bone-in wings.
We've learned that he's just a tendies guy.
No, that's not what we've learned.
We've learned doubles everywhere you go with Tyler. Right? Learn. Clint uses his hand
as a washcloth.
The soap as a washcloth to wash his ass.
That's right.
We've learned that I probably don't change my towel out, my drying towel out as much as others. We've learned that maybe I don't wear the best underwear. Listen, we've learned a lot about each other here. Tyler, we also learned yesterday when you were not here in your absence that and 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, is this something that you are guilty of as well? Tyler, Clint said he uses the same clippers to shave his face and chest that he uses to manscape.
Oh, Lord.
And listen, we've learned so much, and I saw some people jumping in, and I didn't want to over jump into this, all right? Because I found it shocking.
Hold on, so
I tried to hold it in. I found it shocking.
I'm finding it.
Saw a couple people jump in and say, I'm with you, Clint. I do that, and I shut it down because I felt like you needed to be here. I do not do that. It feels weird to go to the face, line up that little beard right there, line that sucker up, trim it up, and then go ahead and hit the balls. That feels a little off to me. Do you do that as well? Do you have two separate?
So first of all, for the YouTube viewers, you're welcome. Freshly shaved.
Oh, he was going out of town.
He was going to Mexico. He's got the dime-sized nipples out.
He wasted that shave.
I did waste it. It was for the beach. But anyway, I am very recently manscaped. I use two separate ones. I got one for the face and one for the body and the balls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I didn't.
I don't want to mix those.
I didn't want to jump the gun. I didn't. Yeah, it showed the same guy that washes his towel once a month. Yeah, I might. Gets dried. I've done better than once a month, but it gets dried.
Oh, damn, so.
Yeah. I don't know, boy. That's interesting. A real man would use one set of clippers. I'm just saying. What does that constitute as a real man?
Well, I can agree with it. I mean, there's no reason to have multiple clippers. Now, I will.
I think there's several reasons. I think there's some reasons.
What is the reason? Give me one.
Because your balls are touching the clippers that your face is touching.
Do you wash your balls?
I do wash my balls.
Is your balls dirty in your face?
They still. It's a good.
Are you worried about your ball? Is there something on your balls that is going to hurt your face?
It might be. There might be. There might be something. There might be something on my face that's going to run into my balls.
Well, I mean, I don't want to bring other people into this, but I hope that you take that same thing into consideration with other activities you partake in.
Well, sure, okay.
It's okay for somebody else to sniff around there and fondle and do all that, but you can't use a razor.
No, I can't use a razor. No, I cannot use a razor. Let's have two different ones.
Well, to be clear, I don't have a beard, so I don't trim the same way you guys trim. But if I did, I would still have no problem going with the same clippers. My sideburns, my chest, my waistline, my the old manscape area, all of it, man. Same clippers, bang, 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 Crocodile Dundee.
Hair is hair. Not washing your towel is a hell of a lot nastier. Okay, that's your opinion. I washed the towel.
I would argue that texture is correct.
Yeah, I would argue the texture.
If you hang that towel up that second time, I would argue the fungus and germs that are in that towel are 100 times more than what's on your freshly washed balls.
That's all I can look over you and see now. Is that you just take those clippers, and
Same
you
clippers,
shave
man.
your balls,
No question.
and then you're gonna return it to your face.
No question.
It's gonna come right here, Tyler.
That's it. That's
right
it.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
I mean, corners of the mouth and everything, man. Get them little pricklies out. Yeah, absolutely, man. When I have a beard, cleaning out that little spot right next to the old tickler. Yeah, I mean, all of it. I mean, same one, top to bottom, boys, top to bottom. I mean,
my God. Yeah, text line. Pour rubbing alcohol on mine.
On your
clean the
what?
post-
On
the
your. I think
post
say,
balls
well, that would get that
in my face. Yeah, I put rubbing alcohol on both of them too. I just got. We learn, man. We learn. It does look like.
I mean, I just hate that y'all look down on me from it. I won't. Tyler,
Tyler, tell the truth.
I think Tyler's too cool to admit that he's a one clipper guy.
Oh
no, I have.
Tyler,
for
you
as long
judging?
as I can remember, had two.
You judging for this?
I can buy.
Yes,
I can buy.
I'm trying not to. I tried really hard not to. I tried not to make a big deal of it yesterday. I just wanted.
I can buy that Ron's a two clipper guy because he at least shapes his beard up. Tyler, you don't even shape. You lumberjack that thing. I don't believe that you lumberjack with two different clippers. I don't believe it.
Tyler almost killed himself with Nair. Like I believe
my nipples will never forget. I'm not being fully honest though. To be honest with you, I have three clippers. One for the face, one for the chest and other areas, and one for the downstairs mix-up.
Get the hell out of here!
Swear.
I mean, your bathroom drawers are cluttered.
You know what?
Get rid of them.
I like that thought.
No, you don't.
I'm thinking about it.
Ain't neither one of you.
Because
two.
since I've really started getting it, when I really in 2008 when I really got into Michael Phelps, I started shaving my armpits. So I'm going in. You're right. Maybe face, chest, pits.
Y'all got to be kidding me. I hate to break it to y'all, but the cleanest people in y'all's lives, y'all's wives, uses the same razor for underarms, legs, and everything else she shaves.
Yeah, but
I don't know if that's the case.
They're lovely and beautiful.
And those
and
those are straight razors. Those aren't even they're not even clippers.
They're firing them away.
You guys,
they're throwing them in the trash.
Look, I'm just here to tell you, if you're worried about something, if you're worried about something coming from your own personal crotch area to your chest or your chin or your sideburns, you need to take your ass to the doctor. You need to go get cleaned up, and you need to check your hygiene.
We're not the weird ones. What you got coming up at 4?
Nick Caserio, he spoke from the NFL Combine, and I'm not sure if he changes clippers or not. I bet he's a one clipper man, but he did call me a moron.
No chance.
He did call me a moron, and you're going to hear that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather the approach for Nick Caserio, DeMeco, and company is pay for offense. Offense is more free agency based because I think you have a better idea of what you're getting. You're probably going to have those guys be able to impact immediately, and then I would draft defense.
I think you're spot on.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On 290, the Northwest Freeway, eastbound at
to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Video games of the devil.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of shoot here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big news, Nick Caserio is at the Combine, and he spoke to the media today. I think there's several things that Nick Caserio said from the Combine that I think we need to sink our teeth into, and all the Texans fans out there will be excited to hear. Not necessarily the message, but definitely the news on the Texans front. A couple of topics here. CJ Stroud, will he be back in Houston? Joe Mixon, an update on Joe Mixon with some nuggets that we haven't heard of late. And then one player that I think most of Houston wanted to see more of, Nick Caserio speaking again from the Combine. Also, the running back situation here in Houston is getting awfully hairy, not just with the Joe Mixon news, but just overall moving forward. The options are dwindling. But before we go any further, I told you on the other side of that, Nick Caserio called me a moron from the Combine. I think that's a first for me. He called me a moron because I definitely fit in the crowd. Yeah, well, I mean, I definitely lean in the direction of the Texans should at least entertain phone calls for CJ Stroud. Not saying they should definitely move him, but should definitely be in a spot of entertaining phone calls. Here is Nick Caserio when he was asked about CJ Stroud being the quarterback in Houston next year.
It's moronic. Like, we're not trading the guy. He's our quarterback. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. So anything beyond that, I mean, again, like that's your world. You guys can speculate on that, but we're not trading CJ Stroud.
I don't appreciate Nick calling me a moron. However, I do greatly appreciate the Nick Caserio that seems to be about this year. One, he is also the guy that as soon as DeMeco Ryans said he's going to have to think about some things on Nick Caley, I believe Nick Caserio came directly out and said, no, you can expect Nick Caley to be here. And now there's obviously been a lot of conversation around C.J. Stroud, and he says, no, not only is he going to be here, y'all are moronic, or it's a moronic thought to think that we're going to trade C.J. Stroud. Now, we can talk about me being a moron and how I disagree with Nick Caserio and kind of how C.J. should be handled. But that does put us in a situation with the Texans moving forward, I think, where there's some clarity, Ron. You look up, and this is going to be a run-it-back scenario, at least from a play caller and a quarterback perspective. It's going to be a run-it-back scenario. Where's your confidence meter? How do you feel about knowing that? Because I think there's been real conversations. I don't believe it's moronic, but I think there's been real conversations and real thought to, hey, man, do the Texans actually make a change at the offensive coordinator position? After 1 year with Nick Caley, I don't think that was crazy. And then with C.J. Stroud, the way the season ended and kind of the way things have trended over the last 3 years, I don't think it's crazy to have conversations about whether C.J. Stroud is the best answer at quarterback moving forward. Now we know that both of those, the offensive coordinator and the quarterback, are going to be back. Your thoughts?
I think I agree with the decision. First, I'm really just glad that they seem to have a clear decision.
Mm-hmm.
This is one thing that would be worse than this, Clint, is if there was more fuel added to the fire. Like, it would be great for us, Clint, if he were vague, like for us in talking conversations and stuff, if he were vague. And no, there was no mention of Davis Mills. There's no mention of competition. He's going to be the quarterback in 2026. Don't want to hear nothing of it. We ain't trading him, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's essentially crushed it.
Yeah.
Like that. Like, you don't even have to. They may still say something to DeMeco about it, but you don't even have to ask DeMeco about it. He's the quarterback. And so this is no longer, to me, a story, at least a story of, is he still going to be here?
Yeah, no,
I think that's a big deal first and foremost.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the story now shifts to, what does this offseason look like? Yeah. I said it earlier. It's either going to get really expensive and an easy conversation, or it's going to get extremely difficult to have the conversation, right? I mean, one of two things is going to happen here. Either you're going to re-up CJ Stroud, you're going to commit huge money to him, and several years into the future, at a time when I don't care who you are, if you're the staunchest supporter, you still got to have concerns about CJ Stroud, or they're going to ask CJ Stroud to play his fourth year under his rookie deal with no security of what happens beyond, with no extension, with no market-setting extension, hell, no $50 million a year extension, hell, no $45 million a year extension. Wherever you think he's going to land, one of those two things is going to happen. They're either going to commit a bunch of money to a guy that we're not real sure exactly who he is, or they're going to have a really difficult conversation with C.J. Stroud and his representation, because I doubt very seriously that either C.J. Stroud or his representation believe that they should be playing, that they would be, or that they should be playing a fourth year of a contract with no extension, no big-time security of an extension in the NFL. So, Ron, it's either going to get expensive or it's going to get difficult real quick.
When you said that, I think there's something, because you hear the big news of it and how matter of fact he is. I do think he did sneak something else in there.
What did he say?
Can you play that again? Play that again in what he said. Him talking about, I mean, he's out on it about CJ being their quarterback.
It's Marana. Like, we're not trading the guy. He's our quarterback. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2020 season. So anything beyond that, I mean, again, like that's all right. That's your world.
We can stop there. Well, he's not getting an extension. Like I would assume that.
I miss that. He's going to be the quarterback in 2026. But anything
beyond that, I don't know.
That's a good catch.
So he is the quarterback, but to the point of, do we got to give him $50 million? They're not giving him $50 million.
Yeah.
Or $60 million. No, he's having to earn whatever is going to be in the future. So if you listen to it, he is hardcore 2026. Not beyond this year.
Right.
So I think, to me, this is the perfect space that I think most people want to be in.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think anybody right now is comfortable with him getting a long-term deal. I don't think anybody is. Like any fan. I think there are some people on here on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, that are huge CJ Stroud supporters. I think there are some who want him to go back to California or worse. But I don't think any of the people there are like, yeah, man, I'm ready to give him $55 million.
Right.
I don't think anybody's there. So I think this is the perfect space to me. Is he made it very clear when you listen to what he said.
No, I think I'm glad you picked that up, because I did not pick that up. I thought he was talking about the reporters telling their stories, making their stories, getting their clicks. That was a great catch by you. I want to add this, though. Yes, I do believe that you are right. I think this is I think they threaded the needle with a sense of not re-upping but yet committing for at least another year. Now, I will say this. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud nor David Mulugeta feel like they should be playing a fourth year with no security of an extension.
I don't think they love it.
That's going to be the interesting thing this offseason is the Texans convincing C.J. Stroud that the best thing for him to do is to come back and play with no security of the extension. Because that's the thing, right, is you come back, you get hurt this year, then it's going to impact your money in a major way. If you play 3 years, ideally quarterbacks of this caliber, you play 3 years, you play well enough to get a market-setting deal, you play well enough to get a monster deal, you're set for life. Your family's set for life, right? If you're asked to play under a fourth year of a rookie contract with no extension, no security, then you're risking it all. You're risking it all. You get injured, and it's gonna impact your money big time, long term. So I think it's they either gonna pay him his money or it's gonna get real difficult. It's gonna be a real uncomfortable conversation.
I think he made it clear when they're not paying him his money.
Quick update, real quick on Joe Mixon as well. I think some things are starting to surface with Joe Mixon that we haven't been told. Here's one part of it. Here's CJ. Here's Joe Mixon. It'd be interesting if CJ Stroud gave an update on Joe Mixon. Here's Nick Caserio from the Combine again with an update on Joe Mixon.
We've talked to Joe and his representative, so
honestly, it's day to day. So like we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity. So trying to get some follow-up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target. So we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out like what makes sense for everybody involved.
Again, Ron, the biggest thing for me here, obviously there was a surgery that I don't think we knew about. But it makes sense because there's clearly an issue.
I mean, I hope there's a surgery after they missed all season.
Right, but the interesting thing to me is like Nick Caserio saying we're going to try to get some follow up on that surgery. Like for them to not know step by step what the hell's going on with Joe Mixon is unbelievable to me. There's $8.5 million on the line.
Did they care anymore? That seems odd. It seems odd that they would.
Now that's a good point. That would make, since DeMeco Ryans got pissed in OTAs before training camp, I would go all the way back to that and go, okay, now it makes sense. DeMeco never had any intentions. DeMeco knew that he was cooked from the word go, and they were going to cut him the minute that they had a chance to cut him. That would make sense, in my opinion. But nonetheless, Joe Mixon had surgery. It doesn't seem like the Texans are getting great communication from Joe or his doctors or his representation to know how that surgery went, how the recovery's going, or they just don't have a lot of confidence that it's going good. And then on top of that, there's a PFT article out there quoting Aaron Wilson, actually, that the Texans are expected to cut Joe Mixon release him due to a failed physical. Now I don't know if that's expected like in the next 24 hours. It sounded like that was expected longer term to save, I believe, $8.5 million towards the cap, which obviously they're going to have to restructure some guys, which you need to talk about that down the road here, Ron, but they're going to restructure some guys as well as cut Joe Mixon. They can move and shake and actually get access to a few dollars to get a running back or to get that offensive line or to get that interior defensive line, whatever it is they're looking at. So they're going to create a little space there a couple of different ways.
Yep. All right, man, a lot getting – there's a lot of news stuff. The CJ stuff where if you listen to it, they're very, very matter-of-fact who the quarterback is going to be. But I think they were also very clear on how long that quarterback is the bona fide starter because beyond this year, 2026 – I think they're really putting that in CJ's hands. I think Clint makes a great point of I don't know if David Mulligetta and CJ Stroud together are agreeing with that thought process that they should be in a contract year, but it looks like that's very clear. And then the Joe Mixon news of the day, where he's had surgery. We're starting to learn a little bit more there. We'll continue to keep you updated on those big stories as we're getting a lot of information out of the combine as this offseason is on and rolling. And we are now getting into the meat of the March Madness season. We watched the U of H, Houston, have a tough loss last night. They've lost 3 straight in the tough Big 12. A lot of college basketball news as well. We'll hear from our guy Rob Doster, co-founder of the Field of 68. We'll get his thoughts on U of H. Are they in trouble? Is this an issue? Also get his thoughts on the big story of college basketball that has become a national story, the Darren Peterson situation. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, you've heard me talk about my switch to baseball.
222-2222. H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Remember, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we've already had one winner. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed at the Rodeo. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. At some point, we'll give you that cue to call, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed coming up at the Houston Rodeo March 11th on a Wednesday evening. So stay tuned for that. All right, we are closing in and getting closer to March, and that means it is college basketball is stepping into the forefront. And I know I watch these guys every night, and Randolph Childress and those fellas had me going last night after a big night in college basketball. Rob Doster joins us, co-founder of Field of 68. Rob, we always like catching up with you. And I know U of H. By the way, I forgot. I wondered, would you be at that Creed spot? Is Rob? Is Creed down? Is that down your alley, Rob?
I'm not going to turn down a 4-pack of Creed tickets as long as it comes with a 6-pack of Cold Coors Lights. I'll tell you that much, fellas. And listen, hey, look, I see what's going on here, boys. Clint, I can read through. I understand. I know what's going on here. I don't hear from Ron since last year's Final Four, and then the day after Kansas whoops up on Houston, he's like, "Let's get Rob on the radio."
I thought that is
boy,
not
you
true,
read that sucker just right, boy.
I see it, Ron.
I wanted to get you on when your boys got us at Lawrence. I mean, it was October.
I mean, nail on the head, man. You got him figured out, bro. You got him figured out.
That is not true.
Hey, Ron, you just got to hide it a little better, man. I understand the hustle. Just hide it a little better.
All right. Hey, man, before we get to specifically last night, well, I mean, that was a tough stretch. At Iowa State, home to Arizona, at Kansas. I didn't expect Houston to lose all 3 of those games. It is odd to me from a talent perspective. I said this earlier. This feels like potentially Kelvin's best team, just from a talent perspective, his best team at Houston. Are you majorly concerned with this team and their ability to get to a Final Four? Because that's what the expectations are.
No, not really. Like, the top of the Big 12 is ridiculous, man. Like, there's 4 or 5 teams, probably 4 right now with the injuries that BYU and Texas Tech are dealing with, that can get to a Final Four in the top of that conference, and Houston just happened to go and play the other 3 of them and lost to all 3. Like, someone's going to lose those games if they play, right? The thing about Houston is they're built a little differently than a typical Houston team, right? Like, they're kind of reliant on talented backcourt players that are going to make the NBA, but they rely on making tough jump shots. And sometimes when you have to deal with the kind of defensive backcourts that you see at Kansas, at Iowa State, and at Arizona, it's hard to rely on a steady diet of Kingston Fleming's pull-ups and Emmanuel Sharp hitting 28-footers. So I think they need to get a little more from Chris Senack. Once you kind of get to March and you don't have to deal with these monsters that you see in these other conferences, they'll be all right, man. Like, Kingston Fleming's, he kind of hit a freshman wall here, but that dude, I'm telling you, if there's 5 better players that come out of this draft than Kingston Fleming's, I will be absolutely flabbergasted. I love that kid's game. I love the way he plays. I love what he's about. And it's Kelvin Sampson. If you guys are going to bet against Kelvin Sampson, I'll be on the other side. I'll be making the money.
Hey, so with that said, where do you see the Cougs fitting in and making a run here? Do you view them as a legit contender, or is it somewhat of a pretender?
I don't think they're a pretender. I don't think they're in the same tier as Arizona, Michigan, and Duke. I think those 3 teams have kind of separated themselves a little bit. And then I think, look, Houston, when it comes down to it, in the tournament, you win with guards. Like, you win with really good guards. And what Houston has is 3 really good guards. Kingston Fleming is going to be a top 10 pick. Milos Uzan is going to play in the NBA for a decade. I think Emmanuel Sharp is a guy that'll get the league. And you got 3 of them in your backcourt. So they'll be able to play with anybody and hang with anybody. And it's Kelvin Sampson, and they guard. I don't think that they are – I wouldn't call them a favorite. Like, last year, there was a tier of 4 teams, and Houston was one of the 4. This year, I think there's 3 clear-cut teams above everybody else, and Houston's in that next group. So they can absolutely make a Final Four. If I'm betting everything I got, like if I'm taking my mortgage payment, Clint, and I'm putting it on somebody to win the Final Four, it's going to be one of those 3 teams, Arizona, Michigan, or Duke.
Real quick, still with Houston, as I see people texted in as you're discussing these 3 guards, Milo seems like he's had the toughest difficulty to adjust to these 3 guards, and Fleming, because he just doesn't look the same. Like, he scored 7 pretty quick points last night and then was just done the rest of the way. And I think there was an argument late last year that he might have been, their best guy. I know LJ was there, but he was a huge piece to this team. Is there a way they can find that version of Milos?
I mean, I think it's there. The problem is Milos is almost unselfish to a fault. And what I mean by that is if there's someone better than him, or if he feels like there's a situation where being the distributor or being the teammate is going to be better for them overall, then he's going to be the one that's willing to sacrifice. Like, you saw that early on last year. It took him a while to realize, like, hey, you know what? I'm the alpha. Houston's at its best when I'm the one with the ball in my hands making the play, and that's when they kind of made their run. This year, Kingston Fleming has kind of taken over that role. And he's there when you need him, but he doesn't need to be the Superman. He's happy being Robin. And sometimes that can be a little bit to his detriment. So I think that it would help if he was more aggressive on the nights when Kingston Fleming isn't making shots and Emmanuel Sharp isn't making shots. But to me, that's part of why I think he's such a valuable piece. He's not going to rock the boat if he's not the one getting shots. He's happy to be the guy that is there to help set those. Does that make sense? Like, he is very much a great teammate. And sometimes you want to just shake him and be like, hey, man, like, you're going to play in the NBA. Like, you need to be able to take over these games. And so as soon as he kind of gets back into that mode, I think they'll be better off.
Rob, we watched the opponent they played last night, and they have, at least one of their players, have become the talk of, hell, I want to say college basketball, but it got real hot last week, Rob, with Darren Peterson. And now this thing became a national story. And we watched him play last night, played 30 minutes. He's played mostly the full game, back-to-back games. I hear you guys speak about him at night. Again, catch it every night, man. They're doing great stuff, field of 68 every single night. I catch you guys talking about it. Do you feel like this thing has gotten overboard with Darren Peterson and where people are going now? It's questioning if he likes basketball, if he loves the game. Do you think this has gone overboard up to this point?
Yeah, it went from we can have like an actual conversation about this when it was just like a college basketball story to now we got First Take and Stephen A. Smith and Kendra Perkins, these guys talking about it, where they haven't really watched it and they don't know the context. They just see this guy subbing himself out. And to me, I think what's happening there is I think it's as much a mental thing as it is a physical thing. Like, he dealt with cramps at the start of the year, and he actually had a hamstring injury. And I think it's more he's nervous is the wrong word, but I think there's like an anxiety thing about I don't want to deal with what I dealt with before. So as soon as I get close to feeling something like that, I'm going to pull myself out, especially if we're up by like 18 against a team that we're supposed to beat, right? So I think that's part of it more than anything else. But the idea that dude doesn't want to play, man, like he's a dog, he's a competitor, he works. I think the other part of it is he just – the people that have his ear are the people that are focused on the amount of money he has a chance to make in the future. And that's a good thing to protect a player that could end up being – like if he ends up being as good as we think he could be, like we're talking about a guy that might make $1 billion in NBA salary, legitimately $1 billion. And I understand the need to protect that, but I think it's gotten to the point where it's not just protecting him, you are now hurting him in the sense that he hasn't been able to kind of tell his story and what's going on. Like, how many times have you seen him in the media? How many times have you seen him do like a sit down?
Yeah,
all these other guys are doing one-on-ones. Like we can't even get him on the show, right? Like we've had AJ on, we've had literally everybody else in college basketball will come on. We haven't been able to get Darren yet, and I think that is part of what's hurting him. Like he hasn't been able to get out there and say, "This is what I'm dealing with," and everyone is just kind of left to speculate.
Yeah.
You know, the crazy thing to me, Rob, I'm just a casual fan, watch it from time to time, and I got to listen to my co-host talk about Kansas all the damn time, so it's part of his story.
Especially today, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. No,
I'm humble, man.
Oh, yeah. But you know, the crazy thing is, the craziest part of the whole story is people that think that he's doing it to literally save, you know, to keep from getting hurt, just generally speaking. Like, the easy thing for him to do would be to tap out and just not play. Yeah. I mean, and say, hey, I know how good I am. I know I'm going to go make $1 billion. Rob Doster said so. I'm going to go make $1 billion. I don't need this damn Kansas basketball team. So just the outlook of, hey, man, he's tapping out of the game whenever he wants, and it's just a matter of quitting. That mindset to me has always been weird, just from a casual fan. By the way,
he's hurting himself by playing, Clint.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Right.
If he got hurt, like, let's say he shut it down after 15 games or whatever, which is like, listen, I got a hamstring injury that I keep re-aggravating. I'm not going to make this thing any worse. I'm sitting out. I'm done for the season. I'm going to go get ready for the NBA draft. A lot of people would have done that, and he's probably more likely to be the number one pick than this kind of in the lineup, out of the lineup, trying to play things. So I think the issue is that he hasn't been able to come out and say, this is what I'm dealing with. And one of the things that we see, and I think the perfect example of this is Tyrese Halliburton last year, right, in the finals, where he kept saying, I'm dealing with a calf thing, and everyone was just kind of like, you're not hurt. It's not really that much of an injury. Just play him in. Stop talking about it, and then, boom, he pops his Achilles because he's dealing with that calf thing, right? So until you actually see the person get seriously injured, people on the outside look at these athletes and they say, he's not that hurt. Just go play through it, right? And Clinton, you've dealt with this, man. You played at a high level. You get it. When your body's not right and you can feel it, these athletes, these guys that are at that level, understand when something's not feeling right or working right or not going the way that it's supposed to. And I think that Darren is dealing with that, and I think he's probably a little bit too sensitive to it at this point. But he's also 18 years old and listening to his dad and listening to his agent. Like, when you were 18 years old and a freshman in college, you're probably still listening to your dad more than you would when you become a 23-year-old pro, right? So the context of what's happening there, it's gotten to the point where it's completely overblown now, man. I really think it is. And I think now you're going to see him just kind of push through it, and I hope it doesn't result in an injury that could actually impact his career.
Rob, the last thing here, and on this, because the part that gets me, as you talked about it, there are people behind the scenes that he's maybe listening to. Do you believe that, because Bill Self, and I told Clint the other day, like, this is like Nick Saban. Like, I got a hard time, and I've watched Bill Self coach at Kansas and at Illinois. I got a hard time believing Bill Self would just say, hey, man, this guy's tapping out just because he doesn't want to play anymore, and Bill Self just going to keep rolling him out there like that. Do you feel like his hands are tied and he doesn't have a lot of control in this situation, or is Bill Self also kind of step for step in a lot of this?
I don't know if he's step for step in it. I do think that Bill is in an awkward spot because he's trying to protect the relationship and he wants the kid to play in March. So I don't think he can come out here and just be like, man, this kid is soft. Like, I need him to play. He's being soft. He's not going to come out and say that, but he's also not going to sit there and fully defend the kid. And I think you're starting to see some of that frustration creep out a little bit. And I think what we saw, it really showed through to me, Ron, I don't know how you feel about it, but on Saturday, when Cincinnati kind of ran away from it looked like that was the first time where everybody else on the roster was just kind of like, man, I'm so sick of dealing with all of this Darren Peterson stuff, like play or don't play. And you kind of saw like a team that is that good defensively should not be giving up 84 points to Cincinnati, point blank period. But then they were able to rally. They were able to come back. It kind of felt like once things got as bad as they did at the end of last week, that they kind of closed ranks and they said, look, we got to fight for this. This is one of our guys. We got to fight for him. Darren, you got to fight for us too. So we'll see what ends up happening here. I will tell you this. If DP is playing the best that he can, and you got Melvin Council, with the way that team can guard and Bill Self, I might be seeing you in Indianapolis.
All right, now do them Hogs, baby. Now what about them Hogs, Rob?
Ooh, I'll tell you what, man. Darius Acuff is special.
Mm-hmm.
Clint, he is special. Like, that dude, the way that he can control a game, the decisions he makes offensively, like, this is a guy that kind of came in to college with a reputation for being like getting a lot of points, getting a lot of stats, empty calories, not winning games, right? And it's completely different since he got there. I think when you score 49 points on the road in double overtime, play 49 minutes, when you got to take the boot off, right? He had a boot on his foot. Yeah. He took it off to go warm up and get ready for the game, and then you go and put up 49 points in double overtime, play 49 minutes. That tells you everything you need to know about that kid. Coach Cal is at his best when he has stud guards like Darius Acuff. I think that team can make a Final Four. I also think they could be a 4 seed that gets beat in the first round of the NCAA tournament because you just never know with these Arkansas teams. Sorry, that's just the way that it is with this group. But if I might be seeing you – let me ask you guys this. If we get an Arkansas-Kansas game in Indianapolis for the Final Four, you guys coming up?
I mean, I don't.
I mean, I'll spend the money.
I may. This hasn't failed very, very well for me.
I would be there. I'll commit. I'll commit.
No, I'll be there.
Hey, come on. Arkansas, Kansas, you're not going to be there.
I'll go to Indy.
Ron, you waited until Kansas won a game to get me on the radio.
That is not true, Rob.
For the Final Four. Clint was like,
you think I wasn't trying to get your number after the Arizona game? You think I wasn't trying to get to you?
Clint said, don't threaten me with a good time, Rob. Ron's like, I don't know.
He's young. We're still bringing him along, Rob. We're still bringing him along.
Hey, man, I just had to get a new garbage disposal, man. I don't know if I can swing that Indy trip, man. All right, Rob, man. We'll talk to you, man, as we get closer, man. It's getting to be that time, baby.
It is, man. It is. Great talking to you, fellas.
All right, man. That's our guy, man. Rob.
Money. I mean, they're good. Him and O'Goody, man. Every night, boy, they got that feel. You want to talk about somebody going an independent route in a media game and nailing it on the head, man. They've done a hell of a job with that field of 68, man. They work extremely hard. They're good at what they do. They're consistent, and they're killing it, man. Field of 68. Check them out on social media and easy to find.
Thanks to Rob Doster for joining us. As you said, Field of 68 every night. They're doing it almost 2-hour shows every single night there. All right, coming up, have we reached that point where we should now be looking at Jabari Smith to take on a bigger role? Hell, he is acting like he wants it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're one of them folks out there and you're dealing with allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems, maybe you or your significant other are snoring like a freight train, keeping everybody in the house up, I need your attention one time. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. If you ain't sleeping well, then you ain't living well. And the odds are, if you ain't breathing well, you got major problem. It's affecting everything.
MBB tickets. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire will not only have a chance to win Creed tickets, but we will fill you in on the latest on the Joe Mixon story and situation coming from the Combine from Nick Caserio. Watching the Rockets last night, and it's not just last night, Clint Tyler. It's over the last, I'd say, month plus maybe. It feels like maybe it's time that Jabari Smith Jr. is taking the next step. Last night, obviously, against the Jazz, he had a 31-point effort. He was the high man last night, 31, 9 rebounds, 3 steals, 3 blocks. He was really, really good. He's been shooting the ball really well. And, you look at it, and I was going through it, fellas, the last 10 games. 9 of the last 10 games, he has either led the team in scoring or been the second leading scorer in 9 of the last 10 games, which is a really good sample size. And we are starting to – and they need it now, Clint, because I don't know if there is an injury. I don't know what it is, but Şengün is not playing to the level that they've expected him to play or they need him to play, right, man? He's in that 16-8. 16-6 range, here lately. And they've needed Jabari Smith Jr. to kind of step in and be a bigger scorer, especially on this team. I think maybe he is one to look at right now with Şengün struggling, and he's been able to step up a bit. He's one to look at, I think, to potentially be a guy they get more out of. Well, and they've been doing it here lately.
Yeah, I love this, man. I'm a big fan of Jabari Smith. In fact, we had a conversation coming into the season of Reed Sheppard, Jabari Smith, kind of like who, and Amen Thompson, all these other guys, like who could take that next step. I like Jabari. I thought Jabari brought more to the table than how they were using him to stand in the corner, essentially. And so I like that in what appears to be a situation where, as you said, Şengün is really struggling to produce. I think Amen Thompson has not developed and is really struggling to kind of find his role in this offense, if you will. That Jabari Smith seems to be a guy that's really, really confident and comfortable doing more.
And he's doing it not just against the Jazz.
Yeah.
Last night,
yeah.
he played really well against the Knicks, a good team on the road. Played really well against the Thunder.
He just seems. There's two things, and the players, the young players that we always talk about, right? There's obviously 4 of them that are getting most of the run, but the interesting thing about whether it's Şengün or it's Amen Thompson is there seems to be like an unsure, there seems to be an uncomfortable, there seems to be a struggle to do some of the simpler things. And look, I know maybe Amen Thompson's playing out of position. I've heard a lot of that kind of deal, but and then there just seems to be, lack of structure and all that. But then you look at Jabari, and it's like, man, put him in a corner, he'll knock down threes. Move him around, get him touches, let him actually initiate a little bit. He's got confidence to pull up. He's a threat to a defense. They got to extend to cover him. I really like what Jabari brings to the table, and I really like – I don't know if it's by design or not, Ron, but to your point, I really like the expanded role for Jabari Smith as we go down through the season.
Because I did. I before the season, I thought – because we got to remember, like, Jabari is also a top 3 pick in the draft and a guy that they thought would take a big role or had the chance to be a special player. But I think before it was like, this guy could be a really great role player. He can stretch the defense, and he does, right? He can. He's one of the few when you have Şengün and Thompson out there together, and Reed Sheppard's not out there. Like he's the one that that stretches the floor. But I thought, like, he could defend. He can be a really, really good role player. Right? He seems to be finding his way a little bit. Again, I do think what we're seeing is he's getting a lot of his offense from others. But you said it earlier. I think we did see a little bit more of, like, he got the ball, got to his spot, and got his shot. Right? It's hard not to see his body type and watch Kevin Durant and not think maybe he's not picking up some of that, and maybe that's where we're seeing his game kind of.
Well, I've always thought he had a higher ceiling than what maybe he was being allowed to do. But hell, what do I know? I just casually watch. I know when I watch these guys, there's an unsure element to Amen Thompson. There's an out of control element to Şengün, and when I watch Jabari, he always seems to be in control of what he's doing. His body, the ball, the movement, he seems to be in control and confident in what he's doing at all times. Like, very rarely do you see him out of control. Very rarely do you see him looking around like, what do I do next? And, I mean, I think that speaks volumes about the dude. And so in a time, again, when, some guys may be playing out of position or some guys maybe not progressing the way that we would have hoped for them to progress, I think Jabari looks like he may be getting the opportunity and may hit stride here.
Well, they may need him to just take it, right? Like you said, here lately something is off, whether it's a confidence thing or injury, whatever, not fit, whatever, not comfort. Something's off with the two guys that you wanted to be the 2 and 3.
Şengün and Amen.
Yeah. Something's not consistency. I think Amen's going to lay his hat on the defensive end, and he's going to probably bring that more. But something's off where we're not seeing them at their absolute best in comfort. And they're going to need Jabari Smith or somebody else to jump up because Reed Sheppard is not allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing.
How many minutes you guys think Reed had last night, Tyler? What are you, about 20, 21?
I was going to say 23.
Yeah, did he touch 20?
Yeah, I think he had one more minute than Finney Smith. Yeah. 21-20.
Okay, dope.
Double-digit scored last night. Can't get on the floor. It's Jazz, man. Let him get some run against the Jazz. If he can't get 28 minutes against the damn Jazz.
Well, and here's the deal. The big picture for the Rockets that we hadn't even touched on. I mean, which I prefer to talk about the players specifically, but I mean the rate in which they're turning the ball over. Mm-hmm. I mean, the way they played last night against Utah, they ain't beating a good team. I mean, the rate in which they turn the ball over. And the crazy thing is it's just careless turnovers. That's the hard part to stomach is, I mean, I'm not going to get worried about Kevin Durant dribbling the ball on the sideline and missing the dribble and it rolls up over his head and somebody catches this turnover. I'm not worried about Cade. I'm not worried about the careless stuff. It just seems like it's one after another, and it's just no big deal. And it's all of them. It's not just Reed. It's not just I like to pin a lot of it on Amen Thompson, but it's all of them. I mean, the rate in which they turn the ball over is recently has been nuts.
Yeah, they just have 15 more turnovers than the Jazz last night. I mean, 27 turnovers. I mean, is that bad?
I mean, they had 9 or 10 in the fourth quarter last week, didn't they? When they gave up that lead.
Yeah,
they had 8 or 9.
27. Was 27 that many turnovers?
What are we doing?
27 times. The Jazz turned the ball over 12 times and got housed, but they 27 times. Yeah, they would get blanked by the Spurs, who apparently now cannot lose. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire and your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to hear Creed. Or go see Creed, excuse me. We'll give you the latest on the Joe Mixon situation. That seems to be coming to a head. And CJ Stroud. I think we got an understanding and an answer coming from the general manager. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Again at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is you got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to be right there with Tyler Milner and whoever he drags with him.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't know what that is, that's Creed. And maybe you knew that was Creed. That's coming up in this hour. 5 o'clock hour, the final opportunity of the day right here on Sports Radio 610. And on the drive, we hooked. Who do we hook up in the 3 o'clock hour?
Our guy Jonathan from LaPorte.
Oh, okay. I see you, Jonathan. Jonathan won him
East
a
side.
4. I knew you. I was waiting. I tried to pause it for you. You came a little later on that east side than I thought you would. But congratulations to him. He won a 4-pack in the 3 o'clock hour. You have a chance to do it in the 5 o'clock hour. You got to stay tuned in with us for that cue to call. We'll give you that cue, and then you got a chance to win the final 4-pack of tickets of the day. Thursdays, we will hook you up with another chance to win tickets. But Creed here coming up now in the 5 o'clock hour. All right.
Tyler, will Megan go with you?
I was wondering that too.
Oh yeah, she was there with me in the Woodlands. She'll be there again at the rodeo.
Like, is she fired up to go see Creed, or does she go see Creed because you want to go see Creed?
Yeah, it's mainly for me, but she enjoys a few of their tunes.
Like, if you would she go to Creed if you weren't, like, would she go buy tickets to see Creed?
No. Most likely not, yeah. But we're going with the same couple we went last year to the Woodlands with. We're going with that same couple to see him at the rodeo. It should be a good time.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, have your fun, and you can have fun with Tyler.
He'll be a little nasally on Thursday.
Good for him.
Oh, after that concert? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Creed will have me nasally.
I hear lately I kind of made a commitment personally to myself to when I know Tyler's going out, despite if I'm with him or not, I want to try to match him.
Ooh, I like it.
And I want to come in a little nasally with him.
It's that competitive nature.
I did not know that he was going to get that deep that one night, so I was upset.
Could be a rough Wednesday night for you, bud.
Just sit back and slamming him at the crib.
Well, heads up this Wednesday, too. I know I'm going to steak night with some fellas. So.
All right. Wednesday, get drunk? All right.
Yeah.
I got you. I got it. All right. Wednesday, get drunk.
Can't be in Mexico.
There we go. Yeah, that sucks. Quickly was able to turn that steak night around.
Do you make like that? Like steak night is all encompassing of like I'm getting busted.
Not necessarily busted. This one probably will be. Okay. But I'm always going to have at least one or two.
This is starting at steak night, but it is not ending in the same venue.
I'm just wondering. It's been a while since I made my dinner plans and just said hell with it, man.
Has it?
I'm going to dinner, but I am getting getting obliterated.
I told you last Friday I was getting, or maybe it's 2 Fridays ago, I was getting trash, and I did. I woke up with a headache out of this world, but I'm messing up. I'm at softball. I'm at baseball practice at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning in a fight with a hood on my head.
Yes, yeah,
hurting.
Mad because they're squaring off second base instead of rounding it, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I wasn't even looking that time.
You didn't even give a rip, did you?
I just hit hood on. All right, Joe Mixon, the Joe Mixon situation. We have found some new information. Let's hear from Nick Caserio, and then I want to fill you in what Aaron Wilson is reporting. But this is Nick Caserio at the Combine giving us an update on Joe Mixon.
We've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity, so trying to get some follow after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out what makes sense for everybody involved.
All right, that's Nick Caserio wanting to kind of letting us know there was a surgery with Joe Mixon and giving us some more information. Said it was a moving target. This, Clint, is from Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans. He said the Texans are expected to explore high-end free agent running back market. I want to talk about that a little bit later on in the show. But also, Nick Caserio discloses Joe Mixon's offseason surgery, and this is the kicker. The Texans are expected to ultimately part ways with Joe Mixon, per league sources, and release him from his 3-year, $27 million contract. They will save $8.5 million. So the way that Aaron Wilson is reporting this, now, Caserio didn't say that in that clip, but the way he is reporting it, and I don't think this is probably BS, it looks like they're going to part ways with Joe Mixon.
Well, look, it wouldn't shock me one bit. I don't think that how vague the organization, whether it's DeMeco or Nick Caserio, I don't think they're being vague to protect the player. I think they're being vague because they literally don't know. I think it is absolutely wild to have a running back under contract that you just paid $8 to $10 million this past year to stay injured and stay away ultimately, and now you've got 8.5 on the line, at least that you can save. I'm not looking at his contract, so maybe more than that. You've got a guy under contract, and you're like literally. Nick Caserio just said, I think he had a surgery of some sort this offseason. We're trying to get some more info on that.
Have you guys heard anything?
Is that not the damnedest?
That's how DeMeco was during the year. Act like he had never heard. Joe Mixon, who the hell is that?
Right. I gotta believe that. I think Nick is being serious there. He scratched his damn cheek when he was saying that on the video. Like I don't think he's protecting the player and trying to keep it out of the news, and like I think he's dead ass serious. Like we ain't real sure what is going on with a guy that's under contract for another year, a guy that we paid $27 million for 3 years. We got one good year out of him, and he's still under contract, and we still are trying to get more info on a surgery that occurred that you think occurred. Like, the only thing that makes this Joe Mixon, and it's unfortunate because as a Texans fan, I want Joe Mixon to be I want a Joe Mixon caliber running back with this team more than I want anything. But the only thing that makes all of this make sense, and I'm talking about what the coaches said, what the general manager has said, what people have said around. The only thing that makes it make sense is if they cut bait with Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot seriously.
There's no way, that you got this kind of a commitment financially. And, hell, Joe Mixon, if he's healthy, if he's in your plans, he's your second best offensive threat.
Yeah, but Ron, you can't.
To not know that when he's having surgery.
Could you imagine being Joe Mixon and you got $8 to $10 million on the line and 8.5 of it's not guaranteed, and the general manager that gave it to you is literally saying, yeah, man, we're just trying to get more information on what that surgery looked like. If you're Joe Mixon, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
If you're Joe Mixon's representation and he even has a chance of playing again, you've got to at least give information. Like, this is the damnedest thing I've seen from literally OTAs when we went over there and we found out about all this. It's the damnedest thing, and the only thing that's going to make Nick and DeMeco not look silly is if they just cut and move on from Joe Mixon.
Well, according to Aaron Wilson, that is what is happening. So that is the latest there. We found out Joe Mixon had surgery, and according to Aaron Wilson, we found out that they could part ways. Also, I do want to state that Nick Caserio did say the surgery was nothing from him doing anything irresponsible. It was a medical thing that I don't think they went the way they thought it would.
We don't know nothing about the surgery, but we have been assured
again
that he wasn't doing anything that would violate his contract or void his contract.
So many of you sending in things of he got shot. I don't know if that fits. I would assume that does. If he shot himself.
I don't know, man.
I feel like if he shot himself, I think this is.
I feel like if you read between the lines, what Nick Caserio's saying is we have not been able to find anything that would allow us to void his contract last year and recoup that money. But we don't have any idea about the surgery.
Yeah. So they don't even know he had surgery. So that is the latest there with Joe Mixon.
Guys, it's 610 to talk about on the radio.
5 o'clock fire.
Again, Nick, man, I'm ready to bury the hatchet, man. I'd like to go out for some yogurt. I will do it. I'm not eating dairy right now, but I'd like to join you. Let's just do this thing, man. Let's just hang out a little bit. Speaking of Nick Caserio at the Combine, he went ahead and I think tried to end all of the, is CJ Stroud going to get traded? Is he going somewhere else? Is he going to be with another team? Are they looking to move him? Is Davis Mills ready to take over? Are they going to do something else? Here is Nick Caserio at the Combine pretty much slamming the door shut to the CJ Stroud being traded conversation.
Yeah, he's our quarterback. Like, he ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that DeMeco and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's no team that's undefeated unless I missed something this year. So that's not going to happen. You know, by and large, you're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. There's going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays, you're going to have some bad plays, you're going to have some good games, you're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss, I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ, we got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
All right, here coming up in about 10 minutes or so, I want to play some audio where I think Nick Caserio kind of lets us into the thinking of how they're handling CJ Stroud even further from this. But, Clint, when you hear, to me, very matter of fact of what they're thinking, he's not going anywhere, he's going to be our starting quarterback. Your thoughts, because I know you felt a certain way about it, but your thoughts on how they're going about, and it looks like C.J. Stroud, that part is done. That part of he's the any kind of controversy.
Yeah, look, there's another piece of audio out there that I think is even more convincing, but you put the two of them together, and it doesn't, you know, it's pretty convincing. Now, I said earlier, look, I mean, these guys were stroking Laramie Tunsil before they got out of the Laramie Tunsil business. These guys were telling us that Bobby Slowick it was the best thing since sliced bread before they split ways with him. And so I don't know that I look a whole hell of a lot into the fact that they're stroking a player to whether they're going to keep him or not. But when I heard the couple of pieces of audio that are out there from Nick, it's pretty convincing. It's pretty convincing. It looks like, at least from the quarterback perspective and the offensive play caller perspective, according to Nick Caserio, they're going to run this thing back. Now, I see some responses about, well, you know, I mean, if you know, Nick is obviously going to talk up the quarterback, even if they wanted to trade him just to keep the value higher. I hear you, but that don't seem like we're going to keep the value high to make a move type of comments by Nick today. I agree that it's pretty convincing.
Yep. And to me, I'm glad they didn't make this a lingering story. There are times where, you know, the Texans can do stuff, Clinton, and it's just like, all right, man, we're going to bury our head in the sand. This is what we do. We don't care what other people are saying on the outside. And now this is not something CJ's dealing with. This is not something the team's dealing with. Like, they have nipped this in the bud. To me, after everything they've said today, day one, you could almost argue this day one of the offseason when we first hear from them at the Combine. They have said the C.J. Stroud thing, it's moronic. It's stupid. Stop it. He's not getting traded. Now it is, all right, how do we fix and get him back to being the quarterback we know he can be, and what do we put around him? That's the conversation. None of this, was Davis Mills the guy? Is there going to be a competition? Is it? No, he's their quarterback. And I'm glad they didn't throw any more flames to the fire of that.
Well, I mean, that's important. If you take Nick Caserio at his word, boy, you got to like how he's operating this offseason. I mean, DeMeco wouldn't commit to Nick Caley, and a week later or a couple days later, Nick Caserio said, no, I'd expect Nick Caley to be here. You know, there's been a lot of noise around C.J. Stroud, and the first time he gets in front of the media, it's very convincing. Nah, C.J.'s going to be our guy. We love C.J. moving forward. He's going to be our quarterback. So you got to like how Nick Caserio's moving this offseason. At least he's committing to his guys.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, also in the NFL, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, Clint said, can't guarantee that A.J. Brown will be back with the Eagles this season. I mean, that's over, right? Like, we've answered that question now with that. Like, with A.J. Brown, that type of dude, with this, if you're coming out, like, that's where you're rolling. Can't say is a guarantee, even if it is the truth. Like, there's other ways to go about this, and I think everybody probably needs a break from this and a move from this, and this makes sense. And I think this in some ways, obviously, he's a great player, and they don't become more talented. But I think maybe if you even look at what happened with Buffalo and Josh Allen and Diggs, and that just seemed to be too much. And they got better as a team with that. Now, Josh Allen, I'm not saying Hurts is Josh Allen, but This feels like a move that needs to be made.
Look, I mean, you can love or hate A.J. Brown. Clearly, he's a good player. But I think it's fair to say that he's a player that you want to rent to, you don't want to sell a spot to. I mean, I think he is a player that really rubs and rubs and rubs and wears out his welcome really quick. I mean, the fact there's been a couple of things in my career, my media career here, Ron, here and other places over the years that have shocked me. But the normalization of Bill Belichick hiring a defensive coordinator as his offensive play caller is one, and number two, people normalizing and minimizing A.J. Brown reading a book on a damn sideline. I mean, and people, ain't no big deal. No, I mean, it is ridiculous. It's silly as hell. That is a situation that is just, I mean, you got to move on from it, man. I think it's ran its course. Great player, had some success. All right, let's move on from him. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. This is.
I mean, I heard a deal.
When you say that, it's and AJ, it's when you have AJ, he was on with Rob Gronkowski and Julian Edelman, and he hit him with that. You're gonna be a Patriot, and then with that wink, and then combined with, I don't know if he's gonna be it's over.
I'm glad you brought that interview up too. I thought one of the most interesting parts of that particular interview, Ron, he said he's in the NFL. Don't give me the whole he's young kind of. He's in the NFL. He is in meetings.
He ain't that young.
Acting like he's taking notes, and he's writing "I hate Vrabel" in his notepad. The head coach of the team he's playing for. That's the guy you're dealing with. That is the guy you're dealing with. And admittedly going, I just wanted him to think that I was taking notes, and the whole time I was writing "I hate Vrabel" in my notebook.
Mike Vrabel.
Because I didn't think Mike Vrabel liked me, and now I know he was trying to get the best of me. I didn't think you're a grown ass man.
He was young.
No, Ron, he's not.
He was
a grown-ass man.
Not at that time.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Sounds like me scribbling in my third grade notebook about how much I hated the teacher.
Yes.
I did it all the time.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Yeah, you click key, you did it. I don't think you were doing it at 20.
I better hide my notebook.
I hate the head coach. Guys out there, first-round draft pick, making millions of dollars. I mean, I hate the head coach. That's the guy you're dealing with. That's the guy that everybody's going, it's no big deal. He's reading a book on the sideline. Come on, man.
Says, I hate Byron. I hate
Mike
Byron. I hate Byron.
Where was that?
That's where mine is.
The NFL awards this year.
My notebook says, I hate Byron.
Yeah.
Byron, the guy that was in for me yesterday?
Yeah, that guy.
Damn, he's nice.
Damn that Byron.
Turned
on me.
He turned on Byron.
He turned on me.
He turned on Byron and Reginald Atatula yesterday.
Well, they gave me good reason to.
Oh, no.
Ridiculous. T-Mill's Best Bet coming up. And I want to play another piece of audio from Nick Caserio because I think this is very, very telling on how they're going to handle the CJ Stroud situation. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather the approach for Nick Caserio.
podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get it as we are live here, coming up here in just a bit. Your chance at some point. You never know when it's going to happen in the 5 o'clock hour to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Creed. Could happen in the next 5 minutes, could happen in the next 10 minutes, could happen in the next 15 minutes. At some point in this hour, you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Final ones of the day. Here's we've been hooking people up all day, from Payne and Pendergast in the loop to the drive right here. So your chance coming up at some point in this hour. Stay tuned. Make sure you're listening. T-Mill's best bets as well. First of the week. I think you broke even on Friday, so you had a pretty good day. Ended up having a pretty good week, especially towards the end. So maybe he's in a good spot. We'll check and look at that. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up here in just a bit. All right, I want to play this audio clip now, and I wonder if you catch this, because I think clearly, and even here, I think even more, they are going to be very definitive on who the quarterback is. But I think they was also very clear, if you listen closely, on something else. We'll discuss that coming up. Here's Nick Caserio talking about CJ Stroud again at the Combine.
It's moronic. Like, we're not trading the guy. He's our quarterback. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. So anything beyond that, I mean, again, like, that's your world. You guys can speculate on that, but we're not trading CJ Stroud.
So he says it's moronic to even talk about it. He's going to be our quarterback. But then, Tyler, did you hear him? He's going to be our quarterback in 2026. And anything beyond that, Clint, that's for you to spec. No, that ain't for us. No, anything beyond that is for you. It's your ass. you and the McNairs. That ain't us to speculate. It's on you. He made it clear he's going to be the quarterback, Clint. But I think all the potential concerns, and I think this is a spot where most people should be comfortable landing. With any concerns of, all right, man, they're going to commit to C.J. Stroud, paying him big money this offseason when he's eligible? No. I think, Clint, what he just said there, you don't say – I bet you right now if we said, all right, man, what about Will Anderson? I bet you he wouldn't say Will Anderson is going to be the defensive end for the Houston Texans in 2026. Now, anything beyond that, that's for you to speculate. No. I think he knows that Will Anderson is going to be the defensive end for the Houston Texans for the next 5 to 10 years, hopefully, is what the thought is. That is not what he said. So I think it's clear from that, to me, Clint, that C.J. Stroud is in a year where, for the Texans, he needs to prove, that he can be to a certain level to get the extended contract.
Well, look, I think Nick Caserio cleared up something that I personally believe was not moronic. I personally believe it was real. In fact, I would say that I think it would be borderline criminal to not at least entertain calls after what we've seen from C.J. Stroud. But moronic, you can call it that if you'd like. But either way it goes, with Nick Caserio clearing up what the status of C.J. Stroud for this year, this coming season. I do think it shifts the focus to a different conversation, and I think that conversation is for the Houston Texans. It's either going to get real expensive or real uncomfortable this offseason, one way or another. In other words, the Texans are either going to re-up C.J. Stroud, extend C.J. Stroud, pay him $50 to $60 million a year, and he's going to be your quarterback for the foreseeable future, which I don't see happening. Them committing more than they already have to C.J. Stroud from a year perspective after what we just watched. That is the expensive route if they do re-up C.J. Stroud. The uncomfortable route is, hey, C.J., I know that, one, when you were drafted, you felt like you were a guy that just, when the time comes after 3 years, you're going to get $50 to $60 million. You're going to get, life-changing money. no doubt about it. After your rookie of the year, the way you played, we all thought you were going to get life-changing money after year 3. It was going to be a no-brainer that we're going to re-up you. But, hey, we've seen 2 more years of your quarterback product, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to wait. We're going to want you to play your 4th year with no extension and only the guarantee of 4- and 5th-year money. There's no long-term commitment. There's no being set for life commitment of the $50 to $60 million a year for 4 or 5 years. Like that. That's not coming this year. That's going to be an uncomfortable conversation because there's no doubt about it. CJ Stroud and his representation, they believe that he's the caliber quarterback to get re-upped after 3 years. There's no way in hell that they believe that CJ Stroud is a quarterback that should play year 4 under a rookie contract with no guarantee beyond a 5th-year option.
I think this is a tease. I think we discussed that point because tomorrow maybe we discuss that point. What you're saying is this. They may have decided that on their end, but is the fight over on the other side? Like that's
there's no way.
That's a conversation. I think that's the next one here that I think we can have and build on tomorrow. Is the fight over? Is it because if you just put that together? Yeah, I know the Texans are like, yeah, man, that's it, man. We got him this year. Beyond that CJ and his camp may have taken those comments a little differently than maybe others did. All right, that's damn sure something we can talk about tomorrow. Let's do T. Mill's best bets as he gives us best bets, his first bets of the week. By the way, if you're not able to hear these or catch these, or you want to go and revisit these to see if you want to get a little cash on these, go to @TMillRealDeal. We'll have them posted. I'm looking at them right now. He's got them posted at this moment right now. What are your best bets? How you going to kick off the week right?
Hopefully that's the key. We got to do it right because last week was good. Still been a while since we started a week in the green, and I would really like to do that. It makes for a much easier, smoother rest of the week. Your first pick tonight around the NBA, there's 4 of them. I got the Celtics -4. They're going to be in Phoenix taking on the Suns. Within that game, I also have the over for your second pick, over 203. Set at a very low number tonight between the Celtics and Suns. I'm on the over 203. Third pick tonight, the Cavs. They host the New York Knicks. I'm on the money line for Cleveland. Cavaliers money line, I got it at about -160. Really the top end of the odds I like to bet right there. So if you can get it -160 or better odds for the Cavs. And then lastly, your fourth and final pick tonight, the Timberwolves will be in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. I'm on the under in this game, which is set at 237. Under 237 between the T-Wolves and the Trailblazers this evening. Those are hopefully your 4 for 4 best bets.
I think we got a chance to have a big night, Tyler.
Hey, don't hype me up.
I tell you, Brooks is out with that broken hand. I'm sure he'll try to get back in 2 weeks, but he's out with that broken hand, and the Celtics are playing really good basketball right now. Even though Joe Mazzulla's weird and he won't talk to people when they just ask him simple questions like, "Did Jason Tatum practice today?" And he's just going to stare at you. But I like that one, and
hell yeah,
I like the 203 with the amount of threes that the Celtics shoot. I think the Peyton Pritchard is playing his ass off. I like that one. I like that Cavs Knicks money line. That's the only one that's the most concerning one.
Okay.
To me, but I like the others. I really do. I think you got a chance. I think this has a green night on it. This has a green night.
He deserves it, man. He deserves it.
He really does. After they took that trip,
you finished above 500. You finished above 50% last week.
Green, yeah, the green.
Right direction, man. Let's just keep it going. Luck of the Irish.
You won just enough bets to cover your juice.
Yes, sir.
That's what you is that what you're trying to do?
No, just slightly above that, so you make some money would be nice. I think. I don't know what he's literally shooting for, but he did. I mean, the rate he was going, that's I mean, breaking even is I think welcomed for T. Mill.
The rate he was going, I think he was. There was no need to ask if he had any room for you.
Yeah, I can read the room. There's a couple of times I wanted to, and then I was like, it's not probably not there. Man, probably not there. Probably bad timing here, Stein.
Yeah, red.
Not anymore, though. Let's go.
All right, this feels a good night. All right, coming up in this next segment, you will. So you might want to stay tuned. I'd stay through the break because it could happen right off the bat, could happen in the middle. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see Creed coming up March 11th. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, it happened a couple days ago. My wife said,
NCAA.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Caller number 9. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, you got a chance to close this out. Be our final winner on Sports Radio 610 and on the drive. Right now, caller number 9, you win a 4-pack of tickets for the Rodeo, the Houston Rodeo coming up Wednesday, March 11th. To see Creed, a 4-pack of tickets, so you can go a double date. You can go take a couple of you guys, few of you guys, maybe girls' night. I don't know. I don't know what Creed brings, but you can have a good time Wednesday, March 11th. Caller number 9, Tyler will take care of you and get our next winner. You can join Joe, who won earlier today, and we'll see if we can grab another winner here. Creed coming in March 11th. Should be somebody texted and said it's already sold out, so you may be getting tickets. Maybe hard to go get tickets to see Creed. Surprising? Creed sold out already?
No, not
Really?
a surprise at all. I think Creed is.
I don't know Creed that well.
Well, look, I think you're hitting men and women. I think they probably cross over in some different genres. And so they've been around for a long time. I think Tyler would know better than me. I don't think that they're constantly on tour all the time, so there's limited opportunities to see them. And so I think Creed's one of those acts when they pop here locally, man. I think people travel to see.
All right, well, there you go. Rodeo is
if you're selling out NRG on a Wednesday night,
the Rodeo,
you're doing something right.
Yeah, go ahead with it. All right, caller number 9, 713-572-4610. We appreciate and congratulations to all our winners starting at 6 a.m. with the morning show, Payne and Pendergast, and with middays with In the Loop and with us. Coming up Thursday will be the next rodeo ticket giveaway. Thursday, you can win tickets 3 and 5 right here.
Is that Creed right there?
On the drive. I didn't know this. This feels aggressive. I'm guessing it's Creed.
Is that a little Creed right there, T?
Yeah, he's on the phone.
He's on the horn giving away tickets. But yeah, that's I ain't got enough Creed in my bag to know if this is him or not. I didn't know Creed was that they went that hard.
I didn't either. This would be weird if it was.
Maybe Creed does bring out the heavy black clothing crowd.
Maybe it does. Was that Creed?
Was that Creed just rolling right there, T?
Yeah, that's that jam they open up most of their concerts with.
That was a little harder than I thought, Creed.
I can see the goth crowd. I can see the black nose to toes outfit crew.
Yeah, chokers everywhere.
Yeah, chokers too. There's a time, man.
That's a jam right there, though. It's called Bullets.
There was a time when that old choker moved the needle. Now,
still does for me.
I'm talking about in public, not choking, not choking.
We're all into what we're into, man.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the young, the pretty young lady with the choker thing on her neck.
Never did it
as part of her outfit.
Like never was something that done it for me.
I find that
that's fine.
I find that to be. I mean, I would have missed the boat on that. I thought that turns you good and on.
Yeah, the choker around the neck. No, it didn't. Yeah.
Got to be a Two Americas thing. First time I've ever designated this kind of situation, but I think it's a Two Americas
thing. It might
thing.
be. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm more of a toe ring guy.
Hey.
Yeah.
I used to have a sweet thumb ring.
This guy likes random toe rings on broads on broads wearing open-toed shoes in Kansas City, but he doesn't trim his he doesn't use one set of clippers to shave his whole body.
Ron's a foot guy.
Yeah. I don't know. The toe ring thing was, but no, the chokers didn't do it for me. Yeah, it didn't do it for me.
You know what we're talking about?
Yeah, around the neck. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Clearly. Hard to choke otherwise.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw the white women at Blue Springs High School rocking the chokers.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Yeah. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't the winner for me. That's all right. I mean, hey, everybody get down. You seemed like you were like, look out.
Yeah, I mean, it was
a
stop traffic at one point for me. Now, I mean, obviously she had to be attractive. It wasn't just like the choker itself, but I mean, it would.
Well, yeah.
You know, there's. There was
some busted up.
I mean, it was
choker.
definitely a hold on a second.
Is wrong with you?
It was a statement piece, man. It was just that statement, like doing that, wearing that confidently. This is a statement. It's nice.
Text line coming through. Chokers and ankle bracelets are so hot. Now, do you mean that as the combination? Do you mean that as the combination, or just either one of them? Just either one of them.
I can't put. I'll be honest with you. I don't disagree. I mean, ankle bracelets are great. I mean, I like a little jewelry around the ankle, just a little something down there. I would put choker and nose ring in the same category, not choker ankle bracelet.
Choker and nose ring. Now, no, a nose ring is something. Now, nose ring.
I'm not saying whether you prefer it or not. I'm just saying, like,
you put them in the same category of.
They stand at, like, if I see an, like, I think 75% of women wear ankle bracelets. I don't think 75% of women are wearing chokers with nose rings, and or nose rings. By the way, it can't just be any nose ring. It's got to be the Lori Morgan diamond stud.
I like hoops.
No. Too much. I mean, I don't dislike it. To be clear, I don't dislike it. But the faint statement of the diamond that you almost can't see. That's that old Lori Morgan back in the day. Yeah, I mean that's same effect for me as a choker. It's something that I got to double take. I got to wait a minute. What was that? If you're in general conversation, you got to at least I got to show appreciation for the nose stud, not for the choker, but the nose stud. I will compliment a nose stud.
I haven't seen. Have you seen a choker in a long time?
Been a minute. But boy, I grew up in a time when they were pretty popular.
See if I can pull up some chokers. We're doing chokers now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think when you dial that into your old Google machine over there, all of a sudden it takes it a little bit too far. I'm just talking about just a faint, a necklace that just seems to be a little too tight. Maybe I'm not talking about something with a buckle on it.
They got a little buckle on it.
I mean, I don't need I don't want it to look like a collar for one of Tyler's dogs.
Avril Lavigne, she used to really wear the chokers. That's a good call.
It's a great example of what we're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't think that would have done it for you, Clint. Sorry about that.
You didn't. You did not think it would have.
Avril Lavigne.
I'm not. I can't picture her face, to be completely honest with you. But I think that speaks volumes. Like, I'm not a big fan. I've seen her.
Skater.
I know who she is, and I've seen her a million times, but I don't recall what she looks like. So that tells you what I forgot. Now I do remember that she had chokers on, but she didn't do it for me.
She didn't do it for you.
She didn't. No, like
the choker alone doesn't just bring it.
Well, as I led with, like, you still got to be an attractive, woman for the choker to work. I mean, I would say very similar to the nose stud. You still got to be attractive. Like Lori Morgan was smoking.
Said that name 4 times.
That's it, man. When I was a younger boy, Lori Morgan's, her nose stud. I think Carmen Electra's just straight freakness.
Boy, yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of them that stood. That's a couple of things that stand out from a celebrity standpoint.
I forgot what Singled Out was even about.
Carmen Electra, you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, what else female-wise really stood out there? There was a time when I was
What you think on that? But also think on this. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Caserio sits down live with the guys from the NFL Combine. So we will have a live conversation with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, as they are. God, John Harris has to be in heaven. As they were, he's got to be in heaven. I mean, I think he's got a special spot. Like, what do you think gets John going? Like, right now, you think it's bench press? Like, what do you think is the thing that gets John going the most?
Oh, no, there's no way that John is not going to lean into what Nick thinks is the most important.
But I'm talking about.
It's the meetings. It's them getting to know these guys. Meetings.
Well, he can't get into the meetings.
I think he gets good and hard. I think he gets good and hard on all of it, like the on-field stuff, the weight room. I mean, the everything except for the medical stuff.
The medical stuff he doesn't get into, but boy, I bet you because somebody broke the record today with 49 bench presses. Like I felt like John was salivating, just cheering him on. Like I bet John loved that.
I'm interested. Maybe this is a good conversation for tomorrow. Like I'm a big combine guy. Like I wouldn't miss it. Like I don't know how talent evaluators make any reason to not be there to evaluate that caliber athlete on that turf with that many of them.
Yeah, you like to see him up close.
Yeah, hell yeah. Especially if I'm gonna draft them, I want to see them good. I want to see them all up close and personal. I want to hear how they talk. I want to hear how they communicate to random coaches and random players, and I want to see all that. I want to see a part of it. I want to be there to watch them screw it all up. If the ones that have warts, I want to see them, and you can see them. They can't avoid it. But I wonder, Nick Caserio's own record today of saying none of the basically the only reason that he's there, the only thing that impacts draft position is the one-on-one meetings. I wonder how many general managers feel that way. And I wonder how many need to feel that way before the NFL says, what's the point? I know there's money in it, and so the NFL is going to continue to do it. But, like, if literally the general manager, the one making the decision, makes that comment and the head coach ain't even there, at what point do you say, this is